Qingyun City 3rd Middle School Class 7 of Grade 12. Today was the day when all 18-year-old students across the world would awaken their talents. Throughout all of Qingyun City, indeed throughout the entire Great Xia Federation, countless parents waited anxiously for news of their children. The awakening ceremony, a once-in-a-lifetime event. Success meant becoming an awakened beast tamer. But what exactly was a talent? Simply put, after signing a contract with a spirit beast, one's talent could grant buffs to oneself or to one's contracted beast. Common examples included amplifying the beast's attack power, doubling one's perception, or granting thick skin and resilience in battle. Failure meant remaining an ordinary beast tamer. One could still contract spirit beasts, still cultivate, but one would be born a step behind everyone else. 50 years ago, Chun Beishuan, the uncrowned monarch, had awakened no talent whatsoever, yet could still hold his own against 10 beast emperors in combat. But such people were legends, and legends were legends precisely because they were so rare. Next, Wu Fan. Homeroom teacher Lu Jiangwo adjusted the black-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose, lifting his gaze from the roster. Wu Fan rose from the back row seat, the chair legs scraping against the floor with a brief creak. He could feel dozens of gazes turned toward him at once. Some curious, some expectant, and a few eagerly waiting to see a spectacle. Zhang Lei leaned against the window, the corner of his mouth already curling upward. He had awakened the bronze skin talent and walked like he owned the place. Your turn. Your seatmate Zhao Xiaopeng nudged him with an elbow, lowering his voice. Nervous? I'm fine. Wu Fan straightened his school uniform collar and stepped forward. Saying he wasn't nervous was a lie. He was the 49th. Of the 48 before him, only 3 had succeeded. Zhang Lei's bronze skin, a girl's wind whisper, and a boy's giant strength. Those were the only 3. Out of 60 classmates, the awakening rate didn't even reach 10%, roughly matching last year's national average. Still, he felt fairly confident at heart. Both his parents were 6th realm beast tamers. In a third-tier city like Qingyun, 6th realm beast tamers were figures who could walk with absolute authority. His father Wu Feng had awakened the Iron Bones talent, not only granting himself remarkable defense, but also making his contracted beast's bones as hard as refined steel. At the Qingyun City Beast Tamer Association, Wu Feng's defensive capabilities were known far and wide. His mother Su Wan possessed a wood attribute healing talent. Her nature's dew technique could heal wounds across a wide area and dispel negative conditions. She ran a beast healing shop in the south of the city. With her exquisite skill and gentle nature, her reputation was excellent. She had participated in medical support during several beast-tied defense battles in Qingyun City, and the number of people she had saved could fill an entire street. Of course, their family's healing shop served more than just treating spirit beasts' injuries. Behind the shop was a courtyard, and beyond that stretched orchards spanning over 1,000 mu. With her mother's ability to improve soil and cultivate spiritual fruits, the fruits grown there were rich in spiritual energy and fairly priced, making them a reliable supplier in Qingyun City's spiritual material market. Although the family wasn't extraordinarily wealthy, life was comfortable and stable. With parents like these, Wu Fan felt his chances of awakening a talent should not be low. The podium drew closer and closer. Lu Jiangwo rested one hand on the cold base of the awakening instrument, his gaze penetrating through the lenses of his glasses, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Place your hand on it. Wu Fan took a deep breath. The faint burnt smell left by the previous student's tests still lingered in the air. He pressed his palm against the smooth surface of the crystal pillar. A chill ran through his fingertips. The crystal pillar lit up. Within the misty crystal, something seemed to be moving. But the next moment, everyone present froze. No red, no blue, none of the common elemental colors appeared. What swirled within the crystal pillar were wisps of gray airflow. The whispers in the classroom instantly ceased. Gray? What attribute is that? Lu Jiangwo's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Gray, the color of a special class talent. He had taught for 18 years. The special class talents he had seen could be counted on one hand, such as resonance, which shared senses with a spirit beast, and regression, which could glimpse memory fragments. All were auxiliary abilities. Kindly put, they were limitless possibilities. Harshly put, they were a lucky dip. Just as whispers spread through the room, a crisp crack cut through all the noise. The gray airflow split open. A blinding golden light burst forth from the crack. The entire crystal pillar instantly transformed into a resplendent field of gold, flooding the whole classroom with brilliant light. Holy, golden legend! Zhao Xiaopeng was the first to leap up, his excitement knocking over his chair. The classroom instantly erupted. Lu Jiangwo took a deep breath, suppressing his surprise, and raised a hand signaling for quiet. He looked at Wu Fan, whose face was illuminated by the golden light, and spoke slowly. You can take your hand down now. Wu Fan, what is your talent? Wu Fan emerged from the strange warm current flooding through him. He glanced down at his still warm palm, then raised his head, and clearly pronounced 4 words, pupil of insight. The 4 words fell, and the classroom fell silent once more. This silence was different from before. Before it had been shock, now it was confusion. Pupil of insight. Was it the same as Insight Eye? Insight Eye was a common special class talent for beast tamers, enhancing vision, allowing one to see through low-level illusions and sense spiritual power fluctuations. A decent scouting talent. But Pupil of Insight. The name sounded similar, yet somehow different. Talents were divided into three major categories: elemental enhancement, physical enhancement, and special class. The first two categories were common. Awakened tamers of elemental enhancement generally chose spirit beasts of matching attributes, amplifying their beast's elemental power. Physical enhancement tamers could grant their beasts buffs like bronze skin, divine strength, or swift speed. Zhang Lei's bronze skin belonged to this category. His contracted beast would possess significantly higher defense than peers of the same level. As for special class was different. What did special mean? It couldn't be explained, couldn't be categorized, so it all got thrown into this basket. Anything was possible with a special class talent. Lu Jiangwo's pen tip paused, and on the record book he solemnly wrote Special Class Pupil of Insight. Wu Fan returned to his seat, his expression outwardly calm, but his heart surging with turbulent waves. What had flooded into his mind moments ago was far more than just a pupil of insight. In that instant when the golden light exploded, he recalled many memories that did not belong to this world. He remembered a place called Earth, remembered himself busy in a small pet shop. He remembered the great fire that consumed everything, remembered himself opening all the cages to let those furry little lives escape, while he was completely buried beneath a falling beam. Was it a past life? Or had Mengpo's soup been watered down? Wu Fan's heart was in complete chaos, but one thing he knew for certain: he had awakened the wisdom of his past life. And his talent was far more than just Pupil of Insight. His true talent was named Unity of all things. Pupil of Insight was merely one branch of this towering tree that he chose to reveal to the world. Wu Fan withdrew his gaze, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. Memories from a past life still flowed back frame by frame. The classroom was still buzzing with noise. Zhao Xiaopeng was loudly arguing with the back row about whether Insight Pupil counted as a variant type. Zhang Lei chimed in, claiming his cousin's neighbor's cousin-in-law had also awakened a special type ability and later went on to raise spirit bees. All those words fell into Wu Fan's ears, but he had no time to respond. Another person's entire lifetime was crammed inside his head. In his past life, he had been an orphan raised in a welfare institution until 18. After leaving, he worked many jobs, handing out flyers, waiting tables, delivering food, saving up bit by bit until he rented a small shop on an old street. He never aimed to get rich, just to live freely, free from being someone else's workhorse. That shop wasn't large, barely 30 square meters, and he turned it into a pet cafe. He raised a house full of cats and dogs, rabbits, hamsters, parrots, and 2 bearded dragons. Every day he scooped litter, fed them, served these furry children. Life was tight, but steady. He also had a peculiar hobby, studying ancient astronomy and the constellations, the 28 mansions, the Big Dipper, the purple forbidden enclosure. When the shop had no customers, he would lie across the counter poring over star atlases. The day he died was no different from any other. Late at night, he locked up the shop, pulled down the rolling shutter, and the moment he pulled out the key, his nose caught a whiff of something burning. Smoke was pouring from the neighboring clothing shop. The smoke first slithered out from under the door as a thin wisp, then grew thicker, blacker, rolling outward with sparks. A second-floor window shattered with a crack, flames licking out from the frame and painting half the street red. Without thinking, he jammed the key back in and hauled the rolling shutter up again. The pets were all still locked in their cages inside. Cats, dogs, rabbits, the 2 bearded dragons resting on their heated stones, unaware of what was happening outside. He rushed in and opened the cat cages first. The orange tabby, De Bing, was cowering in a corner, pupils dilated, fur standing on end. He grabbed it and tossed it out the door. De Bing hit the ground, rolled once, and darted across the street with a yowl. Then came the dog cages. 3 dogs, 2 small ones cradled in his arms, the big golden retriever dragged out by its collar. Smoke had already flooded in. The ceiling pressed down with black fog. He bent over, covering his nose and mouth with his sleeve, eyes burning, too painful to open, tears and snot streaming down his face. Rabbits, hamsters, parrots. One cage after another opened. Some might say, "You're a fool, aren't you? A few animals are their lives worth more than your own." But at that moment the thought never crossed his mind. No time to think. Hands moving, feet running, heartbeat pounding against his eardrums like a countdown. Last were the 2 bearded dragons. The glass tank sat on top of the shelf. As he reached for it, the beam broke. All he remembered was a flash of light, blazing white, searing heat, and then nothing at all. When he opened his eyes again, it was this classroom. "Hey, Wu Fan. Wu Fan." Zhao Xiaopeng's big face leaned close, waving a palm in front of his eyes. "What are you thinking? I've called you 3 times. Wu Fan blinked, pulling his thoughts back from that fire. The classroom was still as noisy as ever. Sunlight slanted in through the windows, falling right on Zhang Lei's smug face. A few girls in the front row huddled together, sneaking glances his way. Caught by his gaze, they quickly pulled back, whispering behind their hands. "I'm fine." Wu Fan leaned back in his chair, rubbing his brow. "Just spaced out for a second." Spaced out. Zhao Xiaoping dropped back into his seat with a screech from the chair legs. You just awakened your talent, and you're telling me you spaced out. Do you know what that means? That's like a top-scoring college entrance examinee saying after the test, "Oh, I just scribbled it casually." Asking for a beating. Wu Fan's mouth curled slightly, but he said nothing. He thought of many things. This world was similar to his past life Earth, but its area was thousands of times larger. Beyond the cities lay wilderness, home not only to wild beasts and dire beasts, but also to spirit beasts. Humans were not the sole rulers of this world. To survive to live with dignity, one had to become a beast tamer. Beast tamers formed contracts with spirit beasts and fought alongside them. Spirit beasts were your companions, your weapons, your second life. A beast tamer's realm was divided into 12 stages. At each stage one could contract one spirit beast, and each spirit beast could evolve using 4 materials at each stage. Different combinations of materials might produce entirely different evolution forms. Therefore, besides beast tamers, this world also had a profession called beast evolution masters. A successful evolution could skyrocket your spirit beast's potential. A failed one could completely ruin a spirit beast painstakingly raised. Once ruined, there was no chance to redo it. In this life, however, he had parents and a fraternal twin sister. Zhao Xiaopong, seeing him silent for so long, leaned over again. What are you really thinking? You've been out of it since earlier. I was thinking. Wu Fan didn't finish before Lu Jiangwo tapped the podium from up front. Quiet. The noisy classroom gradually settled. Lu Jiangwo pushed his glasses up, his gaze sweeping over the whole class. The awakening ceremony isn't over yet. There are still 9 students left to test. Sit properly, don't disturb others. After speaking, he lowered his head to check the roster and called out the next name. Wu Fan leaned back, watching students go up to the podium one by one, but his mind drifted elsewhere. Past life. When he died, did those cats and dogs make it out? Did anyone pick up the Bing? What happened to the golden retriever? No one could tell him the answers anymore. Hey! Zhao Xiaoping nudged him with his elbow. Look at Zhang Lei's face. He's about to float up to the sky. Wu Fan followed his gaze. Zhang Lei was leaning by the window, tilting his chair, bragging to the boys behind him. Copper skin, you know. That means when my spirit beast takes a hit, while someone else's takes the same hit, the opponent's bones break, but my spirit beast's skin doesn't even get scratched. Then you'd contract a turtle, huh? One boy quipped. Stack armor, double defense. Several around him laughed. Zhang Lei wasn't angry. In fact, he got even more worked up. You don't get it. Copper skin enhances defense. It doesn't only work for Earth-type defensive spirit beasts. If I contract a leopard, it's fast and tanky. Isn't that better than a turtle? Then you'd have to find a copper skin leopard first. Zhao Xiaoping chimed in. My dad said once the ceremony's over, he'll take me to the spirit beast market to pick one. Zhang Lei lifted his chin. You guys who didn't awaken can only wait for the school's allocation quota. No choice at all. At those words, the faces of several unawakened students around him soured. Wu Fan glanced at Zhang Lei. The guy wasn't a bad person, just had a loose mouth. Everyone in the class knew what kind of person he was, but today he genuinely had the capital to show off. An awakening rate under 10%. Crashing into that 10% meant getting a head start over most people. Speaking of which, Zhang Lei turned to look at Wu Fan. What exactly can your insight pupil do? I know about Insight Eye. It sees spiritual energy fluctuations, breaks low-level illusions used for reconnaissance. What's different about yours with that extra character? Wu Fan spread his hands. Guess. When the awakening ceremony ended, 4 people in the class of 60 had awakened talents. There was Zhang Lei with bronze skin, a girl named Wang Wenwan with wind whisper, a boy named Li Hao with giant strength, and Wu Fan with the eye of insight. Lu Jiangwo closed the class roster, stood at the podium, and swept his gaze across the classroom. Don't be discouraged, those who haven't awakened. Ordinary beast tamers can cultivate too, and they can still contract spirit beasts. He paused. 50 years ago, Chen Beishuan, the uncrowned sovereign, awakened no talent at all, yet he still fought through 10 beast emperors. Talent is a starting point, not the finish line. That speech was a ritual. Every year after the awakening ceremony, the homeroom teacher had to say it. He had been saying it for 18 years, and he was quite practiced. But the students below reacted just as they had in previous years. Those who should feel disappointed still felt disappointed, and those who should feel excited still felt excited. All right, this afternoon is a half day off. Starting tomorrow, the school will make unified arrangements for spirit beast contracts. Lu Jiangwo took off his glasses and wiped them with his sleeve. Students who awaken their talents stay behind. I'll go over the follow-up arrangements. The others packed up their bags and filed out one after another. As Zhao Xiaoping stood up, he patted Wu Fan on the shoulder. Want to go out for skewers tonight? To celebrate. I'll see, Wu Fan said. Fine. Zhao Xiaoping rolled his eyes. The classroom soon emptied out. The remaining 4 sat in their seats waiting for Lu Jiangwo to speak. Lu Jiangwo put his glasses back on, pulled a stack of forms from under the podium, and handed one to each of them. This is the application form for the Qingyun City Spirit Beast Breeding Institute. Tomorrow morning at 9, bring this form and gather at the institute in the city center. The school will escort you as a group. Zhang Lei took the form, scanned it, folded it, and stuffed it into his pocket. Teacher Lu, can I just go to the Spirit Beast Mall and pick one myself? You may, Lu Jiangwo said with a glance at him. But you know the prices at the Spirit Beast Mall yourself. Besides, the quality of spirit beasts out there is uneven. The spirit beasts at the Breeding Institute have all been appraised by the association, so their ranks are guaranteed. Then the ones at the Breeding Institute are definitely better, Wang Wenwan said softly. She was the girl who had awakened Wind Whisper with her hair in a ponytail. Li Hao sat silently in the back row, folding his form neatly and placing it into his school bag. He was the awakener of giant strength, the tallest in the class at over 1.9 meters, but he spoke so little that it was inversely proportional to his height. Wu Fan. Lu Jiangwo walked over to his seat and paused there for an extra moment. You're a special category. The Breeding Institute may give you more choices. Seize the opportunity. Got it. Thank you, Teacher Lu. All right, everyone go back. Don't be late tomorrow. The four filed out of the classroom. There was hardly anyone left in the corridor. The setting sun streamed through the western windows, stretching long shadows across the tiled floor. Wu Fan pondered his talent, all things unite in truth. This talent contained two utterly different powers. The first was the eye of all things. It could perceive the detailed attributes, rank, and potential of any spirit beast, and could even analyze the deeper information of any person, event, or material. Put simply, it was a pair of eyes that could see through everything. Not just seeing, analyzing. When he saw a spirit beast, its bloodline, origin, evolution path, potential ceiling, and current weaknesses and strengths would all appear in his mind in the most direct way. Even people were no exception. He had reported this ability to the outside world as the Eye of Insight. There was nothing wrong with that. It truly could perceive, others simply didn't know how deep this insight went. The second was the Furnace of Creation. This was his true trump card. It unfolded an absolute domain. Within this domain, no external prying method could enter, whether a talent, ability, spirit, beast, perception, or some high-tech detector. All of them failed. And inside the furnace, he could fuse any material. It was true fusion, not just placing two things together and making do. Even the most extreme fire-water incompatibility, the most absolute light-dark opposition once thrown into the furnace could converge and coexist. What was refined out was called fusion material. This stuff could help spirit beasts break through their original life limits. For example, a purely fire attribute spirit beast such as a blaze hound. Its bloodline dictated that it could only be fire attribute for its entire life. You could feed it ice attribute spirit herbs no matter how many. At best it would endure a few more ice attacks. Could you make its body operate both fire and ice power systems at once? Impossible. That violated the fundamental law of spirit beast bloodlines. But if you threw a fire attribute spirit core and an ice attribute spirit core into the furnace of creation, refined a fusion material, and then gave it to the blaze hound, it would not only breathe fire but also spit ice. This wasn't amplification, it was breaking boundaries. And the most crucial point was that fusion material could only be used on spirit beasts he had contracted himself. The effect was 100% compatible with no side effects. No one else could use it, and there was no such thing as a fusion failure probability. An absolutely safe, absolutely controllable evolution cheat. That was why he had only reported the Eye of Insight. The first ability didn't matter, insight-type talents of the special category, though rare, weren't non-existent. At most, others would think he was lucky having stumbled upon a mutated insight, i.e. they would say a few envious words, and then move on. But if the second ability were exposed, he couldn't be sure what would happen. The saying, to possess a treasure is to invite blame, applied everywhere. Thus, as long as he didn't actively use the furnace of creation, no one could catch a glimpse of it. So he would keep it hidden forever. However, in light of the second ability, Wu Fan planned to take the exam to become a spirit beast evolutionist. Spirit beast evolutionists were divided into two categories. Ordinary evolutionists relied on accumulated knowledge. It took massive theoretical study and countless experiments and failures to select from hundreds or thousands of materials a combination suitable for a spirit beast's current stage. Even so, there was a chance of failure, or the degree of evolution might not meet expectations. 99% of evolutionists were of this kind. They usually contracted divination-type or perception-type spirit beasts to aid their judgment and raise the success rate. Gifted evolutionists were different. They were born with special talents suited to the evolutionist path, such as directly sensing the connection between materials and spirit beasts or predicting evolution materials through divination. Wu Fan's Eye of all things was a top-tier talent in this category. The evolutionist examination was held twice a year, once in spring and once in autumn. That was the regular schedule. But every year after the Spirit Awakening ritual, an additional one-week window would open. It was specially prepared for new students who had just awakened their talents. No waiting, they could take the exam directly. Wu Fan planned to get the certificate within this week. A legitimate evolutionist identity would explain his keen eyesight and conceal the existence of the furnace of creation. Moreover, evolutionists also enjoyed certain discounts when purchasing materials from the association. Others would assume that all his achievements came from the eye of insight, which was perfectly reasonable because gifted evolutionists naturally work that way. No one would think any deeper. The front door swung open and the sensor light in the entryway cast a ring of warm glow. Before Wu Fan had even changed his shoes, he heard his mother Su Wan's voice from the living room. All right, you've awakened. Why still pulling such a long face? Mom, Wu Yunxi's voice was full of grievance. You have no idea how awful my talent is. Wu Fan bent down to untie his shoelaces, the corner of his mouth twitching. The house still had that familiar smell. He kicked off his sneakers, slipped into his slippers, and walked into the living room. The living room was spacious. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the evening light was a hazy gray-blue. On the coffee table sat 3 glasses of water, one untouched, the other 2 more than half drunk. His father Wu Feng leaned back in the single armchair with his arms crossed. His square face betrayed no expression. He was burly, and even seated he looked like a wall. Su Wan sat beside her daughter on the long sofa, one hand resting on her shoulder. Wu Yunxi huddled next to her mother, legs crossed, school uniform sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing a slender fair wrist. She and Wu Fan had been born on the same day, fraternal twins, and they looked nothing alike. Wu Fan took after his father with sharp, strong features and high brow bones. His sister took after their mother with an oval face, large eyes, and long lashes. She looked gentle, but her temper was far more fiery than Wu Fan's. At this moment that face plainly read not happy. Her mouth was turned down, her eyes a little red, but she wasn't crying. You're back. Su Wan looked up, her gaze sweeping over Wu Fan from head to toe. How did it go? Not bad. Wu Fan sat down on the other side of the sofa, picked up the untouched glass of water from the coffee table, and took a big gulp. What's wrong with sis? The moment I came in, I heard her loudly complaining about her talent being terrible. Before Su Wan could say anything, Wu Yunxi exploded on her own. Guess what? I awakened. She turned around cross-legged facing Wu Fan and gestured with both hands. It's a special type. The name sounds pretty impressive too. It's called Star Order Array. Sounds pretty good. Let me finish. Wu Yunxi took a deep breath, speaking at machine gun speed. This talent requires the spirit beast's eye contract to fit this thing called Star Order. What is Star Order? It didn't tell me. Which spirit beast do I need to contract? It didn't tell me either. What counts as fitting? Still didn't tell me. It just gave me a name and left everything else for me to guess. So I finally managed to awaken a talent, but the talent is locked and the key could be in some godforsaken corner. Contract the right one, it activates. Contract the wrong one, it's a blank. What if I pick the wrong first spirit beast? Then how is this talent any different from not having one? She paused for breath, then added, besides the spirit beast I contracted, every realm has to fit Star Order. If the first realm is right, but the second is wrong, the talent locks down anyway. That means my entire career as a spirit tamer is stepping on landmines from the very first step. Boo-hoo-hoo. I'm so upset. I'd rather not have awakened at all. That last line trailed off with a long drawn-out note as she buried her face in her knees. Su Wan quickly patted her on the back. Don't say such silly things. Awakening is a good thing. A good thing, Mai. Wu Yunxi raised her head, glanced at Su Wan, swallowed the rest of her sentence, and turned it into a muffled grunt. Wu Feng was silent for a moment, then said, special type talents have more varieties than elemental type and body type combined. Many special talents are unique cases with no reference to find. But it's not as if there are no leads at all. He looked at Wu Yunxi. Your talent is called Star Order Array, and the keyword is Star Order. Tomorrow go to the breeding center and first look for spirit beasts with star in their names or related to the stars. There are plenty of spirit beasts related to the stars, Wu Yunxi said, counting on her fingers. Star-spotted deer, star-tailed finches, star-patterned pythons. Just the ones I know of number at least 10. Am I supposed to try them one by one? Wu Feng didn't answer. The living room was quiet for a few seconds. Out on the balcony, the gray-feathered bird fluttered away, leaving behind a short chirp. Wu Yunxi was right. Trying them one by one wasn't realistic. Once a spirit beast contract was signed, it could not be changed. Even if the contracted beast died in battle, its slot would never open up. Every step was a move that could never be undone. Su Wan brushed the stray hair from Wu Yunxi's forehead and tucked it behind her ear. Don't worry. Let your father think of something. There are a few senior evolutionists in the association. Have your father ask around tomorrow and see if anyone has encountered a similar talent. By the time they're done digging through archives, it'll be forever. Wu Yunxi's voice was muffled. Tomorrow I have to go to the breeding center to choose a spirit beast. Wu Fan had barely spoken, leaning back on the sofa. He was thinking about something. In his past life, when he studied the stars, he had read the book of Han's treatise on pitch pipes and calendars. The 12 star orders were Xingji, Xuanxiao, Juzi, Jianglo, Daoyang, Shishin, Chuanshou, Xuanhua, Xuanwei, Shouxing Dahua, and Shimu. The ancients divided the ecliptic into 12 sections, each corresponding to one star order. Paired with the 28 lunar mansions, it was another method of dividing the celestial regions. He had lived in this world for 18 years and had never seen the word star order in any classic work. In other words, what Wu Yunxi had awakened was a talent unique in this world. Wu Fan activated the pupil of all creation. Deep within his pupils a faint glimmer of gold flashed and vanished. No one noticed. The next moment Wu Yunxi's information surfaced. Wu Yunxi, Realm 0 Realm. Talent Star Order Array requires contracting 12 spirit beasts that fit the Star Order imagery. Contracted Beast None. Note Star Order Array is a unique talent. There is no related inheritance in the current world. Wu Fan withdrew his gaze, picked up the water glass on the coffee table, and took another sip. He glanced at his sister who still had her face buried in her knees. Alright, stop being upset. Wu Yunxi didn't lift her head. Her voice squeezed out from the gap between her knees. Don't imitate Mom. Wu Fan ignored her sharp retort. Your brother knows exactly what kind of spirit beast you need. As those words fell, all movement in the living room stopped. Su Wan's hand, which had been stroking Wu Yunxi's back, hung frozen in midair. Wu Feng turned his head and looked over with a heavy gaze. Wu Yunxi suddenly lifted her face. She stared at Wu Fan for 2 seconds, eyes narrowing, nostrils flaring slightly. Brother, are you trying to mess with me again? Why would I mess with you for no reason? Last time you said you'd take me to catch starlight butterflies, but instead you took me to watch ants move their nests all afternoon. Wu Fan almost choked on his water. That was when you were 7. You still remember that? I'll remember it for the rest of my life. Wu Yunxi said it with absolute certainty, but her tone had already softened. Su Wan's hand came down, rested on Wu Yunxi's knee, and gave it a gentle pat. Xiao Fan, are you serious? I'm serious. My awakened talent is called the Eye of Insight, which can help me find a spirit beast that matches my sister's talent. Wu Yunxi still had her face tilted upward with a few tear stains clinging to her eyelashes, her mouth slightly open. Really? Fake? Wu Yunxi slapped him on the arm. Wu Fan. Really? Wu Fan dodged to the side, but didn't evade taking the slap squarely. When did your hand strength get so strong? Su Wan gently patted her daughter on the back of the head. Let your brother finish speaking. Eye of Insight, what does it do? How to put it? It's a talent born specifically for a spirit beast evolutionist. The moment these words were spoken, the living room fell silent, all eyes wide as they stared at Wu Fan. The 3 of them said nothing. In this household, no explanation was needed for what the words talent evolutionist meant. 1 out of every 10,000 evolutionists could be a talent evolutionist. Not 1 in 100, not 1 in 1,000, but 1 in 10,000. Such a person, wherever they go, the association would treat them with the utmost respect. Spirit beast evolutionists were already in high demand, and talent evolutionists were even more sought after. Wu Feng was the first to react. He sat up straight from the single sofa, a laugh rolling out from his chest. Huh. Then a second. A third. Then he couldn't stop. Ha ha. I never expected it. Our old Wu family has produced a talent evolutionist. Wu Yunxi was startled by her father's outburst, turned to look at Su Wan. Mom, look at Dad. He's like he's won the lottery. Su Wan ignored her. Mom. Wu Yunxi leaned in, tilting her head to look up at Su Wan's face from below. What are you so excited about? It's not like you awakened the talent. Go away, go away. Su Wan pushed her head aside, sniffing. I'm happy. Wu Yunxi pouted, then turned to stare at Wu Fan, examining him up and down several times, as if getting to know her twin brother all over again. Talent evolutionist. She dragged the last syllable, her eyes darting around. Then from now on, when I contract a spirit beast, I'll rely on you for all the evolution materials, right? You're not being polite. Why should I be polite with you? Wu Yunxi raised her chin defiantly. You're my own brother. If you don't help me, who will? Mom, am I right? Su Wan smiled and shook her head, not replying. Wu Yunxi turned her gaze back. Besides, didn't you say you could help me find a spirit beast? First help me get one. Wu Feng stopped laughing, wiped the corner of his eye with his thumb, cleared his throat. Xiao Fan, can your talent see through the details of a spirit beast or a beast tamer? Wu Fan nodded. I can see some things. He didn't say much. It wasn't that he didn't trust his parents. It was just that the true scope of the Eye of all things was safer the fewer people knew about it. It wasn't about guarding against family, but against the unexpected. In this world, talents like soul search, mind reading, and dream entry existed if the family was unaware they were safer. Seeing this, the 3 didn't press further. Alright, today, we must celebrate properly. I was planning to cook at home, but not anymore. Let's go out to eat. Eat out. Wu Yunxi was the first to bounce off the sofa, not even wearing her slippers properly, 1 foot bare on the floor. I want braised iron-armored crab. Let's hit Samway restaurant. Su Wan looked at her impatient demeanor, sighed with a smile. Slow down, put your shoes on first. Wu Fan stood up from the sofa and casually stacked 3 empty cups on the coffee table. Wu Feng picked up the coat from the sofa armrest, shook it off, and put it on. The family of 4 left the house. The sky was already pitch black. On a summer evening in Qingyun City, the wind blew from the Qingyun River, carrying a hint of fishy water and the cumin aroma from roadside barbecue stalls. Streetlights lit up one by one, casting orange light onto the street trees, breaking into patches of dappled shadows. Zhao Xiaopeng sent a message. Skewers. Wu Fan replied with 2 words, family dinner. Zhao Xiaopeng immediately responded with 3 crying emojis. Wu Fan chuckled and put the phone back in his pocket. Samway Restaurant, a long-established name in Qingyun City, had been open for at least 30 or 40 years. The family booked a private room. The private room was on the second floor by the window. Opening the window revealed a view of the Qingyun River. Wu Yunxi started flipping through the menu as soon as she sat down. Braised iron-armored crab, first order. The server was a woman in her 40s holding a handheld order machine, smiling warmly as she waited. Crystal sky glazed shrimp, one order. Mom, you like this, right? Su Wan sat opposite Wu Yunxi, wiping her hands with a hot towel. Oh, she looked up. When she heard this, you order what you like, don't worry about me. Then one order two. Wu Yunxi didn't lift her head, her fingers still tapping on the menu. Steamed jade bone ice fish, one, make it a big one. Sweet and sour spirit sprout, pig, one. Wu Fan loves it. Wu Fan was leaning back in his chair sipping tea. Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow. You still remember what I like to eat? Of course. Wu Yunxi finally looked up from the menu, rolled her eyes at him. You're my own brother. How could I not know what you like? She closed the menu, shoved it into the server's hands, then raised a finger, and one stir-fried spirit vegetable, that's all. The server smiled, noted it down, turned, and left the private room, closing the door behind her. The private room fell quiet. The river breeze crept in through the window crack, carrying a hint of fishy water and the smoky aroma of the night market in the distance. Wu Feng took off his coat and draped it over the back of the chair, wearing only a dark gray shirt with sleeves rolled up to his forearms. He took a sip of tea. Xiao Fan, tomorrow at the Nurturing Institute, what spirit beast are you planning to contract? Wu Yunxi, who had been fiddling with her chopsticks on the table, also looked up. Wu Fan set down his teacup, his fingers lightly circling the rim. Dad, I'm not going to the Nurturing Institute to contract a spirit beast tomorrow. Wu Feng's brows twitched slightly. I've decided. Tomorrow I'll accompany my sister to the Nurturing Institute, first to see if there's a suitable spirit beast for her. Then I'll go get my evolutionist certification. After that I'll pick one from the Spirit Beast Emporium myself. Wu Feng was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. All right. Su Wan, however, put down the hot towel, her brows furrowing slightly. Are you confident choosing one yourself? Yes. Then Mom won't say more. Just make sure you know what you're doing. Wu Yunxi, listening nearby, tilted her head, looking from her father to her mother, then leaned close to Wu Fan's ear, lowering her voice. Hey, you're really not going to the Nurturing Institute. The spirit beasts at the Nurturing Institute are certified by the association with guaranteed quality. The Spirit Beast Emporium outside, it's murky. I have eyes. Wu Yunxi was stunned for a moment, then pursed her lips and leaned back into her chair. Fine, forgot you're a talent evolutionist. She tapped her chopsticks twice on the rim of the bowl, producing a ding-ding sound, muttering to herself, having a talent evolutionist as a brother from now on who would dare mess with me. Su Wan reached over and flicked her forehead, less showing off. Wu Yunxi covered her forehead exaggeratedly, letting out an ow, then burst into laughter herself. Wu Fan watched her laugh and curled his lips slightly. Having a family, it was wonderful. The Qingyun Breeding Center occupied a large expanse of land in the heart of the city. Several low white buildings formed a U-shape around an open courtyard, of space reserved for the trucks transporting spirit beasts to come and go. A crowd had already gathered at the entrance of the breeding center, with students in various school uniforms standing around in small clusters. The air was thick with a palpable sense of excitement. Wu Fan and Wu Yunxi pushed through the crowd and reached the entrance. Wu Yunxi stood on her tiptoes and swept her gaze across the interior before turning back. Brother, your school's group is over there. She tilted her chin toward the left. Wu Fan followed her gaze. The contingent from No. 3 High School was lined up on the eastern side of the breeding center. Over 100 students had already arrived, a sea of uniforms stretching out in a dark mass. Several teachers in charge were using loud hailers to maintain order, their voices swallowed intermittently by the surrounding clamor. More people were still streaming in from behind, and it was estimated that a large portion had yet to arrive. Thousands of senior high school students from across the city had all converged today to claim the first spirit beast of their lives. Of course, children from wealthy families had mostly prepared their spirit beasts before the awakening ceremony and had no need to queue here. Those who came to the breeding center were largely students from ordinary families, along with a minority who had awakened talents and were sent here on the school's arrangement. I won't go over there, Wu Fan said, withdrawing his gaze. I'll go in with you. Wu Yunxi shrugged, pulled her application form from her pocket, and fanned herself with it. Then let's go. The main gate of the breeding center stood wide open. The guard took a glance at their application forms and waved them through. Inside the entrance was a long corridor. The walls on both sides were lined with illustrated charts of spirit beasts, blaze-maned horses, frost-scale pythons, azure-winged falcons, hung one after another behind spotlessly polished glass frames. At the end of the corridor was the registration area, where 2 long tables had been set up. A male and a female staff member sat behind them, with stacks of forms piled half a person tall on the tables. The siblings handed over their application forms. The female staff member took them, glanced at Wu Fan's form, and tapped the pen tip on the talent column. I have insight. She lifted her eyelids, her gaze resting on Wu Fan's face for a brief moment. Special class. Yes. The female staff member then looked at Wu Yunxi's form and raised an eyebrow. Constellation array. Another special class. What kind of genes does your family have? Wu Yunxi didn't reply, just flashed a wide grin. The staff member pressed a red stamp onto the upper right corner of the form with a crisp thud to force, just right. Then she flipped the form over and typed a few lines on the keyboard. All right, go on in. Those with awakened talents turn left toward Channel 2 for priority entry. The inner hall was a world apart from the outside. It was a massive hall, its floor space divided into a number of distinct sections. The hall was partitioned by glass dividers into over a dozen zones, each with an electronic screen hanging by its entrance scrolling the elemental attribute and serial number of the spirit beasts within. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and ice. The 8 major common elemental families each occupied their own section. Behind the transparent glass, spirit beast cubs were moving about within their respective areas. These cubs had been raised in the breeding center since hatching or birth. They had never seen the wild and lacked the ferocity typical of untamed spirit beasts. Quite a few students were already browsing in the hall. Some pressed against the glass peering inside, others flipped through the informational brochures the center had issued, and a few were gesturing as they talked with staff members. Everyone admitted into this inner hall was a student who had awakened a talent. This is way too many. Wu Yunxi stood at the entrance, sweeping her eyes from left to right, then from right to left. There must be several hundred in just the fire section alone. How are we supposed to choose? No rush, Wu Fan said calmly, hands in his pockets as he walked in beside her. Take our time. Yunxi, you're here too. A girl's voice rang out from behind the siblings, carrying a lively, bouncing tone. Without even turning around, Wu Fan already knew who it was. Xia Hemiao squeezed out from the crowd, her steps light and brisk, her ponytail swaying behind her. She was the young miss of the Xia family of Qingyun City and held the same title as his sister, School Beauty of No. 1 High School. But unlike Wu Yunxi's playful, clever features, Xia Hemiao's features were more defined, and when she smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. She wore the uniform of No. 1 High School and carried a small white crossbody bag with a plush stardust finch charm dangling from it, swaying with each step. Xia Hemiao rushed up and immediately hooked her arm around Wu Yunxi's, tilting her head to study her. Why are you so late? I've already finished a whole lap around the place. Traffic jam on the way, Wu Yunxi said, leaning slightly to the side as she was pulled. Have you picked one yet? Not yet. Xia Hemiao shook her head and pursed her lips toward the wood section. I just saw a verdant sprout sparrow, and its rank isn't bad, but I feel like something's just missing. As she finished speaking, her gaze shifted past Wu Yunxi and landed on Wu Fan. Brother Wu Fan. She greeted him proactively, her tone quite natural. Wu Fan gave a slight nod. Long time no see. Xia Hemiao didn't linger on pleasantries and turned her attention back to Wu Yunxi. She let go of Wu Yunxi's arm and pulled out a spirit beast catalog issued by the breeding center from her bag. The cover read, Qingyun Breeding Center Annual Roster of this year's raised cubs. Take a look at this. She opened the catalog and pointed at one page. I saw a wood spirit deer in the wood section just now. The description says its potential can reach the 4th realm, but when I went to see it in person, I felt the antler development seemed off. The left antler was a whole section shorter than the right one. The breeder said it's normal, but I can't be sure. Wu Yunxi leaned in to look, pursed her lips, and stared seriously at the page for a few seconds. Then she raised her head with an expression that clearly said, You're asking the wrong person. Miss Xia, I haven't even figured out which spirit beast I want to contract myself yet. She pushed the catalog back and added, Besides, didn't your Xia family arrange one for you? Xia Hemiao clicked her tongue, closed the catalog, and stuffed it back into her bag. They did. My dad had the family's evolutionist pick out a 3-tailed spirit cat for me. Good aptitude. But I wanted to come see for myself whether I could find one I really like. I went to see that 3-tailed spirit cat. It's really good, I admit. High rank potential up to the 5th realm, but it just sat there in its cage licking its paw. I called out to it twice, and it didn't even lift an eyelid. Xia Hemiao paused at that point, tilted her head, and looked at Wu Yunxi. Do you know what I mean? It's a great beast, but you just don't have that chemistry with it. Wu Yunxi patted her on the shoulder, speaking with the world-weary air of someone imparting life wisdom. My dear Miss Xia, you really are something else. Plenty of people would kill for a high-rank beast, and still can't get one, but you're over here complaining that it ignores you. Spirit beasts are companions, not tools, Xia Hemiao said, adjusting the strap of her bag onto her shoulder. We'll be fighting side by side in the future. If we can't even see eye to eye, how can we have any synergy in battle? Wu Fan listened from the side, unable to help casting Xia Hemiao another glance. Among students this age, picking spirit beasts 9 out of 10 cared only about rank and potential. To be able to say the words chemistry and synergy. Either she genuinely loved spirit beasts or her family was wealthy enough that she didn't need to care about cost effectiveness. Xia Hemiao was probably both. So Yunxi, have you decided which spirit beast to contract? Xia Hemiao asked, curiously, knowing what talent her best friend had awakened. The moment the spirit awakening ceremony ended yesterday, the two met at school. Wu Yunxi had hugged her and wailed for a full 10 minutes. Not yet. Wu Yunxi sighed and tugged at Wu Fan's sleeve beside her. That's why my brother is helping me pick. Xiao Hamiao blinked, her gaze shifting from Wu Yunxi's face to Wu Fan's and back again. Your brother? MHM. Wu Yunxi tilted her chin up, that proud air resurfacing. His awakened talent is the inside eye, and he's a talent evolution master. With him around, my talent won't be stumbling in the dark anymore. A talent evolution master. Xiao Hamiao's eyes widened, her mouth forming a small O shape. She turned to Wu Fan, scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if seeing him for the first time. Seriously, the kind that's 1 in 10,000. Wu Fan pulled his hand from his pocket and waved it dismissively. Don't listen to her exaggerating. He's simply well suited to be a beast tamer evolutionist. Nothing extraordinary. Xiao Hamiao stepped forward, tilting her face up to him, her eyes sparkling. Brother Wu Fan, could you take a look at mine too? When I pick a spirit beast, help me judge which is best. Before Wu Fan could respond, Wu Yunxi chimed in. Hey. She hooked her arm around Xiao Hamiao and pulled her back half a step. Xiao Hamiao, he's my brother, not your personal evolution master. Line up before you make demands. I'm not offering no compensation. Xiao Hamiao didn't struggle, grinning as she leaned against Wu Yunxi's shoulder. I'll treat you both to the most expensive meal at Sanwei Restaurant later. Sanwei Restaurant. Wu Yunxi released her arm and wagged a finger in front of her face. My brother treated our whole family to Sanwei Restaurant just yesterday. Your bribe isn't fresh enough. Then what do you suggest? The ice flame snow frog soup at Junwei Pavilion, plus a 9 treasures spirit sparrow stew. Xiao Hamiao gasped and slapped Wu Yunxi's shoulder. You really dare to ask? Miss Xiao's allowance could easily cover 10 such meals. The two bantered back and forth while nearby students flipping through catalogs glanced up briefly, then returned to their reading, presumably assuming the close friends were just horsing around. Wu Fan stood beside them, watching their exchanges, his lips twitching slightly, but saying nothing. His gaze swept past Xiao Hamiao's face, not to look at her features, but to read the information. A faint golden glint flashed deep within his pupils, too quick for anyone to notice. Xiao Hamiao Realm 0 Realm Talent Extreme Frost Wood Heart Beast None Extreme Frost Wood Heart. A combination of ice and wood elements. Wu Fan withdrew his gaze, his mind already turning. Dual element talents, while not common, were hardly rare either. What truly interested him was the pairing, ice and wood. Ice dominates battlefield control and burst damage, while wood excels at healing and sustained combat. Combined, they seem somewhat contradictory. Frost, sealing all things, and vibrant vitality are at their core two opposing logics. Typical dual-element talents either share the same origin like water and ice, supporting each other, or complement one another like fire and earth, with one dealing damage and the other tanking. But his intuition told him this combination was not so simple. Vitality preserved beneath the frost, cold condensing from wood's growth. If the spirit beast choice was correct, and the evolution path properly navigated, these two power systems wouldn't clash, but instead produce synergistic effects. However, those matters did not concern him. His current priority was helping Wu Yunxi contract her first spirit beast. Alright, stop fooling around. Wu Fan nodded toward the spirit beast area. Let's get your business done first. Wu Yunxi released her grip on Xiao Hamiao's mouth and wiped her palm on her friend's uniform. Come on, Miss Xia, join us. Since you haven't picked either, you might as well come along and learn from my brother. Sounds good. Xiao Hamiao adjusted her crooked collar. I want to see how sharp brother Wu Fan's eye really is. The siblings plus Xiao Hamiao crossed the central corridor and headed toward the fire element spirit beast area. The fire element zone occupied a large section in the southeast corner. Beyond the glass partition, a sea of red stretched out. Flamehound cubs tumbled together in a pile. Firetail foxes perched on racks, grooming their paws. Crimson featherbirds fluttered their wings on low perches, and several little fire mane horses quietly grazed in the corner. Each cub wore a small metal tag around its neck engraved with an identification number and rank. Several breeders in uniform stood at the entrance, their clipboards stacked thick with forms. Brother, Wu Yunxi stood before the glass partition, her eyes scanning the fluffy creatures. Is my first spirit beast going to be fire element? Highly likely. Wu Fan stood beside her with his hands in his pockets, his gaze sweeping over the squawking cubs behind the glass. Regarding his sister's first spirit beast, he had pondered long the previous night. Among the 12 constellations, he had immediately zeroed in on the 3 asterisms of the vermilion bird of the south. Chuanshou, Chuanhua, and Chunwei. Why those 3 asterisms of the vermilion bird? This question had circulated in Wu Fan's mind several times. It was no random selection. Because the 7 mansions of the vermilion bird govern fire within the 28 mansions, corresponding precisely to the 3 segments of Chuanshou, Chuanhua, and Chunwei in the 12 constellations. These 3 asterisms shared a common trait: fierce offensive power, high burst capability, and intense fighting drive. In his past life, while studying astrological classics, Wu Fan had come across records in the Book of Han's treatise on calendar and astronomy. Chuanshou is the vermilion bird's throat governing consumption. O Chuanhua is its heart governing fierce destruction. O Chunwei is its tail governing sweeping devastation. Together, the three segments form the attacking posture of a complete firebird. For a beast tamer, choosing an offensive-type spirit beast as the first means possessing both self-defense and output capability from the very beginning. If the first choice were a defensive or support type, the early stage would be too passive, easily putting one at a disadvantage in actual combat. Wu Yunxi's personality was not one to crouch in the back line casting healing spells. Making her contract a support beast that only huddled behind would drive her mad, and the beast would end up crying too. As the three stepped into the fire element zone, a young breeder approached. She looked about 20, her name tag reading Lin Xiao. Her smile was polished and professional, clearly indicating she had already hosted many students that day. Students, can I help you? The species and ranks of the fire element beasts are displayed on the electronic screen, or you may flip through the catalog. She reached for a booklet. Wu Fan shook his head. No need, we'll look ourselves. Lin Xiao's smile remained unchanged, but her eyes lingered a moment longer on Wu Fan's face. All right. She tucked the booklet under her arm. Call me if you need anything. Only after the breeder had walked away did Wu Fan turn his head and lower his voice to Wu Yunxi. Yunxi, try activating your talent. Wu Yunxi let out an "oh," took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Xia Hemiao stood nearby, arms crossed, tilting her head as she glanced from Wu Yunxi to Wu Fan, remaining silent. A few seconds later, all the spirit beasts in the fire zone, and those near it, turned their gazes toward Wu Yunxi. Wu Fan's eyes locked onto her, a fleeting glint of gold flashing deep within his pupils. In the vision of the all things eye, Wu Yunxi had become a faint silver halo trembling at an extraordinary frequency. With each tremor, an invisible ripple spread outward. Wherever the ripples swept, the spiritual energy within the young spirit beasts began to resonate in kind. Seeing this, Wu Fan placed a hand on Wu Yunxi's shoulder. Stop! Wu Yunxi's eyes snapped open, a faint silver ring still lingering in her pupils before fading in an instant. The fluctuations subsided as well. Her breathing was rapid, her chest heaving several times before she regained her composure. What just happened? You nearly lured every fire spirit beast in the entire breeding center over here. All of them. Wu Yunxi repeated, blinking, then a grin slowly spread from ear to ear. So does that mean my talent is pretty impressive? Impressive? Hardly, Wu Fan said, flicking her forehead. If you don't rein it in, the breeding center staff will be swarming us any moment. Is that my fault? Wu Yunxi clutched her forehead, baring her teeth. Weren't you the one who told me to try it? Wu Fan rubbed his nose, feeling a twinge of guilt. Indeed, he had been the one to suggest it. He had only wanted to see if her talent could precisely screen spirit beasts when activated, never expecting it to be a full-scale broadcast. If he hadn't stopped her in time, who knows what would have been drawn over. Xia Hemiao leaned in from the side, her eyes sparkling as if she'd discovered a new continent. Talent can be played like this. Wow, talents can be used like this. Xia Hemiao leaned over, her eyes instantly brightening. Then later I'll try my extreme frostwood heart too, and see if the beasts in the ice and wood zones react the same way. After I pick mine, I'll go with you. Wu Yunxi rubbed her forehead, her excitement not yet faded, her ears slightly flushed. She turned to Wu Fan. Brother, what do we do now? It's not like I can sense them one by one, right? No need. Wu Fan withdrew his hand from her shoulder, his gaze sweeping across the fire zone. Let's go to the fire sparrow section. He started walking. Sparrows. Wu Yunxi trotted after him, her ponytail swinging. What do sparrows have to do with my Xingxi? You'll see when we get there. Wu Fan didn't elaborate. The fire sparrow section was located deeper within the fire zone, cordoned off by another glass partition. Through the glass, a blaze of red and gold was visible. Crimson-feathered sparrows, fire-tailed sparrows, blaze sparrows. All sorts of young fire sparrows hopped about on perches, chirping noisily. Brother, Wu Yunxi pressed against the glass, the tip of her nose nearly touching it. Look at that one with the gold ring around its tail. It's so pretty. She pointed at a crimson-feathered sparrow perched high on a branch. It was a full size larger than its peers, its tail feathers tipped with golden patterns that glittered under the light like dusted gold powder. That one has quite high potential. Xia Hemiao came over, pulling a spirit beast catalog from her satchel and flipping through it. Crimson-feathered sparrow, adult length 30 to 40 centimeters, fire attribute, potential cap at 3 realms. 3 realms. Wu Yunxi wrinkled her nose. Doesn't sound impressive. That's what the catalog says. Xia Hemiao closed the book. But the catalog lists averages. Occasionally mutated individuals exceed the cap. Wu Fan didn't join their discussion. Standing before the glass partition, he activated the all things eye. His vision shifted. On every young spirit beast, layers of data began to emerge. Attribute, rank, potential, innate skill description. His gaze swept across the beasts one by one, finally coming to rest on a corner. It was a peacock-like spirit beast, no different from the others at first glance. But Wu Fan's eyes had already locked onto it. Blaze-feathered Dankei, attribute, fire, rank, first realm, 2 stars, each realm has 9 stars, potential, 4th realm, 5 stars, innate skills, scorching, starburst, flame, arrow technique, blazing fireball, crimson flame, storm, matching Xingxi Chuanhua. Fourth realm 5 stars. Among the batch of young beasts, this potential ranked in the top 3. But that wasn't the key point. The most crucial detail was the final line, matching Xingxi Chuanhua. Chuanhua. The central segment of the vermilion bird's 7 lodges the heart of the vermilion bird governing burning intensity. The Book of Han Treatise on Calendars states that Chuanhua is the heart of the vermilion bird governing burning intensity, corresponding to the willow star and spread lodges. Among the 12, Xingxi Chuanhua was the most violent of the 3 vermilion bird segments. Chuanshou governed devouring, Chunwei governed sweeping, while Chuanhua stood at the center, the beating core within that fiery bird's chest. This was the one. Yunqi Wu Fan raised his hand, pointing at the blaze-feathered Dankei in the corner. That one is the spirit beast you want. Which one? Wu Yunqi followed, his finger squinting as she searched. The one in the corner. The one perched alone. Yes. I'll go find the breeder. Wu Yunqi couldn't wait any longer. She spun around and dashed toward the entrance of the section, her ponytail nearly flying off. The breeder Lin Xiao stood at the entrance of the fire zone holding a record board and talking with another student's parent. Wu Yunqi rushed over, and before she could even steady herself blurted out, "Hello, I want spirit beast number C23. Lin Xiao paused, lowered the record board, and ran her finger down from the first line. C23. Fire-tailed sparrow, potential 3 realms. Not C23, it's C what? Wu Yunqi turned to look at Wu Fan. C. F. 17, Wu Fan said as he walked over, reciting the number on the metal plate attached to the blaze-feathered Dankei. Lin Xiao flipped through the record board again, frowning. C. F. 17. Found it. Oh, this one. Her expression shifted. This blaze-feathered Dankei does have impressive potential. Our breeding center has invested quite a lot of resources in it. But, she paused, glancing at Wu Yunqi, then at Wu Fan and Xia Hamiao, standing behind her. But what? Wu Yunqi grew anxious. But this little one has a rather bad temper. Lin Xiao forced a bitter smile, tucking the record board under her arm. Since it hatched, 4 or 5 students have come to see it, all awakened with fire talents. And what happened? None of them could get within 3 steps of it. Last time a boy reached out to touch it and got pecked. His finger stayed swollen for 2 days. It pecks people, eh? Wu Yunqi's eyes brightened instead. Now that's character. I like it. Lin Xiao gave her a look, said nothing more, and pulled out a form from her pocket. All right, fill out this application, and I'll take you over. But fair warning, if it doesn't accept you, no forcing. The spirit beast contract requires mutual consent. That's the breeding center's rule. I know. Wu Yunqi took the pen, filled out the form in a flash, and shoved it into Lin Xiao's hands. Let's go. Would you like to contract it here? We have a dedicated contract room. The contract room has soundproofing and spiritual power isolation measures. Let's go to the contract room. The door of the contract room pushed open from the inside with a soft creak. Wu Yunqi stepped out first, her steps light and swift, her ponytail swinging in an arc behind her head. Her chin was slightly raised and the corners of her mouth curled up irresistibly. The flame-plumed Dankei clung to her leg, following closely at her heels. It was about the size of an ordinary peacock, its body covered in dark crimson downy feathers. Its tail feathers had not yet fully grown, with only a few golden-red long plumes trailing on the ground. Xia Hamiao was the first to approach, crouching down to meet the flame-plumed Dank's gaze. Why is it so well behaved? She tilted her head, examining it. Didn't they say it pecks people? That's others. Wu Yunqi reached out and stroked the flame-plumed Dank's head. It recognizes me. Before she finished speaking, the flame-plumed Dankei tilted its head and gently rubbed against the back of her hand. Xia Hamiao's eyes grew envious. She extended a finger to touch its wing. The moment her fingertip drew near, the flame-plumed Dankei whipped its head around, its eyes fixed on the finger wings, slightly spread, poised to peck at any moment. Oh dear. Xia Hamiao withdrew her hand, stood up, and patted her knees. All right, it's selective enough. Wu Yunqi laughed out loud. She crouched down, cupped the flame-plumed Dank's face in both hands, and pressed her forehead against its head, nuzzling it. Good job, don't bother with outsiders. Who's an outsider? Xia Hamiao reached out to pinch Wu Yunqi's ear. Say that again. Wu Yunqi tilted her head to dodge, and the flame-plumed Dankei poked its head out from her embrace, letting out a cheep at Xia Hamiao. Xia Hamiao pointed at it, and turned to look for Wu Fan. Brother Wu Fan, do something. Wu Fan leaned against the corridor wall, hands in his pockets, watching the flame-plumed Dankei. The eye of all things was still active. Chuanhua flame-plumed Dankei element fire stage 1, stage 2 stars. Each stage has 9 stars potential, 4 stage 5 stars, innate skills, scorching starfire, flame arrow art, blazing fireball, crimson flame, storm constellation, grants southern brightness. Fire description: having become the constellation beast of Chuanhua, it has been granted the power of southern brightness fire. Its skills will inherently carry a trace of southern brightness fire, which will strengthen as its power grows. Wu Fan withdrew his ability. Wu Yunqi was still messing around with Xia Hamiao, a grin on her face, as if she had just contracted an ordinary spirit beast. Wu Fan gave her another glance. Pretending. Ever since she was little, when she was overjoyed, she never jumped or bounced. Instead, she acted calmer than anyone else. Once home behind closed doors, she would laugh like a piglet in front of the mirror. He knew his little sister too well. Right now her face was the epitome of composure, but inside, she was probably already planning how to show off to their parents. Alright. Wu Fan pushed himself off the wall. Hamiao, do you want to pick a spirit beast? Let's check the ice and wood sections first. Let's go. Xia Hamiao released Wu Yunxi's ear and grabbed her arm. Come on, you're coming with me. Your brother's done with you. Now it's your turn to keep me company. Wu Yunxi was dragged 2 steps forward, then turned back and winked at Wu Fan. The meaning was clear talk later. Wu Fan ignored her and followed. The 3 of them crossed the central hall and headed toward the ice section, which was in the northwest corner. Beyond a glass partition, the temperature inside was at least 10 degrees lower than outside. A thin layer of mist had condensed on the glass, blurring the view within. Wu Fan drew closer to see clearly. In a silvery white world, icefang wolf cubs huddled together, sleeping ice scale pythons coiled on withered branches flicking their tongues, and frost feather cranes stood by a pool preening their feathers. A thin layer of ice floated on the pool's surface, and the light above shattered into a patch of glittering spots. So cold, Wu Yunxi rubbed her arms. Xia Hamiao, however, seemed unbothered. She stood in front of the glass partition, her nose almost touching at her eyes, sweeping from left to right and back again, the 2 shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth slowly emerging. Brother Wu Fan, she turned around. Should I try what Yunxi did earlier? Which move? Activate my talent and see how the spirit beasts react. Wu Fan thought for a moment and nodded. Go ahead. Xia Hamiao took a deep breath and closed her eyes. A faint white light rippled outward from her feet. The ice section fell silent instantly. The spirit beast cubs that had been sleeping, flicking tongues, or preening feathers, all raised their heads in unison. The icefang wolf cubs pricked up their ears, the frost feather cranes stopped preening, and even the ice scale python coiled on the withered branch pulled its head out from its coils and leaned toward the glass. They're moving. Wu Yunxi grabbed Xia Hamiao's arm and shook it vigorously, but Xia Hamiao didn't open her eyes. The wood section also stirred. Green sprout sparrows hopped down from perches, with spirit deer perked up their ears, and several green velvet rabbits poked their heads out from behind haystacks, noses twitching as they sniffed in this direction. Hamiao, Wu Fan spoke. Withdraw it slowly, don't cut it off all at once. Xia Hamiao bit her lip and gradually pulled back the light. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes and swayed. Wu Yunxi quickly steadied her. Are you okay? I'm fine. Xia Hamiao wiped the sweat from her forehead. Just a little dizzy. What did you see? Xia Hamiao didn't answer at first as she glanced at Wu Fan. 3 in the ice section, 2 in the wood section. Wu Fan finished for her. Xia Hamiao was stunned for a moment, then nodded emphatically. Right? It's 5. Frost pine deer, frost feather crane, cold vine python, wood spirit deer, and green sprout sparrow. When I activated my talent, the spiritual energy inside these 5 resonated too. Wu Yunxi's eyes widened. 5. Which one are you going to contract? Xia Hamiao turned around, her gaze sweeping across the ice section, then pointed at one. How about that frost pine deer? Wu Fan followed her finger. In the inner part of the ice section, a pure white deer stood beside a rockery. It was larger than the nearby icefang wolf cubs, its antlers not yet fully grown. Only a pair of small forks like 2 budding branches. It stood there quietly, neither running nor calling out, just watching them. Wu Fan activated the Eye of All Things. Frost pine deer, element ice, with latent stage 1 star potential, 3 stage 9 stars, innate skills, ice cone, art, frost armor, freezing breath, description, ice element primary, wood element latent bloodline, requires specific evolution materials or talent to activate wood element skills. Wu Fan stared a moment longer. Then he noticed that the other 4 spirit beasts that had been attracted by Xia Hamiao all possessed latent wood or ice elements. Paired with Xia Hamiao's extreme frostwood heart, it was a perfect match. He spoke. These 5 are all suitable for you. You can choose one from among them. Xia Hamiao's eyes lit up. All suitable. Yes, all suitable. Take your time choosing. I'm going to take the evolutionist certification exam. Now. Wu Yunxi turned around. The sooner I take it, the sooner I'll have it. Alright then. Wu Yunxi waved her hand. Go on. I'll keep Hamiao company. Xia Hamiao nodded at him. Thanks, brother Wu Fan. Don't mention it. Wu Fan turned and walked toward the hall exit. The Qingyun City Beast Tamer Association stood in the busiest district of the city center, a 12-story building. At the entrance stood 2 stone-carved spirit beasts, a green flame tiger on the left and an ice crystal phoenix on the right. The carvings were exquisite, with every scale and feather meticulously rendered their postures fierce and imposing. Wu Fan pushed open the glass door. Directly ahead was a row of service counters, each staffed by an attendant in a uniform dark blue suit, with the association badge pinned to their chest. On the left side of the lobby stood a row of self-service kiosks where a few middle-aged men were hunched over, tapping the screens with audible clicks. On the right was a massive bulletin board covered with various mission sheets, bounty notices, and recruitment ads. At the center of the lobby hung an electronic screen over 2 meters tall scrolling through various information. Wu Fan stopped and glanced at the screen. Beast Evolutionist Qualification Exam Awakening Window Period. Exam time this Monday to Sunday 9:30 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. daily. Exam location 7th floor Association Building Evolutionist Exam Center. Registration bring ID and Awakening Certificate to the first floor service counter. Registration fee 500 Huawei Yuan. Wu Fan pulled out his phone and checked the time 10:15 a.m. He wasn't early, but there was still enough time. He had originally planned to come after helping his sister pick a spirit beast, but Xia Hemiao had thrown a wrench into his plans. Helping Xia Hemiao choose her spirit beasts was something he had considered. First, his sister's talent was extraordinary. The star cycle array with 12 spirit beasts spanning her entire beast-taming career. She couldn't manage it alone. She needed a few reliable teammates by her side. A childhood friend who grew up with her, someone she knew inside and out, was far better than forming a team with strangers later on. Second, the Xia family was one of the most prominent families in Qingyun City, and Xia Hemiao was the only daughter of the Xia family head. If he wanted to become an evolutionist, take on missions, gather materials, and open up channels, the Xia family was a ready-made resource. Third, and most importantly, he wanted to lie low. Yes, lie low. The title of talented evolutionist sounded impressive, but it also attracted trouble. Rather than working alone in obscurity, it was better to bring everyone around him up. With stronger teammates, he could stay in the back, safely working as an evolutionist without having to risk his life on the front lines. Based on these 3 points, he had spent extra time helping Xia Hemiao screen out those 5 spirit beasts. Was it worth it? Wu Fan thought it was. Hello, how may I help you? Behind the counter sat a young woman with a low ponytail in her early 20s with a round face. She spoke with a slight upward curve at the corners of her mouth, a professional smile, but still warm. I'd like to register for the evolutionist exam. Wu Fan handed over his ID and Awakening certificate. The round-faced woman took the documents, looked them over, then raised her head and gave him a second glance. You just awakened yesterday. The round-faced woman didn't ask further. She bent down and typed rapidly on the keyboard, then handed back the documents along with a form. Fill out this form, then go to the 7th floor. Exit the elevator, turn right, and walk to the end. That's the exam center. Wu Fan took the form, leaned on the small counter beside the window, and filled it out in a flurry. Name, age, talent type, current cultivation realm. The last section was exam category. He checked the box for talented evolutionist. The tip of the pen paused for a moment beside the characters for talented evolutionist, then moved on. After completing the form, he handed it back to the round-faced woman. She took it, glanced over it, and her gaze stopped on the talent type line for a second. Insightful eye. She looked up at Wu Fan, a hint of curiosity appearing on her round face. A special type. She didn't ask anymore. From a drawer, she took out a magnetic card, swiped it through a machine, and handed it back. The registration fee is 500. Card or QR code? QR code. All set. Your registration number is 073. Please go to the 7th floor. The round-faced woman pushed the magnetic card and documents back, adding, good luck on your exam. Wu Fan took the items and turned to walk toward the elevator. A few more people entered the lobby, some in school uniforms, some middle-aged in casual clothes. The elevator doors opened. Wu Fan stepped in and pressed the button for the 7th floor. The doors closed. The elevator was quiet save for the low hum of its operation. He watched the floor numbers climb one by one. 1, 2, 3. His mind began to recall the information he had seen on the forum last night. The Beast Evolutionist exam had 2 types. For a regular evolutionist, there were 2 rounds. The first round, theory. Fundamentals of Beast Evolution, Material Science, Spirit Beast Bloodline Theory, and Evolution Path Deduction. It was all rote memorization, testing knowledge reserves. Word had it that the question bank had over 10,000 questions randomly selected. Whatever came up, came up. The second round, practical. You were given a spirit beast and a pile of materials, and you had to complete an evolution deduction within a set time, selecting the optimal combination of materials. This round tested your eye and judgment. No matter how solid your theoretical knowledge, if your eyes weren't sharp, it was useless. For a talented evolutionist, it was different. Talented evolutionists only had 1 round directly into the practical. The reason for no theory exam was simple. Those with talent didn't need to memorize all those rules and formulas. Your talent was the best theory book. Someone on the forum said that the pass rate for the talented evolutionist exam was less than 30%. Not because it was hard, but because most people had just awakened their talent and hadn't mastered their ability well enough. Moreover, if the spirit beast's evolution level didn't meet the requirements, even passing was difficult. Evolutionists were divided into 5 ranks: beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and master. Spirit beast evolution was graded into 5 levels based on the degree of evolution: unqualified, qualified, good, excellent, and perfect. Unqualified meant the evolution succeeded, but it was a routine process. The spirit beast's potential improved, but it didn't cross realms. For example, if it was originally at the second realm after evolution, it was still at the second realm, just rising from a 2-star to a 5-star. There was progress, but it remained within the same realm. Qualified meant the evolution succeeded with a significant potential leap. For instance, taking the original potential from a second realm 3-star to a third realm 9-star. That was the standard for qualified. Good meant the evolution succeeded with an even more pronounced leap. The standard for good required the potential to cross at least 2 realms in evolution. Excellent had higher requirements. During the evolution process, the spirit beast life form would undergo a qualitative change, and the potential leap was even greater. Perfect meant the life form evolved to an even higher degree, and it was even possible for the attribute lineage to become a top-tier lineage, such as a wood-type spirit beast evolving into a life-type spirit beast. The evolutionist's rank was assessed based on the degree of evolution. For a beginner evolutionist exam, you had to have 10 spirit beasts reach qualified or above, or 1 reach good or above. 4 intermediate, 20 good or above, or 2 excellent or above. For advanced, 20 excellent or above, or 4 perfect or above. 4 top tier, 20 perfect level. As for master, there was no exam required. As long as every evolution you performed was not below excellent and you achieved that for 500 consecutive spirit beasts, you could be called a master evolutionist. Theoretically, every known spirit beast evolution path could reach the perfect level. Therefore, every spirit beast had infinite possibilities, because when a beast tamer chose different evolution materials, different evolved forms of the spirit beast could emerge. The elevator chimed. The 7th floor had arrived. Wu Fan pulled his thoughts back from those rigid frameworks and stepped out of the elevator. The corridor was much quieter than the lobby. A sign on the wall read, Evolutionist Assessment Center. Wu Fan followed the sign, turned right, and walked to the end. A double glass door revealed the faint shifting silhouettes of people inside. Wu Fan pushed the door open. The hall could seat about 40 or 50 people, but only a dozen or so were scattered around now. All 18 or 19-year-old students. A few wore school uniforms, though others had changed into casual clothes. Some were flipping through materials, some were playing on their phones, and 2 were huddled together whispering. At the front was a podium with a long table on which stood an electronic screen displaying the words Spirit Beast Evolutionist Qualification Exam. Wu Fan glanced around and chose a seat in the back. As soon as he sat down, a boy in a gray hoodie leaned over. The boy had dyed brown hair, a fringe covering half an eye, and a few acne spots on his chin. Hey buddy, you here for the talent evolutionist exam too? Wu Fan glanced at him. Yeah. What's your talent? Mine's resonance touch. Insight pupil. Asking about someone's talent outright in the outside world could start a fight. But it was different for evolutionists. Evolutionist talents were mostly used on spirit beasts unrelated to combat. Moreover, every evolutionist talent had its unique strengths, and sometimes 2 talent evolutionists could collaborate. Insight pupil. Is it a special type? Yeah. I've heard of insight eye, but not insight pupil. Is it a mutation? Sort of. Fisk. The brown-haired boy leaned back in his chair, looked up at the ceiling and sighed. My resonance touch sounds decent, right? But in practice, I have to touch them one by one. It's way too inefficient. If there are dozens of spirit beasts today, I'll be touching them until tomorrow morning. As he spoke, he gestured with both hands, mimicking the motion of touching spirit beasts, his palms reaching out and retracting. Wu Fan's lips twitched, but he didn't respond. The brown-haired boy didn't seem fazed. He continued rambling on. My name's Lu Yi. What's yours? Wu Fan. Wu Fan, which school? No. 3 high school. No. 3. Then we're neighbors, Lu Yi said, slapping his thigh. I'm from No. For high school, just 1 street away. As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Wu Fan, his chin slightly raised, a smile on his lips, exuding an easygoing familiarity. Wu Fan nodded. Before Lu Yi could say anything more, a middle-aged man in a dark blue uniform walked in. He was around 40 with a slicked back hair, an association badge pinned to his chest, and a tablet in his hand. His pace was unhurried. The hall fell silent. The sound of flipping pages stopped, and those on their phones turned off their screens. The middle-aged man stepped onto the podium, placed the tablet on the table, and lifted his head to scan the room. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your examiner today, Zhou Wenbin. You all know what the assessment entails, right? No one responded. Zhou Wenbin waited for 2 seconds, then continued on his own. There are 10 spirit beasts in total. Each one must reach an evolution level of pass, or higher. Additionally, you cannot use any existing evolution paths. He paused, his gaze sweeping the room again. The talent evolutionist exam begins now. When I call your name, proceed to the corresponding room for the practical assessment. As his words fell, a row of lights lit up on the left wall of the hall. Beneath the lights were the room numbers from 1 to 10, each with a small electronic screen above the door displaying the word available. Zhou Wenbin looked down at the tablet and swiped his finger across it. Room 1, Shinming Yuan. A bespectacled boy stood up from the 3rd row. He walked to the door of room 1, pushed it open, and went inside. The door closed, and the electronic screen above changed from available to in progress. The hall fell silent again for a few seconds. Lu Yi leaned over and lowered his voice. You nervous? Not really, Wu Fan said. Room 2, Su Qing. A girl from the second row stood up, her hair in a bun, a small white crossbody bag on her back. She walked briskly, her bun bobbing with each step. Room 3, Lu Yi. Coming. Lu Yi sprang up from his chair and patted Wu Fan on the shoulder. Bro, I'm up first. Wish me luck. Good luck. Lu Yi jogged toward the corridor, the hem of his gray hoodie flapping as he moved. Zhou Wenbin continued calling out names. Room 4, Zhao Yihong. Room 5. One name after another was read, and one student after another stood up and walked through those white doors. The hall grew emptier. Room 7, a Wu Fan. Wu Fan stood up, straightened his collar, and walked toward room 7. The room was small, about 20 square meters. Lying in the center of the room was a spirit beast roughly the size of an adult dog, a grayscaled gecko. 3 transparent cabinets stood against the walls, their contents arranged in multiple layers. Each layer held materials. Spirit cores, spirit herbs, ores, feathers, scales, animal bones, bark, fruits. Everything was there, neatly categorized and arranged. Next to each material was a white label with its name and attribute. Beside the spirit beast stood a woman in her 40s, her hair coiled up and held by a black hairpin. She held a tablet in her hand. When she saw Wu Fan enter, she looked up and nodded at him. Hello, I'm your proctor, surname Fong. Your assessment task is to perform an evolution on this spirit beast, achieving an evolution level of at least pass. You may not use any known evolution paths. You may select materials from the cabinets up to 4 items. If the evolution succeeds, you will be given the next spirit beast. If anyone reaches good, you pass immediately. During the assessment, I will not interfere or provide any hints. It all depends on your own ability. Wu Fan nodded. Proctor Fong stepped back 2 paces and stood against the wall, holding the tablet close to her chest, her chin slightly tucked, her gaze fixed on Wu Fan. Wu Fan turned his attention to the grayscaled gecko lying on the floor. It still wore that lazy expression. Wu Fan activated the Eye of All Things, and his vision shifted. Grayscaled gecko, attribute Earth Realm, second realm, 1 star, potential second realm, 3 stars, talent skills scale, hardening stone, crushing claw, sand escape, status healthy, description, a common earth attribute, spirit beast, relying on scale hardening for self-defense, preferring sand escape when encountering enemies with low combat desire. Wu Fan processed the information in his mind. A potential of second realm, 3 stars. This was among the lowest tier of spirit beasts in this world. 3 talent skills, 1 defensive, 1 offensive, and 1 escape. The classic pattern: fight, when weak flee, when strong, and if you can't flee, retreat into your shell. This kind of spirit beast could be bought on the market for a few thousand yuan. It was fine for guarding a house, but on the battlefield it would be cannon fodder. Yet the assessment required evolving it to at least pass. With a potential of second realm 3 stars, even just a pass would require raising it to at least third realm 3 stars. And no known evolution paths could be used. In other words, all the material combinations discovered by predecessors were off limits. He would have to start from scratch and devise his own combination. Wu Fan walked up to the transparent cabinet and began examining the materials. The first cabinet contained spirit cores. Fire spirit cores, earth spirit cores, wood spirit cores, water spirit cores. A dozen or so, ranging from the size of a fingernail to the size of a baby's fist. All were of first realm quality. Wu Fan did not rush to take anything. He continued looking. The second cabinet contained spirit herbs. Dried, fresh, cut into segments, ground into powder. All stored in transparent sealed boxes, neatly arranged in rows. Next to it, the third cabinet held ores and beast bones, some in their natural state, some already roughly processed. He went through each cabinet one by one, pausing his gaze on each material for just a moment, long enough for the Eye of All Things to parse the information. Behind him, Proctor Fong stood motionless against the wall, only her eyes following Wu Fan. The tablet was held against her chest, its screen lit, displaying Wu Fan's registration information and a blank scoring sheet. She had seen many students come to take the talent evolutionist exam. Some rolled up their sleeves and got to work immediately, some stared at the spirit beast for a long time, and some touched all the materials first before deciding. Someone like Wu Fan, who silently scanned all the cabinets first, was not common, but not rare either. Wu Fan had gone through all 3 cabinets and stood before the third one, a list already forming in his mind. Grayscale gecko, earth element, second realm, 3 stars potential. To push its potential above the third realm, simply stacking earth element materials would not suffice. There are countless evolutionary paths for earth element spirit beasts, but all known ones have been exhausted, so he had to take a mixed approach. The conventional strategies for earth element spirit beast evolution were threefold: strengthening, defense, offense, or auxiliary abilities. The grayscale gecko had a bit of each, but none were outstanding. Several plans ran through his mind, then he dismissed a few. He turned his gaze back to the cabinet. Metal element materials leaped into his mind first. Earth nurtures metal. This was the fundamental principle of the 5 elements mutual generation. The grayscale gecko was earth element. Feeding it metal element materials would yield a decent basic compatibility. Wu Fan started scanning from the beginning the eye of all things active information on each material floating up. He selected 5 from the metal section. Mid first realm sharp gold sand, white iron sand, and mystic iron grass. High first realm gung gold broken rock, and iron thorn vine. Then he picked 3 from the earth section. High first realm rock marrow crystal, mid first realm sand scorpion venom sac, and thick dust sand. 8 materials were laid out on the table before him, arranged in 2 rows. Proctor Fong's gaze fell on those materials, her eyebrows twitching slightly, but she said nothing. Wu Fan picked up the bottle containing sharp gold sand. Information from the eye of all things floated up. Sharp gold sand. Quality, mid first realm. Element metal. Description, a low-tier metal element material commonly found on the surface of or veins near the habitats of metal element spirit beasts. Compatibility 42. Wu Fan stared at the 2 characters, compatibility, for 2 seconds. He did not know how other evolutionists judged when selecting materials. Was it by experience, intuition, or by the hints from a contracted divination-type spirit beast? But he did not need to ponder such questions. The compatibility was displayed directly before his eyes. 42%, not even half of what the grayscale gecko needed. White iron sand 43. Mystic iron grass 45. Gung gold broken rock 43. Iron thorn vine 41. The metal element pieces all hovered between 40 and 50% compatibility. Not high, but not too low either. He scanned the earth element materials again. Rock marrow crystal 54. Sand scorpion venom sac 49. Thick dust sand 58. Wu Fan rearranged the 8 materials on the table. He knew in his heart that if he wanted to play it safe, he could just pick the 3 with the highest compatibility. Thick dust sand at 58, rock marrow crystal at 54, sand scorpion venom sac at 49. Combined, they should yield a passing result. But what about the metal element materials? Was the idea of earth nurturing metal correct? He thought for a moment and decided to keep it. The metal element materials had low compatibility, but when combined with earth element materials, the compatibility might complement each other. This was the basic principle of the 5 elements mutual generation. However, he could not overdo it. A high school student who had just awakened his talent, making a perfect evolution for his first spirit beast. Who would believe that? If they did not believe, they would investigate. And if they investigated, what if they found something? Wu Fan did not want to take that risk. So his goal was to pass at most to achieve a good rating. Just passing the exam was enough. He finally selected 4 items: sharp gold sand gung gold broken rock, rock marrow crystal, and sand scorpion venom sac. For materials, 2 metal and 2 earth. The compatibilities were 42, 43, 54, and 49 respectively. The average was below 50%. This combination, neither good nor bad, in his estimation should yield a passing result. Proctor Fong saw his chosen combination and frowned slightly. But she said nothing. It was the exam rule: no matter what the examinee chose, the proctor could not give any hints. Wu Fan picked up the 4 materials and walked over to the grayscale gecko. The grayscale gecko still wore that lazy look, lying motionless on the floor. Its scales were grayish-brown, overlapping each other like a suit of armor. Its belly pressed against the floor, rising and falling slightly with each breath. Its eyes were half-open, pupils contracted into thin slits, showing little reaction to Wu Fan's approach. Wu Fan crouched down to meet its gaze. The grayscale gecko's eyeballs rolled, glanced at him, then rolled back. "Hey." Wu Fan reached out and tapped on the scales on its back. "Wake up, time to work." The grayscale gecko did not move. Wu Fan tapped twice more. Only then did the gecko slowly lift its head, open its mouth a little, and yawn. "I'll give you something good to eat later," Wu Fan said. The grayscale gecko blinked once. Whether it understood or not was unclear. Wu Fan stood up, stepped back 2 paces, and placed the 4 materials on the ground. He began to mobilize the spiritual energy within his body. Every citizen of Huagua started cultivating the basic spirit gathering art at the age of 12. Before contracting a spirit beast, spiritual energy already existed in the Dantian. At this point, they were in the 0 realm until they contracted their first spirit beast and became a first realm beast tamer. Besides cultivating the spirit gathering art, they also needed to practice drawing the contract array and the 4 symbols refining array. The former was for contracting spirit beasts, the latter for helping spirit beasts evolve. Now he was about to draw the 4 symbols refining array. Wu Fan took a deep breath. He raised his right hand, index and middle fingers together. Spiritual energy surged from his fingertips, condensing into a pale blue light. He began to draw the array on the ground. As the first stroke landed, spiritual energy left a glowing line on the ground like drawing with a fluorescent pen on paper. He drew very slowly, each stroke steady. Proctor Fong stood by the wall, her gaze fixed on his hand, drawing the array, and nodded slightly. When the array was complete, Wu Fan straightened up, a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. On the ground, a circular array about 2 meters in diameter glowed with pale blue light. The 4 symbols array patterns were distributed at the 4 cardinal directions. The array eye at the exact center, the spiritual energy veins spreading like tree roots from the array eye outward. He placed the 4 materials at the 4 cardinal directions. Then he picked up the grayscale gecko and placed it in the very center of the array eye. The grayscale gecko lay down, its tail curled into a circle, its head tucked in. It seemed to sense something. Its scales slightly opened and then closed. Wu Fan took a step back, pressing both hands on the edge of the array. Spiritual energy began to be activated. The array lit up. First came the array's eye. A faint blue light ignited beneath the grayscaled gecko, then spread outward along the lines of the formation diagram. The 4 symbols array patterns lit up one after another, and the light converged along the lines onto the materials at the 4 directions. Wu Fan withdrew his hand and stepped aside. All right, the rest is up to the grayscaled gecko. He checked the spiritual energy in his body and found it had decreased by 1/10. Proctor Fong leaned against the opposite wall holding a tablet. Her gaze swept between the formation diagram and Wu Fan twice, then fixed on the diagram and stayed. The 4 materials began to react. The first to light up was the sharp gold sand. The fine golden sand drifted out from the bottle mouth and hung suspended in midair, grain by grain, like shattered stars in the blue light. The grains spun slowly, gathered into a thin thread, and fell onto the grayscaled gecko. The grayscaled gecko's scales opened. The golden grains landed beneath the scales, fused into the skin, and left a thin golden line. Next was the gung metal fragment rock. This dull gray stone split open in the light, broke into several pieces, then crumbled into powder. From the powder, wisps of metallic lustrous matter separated out and flowed along the ground toward the grayscaled gecko's tail. The rock marrow crystal and the sand scorpion venom sac changed at the same time. The rock marrow crystal was an earth-type material, a translucent yellow crystal. It slowly softened in the light and finally turned into a stream of amber liquid that seeped through the gaps between the grayscaled gecko's open scales. The sand scorpion venom sac turned into a small ball of purple light mist drawn into the tip of the grayscaled gecko's tail. The grayscaled gecko absorbed the power of all 4 materials at once. The whole process lasted about 5 minutes. The blue light on the formation began to dim. From the edges it withdrew inward, ring by ring, like an ebbing tide. The changes on the grayscaled gecko also slowed. The last trace of blue light vanished from the array's eye. Only a faint ring of formation marks remained on the ground. The transformed grayscaled gecko looked at Wu Fan with vigor. Its formerly dull gray scales were now plated with dark gold, and the patterns at the scale edges had turned deep brown, running from the top of its head to the tip of its tail. Its body had grown a size larger, a full size thicker than before. At the tip of its tail, a new bulge the size of a fingernail had appeared, its skin stretched taut and faintly purple. Wu Fan activated the eye of all creation. Golden venom gecko. Element earth metal. Realm first realm 3 stars. Potential third realm 5 stars. Innate skills scale hardening sand spray metal thorn assault paralyzing venom tail. Status healthy. Description evolved from a grayscaled gecko through the fusion of metal and earth toxins. It has broken through the original life boundary of its species. Its scale armor possesses the defensive power of earth and the damage reflection ability of metal. The venom sac at its tail can secrete paralytic toxins. Anyone hit will gradually lose mobility within 1 minute. Its temperament remains lazy, but in battle it erupts with a ferocity that belies its appearance. Wu Fan withdrew his gaze and rubbed his fingers. Third realm 5 stars. The grayscaled gecko's original potential was second realm 3 stars. Now it was third realm 5 stars, a full realm plus 2 extra stars. The passing standard was third realm 3 stars or higher. This golden venom gecko at third realm 5 stars exceeded the passing line by 2 stars. The examination could be considered passed. Proctor Fong walked over from the wall, her right hand pulling a palm-sized device from her uniform pocket with a small screen embedded in it. Spiritual energy detector. Issued by the association, it was specially designed to test spirit beast potential and was far more accurate than civilian models on the market. She crouched down and pointed the device at the golden venom gecko. The golden venom gecko raised its head to glance at her, then lay back down. It acted this way toward everyone, aloof and indifferent. The device let out a beep. A stream of information popped up on the screen. Proctor Fong glanced at it, stood up, and turned to face Wu Fan. New spirit beast. Dual earth metal attributes. Potential between third realm 2nd star and third realm 6 star. Evolution grade pass. She put the device back into her pocket, pulled up a form on her tablet, and swiped her finger across the screen twice. You may name the new spirit beast yourself, or the association may name it on its own. The association will record and publish this evolution path, and give you 500,000 Hua Yuan as a reward. Wu Fan was stunned. 500,000. That was almost a month's income for his family. The naming rights are yours, Proctor Fong added. Wu Fan nodded, thought for a moment, and said, call it Golden Venom Gecko. Golden Venom Gecko. Proctor Fong repeated, tapping the tablet a few times. Dual earth and metal attributes, venom at the tail tip, fitting name. She looked up at Wu Fan and the corner of her mouth twitched, her version of a smile. Let's go. On to the next spirit beast's room. Wu Fan stood up and adjusted his school uniform collar. The golden venom gecko lay on the ground, tail curled in a circle and head tucked away back to its lazy self. Wu Fan glanced at it. This little creature, whoever ends up contracting it will probably be infuriated to death. Proctor Fong was already waiting at the door, one hand holding the door open, the other cradling her tablet. Wu Fan followed her over. The second one. Azurewood Fox. Wood element potential second realm 8 stars. He selected wood, water, and earth materials. After evolution, it became an Azurewood Spirit Fox potential third realm 9 stars. The fifth one. Thunderlight Rat. Lightning element potential second realm 6 stars. He selected lightning and fire materials. After evolution, it became a Thunderfire Rat potential third realm 7 stars. The 10th one. Jellyfish Lizard. Water element potential second realm 6 stars. He selected water and wood materials. After evolution, it became a Woodwater Lizard potential third realm 7 stars. 10. All passed. From the 1st to the 10th, each one's potential was more than a realm higher than before evolution. And this was with him holding back. After 10, he had figured out the pattern. When average compatibility was above 40%, but below 50%, the evolution grade was always pass. If he pushed compatibility above 50%, the result might be good or even excellent. But he couldn't do that. A high school student who had just awakened his talent, evolving all 10 spirit beasts to good or above on his first examination. If word got out, it would be too eye-catching. He needed time. Time was the best cover. Once he became familiar in this circle, he could gradually reveal his true level, and no one would find it strange. Proctor Fong turned the tablet over screen facing Wu Fan. On the screen was a table with 10 rows of data neatly arranged. Each row ended with the word pass. 10 spirit beasts all passed. Congratulations. You have passed the Junior Evolutionist examination. In half an hour you can collect your certification in the lobby. Wu Fan let out a breath. Before the exam, he had been a little nervous. Now that it was truly over, he felt nothing much. Just tired. Drawing 10 evolution arrays had taken a considerable toll on his spiritual energy. Proctor Fong glanced at him. Passing all 10 in a row on your first exam is rare. Thank you. The road ahead is still long. With that, she turned and walked toward the door. When she reached the door, she stopped and turned her head to look at him. By the way, the association will record the evolution paths of these 10. A total of 5 million in rewards will be transferred to your evolutionist account within a week. Okay. The Qingyun Beast Taming Mall Square was not far from the association building, a mere 10-minute walk away. This was the core area of beast taming consumption in Qingyun City. Spirit beast eggs, spirit beast cubs, evolution materials, cultivation spirit crystals, beast taming rations, potions. Anything you could imagine was available here. Things you couldn't imagine might also be found. Wu Fan tucked his junior evolutionist certificate into his pocket and walked into the square. He had obtained the certificate half an hour ago. It was a metal card the size of a bank card, deep blue in color, with the words Daxia Federation Beast Taming Evolutionist Association and the association emblem printed on the front, and his personal information and iris binding code on the back. When he received the certificate, the staff member at the counter had him scan his iris against a machine, binding the certificate exclusively to him from then on. Swipe the card, scan the iris, confirm identity. 3 steps. Wu Fan glanced at the certificate twice before stuffing it into his pocket. One benefit of the evolutionist certificate was discounts at shops affiliated with the association. A junior evolutionist got a 10 discount, not much, but better than nothing. The square was vast, divided into several zones. The Spirit Beast Trading Zone was to the east, a 3-story circular building with an open-air courtyard in the center where sunlight poured down onto a fountain in the middle of the courtyard. In the fountain, several ornamental fluorescent fish swam, their tails swaying, shimmering with iridescent colors under the sunlight. Wu Fan stood at the entrance of the circular building and glanced inside. The first floor was the common spirit beast area, where cubs of various common species were kept in glass cabinets or spirit beast cages arranged by attribute. There was also an egg gambling area. The second floor was the rare spirit beast area, with higher grades and steeper prices, offering independent appraisal certificates and evolution route recommendations with service far more attentive than the first floor. The third floor was the auction area. It held monthly auctions selling spirit beasts with special bloodlines or mutation potential. Those without substantial wealth didn't even need to press the elevator button. Brother, come take a look. Freshly arrived Firemane horse cubs, top-notch quality. A middle-aged man in a gray vest stood at the entrance waving at Wu Fan. He held a stack of flyers in one hand and had several plastic bags with shop logos hanging from his arm, clearly a seasoned tout. Wu Fan shook his head and walked straight in. The middle-aged man didn't press further, turning to greet the next customer. The first floor corridor was bustling with people. There were students carrying spirit beast cubs out, middle-aged people crouched in front of glass cabinets bargaining, and a few girls in school uniforms huddled together squealing over a fluffy spirit beast cub. Wu Fan passed through the common spirit beast area and headed straight for the egg gambling zone. The egg gambling zone was at the far end of the first floor, separated by a glass wall. As he pushed open the door, a warm breeze greeted him. Dozens of incubation cabinets lined the walls, each a temperature and humidity-controlled transparent box lined with soft padding with spirit beast eggs resting on the padding. Quite a few people were gathered around the cabinets. There were students in uniforms, an old man with graying hair, and several middle-aged men who looked like merchants peering closely at the eggshells with magnifying glasses and flashlights. The egg gambling zone, as the name implied, was all about gambling. These spirit beast eggs were unidentified and untested. Even the seller couldn't say what would hatch from them. It was just like opening a blind box. Wu Fan had seen a post on the forum where someone spent 800 on an egg rumored to have dragon bloodline, only to hatch a ground dragon lizard worth less than 100 on the market. That person cursed for 3 days and nights in the post before being banned by the moderator. That was egg gambling. You win some, you lose some. Wu Fan came today to take a gamble. No, not a gamble. He had the all-seeing eye. While others relied on experience, luck, or blind fate to pick eggs, he relied on sight. Moreover, his target was precise. He wanted a butterfly-type spirit beast. Wu Fan began scanning from the first cabinet, his pace unhurried, as the spirit beast eggs came in various shapes. Round, oval, long, flat. The shell colors were also diverse. White, gray, brown, speckled patterned. Some eggshells were as smooth as polished jade, while others were as rough as tree bark. Next to each egg was a label with the number, origin, approximate, attribute, guess, and price. Prices ranged from a few thousand to hundreds of thousands. Young man, first time egg gambling. A chubby middle-aged man sidled up, wearing a wrinkled plaid shirt, his belly straining the buttons to the point of bursting. He held a thermos cup, steam rising from the lid. Wu Fan glanced at him. Let me give you some advice, the fat man said, taking a sip of tea, his voice dropping half a note. Don't just stare at the expensive ones. Expensive ones don't always yield good stuff, and cheap ones aren't always junk. Egg gambling is all about fate. As he spoke, his eyes kept flicking to the half-exposed evolutionist certificate in Wu Fan's pocket. Thanks. Seeing that Wu Fan wasn't interested in chatting, the fat man chuckled twice and walked off with his thermos. Wu Fan continued inspecting the eggs. He stopped in front of the third cabinet. Inside lay over 20 eggs of varying sizes. The one on the far left was not large, barely bigger than a chicken egg, with a murky grayish-white shell covered in fine black spots. The label read number C017, origin Nanling Mountains, attribute guess wind or lightning, price 18000. Wu Fan activated the all-seeing eye. A faint glimmer of gold flashed deep in his pupils. Sleeping spirit butterfly, attribute mental, current status, incubation period will hatch in 7 to 10 days, or requires contract with beast tamer to hatch, potential third realm, 2 stars, innate skills, mental impact, sleep powder, spiritual perception, description, butterfly type, rare mental spirit beast, extremely sensitive to spiritual energy fluctuations, excels in control and interference. Mental attribute, not wind, not lightning, mental. In Qinyun City, mental type spirit beasts were scarce on the market. Most beast tamers relied on elemental clashes and brute force in battle, while mental type users played with control, interference, and perception. Used while they could toy with opponents. Used poorly, they were just decoration. Potential third realm, 2 stars. Not high, but not low either. The key was the butterfly. That was exactly what he wanted. Wu Fan withdrew his gaze and tapped on the glass cabinet. A young woman in a cultivation center uniform approached, her name tag reading, intern cultivator, Zhou Xiaoqing. Hello, do you want this egg? She glanced at where Wu Fan's finger was pointing. C017-18000. Card or scan? Card. Zhou Xiaoqing looked at the junior evolutionist certificate Wu Fan handed over, unable to hide her surprise. You're an evolutionist. Just passed the junior level. No wonder, Zhou Xiaoqing nodded. Many evolutionists like to scavenge in the egg gambling zone. They call it gambling, but they usually have a good idea. Wu Fan didn't reply, just nodded at her. This was also one of the reasons he had obtained the evolutionist certificate. Wu Fan walked out of the spirit beast trading area, holding the incubation box, the sun hanging directly overhead. The incubation box was temperature-controlled, palm-sized, made of transparent material, revealing the gray-white egg lying quietly on the cushion inside. Wu Fan glanced down, then pulled the box closer to his chest. 16,002. If it were anyone else, spending 18,000 on an egg of unknown hatchling would earn them a scolding at home. But he was not afraid. For a psychic-type spirit beast, not to mention a sleeping spirit butterfly, even other psychic-type cubs of the same level would start at 200,000 on the market. This sleeping spirit butterfly had potential up to 3-stage 2-star. If priced according to market value, even 300,000 would have people scrambling for it. Getting it for 16,002 was almost like picking it up for free. Young man, what's that in your hand? Let me have a look. An old man in a floral shirt sidled over, waving a folding fan painted with a soaring azure phoenix. His eyes kept darting toward the incubation box, a smile on his lips, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Wu Fan turned sideways, shielding the box behind his arm. It hasn't hatched yet. Nothing to see. Picked it up from the egg gambling area, right? The old man closed his fan, tapped it twice in his palm. Let me see the shell patterns. I'll appraise it for you. Everyone in this area knows old Zhao's eye for eggs. No need. Wu Fan walked off his pace, neither fast nor slow, but leaving no room for negotiation. The old man clicked his tongue behind him, flicked open his fan again, and muttered to himself, young people these days so wary. Wu Fan didn't look back. The evolution material zone was on the west side of the plaza, separated by an open-air parking lot. In the distance, it was a two-story gray building with a huge electronic screen on the outer wall scrolling today's special material prices and the latest arrival information. As he crossed the parking lot, Wu Fan's phone buzzed. He took it out and saw a message from Wu Yunqi. Brother. That frostpine deer, he meow contracted it. Now she's holding it and won't let go. 3 exclamation marks, then another one. This girl was probably bouncing when she typed. Wu Fan replied with one hand. Got it. The message was sent and the reply came instantly. That's all you have to say. Wu Fan thought for a moment and replied again, congratulations. Forget it, I won't bother with you. He meow is treating us to Junwei Xian. Come directly after your exam. Wu Fan checked the time, it was almost noon. Okay. He put the phone back in his pocket and pushed open the door to the material zone. The hall of the material zone was much larger than he had imagined. It was at least 1,000 square meters with a ceiling height of 7 or 8 meters. The floor was divided into zones by different colored tiles: dark gray for the spirit core zone, green for the spirit herb zone, brown for the ur zone, and white for the beast bone and feather zone. At the far end there was an area paved with purple tiles with a sign hanging above reading special material zone. The hall had even more people than the spirit beast trading area. Near the entrance, a middle-aged man in a windbreaker was haggling with a shop assistant holding a fist-sized blue spirit core. His voice was loud enough to carry halfway down the aisle. You dare ask 8,000 for this quality? Look at the cracks in the texture. 6,000 or I'm leaving. The shop assistant, a young woman in her early 20s, wore a professional smile and replied unhurriedly, Sir, this is a mid-second stage water-type spirit core. The cracks are only on the surface and don't affect its use. If you think it's too expensive, you can try other shops, but we really can't do 6,000. The two went back and forth. Wu Fan walked past them and headed straight for the counter inside the material zone. His goal was clear: first stage dream type and soul type materials. This idea had been with him since before he contracted his spirit beast. He wanted to walk a path no one had taken before. In his past life, he had read Zhuangzi, The Equality of Things. Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly, not knowing whether he was Zhou who had dreamed of a butterfly, or the butterfly's dream of being Zhou. The boundary between dream and waking, illusion and reality blurred. You can't tell whether you are a person or a butterfly, awake or in a dream. That was exactly the effect he wanted. The boundaries between dream and waking, illusion and reality, object and self, blurred and merged together. A butterfly-type spirit beast paired with dream and soul powers. But spirit beasts of this type were basically unavailable on the market. If not available, then create one himself. Others might say, aren't you afraid of being dissected for research? Overthinking. He was an evolutionist. An evolutionist first picks a spirit beast egg, then picks materials, a perfectly normal process. Others would only think that this evolutionist had a clear understanding of his spirit beast's attributes and naturally chose materials accordingly. No one would think otherwise. People were hatching rare-type spirit beasts from the egg gambling area every day in this world. It was entirely reasonable for an evolutionist to rely on talent and experience to roughly judge what was inside an egg. His talent name, Insight Eye, could explain a lot on its own. When others saw his spirit beast, they would only think he had pulled a hidden item from the egg gambling area. Opening blind boxes, there are always lucky ones. And in this world there might really be lucky people. The special material zone had far fewer people. The counter was at the far end of the special material zone, a row of L-shaped glass display cases. Above the counter hung an electronic screen showing the current list of special materials for sale. Behind the counter stood a woman in her 40s with short hair, wearing a dark blue work uniform. Pinned to her chest was a nameplate reading Senior Sales Consultant, Songlan. She was flipping through a thick manual when she heard footsteps and looked up. Young man, what do you need? Do you have any first-stage dream type or soul type materials? Songlan closed the manual and looked Wu Fan up and down. Her gaze paused on the incubation box in his hand, then fell on the half-exposed evolutionist certificate in his pocket, and her eyebrows lifted slightly. Junior evolutionist. It just passed. Songlan nodded, didn't ask further, and turned to rummage through the cabinets behind her. Dream type. Soul type. Not many. There are only a few shops in all of Qingyun City that sell these. We have the most complete variety here. As she spoke, she took out over a dozen materials from the cabinets and laid them out in a row on the glass counter. Misty soul grass, nightmare stone, rest pollen, soul guiding leaf, weaving dream flower, soul devouring spider, nest illusory dream mushroom powder, soul capturing bone, soul condensing dew. All first stage dream type and soul type materials are here. Take a look, young man. Which ones do you need? Wu Fan stepped forward, his eyes sweeping from the first item. Misty soul grass. A small handful of withered stems, gray-green, with curled leaves. When approached, it emitted a faint, bitter scent. Nightmare stone. A fist-sized black stone rough surfaced like volcanic rock. It felt heavy in the hand with a faint coolness in the palm. Wu Fan looked at each one in turn, and he had a clear idea. The compatibility of these materials was actually not high, but it didn't matter since he mainly relied on the ability of the creation furnace. He looked up and pointed at the materials on the counter. These 4. Song Lan followed his finger and looked. Weaving dream flower, misty soul grass, soul capturing bone, soul devouring spider nest. Her eyebrows lifted again. For items total 328000. With your evolutionist certificate, you get a 10 discount, so 295200. Wu Fan nodded and took out his evolutionist card to hand over. He wasn't surprised by the price. Dream type and soul type materials, even first stage 1, started at 5000. Song Lan smiled and took the card. In her line of work, she knew what to ask and what not to ask. Jinwei Pavilion was located by the Qingyun River 3 streets away from the Beast Taming Mall. Following the river downstream, crossing 2 bridges would lead you there. Sanwei Restaurant stood on the opposite bank, the 2 establishments gazing at each other across the water, both time-honored names. Yet Jinwei Pavilion's icy flame snow frog soup was more renowned. When Wu Fan arrived, Wu Yunqi and Xia Hemiao had already taken their seats. The private room was on the 2nd floor by the window, which was half open, allowing the river breeze to billow the curtains. The room was modest, about 10 square meters, with a round table dominating the center. Over here, Wu Yunqi waved at him. She sat in the inner seat, and her flame-feather Dankei bird perched on the chair beside her, its tiny head bobbing. Xia Hemiao sat opposite, accompanied by a snow-white fawn the size of a half-grown deer. A Lingsong deer. The fawn lay curled at Xia Hemiao's feet, legs tucked under, head resting on the floor. Its antlers had just sprouted, resembling 2 budding twigs. "We've been waiting for you. If you were any later, I'd have ordered the food to start." Xia Hemiao looked up and smiled at Wu Fan, 2 shallow dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth. "Wu Fan, have a seat." Wu Fan placed the constant temperature incubation box on the table and pulled out a chair to sit. Wu Yunqi's gaze was instantly drawn to the box. She leaned forward, her nose nearly touching the transparent wall. "What's that? Did you buy it?" Wu Yunqi's eyes widened. She tapped the box with her finger. "How much?" 16,002. "You didn't get it from the egg gambling area, did you? "Yeah." Wu Yunqi looked at her brother, then at the box, and made a "you're amazing" gesture. "Bro, you're so reckless. If Mom finds out you bought an egg from the gambling area, she'll nag you for 3 days. As long as there's something inside. What if it hatches into a useless chicken? That would still be better than you." "Wu Fan, I challenge you to a duel. After you contract it, let it fight my Dankei." Startled by her sudden outburst, the flame-feathered Dankei flapped its wings, leaped from the chair, and fluttered in the air for a few moments. It tilted its head and chirped at Wu Yunqi, a note of displeasure in its voice. Xia Hemiao laughed beside her, pushing her own teacup toward Wu Yunqi. "Have some water and cool down. Why do you always argue with your brother? He's just so infuriating." Wu Yunqi picked up the cup and took a big gulp, her cheeks puffed out, still glaring at Wu Fan. Wu Fan ignored her, pushing the incubation box to the middle of the table so both could see. Xia Hemiao leaned in to look for a moment, then raised her head. "Wu Fan, can you tell what it is?" "Roughly." "What element?" "You'll know once it hatches." Xia Hemiao nodded, not pressing further, and reached down to stroke the Lingsong deer at her feet. The fawn's ear twitched at her touch, and it nuzzled its head against her palm. "By the way, what are your plans this afternoon?" "I want to go shopping with Hemiao." "What about you, bro?" "Me? I'm going home to contract the spirit beast." Wu Yunqi blinked, her gaze falling on the egg, then back to Wu Fan. "Right now, not waiting for it to hatch." "No need. Once contracted, it will hatch naturally." "Oh right, I forgot." Wu Yunqi slapped her forehead. Just as she was about to say something else, the waiter knocked and entered to serve the dishes. The icy flame snow frog soup arrived, still emitting cold mist, a thin layer of frost forming on the rim of the bowl. The 9 treasures spirit sparrow pot was placed in the center of the table. As the lid was lifted, steam billowed upward, filling the room with an irresistible aroma. "Eat, eat." Wu Yunqi was the first to pick up her chopsticks, grabbing a piece of snow frog and stuffing it into her mouth. She gasped at the heat, but couldn't bring herself to spit it out, mumbling, "So good, so good." Xia Hemiao poured her a cup of cold tea and pushed it over. "Slow down, no one's competing with you. Competing or not getting it into my mouth comes first." Wu Yunqi took a big gulp of the cold tea, swished it around in her mouth, and swallowed, then let out a long sigh. "I'm alive again." Wu Fan picked up a piece of spirit sparrow meat and chewed. The meat was so tender it fell off the bone at the touch of the chopsticks, melting in the mouth. The sauce was thick with a savory flavor tinged with sweetness, leaving a lingering herbal aftertaste on the tongue. Then came the time for hearty eating. After finishing the meal with Wu Yunqi and the others, Wu Fan first returned to the beast taming healing shop run by his mother. The shop door was open, bearing the sign, Fanxi Healing. Su Wan was treating an injured blazing hound. The hound lay on the treatment table, its left hind leg wrapped in bandages that showed a faint red stain. Its ears drooped, its eyes listless, tongue hanging out as it panted heavily. Su-won stood beside the table, her right hand pressed against the hound's injured leg, a faint green light glowing from her palm. Beside her stood a Gonlin reindeer. The deer was a size larger than Xia Hamiao's Lingsong deer, covered in short light cyan fur with white spots on its back. Its antlers had fully grown with tiny droplets of water hanging from the tips. The Gonlin reindeer stood by Su-won, lowering its head, bringing its nose close to the hound's wound, and gently exhaling a breath. The breath carried a fresh scent of grass and would working in tandem with Su-won's innate healing ability. Back. Su-won looked up at him, her hands still moving. Have you eaten? Yes, I ate at Junwei Pavilion with Yunqi and Xia Hamiao. Hamiao was there too. Su-won smiled. That girl hasn't visited the shop in a while. Where's your sister? She went shopping with Xia Hamiao. Mom, I'll go to the cultivation room at home to contract the spirit beast first. Go ahead. What do you want for dinner? Anything. Whatever you make, I'll eat. Su-won smiled and said nothing more, continuing with her work. Wu Fan took the incubation box, walked through the back door of the shop, and entered the courtyard. The courtyard was modest, about 100 square meters, with a spirit pomegranate tree planted in the corner, bearing a few green fruits. Further and beyond the courtyard lay an orchard of over 1,000 acres. It was hidden from view by the courtyard wall. Wu Fan didn't head toward the orchard. Instead, he entered a small building at the back. The building had 2 floors. The first floor was a living room and kitchen. The second floor held bedrooms and a cultivation room. The cultivation room was at the far end of the second floor. Wu Fan pushed the door open and turned on the light. The cultivation room was small, about 10 square meters, with dark brown wooden flooring. The walls were lined with soundproofing material and spiritual energy insulation layers. The room was sparsely furnished, with a table against the wall holding a few books on spirit beast contracts. In the center of the floor, a spirit gathering array was engraved along with several meditation cushions. He walked to the table, opened the incubation box, and took out the egg. Cradling the egg in his left hand, he channeled spiritual energy with his right hand, beginning to inscribe the contract array. The contract array, in essence, was both complex and simple. It required mobilizing soul force combined with spiritual energy to draw the array onto the spirit beast or its egg. The first array line descended from his fingertips, spreading beneath the egg in a pale golden light. The second, the third. Line after line, the array took shape, slowly enveloping the entire egg. The final array line fell. All the lines on the egg lit up simultaneously, a brilliant golden radiance flooding the entire cultivation room. Wu Fan squinted. The eggshell began to crack. First, a thin crack extended from the top of the egg downward, then a second, then a third. The cracks grew more numerous and denser, spreading across the entire shell like a cobweb. Crack. A faint sound came from his palm. Golden light seeped through the fissures, strand by strand. Wu Fan flattened his hand, letting the egg rest in his palm as he watched it split open. From the crack emerged a pair of antennae as fine as strands of hair, with 2 tiny bumps at the tips. They swayed as if testing the air outside. Then came a leg. It was impossibly slender. 6 legs in total, each one stretching out from the shell, pushing against the edges to drag the entire body outward. The movement was slow, so slow that one felt the urge to help. Wu Fan did not move. When a spirit beast breaks out of its egg, outside interference only brings trouble. It had to come out on its own. The last piece of shell was kicked away, and the entire butterfly lay motionless in his palm. It was tiny, no bigger than an adult's thumb. Its whole body was a dull gray, its wings crumpled and sticky with the viscous fluid from the shell. The antennae still swayed again and again. Is this it? Wu Fan looked down at the gray lump in his palm, the corner of his mouth twitching. Before Wu Fan could react, the fragments of eggshell around him suddenly turned to powder and surged toward the butterfly. The butterfly trembled. Its wings began to unfurl. From the base to the edges they spread open little by little. Beneath the dull gray, a faint silver glow emerged. The patterns on the wings lit up one by one as if someone had traced them with an extremely fine golden brush. The golden light in the cultivation chamber dimmed, replaced by a soft silver radiance that rippled outward from the butterfly. Wu Fan was stunned. The butterfly stood up from his palm, its 6 legs supporting its tiny body. Its wings were now fully spread, the silver-gray wing surfaces covered with dark golden patterns. It was beautiful. He raised his palm to eye level, meeting the butterfly's gaze. Its compound eyes were deep purple, as if they contained a starry sky, with countless tiny points of light flickering in the depths. The butterfly tilted its head. Wu Fan tilted his head too. Man and butterfly stared at each other for 3 seconds. Wu Fan activated the all-seeing eye. A flash of gold in the depths of his pupils. Dream Butterfly Attribute: Mental Realm, First Realm 1 star, Potential Third Realm 2 stars, Innate Skills, Mental Shock, Hypnosis Powder, Spiritual Perception, Status Curious. Description: a rare mental type butterfly spirit beast, extremely sensitive to spiritual energy fluctuations, excelling in control and disruption. Gentle but alert in temperament, it remains loyal to its contractor for life. Loyal for life. Those 4 words made Wu Fan take a second look. He had witnessed too much betrayal in his past life. At the same time, a tremor echoed deep within his soul. It felt as if a door had been pushed open inside his mind. The beast taming space. Every beast tamer who contracts a spirit beast must go through this step. It was a rule of this world. The space was a projection of the tamer's soul capable of storing contracted spirit beasts and releasing them when needed. In its initial form, it was merely a gray area the size of a small room. Wu Fan's soul form stood within his own beast taming space looking around. So this was his beast taming space. Some people transformed it into grasslands, others into mountains and forests, still others into palaces. It all depended on personal preference. He hadn't yet decided what to make of his, but there was no rush, plenty of time. The dream butterfly was no longer in his palm. It was perched on his shoulder, wings folded, antennae drooping as if asleep. Wu Fan glanced at it. Time to get down to business. He took out the 4 materials one by one. First realm, high grade, the bewitching soul grass. Its stalk slender, the tip coiled into a spiral hook, a pale purple, throughout still moist with dew from when it was picked. First realm, mid-grade, the dreamweave flower. Its petals stacked in 3 layers, each of a different shade, the outermost a light pink, the middle milky white, the innermost nearly transparent, with a faint sweet fragrance when brought close. First realm, high grade, the soul-eating spider's nest. A fist-sized lump of tightly woven gray-white silk, with several black eggshell fragments inside, lighter in hand than it appeared. First realm, mid-grade, the soul-capturing bone. A fragment the size of a fingernail covered in fine lines, its edges thin enough to let light through, a yellowish hue, as if buried in the earth for a long time. The 4 items were laid out on the table in a row. Next, he would use the Forge of Creation. He had never used this ability since awakening. Not because he didn't want to, but because he had no opportunity. Now that he had his own spirit beast and materials, it was time to see just how powerful this thing could be. Wu Fan took a deep breath. He closed his eyes. In his mind, he recalled the information that had flooded in upon awakening. The unity of all things, 2 abilities. He had used the all-seeing eye many times and was well-versed in it. The Forge of Creation was a first. How to activate it? By thought. You simply think of unfolding the forge, and it unfolds. Wu Fan silently uttered in his mind, open. Nothing happened. The cultivation chamber remained the same. The floor, the cushion, everything unchanged. But Wu Fan knew the forge was already open. Within a radius of 5 steps around him, an extra layer existed. Invisible and intangible to others. His consciousness was pulled into another space. A vast white. No sky, no ground, no front or back. He couldn't even tell if he was standing on something or floating in midair. Before him stood a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron. It was not large, half a person's height, reaching just up to his chest. Bronze in color, its surface was covered with patterns. Neither any script nor design he recognized. They were crooked like a child's random scribbles, yet also reminiscent of an extremely complex formation. Wu Fan reached out and touched the cauldron's wall. It was cold. He withdrew his hand and walked around the cauldron. The 3 legs stood firmly, the 2 ears spread outward. The mouth of the cauldron was open, dark, and bottomless. He picked up the 4 materials. In the real world, they still lay on the table, but in this space, he held an identical set. He didn't know the principle behind it, nor did he intend to investigate. There were too many inexplicable things in this world. If you tried to dig into every one, you'd waste a lifetime. He threw the bewitching soul grass in first. The moment the material touched the cauldron, there was no sound, no spark. It simply vanished as if swallowed by the cauldron. Then the dreamweave flower, the soul-eating spider's nest, the soul-capturing bone. After the last piece was thrown in, the cauldron trembled. The bronze surface began to glow. A color between blue and purple with a hint of fluorescence, like some luminous jellyfish in the deep sea. The light grew brighter and more intense. The lid of the cauldron opened on its own. A small ball of light floated out from the cauldron, hovering in midair. The light sphere was not large, smaller than an egg. Its surface was fluid, as if wrapped in a film of water. Inside, 4 colors swirled: pale, purple, light pink, gray, white, and deep black. They churned, but did not blend, like a cocktail that refused to mix no matter how you shook it. Wu Fan reached out and caught it. The moment the light sphere fell into his palm, the outside world returned. The cultivation chamber's lamp, the cushion on the floor, the soundproofing on the walls, all came back. He looked down at his palm. A bead. Liquid rolling in his hand like a drop of mercury, but lighter. The 4 colors spun inside, occasionally flashing a glint. Wu Fan stared at the bead for a long time. Was this the fused material? This bead had no fixed shape. In your palm, it was round. If you poured it into a square box, it would become square. Wu Fan raised the bead to his eyes, turning it over. He stared at it for a few seconds with only one thought in his mind: if he sold this thing, what price would be appropriate? Of course, it was just a passing thought. At that moment, the sleeping spirit butterfly stirred. It flew up from his shoulder, fluttered its wings twice, and landed on his finger. Its 6 legs clasped his index finger, its wings folding and spreading, antennae stretching forward, inching and retreating as if trying to touch the bead. Just as it was about to make contact, it stopped. Its antennae withdrew and its wings tightened. It looked up at Wu Fan. "This is for you," Wu Fan said with a smile, gently tapping the sleeping spirit butterfly's back with the index finger of his other hand. "Absorb it, and you will evolve." The sleeping spirit butterfly's wings opened and closed and opened. It looked at Wu Fan motionless. Wu Fan could sense its emotion. It was waiting for him to say, "Okay." That was how contracted spirit beasts worked. When the beast tamer said yes, it acted. When the beast tamer said no, it stopped. If there was any profession that valued trust the most, the contract between a beast tamer and a spirit beast would rank among the top 3. Of course, there were exceptions. He had seen on forums that some people, after contracting a spirit beast, treated it as a tool, using it as a punching bag when they lost. Later, the spirit beast turned on its master during a battle, severely injuring the beast tamer on the spot. The comments section below the post was full of curses. Not a single person sympathized with that beast tamer. Wu Fan nodded. "Eat." The sleeping spirit butterfly moved. It jumped off Wu Fan's finger and landed beside the bead. The bead spread out on the table like a pool of mercury. The sleeping spirit butterfly crouched down, pressed its mouth to it, and began to suck. A thin strand of light was drawn from the bead, seeping into its body through its mouth. More and more strands emerged, denser and denser, merging from 4 colors into a purple cocoon of light, enveloping the entire butterfly. Wu Fan stepped back, leaned against the wall, and crossed his arms. If an evolutionist had been there to see Wu Fan's operation, they would probably jump up and curse. Because the optimal time for a spirit beast to evolve at each realm was at the 9th star of the first realm. At that moment, by leveraging the power of evolution, it could break through to the 2nd realm in one go. This was common knowledge. Evolving at 1 star in the 1st realm was like trying to run before learning to walk, wasting the evolutionary boost. But Wu Fan didn't care about common knowledge. He wasn't using the 4 symbols refining array. The products forged by the creation furnace were fundamentally different from the materials on the market. The cocoon of light began to change. The purple light gradually faded and tiny cracks appeared on the cocoon's surface, spreading from the top downwards. 1, 2, 3. Crack. The sound was soft, like stepping on a dry twig. Light seeped out through the cracks. 1 beam, 2, 3. More and more until the entire cocoon dissolved into light. The specks of light did not scatter. Instead, they gathered in the air, slowly rotating like a tiny galaxy. Wu Fan narrowed his eyes. The specks descended, revealing what lay inside. A butterfly hovered in midair, its wings flapping slowly. Previously only the size of a thumb, it was now as large as a palm. Its wings were no longer a dusty gray. They had turned into a translucent violet blue with a layer of dark purple patterns on the surface, as if someone had drawn talismans with an extremely fine brush. It flapped its wings once. Purple light powder shook off, drifting in the air for 2 seconds before vanishing, before hitting the ground. Wu Fan stepped forward, leaning in for a closer look. The butterfly's compound eyes were still deep purple, but the specks of light within them were more numerous than before. Previously like dozens of stars, now like hundreds, densely packed and spinning faster than before. Beautiful. Indeed, it was far more beautiful than before. The butterfly landed on his shoulder, folding its wings, letting its antennae droop down, and gently brushed against his neck. It tickled. Wu Fan turned his head to look at it. He activated the all-seeing eye. Soul Weaving Dream Butterfly. Female. Attribute Dream Soul. Rank 1st realm 4 stars. Potential 6th realm 9 stars. Innate skills: Soul Perception, Illusory Dream, I Dream, Entry, Soul Pierce, Spirit Butterfly, Avatar, Dream, Devour, Butterfly Dream, Wandering Soul Thread Capture. Status: Euphoric. Description: evolved from the sleeping spirit butterfly. By fusing the essences of dream and soul systems, it has broken through the original species' life limit, where its butterfly wings past dreams and reality intertwine. It excels at weaving souls and also at devouring them. It can infiltrate a target's dreams and manipulate their mind. It can also pierce enemy ranks with soul threads, striking directly into the depths of the soul. Moreover, it can draw upon the power of dreams at any time to cultivate or restore its own strength. Note, this butterfly is extremely attached to its master, often perching on the shoulder, and dislikes being returned to the beast taming space. Wu Fan stared at the 4 characters, 6th realm 9 stars, for several seconds. From 3rd realm 2 stars to 6th realm 9 stars. A leap of 3 realms plus 7 stars. This was the creation furnace. He looked down at his own hand, then up at the soul-weaving dream butterfly hovering in midair. You're quite impressive. The soul-weaving dream butterfly landed on his shoulder, folding its wings, letting its antennae droop, and gently brushed against his neck. This time it wasn't just the antennae. It was its entire head, nuzzling into the crook of his neck. Wu Fan reached out and pushed it away. Alright, stop that. The soul-weaving dream butterfly flew up, hovering in front of him, its wings slowly flapping, its compound eyes fixed on him. That gaze was like a little girl's. The previous sleeping spirit butterfly had the intelligence of a 3 or 4-year-old child, naive and ignorant. Now the soul-weaving dream butterfly had the intelligence of a teenage girl with a temper, thoughts, and even a knack for acting coy. He cupped the soul-weaving dream butterfly in his palm and raised it to his eyes. From now on you'll be called Yuji. Your nickname is Xiaoji. Butterfly, the name master gave you, Ji likes it. A voice rang directly in his mind, soft with a hint of just woken nasal tone, like a little girl who wasn't fully awake murmuring. Wu Fan was stunned. You can speak. Butterfly, it's that master can hear what Yuji thinks. Wu Fan blinked. That made sense. A spirit beast of the mental system could communicate with its beast tamer through thought. Nothing unusual. The posts by mental system beast tamers on the forum had mentioned that spirit beasts could do this once they reached a certain realm. Moreover, his was the dream soul system, which could be understood as a combination of the dream system and the soul system. All right, Xiaoji. Wu Fan reached out and tapped its head. From now on we'll be partners. Butterfly, partner with master. Xiaoji repeated his tone, its antennae twitching, not sure if it truly understood or was just mimicking. Butterfly, master, sleepy, I'm going to sleep. With that, it flew to Wu Fan's left shoulder, folded its wings, drooped its antennae, and went still. Wu Fan turned his head to glance. The all-seeing eye activated, and the little creature's status changed from euphoric to sleeping, cultivating. Sleeping and still cultivating. Wu Fan was genuinely envious. But then he thought again, when Xiaoji cultivated, it could feed back 1/10 of the spiritual energy to him. That meant while Xiaoji was sleeping, he was also cultivating, even if only 1/10 of Xiaoji's output. It was a freebie. On second thought, he wasn't envious. Dinner time. Wu Fan's family dining room was not large. A square table sat by the kitchen door, covered with a blue and white checkered tablecloth, its corners neatly pressed by Su Wan. Steamed mystic water fish, mushroom soup, peppered wild beef hot pot, and sautéed spirit vegetables. 3 dishes and a soup. Su Wan emerged from the kitchen carrying the last bowl of rice, her apron still tied, and placed it in front of Wu Yunxi. Eat, eat. Wu Yunxi had been waiting for this. She reached out with her chopsticks, grabbed a piece of wild beef, and stuffed it into her mouth. Chewing twice, her cheeks bulging, she mumbled, Mom, your cooking keeps getting better. Stop flattering me. Su Wan sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and placed a piece of fish belly in her daughter's bowl. Eat more? You've been running around all day. You must be exhausted. Not tired at all. Wu Yunxi swallowed the beef, lifted her bowl, and took a big mouthful of rice before reaching for the wild beef pot again. Wu Fan sat across from her, ladling soup. Xiaoji lay on his left shoulder, wings folded, antennae drooping, utterly still. The edges of her wings rose and fell slightly with each breath, the violet-blue surface shimmering with a faint luminescence under the light. Wu Yunxi stared at the butterfly for several seconds, chopsticks frozen mid-air, a smear of sauce still on her lips. Brother, is this what hatched from that spirit beast egg? A butterfly. Look down on butterflies. Wu Fan set down his soup bowl and glanced at her. I bet she could thrash you. Thrash me? Wu Yunxi slammed her chopsticks on the table, her eyes wide. A newly hatched butterfly, thrash my flame-feathered Dankei. My Dankei has the power granted by the Tsuhua star sequence. As she spoke, she waved her hand, releasing the flame-feathered Dankei from her beast-taming space. The little creature immediately nuzzled against Wu Yunxi's leg, its head burrowing into her thigh. Wu Yunxi patted its head. Stop rubbing for a second. Help me scold him. The flame-feathered Dankei raised its head, tilted it to look at Wu Fan, then at Xiaoji on his shoulder, and let out a soft chirp. The sound was gentle, more like a greeting than a scolding. Wu Yunxi was not pleased. She pinched the Dank's beak and shook it. Show some backbone. He's going to thrash you, and you're saying hello. Chirp. The flame-feathered Dankei broke free from her grip, fluttered its wings twice, hopped onto the edge of the table, and bent down to peck at a grain of rice that had fallen there. Wu Yunxi covered her face, filled with frustration. Wu Fan, seeing her expression, curled the corner of his mouth. Your spirit beast's temper matches yours. And what's wrong with that? Wu Yunxi dropped her hands and lifted her chin. I hold grudges. Try me if you don't believe it. Fine, let's try after dinner. Wu Fan took a sip of soup, unhurried. Whoever loses does the dishes for a week. Deal. Wu Yunxi slapped the table and turned to call into the kitchen. Mom, did you hear that? He said whoever loses washes dishes for a week. Don't help us. Su Wan came out of the kitchen holding a small plate with several slices of spirit fruit. She set the plate on the corner of the table, wiped her hands, and looked at her 2 children. Can't you two have a single peaceful day? You only got your spirit beast today, and you're already thinking about fighting. Mom, it's not fighting. It's sparring, Wu Yunxi corrected. Normal exchange between beast tamers. The teachers at school say more real combat leads to progress. Su Wan shook her head, sat down, and picked up her chopsticks to place another piece of fish in her daughter's bowl. Fine fight. Just don't come to me to treat your injuries. Mom, can't you say something nice? Wu Yunxi pouted. Su Wan ignored her. Eat properly first. Talk after you finish. Wu Feng had been quiet all along, sitting beside Wu Fan, eating slowly. He picked up a piece of fish, dipped it in the sauce on his plate, brought it to his mouth, chewed twice, and finally spoke. Xiao Fan, what element is your butterfly? Dream type. Picked it from the bedding egg zone. Wu Fan said no more. He didn't plan to elaborate, especially not about the fact that it had already evolved once. It wasn't that he didn't trust his family. It was just too complicated to explain. Some things were safer kept to oneself. Wu Feng nodded and didn't press further. He picked up a piece of wild beef, chewed it, his gaze lingering on the butterfly on Wu Fan's shoulder for 2 seconds before looking away. Dream type is rare. Wu Feng swallowed the beef, took a sip from his wine cup. What is it called? Soul-weaving dream butterfly. Wu Fan gently lifted Xiao Ji from his shoulder and placed her in his palm, so his father could see better. I named her Yuji, nicknamed Xiao Ji. Wu Feng leaned in for a closer look. The butterfly's wings shimmered with a violet-blue light under the lamp. The veins were dark gold extending from the base to the edges, and the wings were bordered by a thin, delicate white line as fine as a cicada's wing. Beautiful, Wu Feng remarked, then sat back and continued eating. Wu Yunxi listened nearby, her eyes fixed on Xiao Ji for a long moment. Then she turned to look at her own flame-feather Dankei. The flame-feather Dankei was squatting by her feet, its beak opening and closing as it chewed something. Wu Yunxi looked down. The little thing had somehow grabbed a piece of fish and was enjoying it. You sure know how to eat. Wu Yunxi nudged it gently with her toe. The flame-feather Dankei looked up at her, then went back to chewing its cheeks, puffing in and out. Let it eat. Don't starve it. Mom, you spoil it more than I do. Wu Yunxi rolled her eyes. I'm full. She wiped her mouth. Brother, hurry up and finish. Meet me in the backyard. Suwon glanced at Wu Yunxi. What's the rush? Your brother hasn't finished yet. It's fine, Mom. Wu Fan lifted his bowl, took a few quick mouthfuls of rice, grabbed a chopstickful of vegetables, chewed, and swallowed. Done. He stood up, placed Xiaoji back on his shoulder, and put his dishes in the kitchen sink. Wu Yunxi had already dashed to the back door, shouting over her shoulder, Hurry up. Suwon sighed, and said to Wu Feng, Aren't you going to say something? Wu Feng picked up a piece of fish, and said slowly, Say what? It's good for young people to have some drive. You spoil them. Suwon shook her head, and began clearing the table. The backyard was actually quite spacious. From the back door of the dining room you passed through a short corridor, and pushed open the door to the yard. The ground was paved with blue stone slabs, and a banyan tree stood by the wall, its canopy spreading to shade nearly half the yard. Further in lay the orchard. The 1,000-acre orchard was mostly hidden behind the wall, only the tops of fruit trees visible, their leaves rustling in the evening breeze. Wu Fan's parents owned a total of 12 spirit beasts, 9 of which were currently in the orchard. Some dozed on tree branches, others patrolled among the fruit trees. Wu Yunxi was already standing in the middle of the yard. The flame-feathered Dankei crouched at her feet, its tail dragging on the ground, its head tilted as it looked at Wu Fan. Ready? Wu Yunxi planted her hands on her hips, chin lifted. I'm warning you. My Dankei is only at first realm 2 stars, but the power from the Tsuhua star sequence is no joke. Yeah, I know. Wu Fan walked to the other end of the yard, putting about 10 paces between them. Why so much talk? You in or not? Let's go. You two hold on. Wu Feng's voice came from beneath the eaves, but both siblings stopped their actions. Wu Fan turned his head to look. The father walked out from the back door of the dining room, still holding a half-filled glass of wine. Suwon followed behind, her apron removed and replaced with a light jacket. The two descended the steps one after another, stepping onto the bluestone path and heading toward the center of the courtyard. Dad, what are you doing? Wu Yunxi twisted her head, hands still on her hips. We were just about to fight. Don't rush. Wu Feng handed the wine glass to Suwon, raised his right hand, and a beam of yellow light fell onto the center of the courtyard. The ground trembled. Wu Yunxi took half a step back. The flame-feathered Dankei hopped away from her feet, spread its wings, and let out a chirp. As the yellow light dissipated, a rock-armored Gigantopithecus stood in the middle of the courtyard, nearly 3 stories tall. Its body was covered in tan skin with broad shoulders and a thick back. Its 2 arms hung down, fists nearly brushing its knees. The little weaver on Wu Fan's shoulder fluttered its wings slightly, its antennae rising. Slowly it lifted off from his shoulder, hovering in midair, wings gently beating. The purple-blue surfaces glimmered under the light. Die? Master, what happened? Was that an earthquake? A soft, gentle voice sounded in Wu Fan's mind. It's nothing. Die. The little weaver folded its wings, dropped back onto his shoulder, its antennae drooping as it continued to lie still. Stone Ape put up a barrier for the courtyard. Wu Feng lifted his chin. The rock-armored Gigantopithecus let out a roar, crouched down, and slammed its right palm onto the ground. A ring of earthy yellow light radiated from its palm, spreading outward along the ground until it met the courtyard walls and stopped. After the glow faded, a faint layer of yellow light seeped through the cracks between the bluestone slabs, as if the entire courtyard had been coated with a base layer. Wu Feng took the wine glass back from Suwon, took a sip, stepped back 2 paces, and stood beside the banyan tree, arms crossed. All right. Fight if you must, but don't tear down the house. Suwon leaned against the doorframe, arms folded across her chest. She glanced at Wu Feng, then at the siblings in the courtyard, shook her head, and said nothing. Wu Yunxi grinned, reached out, and patted her flame-feathered Dankei on the head. Hear that? Dad's got our backs. Go all out. The flame-feathered Dankei flapped its wings and flew into the air. It hovered 2 meters above Wu Yunxi's head, staring down at Wu Fan, its eyes glowing with a brighter golden light than before. This was its first battle. It couldn't afford to lose face. Wu Yunxi straightened up, changed her hands from her hips to her sides, and slightly spread her 10 fingers, ready to give commands at any moment. Little Weaver, you go too. The Moon Weaver, just awakened, hadn't yet reacted. It lay on Wu Fan's shoulder, its antennae extending and retracting, its compound eyes blinking twice. Die? What for? Your first battle. Go. Die. Oh. The Little Weaver slowly flew up, hovering 2 meters above Wu Fan's head, facing off against the flame-feathered Dankei. The atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly tightened. The flame-feathered Dankei spread its wings, stared at the butterfly across from it, and let out a low, rumbling growl. The Little Weaver hovered in midair, tilting its head as it looked at the flame-feathered Dankei. Beneath the eaves, Wu Feng leaned against the banyan tree trunk, holding his wine glass, squinting as he watched. Suwan pushed herself off the doorframe, stepped forward 2 paces, and stood at the edge of the steps closer to the battlefield. Who do you think will win? Wu Feng turned his head to ask her. Suwan didn't look at him, her gaze was fixed on the courtyard. Yunxi's Dankei has the power of the astral marks, high burst damage. But Xiaofan's butterfly. She paused. I have a feeling it's not that simple. Wu Feng laughed lightly, didn't respond, and took a sip of his wine. In the courtyard, Wu Yunxi made the first move. Dank Flame Arrow Technique. The flame-feathered Dankei flapped its wings and streaks of arrow-like flames shot toward the Little Weaver. The speed was fast. Dozens of flame arrows trailed tails of fire, the air warping from the heat. Wu Fan, standing below, could see clearly. The trajectory of the flame arrows was not straight. They curved, flanking from both sides, sealing off the Little Weaver's escape routes. This girl, outwardly carefree, was no slouch in battle. Little Weaver butterfly dream wandering. The Little Weaver's body instantly turned ethereal. The flame arrows passed through that empty space, hitting nothing, and continued forward, colliding with the courtyard wall. The earthy yellow protective barrier flashed once, blocking all the flames. The flame-feathered Dankei was stunned for a moment, tilting its head to look at the empty sky. The Little Weaver was gone. No spiritual energy fluctuation, no presence. As if it had never existed. Dank, don't space out. Find it. Wu Yunxi shouted, her voice a bit tighter than before. The flame-feathered Dankei flapped its wings, vigorously spinning in midair, its golden eyes scanning every inch of space. It couldn't find it. The Little Weaver seemed to have vanished from the world. Wu Yunxi bit her lip, quickly swept her gaze across the courtyard, and finally landed on Wu Fan. Wu Fan stood at the other end of the courtyard, his face expressionless. Bro, where did your butterfly go? Wu Fan jerked his chin upward. Huh, right above my head. As he spoke, the Little Weaver's figure materialized. It was still in the same spot, having never moved. Wu Yunxi looked up at the butterfly, then at Wu Fan, her mouth slightly open. What skill was that? How come even the spiritual energy fluctuation disappeared? Butterfly dream wandering. Entering the gap between dream and reality. There's a skill like that. Wu Yunxi's eyes went wide. Isn't that too cheap? Cheap or not, what matters is if you can land a hit. Wu Fan lifted his chin. Still want to continue? No. Wu Yunxi waved her hand. Bro, you're not allowed to use that skill. Fine, I won't use it. Wu Yunxi clapped her hands, repositioned herself, and pointed a finger forward. Dank, blazing fireball. The flame-feathered Dankei opened its mouth, and a fireball the size of a fist condensed before it. The surface rolled with orange-red flames, and at the center was a ring of white-hot light. The fireball shot toward the Little Weaver. Its speed was more than double that of the flame arrow technique. Little Weaver's spirit butterfly incarnation. An instant before the fireball hit, the Little Weaver's body dispersed. Hundreds of butterflies scattered in the air. Each one looked exactly like the Little Weaver. Purple-blue wings, dark gold veins, even the 2 bumps on the antennae were identical. The fireball passed through the swarm, hitting nothing, and slammed into the courtyard wall, exploding into a burst of sparks. The flame-feathered Dankei stared at the sky full of butterflies, its head swiveling back and forth, unsure which one to target. Wu Yunxi was also stunned. She looked up at the purple-blue swarm above her, her mouth hanging open, unable to close for a long moment. What's this again? Spirit butterfly incarnation. A clone technique. Each one is real, yet none of them are. Wu Yunxi stared at the butterflies for several seconds, then turned to look at Wu Fan with a complicated expression. Bro, are all your butterflies' skills this cheap? Each one more unreasonable than the last. Wu Fan spread his hands. I'm just asking, you still want to fight or not? Fight. Wu Yunxi stomped her foot. I refuse to believe a newly hatched butterfly can turn the world upside down. Wu Yunxi took a deep breath, cupped her hands around her mouth, and shouted at the blazing feather sparrow. Dank, use a range attack. Scorching flame storm. Cover this whole area, and see where it can hide. The blazing feather sparrow tilted its head back, and let out a long cry. Its wings spread to their fullest extent, every feather on its body standing on end, each tip igniting with a tiny flame. The flames multiplied, growing denser and denser, until soon the entire blazing feather sparrow was wrapped in a blazing sphere of fire. The air began to churn. With the sparrow at the center, waves of heat surged outward in all directions. The blue stone slabs beneath were scorched, and even the earthen yellow glow seeping through the cracks began to warp and ripple. Wu Fan could feel the heat licking at the fine hairs on his face, singeing them. He took 2 steps back and raised a hand to shield his face. Xiaoji Dream Entry. Among Xiaoji's attacking skills, this one was relatively gentle in power. Every butterfly in the swarm stopped fluttering its wings at once. Waves of violet-blue light rippled outward from the center of the swarm, expanding ring by ring. The blazing feather sparrow's scorching flame storm had yet to fully unfold when its body suddenly froze. Its wings remained spread, the flames on its feathers still burning, but it was completely still. The golden light in its eyes went out. In its place came a hazy gray, as if a layer of mist had settled over them. The fireball began to fall from midair. Startled, Wu Yunxi rushed forward 2 steps. Dankei. The blazing feather sparrow did not respond. It was dropping. Before she could reach it to catch it, a pair of massive hands caught the sparrow steadily. The rock-armored giant ape crouched on the ground, its 2 palms cupped together like a nest. It lowered its head to peer at the little sparrow in its hands, then looked up at Wu Feng. The blazing feather sparrow turned over in the giant ape's palm, flapped its wings a couple of times, and the gray in its eyes slowly faded as the golden light gradually returned. It shook its head and let out a chirp, soft and hoarse, like it had just woken up and hadn't fully recovered. Naturally, Xiaoji had held back, otherwise Dankei wouldn't have woken up so quickly. Dankei was only at the first realm 2nd star, while Xiaoji was already at the first realm 4th star, a full 2 stars higher. Moreover, Xiaoji was a dream soul type, specializing in soul power. Wu Yunxi ran over, stood on her tiptoes, scooped Dankei out of the giant ape's palm, cradled it in her arms, and felt it all over. Are you okay? Does anything hurt? Dizzy? The blazing feather sparrow nestled in her arms, burrowing its head into the crook of her elbow, wings folded close to its body, looking thoroughly wronged. Chirp. The sound dragged on long. Wu Yunxi hugged it and turned around, glaring at Wu Fan. Look what you did. You scared it. It's not hurt. Wu Fan spread his hands. I just interrupted its skill. Oomph. Wu Yunxi held Dankei up to her eyes, inspecting it over and over until she was sure not a single feather was missing. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief and tucked Dankei back into her arms. She looked up, stared at the hundreds of butterflies hovering in midair for a few seconds, and her lips twitched. Bro, Dream Entry, what kind of skill is that? It's basically hypnosis. Wu Fan raised his chin, and Xiaoji only used it to interrupt the skill. Otherwise your Dankei would be asleep until tomorrow morning. Asleep until tomorrow morning. Wu Yunxi's eyes went wide. You're full of it. Don't believe me. Try it. Try what? Wu Yunxi hugged Dankei tighter. My Dankei is still young. I won't let you torment it. The blazing feather sparrow poked its head out from her arms and chirped at Wu Fan. This time the chirp was spirited, not weak and soft like before. Wu Fan smiled and said nothing. In midair, the violet-blue butterflies began to converge. Hundreds of butterflies overlapped one after another until they became a single butterfly once more. Xiaoji landed back on Wu Fan's shoulder, folded its wings, drooped its antennae, and nuzzled his neck. Flutter Master, I won. The voice echoed softly in Wu Fan's mind, gentle and tinged with a hint of pride. You won. Wu Fan reached out and tapped its head. Flutter, is there a reward? What reward do you want? Xiaoji tilted its head, thinking, its antennae twitching up and down. Flutter, I want to drink spirit honey nectar. All right. Xiaoji's wings trembled, its antennae shot up, then drooped again, and the whole butterfly burrowed into the hollow of his neck. Wu Yunxi walked over with Dankei in her arms, tilting her head to look at the butterfly on Wu Fan's shoulder. Were you two just talking? What did you say? It said it won and wants a reward. Wu Yunxi rolled her eyes. A butterfly wants a reward. Are you being played by it? Wu Fan ignored her and turned to walk toward the corridor. Wu Yunxi caught up, and Dankei poked its head out from her arms, chirping at Xiaoji. Xiaoji ignored it, its antennae hanging low, lying quietly on Wu Fan's shoulder. Beneath the corridor, Wu Feng watched the siblings approach. The stone ape had already been put away, and the earthen yellow barrier in the courtyard had dispersed. The scorched blue stone slabs were still radiating heat, and the night breeze carried away a whiff of burnt odor. Done fighting. Done. Wu Yunxi spoke up first, chin lifted. Dad, what do you think? What do you think? Wu Yunxi thought for a moment, then said seriously, I lost. Where did you lose? Brother's butterfly is of the dream soul type. Wu Yunxi bit her lip. Without any countermeasures in a one-on-one fight, I basically had no way to fight back. The skill is too cheap. You can't block it and you can't hit it. And Dankei has high burst and wide-range attacks, but against a spirit beast of the mental attribute, it's very hard to resist. Wu Feng nodded, then turned to Wu Fan. Xiao Fan, what do you think? Xiaoji's skills lean toward control and disruption. Frontal damage isn't its strong suit. But if the opponent has no mental defense, Dream Entry is basically unstoppable. This time we won mainly because Yunshi and Dankei lacked experience. Next time once they're prepared it won't be so easy. I'm not bad. Knowing your own weaknesses is more important than knowing your strengths. Wu Feng patted both siblings on the shoulder. You're only first-realm beast tamers. You still have a long way to go. Losing isn't scary. What's scary is not knowing where you lost. Wu Yunshi pouted, but didn't argue. Suwon walked down the steps carrying a fruit platter with several kinds of spirit fruits cut into pieces. Alright, since the fight's overcome, have some spirit fruit. Wu Yunshi was the first to rush over, grabbing a piece of spirit honey melon and stuffing it into her mouth. After chewing a couple of times she said, Mom, don't you think my brother's butterfly is cheating? It just hatched, and it's already this fierce. Suwon smiled without replying and handed the platter to Wu Fan. Wu Fan took a piece of ice crystal pear and bit into it, crisp and tender juice bursting in his mouth with a sweet taste. Mom, do we have spirit honey nectar at home? Yes, it's in the fridge. Suwon glanced at him. Want some? Xiaoji wants it. Suwon lowered her head to look at the butterfly resting on Wu Fan's shoulder, paused for a moment, then smiled. Alright, I'll go get it. Flutter, thank you, Mom. Xiaoji flew up from his shoulder, fluttered over to Suwon, and circled around her head once. In the living room, the television was on, the host reporting the statistics of today's awakening ceremony. Wu Yunshi curled up in the corner of the sofa, legs crossed, hugging a cushion, her chin resting on it, as she stared fixedly at Wu Fan. If that gaze could be described as anything less than resentful, it would be an understatement. Wu Fan leaned against the other end of the sofa, holding a glass of spirit honey juice, with Xiao Shi perched on his shoulder, already asleep. The juice had just been taken from the fridge by Suwon. Xiao Shi had drunk half of it before falling asleep, and he was finishing the rest. What's with the look? He was unnerved by Wu Yunshi's stare. What does that expression mean? Bro. Did you not go all out? Wu Fan's hand holding the glass paused. To be honest, he really hadn't let Xiao Shi use its full strength. Why fight to the death in a friendly spar with his own sister? She wasn't an enemy. If Xiao Shi had been serious, it would have gone straight into dream entry and then dream devouring. Wu Yunshi's Yinyu Dankei wouldn't have had a moment to react. Instant kill. But how could he say that? If he said, yes, I held back, Wu Yunshi would jump off the sofa and strangle him. If he said, no, I did my best, that would be a blatant lie. He thought for a moment and decided to compromise. It was just a spar. Wu Yunshi stared at him for a while. Then she tossed the cushion aside, leaned back against the sofa, gazed at the ceiling, and let out a long sigh. Bro, what now? You're really twisted. She paused after saying that, then added another sentence. Having such a twisted brother, where's a sister's life to go? Wu Fan almost choked on his juice. He coughed a couple of times, set the glass on the coffee table, and wiped his mouth with a tissue. What does your sister's life have to do with me? Of course it does. Wu Yunshi sat up from the sofa, uncrossing her legs. You're my biological brother. You're stronger than me, so I'll always be compared to you. That's just others being jealous. Think about it. Your brother is a talent evolutionist. From now on you won't need anyone else to evolve your spirit beasts. I wouldn't even go if others paid me, but you get it for free. Wu Yunshi blinked. Besides, the spirit beast you'll contract in the future won't be ordinary. Huh. Wu Yunshi's ears perked up. She shifted her weight on the sofa, leaning forward halfway. Bro, do you know what I'll contract later? Wu Fan took another sip of the juice, swallowing slowly. I know a little. How much? Not much. Then tell me. Wu Fan glanced at her, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. What's the rush? Your current Yinyu Dankei is only at first realm 2 stars, not even fully matured, and you're already thinking about the next one. I just want to know. Wu Yunshi picked up the cushion from the floor, hugged it, and rested her chin on it again, her voice muffled. You won't tell me exactly what it is, just string me along. Keeping you guessing gives you something to look forward to. Wu Fan, are you really my biological brother? What kind of question is that? If I weren't, would I bother with you? Wu Yunshi rolled her eyes, buried her face in the cushion, and fell silent. Alright, I'm going to my room. I have to go to school tomorrow. After washing up and lying down on the bed, the ceiling light was off. The curtains weren't drawn tightly, and a sliver of moonlight slipped through the gap, drawing a thin white line on the floor. Xiaoji flew up from his shoulder, found a spot by the pillow, folded its wings, and curled into a ball. The purple-blue wing surfaces shimmered faintly in the moonlight like a small piece of glowing jade. Wu Fan rested his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Quite a lot had happened in the past 2 days. Awakening his talent, past life memories, helping his sister choose a spirit beast, getting the evolutionist certification, egg hunting in the betting zone, contracting, Xiaoji evolving, Xiaoji sparring with his sister. It had been less than 48 hours since his awakening. This life was more eventful than a whole month in his past life. He raised his right hand and looked at his palm. All things synthesis. Eye of all things, crucible of creation. Either of these abilities alone would be enough to let him dominate this world. Stacked together, he couldn't even imagine how far he would go. But he knew well that the more powerful the ability, the more it had to be hidden. This world was never short of envious people. He had seen the dark side of human nature. In his past life, he grew up in an orphanage. What expressions hadn't he seen? What cold stares hadn't he endured? Later he opened his own shop and finally caught a breath. But that fire. Did those cats and dogs get out? Was Big Cake taken by someone? What happened to the golden retriever? No one would ever tell him the answers. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and suppressed the fire back into his heart. Thinking about this was useless. There was no going back. In this life he had parents, a sister, friends, a butterfly that refused to leave his shoulder, and more spirit beasts to come. The road was long, and he would walk it slowly. Xiaoji had woken up at some point, flew right in front of his eyes, blocking his view of the ceiling. Die, master, unhappy. No. Die. Yes. Xiaoji's compound eyes stared at him, the light spots in its deep purple irises spinning slower than usual. Dai Yuezhi will accompany master. Wu Fan reached out and tapped its head. All right, you accompany me. Xiaoji landed on his pillow, edging closer to his head. Its wings folded, antennae drooping, the whole butterfly curled into a ball pressed against his ear. He could feel the faint warmth from its wings, warm like a little furnace. The night breeze crept in through the window crack, billowing the curtains up and then letting them fall. The moonlight swayed with it, shifting half an inch on the floor. He turned over and pulled the blanket higher. Xiaoji nuzzled into his neck, its wings brushing against his skin, ticklish. Wu Fan gently pushed it aside. Stop that. Go to sleep. Die. Good night, master. Good night. He didn't move again, drowsiness slowly washing over him. The last few thoughts flitted through his mind. Tomorrow at school, attend classes, practice cultivation. Now that he had the evolutionist certificate, he could take on association tasks to earn some extra money. Xiaoji's potential was 6th realm, 9 stars. No need to rush, just nourish it slowly. As for Wu Yunxi's star sequence array with 12 spirit beasts, he had only helped with the first one. The rest were still far off. This couldn't be hurried. Moonlight seeped through the curtain gap, falling on the floor like a white thread stretching from the windowsill to the bed. Xiaoji's wings flashed once, then dimmed. The entire room was quiet save for the steady breathing of one person and one butterfly. The next morning Wu Fan was awakened by the alarm clock. His phone buzzed on the nightstand, and he reached out to turn it off. The light filtering through the curtain gap was much brighter than the night before. The day was already fully lit. Xiaoji was not beside the pillow. Wu Fan sat up, rubbed his eyes, and scanned the room. Xiaoji crouched on the windowsill, wings spread wide, motionless in the sunlight. Dai, master, good morning. Morning. What are you doing? Dai, basking in the sun. Wu Fan got out of bed, his bare feet on the floor, and walked to the window to look outside. The orchard in the backyard stretched endlessly, the leaves of the fruit trees rustling in the morning breeze. Several spirit beasts roamed the orchard, one of them dozing under a tree. Xiaoji flew up from the windowsill and landed on his shoulder. Dai, where are we going today? School. Dai, what is school? It's a place where you go and stay with a group of people listening to a teacher's lecture. Dai, boring. Indeed, it is boring. Wu Fan reached out and tapped its head. But I have to go. After washing up, he went downstairs where Su Wan was already busy in the kitchen. Up, eh? Su Wan said without turning around. Milk is on the table, drink it first. Morning, Mom. Wu Fan sat at the table, picked up the glass of milk, and took a sip. Wu Yunxi was already sitting across from him, half a slice of toast stuffed in her mouth, cheeks puffed out. The Yinyu Dankei crouched on the chair beside her, eating its breakfast. Morning. Wu Yunxi mumbled in response, swallowed the toast, and chugged some milk. Su Wan then came over with a pot of porridge, ladling a bowl for each of the siblings. Finish eating and leave quickly. Don't be late. Got it, Mom. Xiaoji flew off his shoulder, landed on the table, and tilted its head to look at the porridge in his bowl. You can't eat this. Wu Fan nudged it away with the spoon. I'll buy you some spiritual honey juice later. Dai, okay. Xiaoji flew back to his shoulder and continued to perch there. Wu Yunxi finished the porridge in a few mouthfuls, wiped her mouth with a napkin, stood up, and pushed her chair back. The Yinyu Dankei jumped off the chair and wobbled along at her feet. Bro, I'm heading out first. He Meow is waiting for me at the intersection. In the September morning of Qingyun City, the weather cooled quickly. The breakfast shops along the street were already bustling. Steam baskets were stacked higher than a person, white steam billowing from the gaps between the baskets, carrying the aroma of steamed buns and mantou wafting half a street away. Wu Fan walked past a breakfast shop. A girl in a school uniform was standing on tiptoe, peering into the steam baskets with a fluffy fox spirit beast cub crouching beside her. At the entrance of No. 3 High School there were the most people. Students trickled in, and every senior student had a spirit beast with them. Fortunately, the current spirit beasts were all cubs, small in size, or else they wouldn't even fit through the school gate. Just as Wu Fan entered the school gate, he heard someone call him from behind. Wu Fan! Wu Fan! Zhao Xiaopeng chased after him from behind, panting heavily, his chubby face jiggling. He held a plastic bag with 2 steamed buns inside, shouting as he ran, "Wait for me." Wu Fan stopped and waited for him to catch up. "Why are you running?" Wu Fan looked at him, gasping for breath. "It's not like we're short on time." Yuezhi poked its head out from Wu Fan's shoulder, holding a small bottle of spiritual honey juice, sipping it slowly. "Afraid you didn't hear." Zhao Xiaopeng was so out of breath He could barely speak. He straightened up and held the plastic bag in front of Wu Fan. Want some? Still hot. I've already eaten. Zhao Xiaopeng didn't stand on ceremony. He took out a bun himself and took a big bite. Why didn't I see you at the cultivation center yesterday? I left early. I didn't pick a spirit beast at the cultivation center. Zhao Xiaopeng swallowed the bun, his eyes wide. Then where did you get your spirit beast? Wu Fan gestured with his chin toward Xiaoji on his shoulder. Picked it up from the egg gambling zone. Zhao Xiaopeng's gaze landed on Xiaoji and stared for a long time. Holy crap. This butterfly. What a tribute. Looks great. Xiaoji had just finished the last sip of spiritual honey juice, dropped the bottle, flapped its wings twice, hovered in midair, and tilted its head to look at him. Dai? Who is this person? The voice echoed in Wu Fan's mind. My classmate Zhaohong, nicknamed Zhao Xiaopeng. Dai. Oh. Xiaoji folded its wings, landed back on Wu Fan's shoulder, drooped its antennae, and ignored Zhao Xiaopeng. Did it just look at me, eh? Zhao Xiaopeng pointed at Xiaoji, turning to Wu Fan. It was looking at me, right? Alright, let's go. Class is about to start. The classroom was already half full. Wu Fan pushed open the back door and entered. A few early arriving classmates glanced up at him, then lowered their heads back to their own business. In the front row, several girls huddled together, each holding their own spirit beast, chattering excitedly about the beasts they had contracted. As the bell for class rang, the homeroom teacher Lu Jiangwo walked into the classroom on the bell's echo. Is everyone here? No one answered. Lu Jiangwo didn't mind. He flipped open the class roster and glanced at it. First, let me announce that starting today, the school will arrange practical combat training classes. Theoretical lessons will still be in the morning and practical training will be in the afternoon. The training location is the off-campus training ground not far from school, a 10-minute walk. We'll go together as a group. The training content is spirit beast combat. 1-on-1, 3-on-3, we'll practice both. You're all at the first realm and your beasts are cubs, so don't think about unleashing big moves right away. Start with the basics: control, coordination, positioning, self-protection. These are more important than skills. He paused, scanning the classroom, his gaze lingering on each student who had awakened their innate talent. Especially you few who've awakened talents. Your talents are yours, your spirit beasts are yours, but how to coordinate and fight is not something you can master overnight. Right now you're like new drivers who just got their licenses. The car is good, the road is good, but whether you can drive steadily on the road or crash into a wall is a different matter. Someone laughed. Zhang Lei shouted from the back. Teacher Lu, that analogy isn't quite right. A new driver crashing into a wall means they mistook the gas for the brake. That's even more dangerous, isn't it? Lu Jiangwo glanced at him, his tone flat. So don't mistake the gas for the brake. Laughter erupted again. Lu Jiangwo raised his hand to quiet them down, and once it was silent, continued. Any questions? Ask now. Zhang Lei raised his hand. Teacher, can we use our talents during combat? Yes. Your talent is yours, your spirit beast is yours. Use them however you like. But don't injure your classmates and don't injure their spirit beasts. Stop when it's enough. What if someone can't hold back? Then there will be treatment. The classroom fell silent for a few seconds. Lu Jiangwo scanned the room again. Any more questions? No one spoke. Alright, one more thing. Now that you've contracted spirit beasts, it means you are about to prepare for the sprint to academies. The academies of Qingyun City, the top academies nationwide, are all watching you. Across the country, so many senior high school students are all competing for spots in top academies. What makes you think it will be your turn, eh? So I hope every one of you takes the afternoon training seriously. This is not a game. This is the skill that will keep you alive in the future. He finished speaking and opened the textbook. Alright, let's begin the lesson. Today we'll talk about the timing of the first evolution after contracting a spirit beast. Afternoon, the training ground outside the school. Qingyun City had built these training grounds uniformly for senior students, meant for practice after the spirit awakening ceremony. There were 20 such training grounds in total, one assigned to each middle school, no squabbles over territory. The No. 3 high school's ground sat 2 kilometers north of campus, covering roughly 700 acres. When Wu Fan and his group arrived, others were already on the field. 18 classes, each claiming their own section. Some areas were open air, others indoor, allocated according to training needs. Class 7, a senior year section, lay on the east side of the training ground, a semi-enclosed area bordered by a low wall with a grassy center and bleachers surrounding it. Is everyone here? Lu Jiangwo stood at the center of the field holding the roster in hand, yet the grounds fell quiet. Every word carried clearly to each student. Here, here. Zhao Pangpang stood beside Wu Fan, raising a hand and waving it about. Lu Jiangwo glanced at him, said nothing, lowered his gaze back to the roster, and called off the names one by one. 60 students, all present. Good. This afternoon is divided into 2 parts. First, we learn the basic fist techniques and footwork patterns. You are beast tamer now, but a beast tamer cannot merely stand at the back crying attack. When your spiritual beast is engaged with an opponent, you must have the ability to protect yourselves. Whether you run or fight, don't just stand there waiting to die. Second, you may each choose one cold weapon for basic training. Saber, sword, spear, staff. anything goes. This will help when you eventually contract a weapon-type spiritual beast. Surely you don't want to find yourself holding a blade with no idea how to wield it. He held up his second finger. Second, one-on-one sparring. A ripple of commotion swept across the grounds. Several girls whispered to each other in hushed tones while the boys exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with restless anticipation. Beside Wu Fan, Zhao Pangpang leaned in low and asked, "Do you think I'll face Zhang Lei in my first match?" Wu Fan glanced at him. "Hard to say, but if I do, you're more likely to lose. Can't you wish me well?" "I do wish you well, but Zhang Lei has natural talent, and you're beast." Wu Fan cast a glance at the pangolin-like creature crouching at Zhao Pongpong's feet. Its slate gray and brown scales layered upon each other, its tail dragging on the ground, its claws digging into the soil. Earth-type Earth Armor Beast, first realm, second star, with skills of Rock Armor and Rock Bullet. A fairly common Earth-type spiritual beast, though it had numerous evolutionary paths, making it a frequent first choice for many Earth tamers. Zhao Pangpang bent down, gathered the Earth Armor Beast into his arms, and brushed the dust from its belly. "What's wrong with my Ajia? Ajia is pretty formidable, you know." The Earth Armor Beast rolled onto its back in his embrace, four legs pointing skyward, its tail curling into a ring. "Zhao Pongpong." Wu Fan couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Lu Jiangwo clapped his hands at the center of the field. "Enough gossiping. Let's start with the basic fist techniques." He walked to the open patch of grass at the center, spread his legs shoulder-width apart, bent his knees slightly, and straightened his back. He began to perform a set of forms slowly, not fast. Each punch delivered deliberately, each one whistling through the air. He demonstrated while explaining. The students on the field mimicked his movements. Some looked decent, some were going through the motions listlessly, and some couldn't even fully extend their arms. Wu Fan stood at the back row and repeated the routine. He had practiced these since childhood. So had Wu Yunxi. Without asking, he knew who taught them: Wu Feng. As a sixth realm beast tamer, Wu Feng held his own children to standards no lower than the school's. Fist techniques, footwork, and cold weapon fundamentals all had been drilled into Wu Fan and Wu Yunxi since they turned 10. 3 times a week, rain or shine. Most students present had received some training as well. Even ordinary families would find ways to arrange lessons, for in the profession of beast taming, spiritual beasts alone could not guarantee victory. But several of the boys, clearly novices, struggled to even straighten their arms, stood unsteadily on their feet, and swayed with each punch like trees bending in a fierce wind. Lu Jiangwo walked over and adjusted the boy's elbow inward. "Don't let your elbow flare outward or your power dissipates completely. When you throw a punch, keep your shoulders grounded." The boy nodded, his face flushing red. Xiao Ji lay perched on Wu Fan's shoulder, tilting her head to watch the others drill. "Die? What are they doing?" "Practicing fists. Learning how to fight." "Die? How ugly. You certainly have a sharp tongue." Xiao Ji's wings trembled, her antennae perked up briefly, then she settled back down. Lu Jiangwo moved through the formation, observing each student perform once, then dismissed them to practice independently. "Drill for 20 minutes, then we begin sparring. Do not slack off. This set of forms is what you will practice daily until your muscles memorize it." The students dispersed, finding their own spaces to train. Wu Fan walked to a vacant stretch and ran through the basic 12 forms twice. Not particularly fast, but every strike landed precisely. Xiao Ji took flight from his shoulder and hovered midair, watching him practice. After the second repetition, Wu Fan closed his stance and exhaled steadily. Zhang Lei approached from the side, shaking out his arms. He had changed into a black sports vest that day, and the corded lines of muscle in his arms were clearly visible. "Finished. Want to spar?" "Sure." The two walked to an open space in the center of the lawn. Several classmates nearby noticed and drifted over. "Zhang Lei wants to fight Wu Fan." With that copper skin talent of his, which enhances himself as well, Wu Fan would be at a clear disadvantage, wouldn't he? Hard to say. Nobody really knows what Wu Fan's special talent does. Inside eye, that doesn't sound like a compatibility. A small group gathered by the bleacher railing, arms draped over the bars, whispering among themselves. Zhao Pangpang pushed through the crowd, Earth Armor Beast in his arms, and positioned himself at the very front, shouting at the top of his lungs. Wu Fan beat him up. Zhang Lei turned his head and shot Zhao Pangpang a look. "What's with all that noise? It's not you fighting. I'm cheering on my brother, can't I?" Zhang Lei ignored him and turned his attention back to Wu Fan. "Let's be clear. This is sparring, not a life or death fight." He tucked the hem of his sports vest into his waistband and rotated his neck, hearing 2 sharp cracks from his cervical vertebrae. "All right." Wu Fan rolled up his uniform sleeves to his elbows, exposing his forearms. "Go ahead. I'll let you strike first." Wu Fan did not decline. He stepped forward, his right fist driving from his hip straight toward Zhang Lei's chest. The punch carried considerable speed, parting the air. Zhang Lei did not dodge. His fist connected with Zhang Lei's chest with a dense, muffled thud, like striking a drum. Wu Fan's fist bounced back. Numbness shot through his knuckles, spreading from fingertip to wrist, as though he had punched straight into a concrete wall. Zhang Lei glanced down at his own chest, brushed off the dust from his uniform, and looked up with a smirk. Copper skin, not just my beast can use it. I can channel it myself as well. Your punch barely tickled. A few classmates nearby erupted into teasing cheers. Wu Fan shook out his numb right hand, his gaze fixed steadily on Zhang Lei. Copper skin, a physique enhancement type talent that bolstered both his own defenses and those of his spiritual beast. Wu Fan had known about Zhang Lei's talent since Awakening Day, but experiencing it firsthand was entirely different from simply hearing about it. He knew exactly how much force he had put into that strike. Any ordinary student taking that punch, even if they didn't fall, would have been driven backward several steps. Zhang Lei stood rooted to the spot, expression unchanged. My turn. Zhang Lei stepped forward, swinging his right fist. Wu Fan sidestepped. The fist brushed past his school uniform, stirring a gust of wind that flipped his collar. Zhang Lei's punch missed his body, tilting forward half a step before he swiftly recovered and followed up with his left fist. Wu Fan retreated a step, creating distance. Zhang Lei didn't pursue. He stood still, hands hanging at his sides, grinning at him. Your footwork, have you trained it? Yes. No wonder. Most people can't dodge that punch of mine. Your punch is heavy but useless if it doesn't land. Then don't let me hit you. Zhang Lei charged again. This time not one punch, but three in quick succession. Left fist to the head, right fist to the chest, left fist to the head again. Each blow following the previous in rapid succession. Wu Fan dodged right. The first punch grazed past his ear. For the second he ducked and the fist swept over his head, snatching away a few strands of hair. For the third, he leaned back, his body nearly arching like a bow, the fist passing just 2 fingers width above his chin. After the 3 strikes, Wu Fan straightened and stepped back 2 paces. Xiaoji, hovering in midair, chirped happily, "Die. Master dodged well." Zhang Lei retracted his fist, caught his breath, and stared at Wu Fan. Your footwork has something to it. My dad taught me. Your dad is a 6-star beast tamer. No wonder the results are different. But what's the use of just dodging? You can't hurt me, and I'll eventually hit you. A few classmates nearby whispered among themselves. Zhang Lei's right. You can dodge for a while, but not forever. Wu Fan's punches are like tickling. Zhang Lei could stand there and let him hit without feeling a thing. What's the use of good footwork? If you can't break through the defense, it's all for nothing. Wu Fan ignored the chatter. He was thinking about how to win. Zhang Lei's bronze skin talent gave him formidable defense. That punch he had just thrown used at least 70% of his strength, yet it felt like scratching an itch. If it were another classmate, punching Zhang Lei would only hurt their own hand. But bronze skin wasn't invincible. No matter how strong a body-enhancing talent was, it had its limits. How powerful could a 1-star beast tamer's talent be? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. He activated the all-seeing eye. Deep in his pupils a faint glimmer of gold flashed, so fast no one noticed. Zhang Lei's information surfaced. Zhang Lei Realm 1-star first stage talent, bronze skin, body enhancement, current status spiritual energy, consumed 12 weakness under sustained high intensity strikes. The defensive efficacy of bronze skin decreases as spiritual energy is depleted. Maximum single impact tolerance is approximately 300 kilograms. Wu Fan withdrew his gaze and flexed his fingers. 300 kilograms. His current punch was at most a few dozen kilograms, far from enough to break the defense. But bronze skin's defense wasn't always this hard. Every time Zhang Lei was hit, his spiritual energy drained a little. Once his energy ran dry, the bronze skin would naturally break. The problem was that he had to make Zhang Lei take more hits first. What are you thinking? Zhang Lei stood, opposite hands on his hips. Still fighting? Yes. Wu Fan stepped forward. This time he didn't throw a punch. He ran toward Zhang Lei, then suddenly veered right, circling around his flank. Zhang Lei turned, swinging his fist. Wu Fan ducked, slipped under Zhang Lei's arm, and circled behind him. Zhang Lei turned again. Wu Fan circled again. The two spun like tops on the grass. Zhang Lei's fists swung one after another, all hitting nothing but air. The wind whipped with each swing, sending grass clippings flying, sticking to his athletic vest. Why are you running? You chase me. Wu Fan's voice drifted from behind him. Zhang Lei suddenly stopped, giving up the chase. He stood in the middle of the lawn, arms hanging, chest heaving, breathing heavily. Bronze skin wasn't a passive skill. Maintaining it consumed spiritual energy. While sustaining it and chasing after Wu Fan, his energy depleted far faster than Wu Fan's. Not chasing anymore. Wu Fan circled back to face him, standing 5 paces away. Then I'm coming. He charged forward. This time no circling. He went straight for a head-on clash. A punch landed on Zhang Lei's shoulder. Zhang Lei didn't dodge, taking the hit squarely. His shoulder shook, but his feet didn't move. Wu Fan's second punch followed, immediately striking the same spot. Third punch. Fourth punch. One punch after another, all aimed at Zhang Lei's shoulder. Zhang Lei gritted his teeth, raising his hand to block, but Wu Fan's punches were too fast. Before his hand could get into position, the fist had already landed. You? Zhang Lei took half a step back. Wu Fan pressed forward with another punch. Zhang Lei retreated another step. The spectators around fell silent. Those who had just been saying, "Can't break the defense," now had their mouths firmly shut. Zhang Lei's bronze skin was starting to falter. His spiritual energy was draining too quickly. Maintaining bronze skin required energy, and taking hits consumed even more. With every punch Wu Fan landed, his energy dropped a notch. Enough! Zhang Lei roared, swinging a fist not to hit, but to drive Wu Fan back. Wu Fan backstepped, creating distance. Zhang Lei bent over, hands on his knees, panting heavily. He looked up at Wu Fan, bloodshot eyes. You did that on purpose. What do you mean, eh? Those punches just now, all in the same spot. Wu Fan said nothing. Zhang Lei straightened up, touched his shoulder, and winced with a sharp hiss. The skin there had turned purple and swollen around the area. The bronze skin had been broken. You actually calculate in a fight. Zhang Lei gritted his teeth, his voice laced with resentment and unwillingness. Fighting without calculation is just brute force. Fine, you're tough. I lose. You haven't lost. Wu Fan walked over, extending his hand. You still have spiritual energy, you can keep fighting. Zhang Lei looked at Wu Fan's outstretched hand and slapped it away. Fight nothing. My shoulder's already swollen. If we keep going, I won't be able to lift this arm tomorrow. He straightened up, rotated his shoulder, and sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. You win. A bet's a bet. What bet? No bet, I just said it out of habit. Xiaoji descended from the air, landing on Wu Fan's shoulder, its antennae drooping to brush against his neck. Die Master won. Yeah, I won. Applause rose from the stands. Wu Fan, Wu Fan, Wu Fan. After 3 shouts, a few nearby boys joined in. Zhang Lei turned and glared at them. What are you shouting for? It's not like you won. We're happy for you. Zhao Xiaoping grinned. Even though you lost, we're still happy. Get lost. Zhang Lei walked to the edge of the stands, plopped down, pulled a water bottle from his bag, twisted off the cap, and took a huge gulp. Water spilled from the corner of his mouth, trickling down his chin. He wiped his mouth, looked down at his shoulder, bruised purple and swollen high. You really went too hard, he said, looking up at Wu Fan. It was just a spar. What if you crippled my shoulder? It won't be crippled. Wu Fan walked over and sat down beside him. Just find a healing spirit beast to treat it, and it'll be fine. Who do you think will win? Zhang Lei leaned against the railing of the bleachers, tilting his chin toward the arena. On the stage, Zhao Hong's Earth Armor Beast was facing off against Wang Wenjuan's Wind Feather Sparrow. A spirit beast battle one-on-one. Unlike the flesh-to-flesh brawl between Wu Fan and Zhang Lei just now, this time the spirit beasts were in the arena with their masters commanding from the sidelines. Zhao Hong's Earth Armor Beast stood before him in a combat stance. Opposite, Wang Wenjuan's Wind Feather Sparrow hovered in midair, a small grayish-blue sparrow with a wingspan of about a meter, its feather edges shimmering with a faint white glow. Hard to say. Wu Fan leaned against the railing. The Earth Armor Beast has high defense, the Wind Feather Sparrow has speed. It depends on who makes the first mistake. Zhang Lei shot him a glance. You might as well have said nothing. Then who do you think will win? Wind Feather Sparrow. Wu Fan didn't respond, his eyes fixed on the arena. Xiaoji perched on his shoulder, her antennae raised, staring at the Wind Feather Sparrow. Die. They were all rookies. Yu Ji could wipe them out in a second. The voice rang in Wu Fan's mind, soft and laced with disdain. Wu Fan reached out and tapped her head. Don't get cocky. Die just stating the truth. Xiaoji's wings trembled, her antennae drooped, and she burrowed her head into the crook of his neck. On the arena, Wang Wenjuan made the first move. Wind Feather Sparrow Wind Blade. The sparrow flapped its wings, and 3 azure-white wind blades shot from its wingtips, arcing toward the Earth Armor Beast in a fan shape. Zhao Hong's face tightened. Earth Armor Beast Rock Armor Technique. The Earth Armor Beast instantly retracted its head and limbs into its shell, and a rocky outer layer quickly formed on its gray-brown scaly armor, thick and solid, encasing the entire body. The wind blade slammed into the rock armor with 3 dull thuds. Debris flew. 3 white streaks appeared on the rock armor, but it was not breached. Zhao Hong breathed a sigh of relief, straightening his back. Earth Armor Beast Rock Bullet. The Earth Armor Beast poked its head out, opened its mouth, and shot a fist-sized rock bullet at the Wind Feather Sparrow. It was not slow, but the Wind Feather Sparrow tilted its wings and dodged with ease. The rock bullet passed beneath its wing, flew out of the arena, smashed into the wall, and broke into pieces. Wang Wenjuan's lips curled upward. Wind Feather Sparrow, don't stop, keep the wind blades coming. The sparrow flapped its wings repeatedly, sending one wind blade after another. The Earth Armor Beast retracted its head again, layering armor upon armor. The wind blade struck the rock armor, sending debris flying. White streaks accumulated, but they were of little use. Earth Armor Beast, don't just take the beating. Zhao Hong shouted. Charge and use tackle. The Earth Armor Beast emerged from its shell, its 4 short legs pushing off the ground, charging toward the area directly beneath the Wind Feather Sparrow. It wasn't slow when running, but compared to the Wind Feather Sparrow, it was far behind. Halfway there, the Earth Armor Beast stopped, looked up at the sky. It couldn't reach. The Wind Feather Sparrow hovered 3 or 4 meters high, and even jumping, the Earth Armor Beast couldn't reach it. Zhao Hong gritted his teeth. Rock bullet, keep firing. The earth armor beast opened its mouth and shot rock bullets skyward one after another. The winged feather sparrow dodged left and right, all of them missing. Then Wang Wenwan spoke. Winged feather sparrow used the wind to lift it up. The winged feather sparrow flapped its wings fiercely. A whirlwind rolled out from beneath its wings, pushing along the ground toward the earth armor beast. The earth armor beast dug its claws into the ground, its body being pushed backward, leaving 4 shallow grooves in the dirt. Steady, Zhao Xiaopeng yelled. Don't let it blow you over. The earth armor beast retracted its head and limbs, turning its whole body into a ball. The wind pushed it rolling across the ground. It flipped twice, crashed into the low wall at the edge of the arena with a thud, bounced back, turned over, shelled down, legs in the air. Its 4 legs flailed in the air. Zhao Xiaopeng covered his face. The bleachers erupted in laughter. Zhang Lei laughed the loudest, slapping the railing, tears streaming. This earth armor beast, once flipped, it can't roll back. Wu Fan laughed too. Xiao Ji, perched on his shoulder, tilted her head to look at the upside-down earth armor beast. Dai, what's it doing? It can't flip back over. Dai, so dumb. Zhao Xiaopeng ran over, bent down, picked up the earth armor beast, flipped it over, and set it on the ground. The earth armor beast landed on all 4s, stuck out its head, shook its tail, as if nothing had happened. Wang Wenwan stood opposite, hands on her hips. Want to continue? Zhao Xiaopeng looked at the earth armor beast, then at the winged feather sparrow in the sky and sighed. No, I can't win. There was no helping it. At the first realm, he only had 1 spirit beast, and facing a flying one was already a disadvantage, plus, he had no control skills. It could have exhausted him to death. Lu Zhengwo clapped his hands. Next match, Li Hao against Jiang Ran. Li Hao walked over from the other side of the bleachers. At 9 meters tall, he took long strides and reached the center of the arena in 2 steps. He took off his school uniform jacket, tossed it onto the bleachers, and stood there in a white t-shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his shoulders, revealing his muscular arms. Jiang Ran jumped down from the opposite side. He was short and lean, with his school uniform sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing a scar on his forearm, left from who knows when. The 2 stood at the center of the arena, about 10 paces apart. Li Hao's spirit beast was an earth-type iron arm ape. It had gray-black fur, arms thicker than its legs, and bulging shoulder and back muscles that stretched the skin taut. It stood beside Li Hao, fists hanging at its sides. Jiang Ran's spirit beast was a fire-type crimson flame ape. It was a size smaller than the iron arm ape, with reddish fur darkest from the shoulders to the back. It stood in front of Jiang Ran, hands on the ground, eyes fixed on the iron arm ape, mouth slightly open, revealing 2 rows of fine teeth. The 2 apes stared at each other across the arena, neither making a sound. The air was thick with tension. Lu Zhengwo stood in the center, looked at both sides, confirmed they were ready, raised his hand, and chopped it downward. Begin. Jiang Ran moved first. Crimson flame ape, flame fist. The crimson flame ape pushed off its hind legs, launching itself like a streak of red light. Its right fist was wreathed in orange-red flames, the fist wind carrying a wave of heat aimed at the iron arm ape's chest. Li Hao remained calm. Iron arm ape, iron wall. The iron arm ape crossed its arms in front of its chest, muscles tensed like stone. The crimson flame ape's flame fist slammed into the iron arm ape's forearms with a dull thud, sending sparks flying. The iron arm ape didn't budge, but the crimson flame ape was knocked back by the rebound force, tumbling in the air, landing on the ground, and stumbling back 2 steps before steadying itself. Li Hao's lips twitched. Iron arm ape counter with iron fist. The iron arm ape pulled back its right fist, gathered power for half a second, and punched at the crimson flame ape. This punch had no flames, no special effects, just pure strength. The crimson flame ape tried to dodge, shifting its body to the left. But the iron arm ape's fist was too fast. The fist grazed the crimson flame ape's shoulder. Not a direct hit, but even that scrape made the crimson flame ape stagger, a patch of fur on its shoulder scraped off by the fist wind. The crimson flame ape steadied itself, bared its teeth, and let out a low growl from its throat. Jiang Ran gritted his teeth. Don't fight head-on, circle around it. The crimson flame ape began to move. Running on all 4s, it was even faster than before, its red fur streaming backward in the wind, like a ball of fire rolling along the ground as it circled the iron arm ape. The iron arm ape stood still, its head turning to follow the movement, arms hanging down with fists half clenched. Wu Fan leaned against the railing, watching the action on the field. Xiaoji perked up on his shoulder, antennae erect, staring at the circling crimson flame ape. Dai, why is it running in circles? Looking for an opening. The iron arm ape is too strong head-on, a direct confrontation won't work. It has to find a weak spot from the side or behind. Dai. Oh, on the field, the crimson flame ape had circled 3 times. On the 4th lap, as it reached the iron arm ape's back, it suddenly stopped, pushed off with its hind legs, and launched its entire body into the air. Its right claw, wrapped in a layer of orange-red flame, slashed toward the iron arm ape's lower back. The strike was swift and brutal. Li Hao saw it and twitched the corner of his mouth. Iron arm swing backward. The iron arm ape didn't turn around. It swung its right arm directly backward like a fly swatter faster than the Crimson Flame Ape's claw. Bang! The Crimson Flame Ape was struck squarely, its entire body sent flying sideways. It tumbled twice in the air, crashed to the ground, rolled twice more, and slammed into the low wall at the edge of the field. With a loud crash, a cloud of dust shook down from the wall. Dust rose, obscuring half the field. Gasps and murmurs swept through the audience. Zhao Xiaopeng, holding his earth armor beast, gaped open-mouthed. That's way too vicious. Zhang Lei, leaning on the railing, let out a whistle. Li Hao's iron arm ape is indeed a strength-type spirit beast. The dust slowly cleared. The Crimson Flame Ape scrambled to its feet, its forelegs trembling, slightly shaking its head. Its right shoulder had taken a heavy hit from the Iron Arm Ape's blow. When it lifted its claw, the shoulder twitched, and its fur was stained with grass and dirt. Zhang Ran looked at the Crimson Flame Ape and asked, "Can you still fight?" The Crimson Flame Ape let out a roar and slammed its right fist into the ground, leaving a small crater. It stood up, shook off the dust, and fixed its eyes on the Iron Arm Ape, a flicker of flame escaping from its mouth. "All right, you scorching claw." The Crimson Flame Ape growled low, and the fire on its claws changed color. The orange-red flames contracted inward, shifting from orange-red to bright yellow, then to incandescent white. The temperature at the tips of its claws was so high that the air shimmered and waves of heat could be felt across half the field. Li Hao frowned. "Iron Arm, don't take it head-on. Keep your distance." The Iron Arm Ape stepped back. But this time the Crimson Flame Ape didn't circle, it charged straight ahead. When it reached the Iron Arm Ape, it swung its right claw. The claw, wreathed in white-hot flame, was more than twice as fast as before. The Iron Arm Ape raised its arm to block. Sizzle. The claw left 3 gashes on the Iron Arm Ape's forearm, and the smell of scorched flesh immediately spread. The Iron Arm Ape grunted, stepped back 2 paces, and looked down at its arm. 3 bloody gashes ran from its wrist to its elbow, the edges of the wounds cauterized. Li Hao's expression darkened. The Iron Arm Ape lifted its head, fury burning in its eyes. Iron Arm Rock Fist. The Iron Arm Ape's right fist began to change color, turning a yellow-brown like rock. A thick layer of stone-like shell formed on its knuckles, making the fist a size larger than before. The Crimson Flame Ape charged forward, its white-hot flame blazing brightly. Both apes struck simultaneously. Rock Fist versus Scorching Claw. Boom. Fist and claw collided, and a shockwave erupted from the point of impact, tearing up a layer of turf. Stones and sparks flew outward, and several nearby students raised their hands to shield their faces. The Crimson Flame Ape staggered back 3 steps. The Iron Arm Ape retreated 1 step. But the Crimson Flame Ape's right claw was trembling. The head-on collision with the Iron Arm Ape's rock-hard fist had dealt it a heavy blow. The Iron Arm Ape gave it no time to recover. It took a large step forward and followed up with a left hook. The Crimson Flame Ape tried to dodge, shifting its body to the right. But its injured right claw affected its balance. Halfway through the dodge, its body tilted. The Iron Arm Ape's left fist slammed into its shoulder. Crack. The sound was soft, but everyone on the field heard it. The Crimson Flame Ape's entire body sank downward, its left foreleg unable to support the weight, its knee buckling, and its body tilted to one side. It gritted its teeth trying to stand, but its left shoulder gave out, and it collapsed back to the ground halfway up. Zhang ran over, crouched beside the Crimson Flame Ape, and placed a hand on its back. "Don't move, don't move." The Crimson Flame Ape panted heavily, the flame in its mouth flickering unsteadily, its eyes still fixed on the Iron Arm Ape. Zhang followed its gaze, then gently turned its head to face him. "That's enough. It's over." The Crimson Flame Ape let out a reluctant growl. Zhang patted its head. "We'll fight again next time." The Crimson Flame Ape stared at him for 2 seconds, then closed its eyes. The flame in its mouth extinguished completely, and its breathing gradually steadied. Zhang looked up at Li Hao. "I concede." Li Hao nodded, and the Iron Arm Ape retracted its fist and stepped aside. Lu Jingwo walked over, examined the Crimson Flame Ape's injuries. "Take it to the medical room." "Li Hao, you come too. Your Iron Arm Ape's wounds aren't serious, but their burns, if left untreated, they could get infected." Li Hao nodded. The 2 humans and 2 spirit beasts walked toward the medical room together. Wu Fan leaned against the railing, watching their retreating figures. Zhao Xiaopeng sighed beside him. "The gap is too big. 1 punch from that Iron Arm Ape's rock fist, and even my Earth Armor Beast shell would crack." Wu Fan glanced at him. "You insist on comparing strength with the Iron Arm Ape. What else is there to compare?" Wu Fan was about to say something when Lu Jingwo's voice came from the center of the field. "Next match, Wu Fan versus Zhang Lei." Zhao Xiaopeng's eyes lit up, and he turned to Wu Fan. "You two again." The audience fell silent for a moment, then erupted into chatter. "Again? Didn't they just fight? That was physical combat. This is spirit beast combat, different. Wu Fan's butterfly is so small. Can it beat Zhang Lei's spirit beast?" "Hard to say. Zhang Lei's Iron Bone Bear has copper skin enhancement." Zhang Lei jumped down from the stands, bending his knees to absorb the impact, his movements crisp and clean. He turned around, looked at Wu Fan, and a grin spread across his face. Come on. Wu Fan pushed himself off the railing, brushed the dust off his uniform, and walked toward the center of the field. Xiaoji flew up from his shoulder, hovering in midair, its wings fluttering slowly. The purple-blue wing surfaces shimmered in the sunlight. Die? Fight again. The voice sounded soft and reluctant in Wu Fan's mind. Yeah, this time it's your turn. Die. Oh. Xiaoji fluttered its wings once, flew above his head, and hovered there motionless. Wu Fan walked to the center of the field and stopped across from Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei released his iron bone bear. A gray-black bear stood before him, its shoulder reaching Zhang Lei's waist. Its fur was thick and coarse, its limbs stout, and claws extended from its paws. It stood there, its small eyes fixed on Wu Fan, pupils contracted into slits. Zhang Lei reached out and patted the iron-bone savage bear, saying, "Let me give you a buff." A layer of pale golden light rippled out from him, landing on the bear. A metallic sheen coated the bear's fur, spreading from its head to the tip of its tail. Bronze skin. That was Zhang Lei's talent. Wu Fan gazed at the bear, activating his all-seeing eye. Ironbone Savage Bear, Element Earth Realm, First Realm, 2 stars, Potential Third Realm, 8 stars, Innate Skills, Stone Shattering Bear Claw, Stone Shattering Bear, Roar, Earth Wall, Bronze Skin, Enhancement, Physical Defense, Greatly Increased Weakness, Weak, Mental Defense, Low Resistance to Mental Attacks. Wu Fan processed the information in his mind and withdrew his ability. Yuji hovered in midair, antennae raised, staring at the bear. Die. What a giant. Scared? Die, not scared. Yuji can put it to sleep in 1 second. Don't finish it off right away. Take it slow. Die. Fine. Yuji's tone carried a hint of reluctance, but still wanted to end things quickly. Zhang Lei stood opposite, hands on his hips, chin raised, and a smirk curling his lips. Wu Fan, I'm telling you, my Ironbone Savage Bear is no joke. It's an earth element with high defense, and with my bronze skin on top of that, your butterfly's attacks will feel like nothing but a tickle. Is that so? Wu Fan looked at Zhang Lei's smug face. Don't believe me. Try it. Zhang Lei patted the bear's back. Savage Bear, show them what you've got. The Ironbone Savage Bear let out a low growl, slammed its front paws onto the ground with a boom, and the entire ground trembled. The audience fell silent for a moment. Zhao Xiaopan's mouth hung open. Damn, that bear looks terrifying. A few girls nearby whispered among themselves. Can Wu Fan's tiny butterfly win? That butterfly is so beautiful, but it won't let us touch it. Do you know what element that butterfly is? No, Wu Fan never said. Zhang Lei overheard the murmurs and raised his chin even higher. Wu Fan, don't say I didn't warn you. One swipe from my bear, and your butterfly won't be more than dust. Why don't you just surrender? That way I won't hurt your precious butterfly, and you won't go home crying. Die, master, this person talks too much. Yeah, he's got a big mouth. Die. Can Yuji shut his mouth? Focus on the bear first. Die. Alright. Yuji slowly spread its wings, its gaze locked onto the Ironbone Savage Bear. Seeing this, Zhang Lei stepped back 2 paces and pointed forward. Savage Bear, Stone Shattering Bear Claw. The bear pushed off its hind legs, lunging forward, its right claw raised, wrapped in a layer of earthy yellow light, and swiped at Yuji. The claw cut through the air with a whoosh. Someone in the audience gasped. Just as the claw reached it, Yuji's body suddenly dispersed. Hundreds of butterflies burst from that spot, their purple-blue wings filling half the sky. The bear's claw struck empty air, passing through the swarm without hitting anything. Unable to stop its momentum, it stumbled forward half a step, slamming its front paws into the ground and creating another crater. The bear lifted its head, turning it back and forth as it stared at the sky full of butterflies. It couldn't tell which was real and which was fake. Zhang Lei was stunned too. He looked up at the swarm, mouth agape, unable to speak for a long moment. What? What is this? Wu Fan stood on the other side of the arena. It's a clone technique. A clone technique. Zhang Lei's eyes widened. Your butterfly can use clones at the first realm. Where did you get it, The egg gambling zone. You can get something like that from the egg gambling zone. Just lucky. Zhang Lei stared at the swarm for 2 seconds, gritted his teeth. Fine, you're lucky. But no matter how many clones you have, it's useless against an area attack. Savage Bear, Stone Shattering Bear Roar. The bear opened its mouth and let out a deep roar. The sound waves swept toward the swarm. Stone Shattering Bear Roar, an area attack designed for clearing the field. The hundreds of butterflies staggered under the shockwave, their wing beats disrupted. A few were shattered, dissolving into purple-blue specks that drifted down. Die. A bit noisy. Wu Fan said. Dream illusion, I interrupted. Before the words had even faded, the eyes of every butterfly in the swarm lit up simultaneously. The bear's roar cut off abruptly. Its eyes turned gray, sinking into a dream. Its pupils dilated, mouth still open, tongue lolling out, drool dripping from the corner of its lips. It stopped moving, standing there like a stone statue. Zhang Lei shouted, Savage Bear. Savage Bear. The Ironbone Savage Bear didn't respond. Zhang Lei called out through their mental link several times before the bear jolted, the gray fading from its eyes as it regained consciousness. It shook its head, letting out a low growl, and stepped back half a pace on all fours. Sweat beaded on Zhang Lei's forehead. He stared at Yu Ji hovering in midair, then looked at Wu Fan. I didn't expect your butterfly to be a illusion element. Huh. Wu Fan was momentarily surprised then understood. He had just told Yu Ji to use dream illusion, an ability akin to creating illusions, so it was only natural to mistake it for an illusion-type spirit beast. He didn't explain, nor did he need to. Zhang Lei wiped the sweat from his brow, straightened up again, his smugness largely replaced by a hint of seriousness. Alright, your butterfly has some tricks. But so what if it's illusion? No matter how strong the illusion, it still needs spiritual energy to sustain it. Let's see who runs out first. Savage Bear Earth Wall. The bear slammed its right paw onto the ground. A crack split the earth, and a 2-meter-high wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking the bear's front solidly, hiding its body completely. Zhang Lei's voice came from behind the wall. Can your butterfly penetrate an earth wall? From the skills Yu Ji had used earlier, Zhang Lei deduced that it cast illusions through its eyes. So blocking the line of sight would do the trick. This was a common low-level tactic against illusion-type spirit beasts. It wouldn't work at higher realms, but it was sufficient for now. Wu Fan didn't answer. Yu Ji hovered in the air, tilting its head to look at the wall. Die. Master, should I go through it? No. Go around from above. Yu Ji flapped its wings, shooting up 5 or 6 meters and flew over the top of the earth wall. Behind the wall, the iron-boned savage bear was crouched on the ground, its small eyes fixed upward. As soon as Yu Ji appeared, Zhang Lei shouted, stone-shattering bear claw strike. The bear's right claw swung up faster than before, fully coated in earthy yellow light. Yu Ji's body dispersed again, splitting into hundreds of butterflies flying in all directions. The bear's claw passed through the air once more. Zhang Lei gritted his teeth. Savage bear, ignore the clones, find the real one. The bear stood up, its small eyes scanning the swarm. It looked around several times, but saw nothing. Every butterfly looked exactly the same down to the patterns on their wings. Can't find it. Then attack one at random. The iron-boned savage bear raised its claw and swiped at the nearest butterfly. The butterfly shattered into specks of light. Fake. It swiped another. It shattered again. Still fake. The iron-boned savage bear swiped more than a dozen in a row, and all of them were clones. Its breathing grew heavier, and the light on its claws dimmed. Zhang Lei saw it too. Stop. You're wasting spiritual energy. But it was already too late. Just as the iron-boned savage bear paused to catch its breath, Yu Ji's true body slipped out from the swarm and landed on the tip of the bear's nose. The iron-boned savage bear froze, its 2 eyes crossing as it stared at the little butterfly on its nose. Yu Ji's compound eyes lit up. A silver-white light. The iron-boned savage bear's eyes instantly turned gray. This time it wasn't pulled into an illusion by the illusory dream eye. Yu Ji used dream entry. The iron-boned savage bear's huge body swayed, its knees buckled, and with a thunderous crash the entire bear slammed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It fell asleep. Snoring poured out of its nose, one blast after another like thunder. Zhang Lei stood behind the earthen wall, mouth hanging open, eyes wide. He looked at the iron-boned savage bear passed out cold on the ground, then at Wu Fan. You? Did your butterfly put my bear to sleep? Wu Fan nodded. Zhang Lei crouched down and patted the iron-boned savage bear's face. No response. He patted it twice more. Still no response. The snoring grew louder. How do I wake it up? Wait for it to wake on its own, or recall it into the beast-taming space, and release it once it has slept enough. Zhang Lei stared at the bear silent for 3 seconds, then recalled it into the beast-taming space. He stood up, brushed the dirt off his knees, and looked at Wu Fan. I lost. Your butterfly is just unfair. Wu Fan smiled. Got lucky. Don't give me that. Zhang Lei waved his hand. You hatched something like that from the egg gambling zone, and tell me you got lucky. How come I don't have that luck? The stands were silent for a moment, then erupted. Holy crap. It actually fell asleep. What's that butterfly's deal? It can hypnotize at first realm. Zhang Lei's bear had bronze skin backing it, but its mental defense still wasn't enough. It's an illusion-type spirit beast. It's the natural counter to that kind of brute force head-on fighting. Zhang Lei walked back to the stands, plopped down, unscrewed a bottle of water, and took a big gulp. He wiped his mouth and muttered to himself, illusion type can make clones, can hypnotize, and it's that good looking too. What a heavenly butterfly. Yu Ji flew back to Wu Fan's shoulder, folded her wings, and let her antennae droop to brush against his neck. Fluttermaster, was I amazing? Amazing, amazing. Flutter. Of course. Lu Jiangwo walked over from the other side of the field holding a clipboard and wrote a few notes after Wu Fan's name. Wu Fan, is your butterfly a spirit type? Dream type. Lu Jiangwo's pen paused. He looked up at him. Dream type. Lu Jiangwo looked up at him again. Rare. You won't find more than a few spirit beasts of this attribute in all of Qingyun City. Train it well. Don't squander it. Got it, teacher Lu. Lu Jiangwo nodded, turned, and walked back to the center of the field. He flipped through the roster. Next match, Meng Yu versus Su Xiaoran. The sun had begun to sink toward the west. Sunlight slanted down from above, splitting the training ground in two. Lu Jiangwo glanced at the time and closed the record book. Alright, that's it for today's practical combat training. When you get back, review it well. Those who won today, think about why you won. Those who lost, think about why you lost. Don't get cocky when you win or mope when you lose. That's just pathetic. You're all dismissed. The students began packing up and heading out. Some recalled their spirit beasts into the beast taming space, some held them in their arms, and some let them follow at their feet. A few girls clustered together chattering about today's battles. That butterfly is so pretty, purple-blue with golden threads on its wings. Do you know what Wu Fan's butterfly is called? No idea. He never said. Let's ask him later. Zhang Lei stood up from the stands and rolled his shoulders. The injury on his shoulder hadn't fully healed, and it hurt every time he moved. He grimaced through his school jacket over himself to cover the bruise, and walked over to Wu Fan, clapping him on the shoulder. Come on, let's head back together. Sure. Zhao Xiaopeng came over too, holding his earth armor beast, and the three of them walked out together. The training grounds gate stood wide open. The setting sun shone in through the doorway, dyeing the ground at the entrance orange-red. Students walked out in twos and threes, spirit beasts following at their feet. Some fed their spirit beasts as they walked, some talked to their spirit beasts as they walked, and some scolded their spirit beasts for being disobedient. There were already students from other classes on the road heading back in small groups. After a few steps, Zhang Lei turned his head to look at Wu Fan. Tell me, what route do you think my bear should take from now on? What route do you want it to take? One where it can hit hard and take hits, of course. Wu Fan thought for a moment. The Ironbone Savage Bear's foundation is Earth type, so its defense is naturally high. With your bronze skin, its physical defense is top tier among the same rank. Its weakness is mental defense, and you can't fix that in a short time. Then what? Just surrender whenever I run into spirit types in the future? Not exactly. You can go for a heavy assault route. Take the opponent down before they can use their skills. Spirit type spirit beasts are mostly squishy, they can't take many hits. Zhang Lei thought about it and nodded. Makes sense. Or when you contract your second spirit beast, choose one with strong mental defense to cover that weakness. The second one is still a long way off. Zhang Lei unzipped his school jacket, revealing the sports vest underneath. I'm at first realm 1 star now. I have to raise my bear to first realm 9 stars before I can break through to second realm. That's a long road ahead. What's the rush? Take it slow. Zhao Xiaopeng cut in. You two are chatting away. What about me? What about my earth armor beast? Wu Fan glanced at him. Your earth armor beast can either go pure defense and be a meat shield, or go a control route and use rock type skills to restrain opponents. Which one is better? Depends on what you like. Pure defense is steady, the control route has a higher ceiling. Zhao Xiaopeng looked down at the earth armor beast by his feet. The earth armor beast happened to look up at him, and the boy and the beast exchanged a glance. The three walked out of the training grounds gate and turned onto the road back to school. All right. Zhang Lei turned around as something came to mind. Which academy are you two planning to apply to? Zhao Xiaopeng spoke first. I want to apply to a local academy in Qingyun. It's close to home and my mom can rest easy. Qingyun Academy. Zhang Lei nodded, then looked at Wu Fan. What about you? Wu Fan thought for a moment. I haven't decided yet. I'm planning to apply to the Beast Taming Academy in the Imperial Capital. There are more resources and more strong people there. Going there will broaden your horizons. The Imperial Capital. At the Fanchi Healing Shop. When Wu Fan returned, it was only 5:30 in the afternoon. He pushed open the door, and the wind chime above it tinkled once. Su Wan was treating a rockhorn beast. The rockhorn beast lay on the treatment table, its head tilted to one side with a third of its right horn cracked and jagged at the break. Its owner, a man in his 40s, stood nearby with furrowed brows. Back, Su Wan said without looking up, her right hand resting on the back of the Gonlin reindeer. The deer stood beside her, its antlers emitting a faint green light, tiny specks of luminescence seeping into the fissure of the rockhorn beast's horn. There's juice in the fridge, help yourself. Wu Fan walked behind the counter, opened the fridge, and took out a bottle of spirit honey juice. Xiaoji flew up from his shoulder, landed on the bottle cap, and twitched her antennae, impatiently waiting for him to open it. What's the rush? Wu Fan twisted off the cap, poured a small cup, and set it on the counter. Xiaoji plunged her head into the cup and began drinking with a slurping sound. Wu Fan leaned against the counter, took a sip from his own cup, and watched Su Wan work. A faint green light seeped from her palm into the Gonlin reindeer's body, then transformed through the deer's antlers into even finer points of light, layering over the crack in the rockhorn beast's horn. The rockhorn beast snorted and flicked its tail. Don't move, Su Wan said quietly, yet the beast obeyed, instantly lying still without even a twitch of its ears. Wu Fan watched his mother's technique, a hint of emotion stirring within him. He activated the Eye of Myriad Things. Deep in his pupils a faint golden glint flashed. Su Wan's information surfaced. Su Wan Realm 6th Realm 3 stars Concept Healing Tree Exclusive Power of 6th Realm Beastmasters Talent Natural Nectar Beast Gonlin Reindeer 6th Realm 5 stars Green Vine Sprite 5th Realm 9 stars Healing Butterfly 5th Realm 7 stars Dewgrass 4th Realm 8 stars Moist Rain Frog 4th Realm 3 stars Wood Spirit 3rd Realm 9 stars. Note, this Beastmaster's healing talent is highly compatible with Wood-type spirit beasts, and her healing efficacy ranks among the upper tier of Beastmasters at the same level. 6th Realm 3 stars. Wu Fan withdrew his gaze, leaned against the counter, and took another sip of juice. His mother appeared gentle and soft like an ordinary woman who only tended to flowers and plants in her shop. But a 6th Realm 3 stars Beastmaster in a place like Qingyun City could walk sideways and still find the road too narrow. Her beasts. The 6th Realm 5 stars Gonlin Reindeer, the 5th Realm 9 stars Green Vine, Sprite, the 5th Realm 7 stars Healing Butterfly. Any one of them could be listed on a high-level mission board at the Beastmaster Association. Yet she chose not to. She stayed in this small shop day after day, treating injured spirit beasts, taking the money to buy supplies, planting them in the orchard, and then selling the harvest to the spirit fruit market. Day in day out, year after year. Wu Fan sometimes felt that his mother's greatest wish in life was simply to keep this shop running, raise her 2 children, watch them marry and have children, and then become a grandmother. What are you staring at? Su Wan's voice drifted over from the treatment table. Wu Fan looked away. Nothing. Don't give me that. You've been standing there for ages and your eyes are off. Su Wan withdrew her hand from the Gonlin Reindeer's back and turned to look at him. If you have something to ask, just say it straight. Wu Fan thought for a moment, then set his cup on the counter. Mom, why didn't you become a full-time healer at the association back then? Full-time healer. Su Wan laughed, wiping her hands with a towel. Sit in an office waiting for missions? Facing reports and task sheets all day. Isn't that easier than running a shop? Easier. Su Wan draped the towel over the edge of the treatment table, walked over, picked up the cup from the counter, and took a sip. I spent 2 years at the association. And then I didn't want to stay. Su Wan put down the cup, her finger tracing the rim. That place. It looks glamorous on the surface, but inside it's nothing but rules. Today you fill out forms, tomorrow you attend meetings, the day after you write reports. Even treating a wound requires a procedure: register first, then evaluate, then cue, then treat. She shook her head. I can't wait for that. Your father was out on missions back, then coming home once a month at best. You and your sister were only 3 years old. Hiring a babysitter, I couldn't trust it. Su Wan paused. Besides, with this shop of mine I can treat when I want, and if I don't feel like it I close up and go out for a stroll. Could the association let you do that? Wu Fan didn't reply. Su Wan glanced at him. Why the sudden question? Just curious. Curious about what? Curious why your mom isn't a big shot. Something like that. Su Wan reached out and patted his head. Your mom is a big shot now? How many 6th Realm healing type Beastmasters are there in Qingyun City? Go ask around. Wu Fan rubbed his head and smiled. Xiaoji lifted her head from the cup, her mouth full of juice, a drop hanging at the corner, tilting her head to look at Su Wan. Dai Mom is amazing. Su Wan couldn't understand what Xiaoji said, but she looked at the butterfly and smiled. This butterfly of yours is quite well behaved. By the way, Mom, isn't it about time for your Green Vine Sprite and with Spirit to evolve? Su Wan's hand paused. She turned around, leaned against the counter, and crossed her arms. How do you know? I saw it. The corner of Su Wan's mouth twitched. Fine, you're a talented evolutionist. You saw it. Well, then your mother's 2 spirit beasts are in your hands for evolution. Wu Fan nearly choked on the juice. He coughed and set the cup on the counter. Mom, I just passed the elementary level. So what? Isn't an elementary level still a talented evolutionist? Su Wan said with unshakable confidence. Besides, you came out of my womb. I know exactly what you're capable of. Wu Fan opened his mouth wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. His mother's words left him no room to argue. Say, I'm not skilled enough. She wouldn't believe it. Say, I'm afraid I'll mess up. Even if she believed, she wouldn't let him off. The words, talented evolutionist, were crystal clear in her mind. Since she had made the request, she had no intention of letting him refuse. Okay, but I need to see the current state of the Green Vine Sprite and the Wood Spirit first. They're in the orchard. Go see for yourself. Su Wan turned back toward the treatment table, then stopped after 2 steps and glanced over her shoulder. Oh, the Wood Spirit hasn't been quite right lately. Take a look and see what's wrong. What's wrong? Can't quite put it into words. Just lacks energy. She paused. I was going to ask an evolutionist from the association to check it out, but since you've got your certification, you go first. Wu Fan nodded. He finished the juice in his cup and one gulp, scooped Xiaoji off the rim of the cup onto his shoulder, pushed open the door behind the counter, and stepped into the courtyard. Hey Dad, you're in the orchard. Wu Fan had just arrived at the orchard when he saw Wu Feng standing under the first row of fruit trees. The setting sun dyed the entire orchard a tangerine red. Wu Feng was wearing a dark gray short-sleeved shirt, revealing 2 sturdy forearms. He was watering a fruit tree. Hearing the sound, Wu Feng turned and glanced at Wu Fan. Why are you here in the orchard? To see Mom's 2 spirit beasts, Qing Luo Tingyao and Mu Ling. Wu Fan walked over along the path. Xiaoji was lying on his shoulder looking around. Dad, where are they? Qing Luo Tingyao is on the east side, 3rd row. Wu Feng put down the watering can, straightened up, patted the dirt off his hands. Mu Ling is by the pond. It hasn't been too spirited these past few days. Your mom asked you to come check on it, right? I'll go see them first then. Wu Fan walked along the path through the orchard. The orchard was large, over 1,000 mu, all planted with spirit fruit trees. Spirit pomegranates, spirit honey fruits, ice crystal pears, fire apricots. Rows upon rows neatly arranged the canopies, spreading wide, shading half the sky. Sunlight leaked through the gaps in the leaves, shattering into patches of golden light on the ground. The air was filled with a fruity fragrance, ripe, half-ripe, and unripe, all mingled together, making one want to reach out and pick one. Several spirit beasts moved among the orchard. Some lay dozing under the trees, others perched on branches. When they saw Wu Fan pass by, they lifted their eyelids for a glance, then closed them again. Those were his parents' spirit beasts. Xiaoji flew off his shoulders, circled the orchard once, and landed on a branch. Dai, master, this place is huge. Over 1,000 mu, of course it's huge. Dai, can Yueji eat the spirit fruits here? Wu Fan chuckled. Which one do you want to eat? Dai, that one, the yellow one. Xiaoji's antennae pointed to a nearby spirit honey fruit tree. The tree bore a dozen fruits, their skins a bright yellow with a thin layer of white frost. We'll pick 2 when we leave. Dai? Okay. Xiaoji flew up from the branch, circled the spirit honey fruit tree once, then caught up and landed back on his shoulder. Wu Fan walked east along the path. At the third row of fruit trees, he spotted Qingluo Tingyao at once. It was entwined around an old spirit pomegranate tree, its vines winding from the roots to the canopy, wrapping the entire trunk tightly. The vines were deep green with rough skin covered in tiny barbs. The leaves were palm-sized, layered upon each other, rustling in the wind. Wu Fan stood before it and looked up. The vines of Qingluo Tingyao stirred. Several vines drooped from the canopy, swaying like snakes in the air. Their tips reached toward Wu Fan, stopped in front of him, and swayed twice as if recognizing him. It's me. Wu Fan reached out and touched the tip of a vine. Mom asked me to come see you. The vine rubbed against his palm, then withdrew. Wu Fan activated the all-seeing eye. Qingluo Tingyao. Element wood. Realm 5th, realm 9 stars. Potential 5th realm 9 stars max. Innate skills: vine entanglement, poison thorn scatter, would escape life, drain Qingluo domain. Current status: spiritual energy abundant, already at peak of current realm, requires evolution to break through. Description: a wood-type vine spirit beast skilled in entanglement and control. Tenacious vitality, able to regenerate severed limbs. It has grown to the limit of its current life form. Without evolution, it cannot further improve its realm. Wu Fan withdrew his ability. 5th realm 9 stars. Its potential had hit the ceiling. This Qingluo Tingyao had been with Su Wan for over a decade, evolving 4 times. But judging from its potential, the previous 4 evolutions were not very lucky. The evolution level was low, failing to raise the potential. Now it was stuck at 5th realm 9 stars, unable to go up or down. To break through to the 6th realm, it must undergo another evolution. And this time the evolution materials could not be casually matched. They must be able to raise the potential from 5th realm 9 stars to above the 6th realm. Otherwise, even if it evolved, it would be useless. Wu Fan reached out and touched the hanging vine. You sure are patient. The vine swayed and the leaves rustled. Dai, it's so big. Xiaoji flew off his shoulder, hovered in midair, and tilted its head to look at the vine-covered tree. Dai, master, is it also your spirit beast? No, it's Mom's. Dai. Oh. Xiaoji flew over and landed on a leaf. The leaf immediately curled up, wrapping the butterfly inside. Dai, Dai, Dai. Xiaoji's voice exploded in Wu Fan's mind, crying out 3 times in a panic. Wu Fan reached out and pried the leaf open, scooping Xiaoji out. Xiaoji flew back to his shoulder, folded its wings, drooped its antennae, and burrowed into the crook of his neck. Dai scared Yueji to death. The leaves of Qingluo Tingyao trembled a few times as if laughing. Wu Fan patted Xiaoji. It's just playing with you. What are you afraid of? Dai. Not fun. Alright, let's go see Mu Ling. Wu Fan walked south along the path. The pond was in the southeast corner of the orchard, not large, about 100 square meters, not deep, with pebbles visible at the bottom. The setting sun shone on the water, shattering into a patch of golden red light. A ring of spirit bamboo grew around the pond, not tall, but dense, creaking when the wind blew. Mu Ling crouched on a stone by the pond. The stone was flat, smooth, covered with a layer of moss. Mu Ling sat on it, looking like a vine ball the size of a human, head with no limbs, its eyes fixed on the water. It didn't move. Wu Fan walked over, crouched down, and looked at it at eye level. Hey! Mu Ling didn't react. It didn't even lift its eyelids. Mu Ling. Still no reaction. Wu Fan waved his hand in front of its eyes. Mu Ling's eyeballs moved, glanced at him, then turned back. Dai? What's wrong with it? Xiaoji poked its head out from Wu Fan's shoulder. I don't know. Wu Fan activated the all-seeing eye. A golden light flashed. Mu Ling. Element wood. Realm 3rd, realm 9 stars. Potential 3rd realm 9 stars. Innate skills: Mu Ling, healing, nature's breath, spirit leaf, flying knife. Current status: worried about its own low strength, unable to help the beast tamer. Description: a wood-type spirit beast, intelligent, good at healing. Gentle and timid nature extremely dependent on its beast tamer. After reading, Wu Fan was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at the pond, then at Mu Ling. This little guy was sulking. What kind of evolutionist did his mother find? The evolution level of both spirit beasts wasn't high. But now that he knew the problem, it was easy to handle. As long as it evolved, it would naturally be fine. He reached out and patted Mu Ling's head. Don't worry. I'll pick evolution materials for you later. Mu Ling looked up and glanced at him. Its eyes were skeptical, as if saying, can you do it? I'm an evolutionist after all. Wu Fan withdrew his hand and stood up. Whether it works or not, just wait and see. Mu Ling blinked and turned its gaze back to the water surface. Wu Feng was still by the first row of fruit trees. Seeing Wu Fan come out with 2 spirit honey fruits in hand, he remarked, are you going to check on your mother's 2 spirit beasts, or are you going to pick spirit fruits? Pick them on the way. Xiaoji wants to eat. Xiaoji flew up from his shoulder and landed on a spirit honey fruit, wrapping her 6 legs around the stem and spreading her wings as she hovered there like a bee guarding its food. Die? Yuezhi's. Wu Fan nudged her aside. What's the hurry? I'll cut it for you when we get back. Xiaoji flew back to his shoulder, her antennae drooping down to brush against his neck as she muttered, die, die, die. No telling what she was saying. Wu Feng glanced at the butterfly, the corner of his mouth twitching. You sure spoil her. Are you done checking on your mother's 2 spirit beasts? Done. That I wanted to ask. Where did Mom find her evolutionist before? Why the sudden interest? The Qingluo vine demon and the wood spirit haven't evolved very far. The Qingluo vine demon is stuck at 5 realms and 9 stars. It's reached its full potential. The wood spirit is even more obvious, 3 realms and 9 stars, 1 step away from breaking into the 4th realm, yet it's stubbornly stuck there, unable to advance. You noticed that? Your mother's 2 spirit beasts followed the evolution path published by the association. But even with the same material combinations, the evolution results were far from ideal. Wu Feng paused, then continued. Afterward, we hired evolutionists to help pick out materials, one by one, and it cost a fair amount of money. And what came of it? Still the same. Passable was the best they could manage. Couldn't even touch good. Your mother never said it out loud, but she's been brooding over this for years. The Qingluo vine demon has been with her for over a decade, raised from a tiny vine sprout to what it is now. The wood spirit came later, but she's grown attached to it too. Watching her spirit beast stuck at their bottleneck, unable to break through, it weighs on her heart. The evening breeze drifted in from deep within the orchard, rustling the leaves. Xiaoji lay on Wu Fan's shoulder, her head turning this way and that as if listening to something. So when Mom asked me to take a look, she really wanted me to handle it. You think she was just playing around with you, eh? Wu Feng shot him a glance. Your mother never says a word that isn't meant. Wu Fan thought about it and figured that was true. His mother Su Wan was usually gentle and soft-spoken, but every word she said carried weight. When she said, I'm leaving it to you, she meant it. Not out of politeness, not as a test. All right. Wu Fan pushed himself up from the fruit tree. Then I'll have to give it some serious thought. No rush. Wu Feng put away his cigarette and patted Wu Fan on the shoulder. You just passed the junior exam. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I know. Dai Master can definitely do it. Xiaoji poked her head out from his shoulder, her antennae twitching up and down. Wu Fan reached out and tapped her on the head. You sure have faith in me. Dai. Of course. Wu Feng watched the one human and one butterfly let out a chuckle, then turned and walked deeper into the orchard. I'll go check on the ground rhino. You 2 head back and eat first. Dad, you're not coming back. You eat first. I'll be back in a bit. Wu Fan watched his father's figure disappear into the fruit grove, tucked the spirit honey fruits under his arm, and headed back along the path. Dinner time. The dining room light was on, casting a warm yellow glow across the entire room. On the table sat 4 dishes and a bowl of soup. Su Wan brought out the last bowl of rice from the kitchen, still wearing her apron, and set it down on the table. Wu Yunqi wasn't back yet. Where's your sister? Su Wan sat down and picked up her chopsticks. She went out with Xiao Hamiao. She texted saying she'd be back later. Wu Fan picked up his bowl and took a mouthful of rice. Su Wan frowned. The very first day she contracts a spirit beast, and she's already running around outside. She should focus a little. Mom, she's 18 now. Why do you still fuss over her? 18 doesn't stop her from being my daughter. Su Wan placed a piece of fish in Wu Fan's bowl. And you, don't just eat your own rice. Have more of the dishes. Wu Fan grunted in acknowledgement and stuffed the fish into his mouth. Su Wan picked up her bowl and took a sip of soup. Did you take a look at the Qingluo vine demon and the wood spirit? I did. How is it? Wu Fan picked up a piece of brewed ox meat, dipped it in the sauce on his plate, chewed a couple of times and swallowed before saying, Mom, do you want to keep following the material combinations from the association's published evolution paths, or would you rather mix things up yourself? Su Wan's chopsticks paused midair. She looked up at Wu Fan, set the chopsticks down, and leaned back against her chair. You want to pick the materials your own way instead of following what the association published? Then go ahead. Do it your way. Wu Fan was stunned. He had expected his mother to hesitate, to ask how confident he was, to say something like, You're just a junior evolutionist. Don't mess around. Aren't you afraid I'll ruin them? Suwon gave him a look. You're my son. How could I not trust you? Wu Fan picked up his bowl and took a mouthful of rice, saying nothing. Xiaoji flew up from the corner of the table and landed on his shoulder, her antennae brushing against his neck. Die. Mother trusts master. Suwon placed another piece of beef in his bowl. Eat. Don't overthink it. There's no rush on the materials. Just tell me what you need, and I'll go buy them. No need, Mom. I'll go buy the materials myself. Suwon glanced at him as if about to say something, then swallowed the words and picked up her bowl to continue eating. After dinner, Wu Fan carried the dishes into the kitchen. Suwon took them from his hands and shooed him out. Go on, go on. Don't get in the way here. Go do whatever you need to do. Wu Fan was pushed out of the kitchen and stood in the dining room, still clutching the 2 spirit honey fruits. Xiaoji flew up from his shoulder and circled around the fruits. Die? Cut it. Cut it. All right. Wu Fan took a plate from the cabinet, cut the spirit honey fruits into small pieces, arranged them neatly, and set the plate on the dining table. Xiaoji dove into the plate, wrapped her 6 legs around a piece of fruit, and buried her head in it, slurping away. Wu Fan leaned back in his chair, watching the butterfly. He was thinking about the Qingluo vine demon and the wood spirit. His mother Suwon was a beast tamer specializing in wood-type healing, so her spirit beast evolution paths would need to lean in that direction. He ran the calculations in his mind. Wood-type as the core, that was certain. But it couldn't be wood-type alone. When a wood-type spirit beast evolves to a high realm, the bottleneck of a single element becomes too obvious. He'd need to add a water-type material. Water nourishes wood. As for the specific materials needed, that was even simpler. Just pick ones with over 85 compatibility when the time came. For his own mother's evolution, of course, it had to be the best. No cutting corners. Xiaoji lifted her head from the plate, a drop of juice hanging at the corner of her mouth, tilting her head to look at him. Die? What is master thinking about? Thinking about how to help Mom's spirit beasts evolve. Die. Oh. Xiaoji lowered her head again and went back to slurping the juice, her 6 legs clutching the fruit as her body wriggled. Wu Fan reached out and tapped her on the back. Slow down. Nobody's going to take it from you. Die delicious. You know it's delicious, but you never offered me a piece. Xiaoji raised her head, looked at the fruit on the plate, then looked at Wu Fan and nudged a piece of fruit toward him. Die. For master. Time flew by, and before long it was Saturday. These past few days had been nothing but school. Theory in the morning, combat training in the afternoon, and cultivation at home in the evening. The same rhythm repeated daily. Wu Fan didn't find it tedious. With Yu Ji by his side, even the most monotonous days could yield a bit of joy. That little creature had recently devised a new trick, training skills while cultivating in dreams. It sounded quite mystical. Yu Ji, a dream soul spirit beast, could enter and exit dreams as effortlessly as breathing. Within its self-woven dreams, it could simulate battles and repeatedly practice skills, all while its body absorbed spiritual energy to cultivate. It was like doing 2 jobs at once while sleeping. The first time Wu Fan discovered this, he was lying in bed looking at his phone. Yu Ji was curled up on his pillow, wings folded, antennae drooping, appearing to be in a deep slumber. But through their contract, he sensed that the creature's consciousness was extraordinarily active, even more spirited than during the day. Xiaoji. No response. Yu Ji. Still no response. Wu Fan activated the all-seeing eye and took a look. Yu Ji, soul-weaving dream butterfly status, deep dream consciousness activity 237. Note, currently training skills in the dream space, simultaneously absorbing external spiritual energy. 237%. Wu Fan was stunned by the number. For a normal spirit beast, a consciousness activity level of 120% during sleep was already exceptional, but this little one had doubled that. He reached out and poked Yu Ji's wing. No reaction. He poked again. Yu Ji rolled over, legs pointing skyward, wings splayed out, and continued sleeping. All right, you're amazing. Wu Fan pulled the covers up and turned off the light. Saturday morning sunlight squeezed through the gaps in the curtains, painting a golden line on the floor at the foot of the bed. Wu Fan opened his eyes and first heard a rustling sound from the windowsill. Yu Ji was holding a spirit honey fruit pit, gnawing at it with gusto. The pit was larger than its body, and it looked like a squirrel clutching a nut. Where did you get that pit? Wu Fan propped himself up on his elbows. Die, leftover from last night, master forgot. You're really not picky. Die. Yueji isn't picky, but Yu Ji likes sweet things. Yu Ji tossed the pit aside, flew up from the windowsill, flapped its wings twice, hovered in midair, and stared at Wu Fan. Die. Master Yu Ji can weave beautiful dreams and nightmares now. Wu Fan had just gotten out of bed, barefoot on the floor. Hearing this, he paused. What do you mean? Die before entering dreams could only make enemies fall asleep, but now I can weave them beautiful dreams or nightmares. Also, I can combine it with the Dream Devour skill, and then I can eat those dreams to restore spiritual energy. As Yu Ji spoke, it flapped its wings twice, flew up from the windowsill, and circled around Wu Fan's head. Its movements were much lighter than usual, and the tips of its wings brushed past his ear, bringing a cool breeze. So you were practicing this last night. Dai? Huh. Yuji didn't practice last night. Yuji tilted its head and blinked. Dai Yuji just thought weaving beautiful dreams and nightmares was fun, and then I woke up knowing how. Wu Fan reached out and tapped its head. How are other spirit beasts supposed to survive with you around? Dai Yuji is amazing. The little creature said it with utter confidence, its antennae perked up high. Wu Fan chuckled and went to wash up. Downstairs in the dining room, Su Wan had already laid out breakfast. Porridge, side dishes, pancakes, and milk covered half the table. Wu Yunxi sat in her usual spot, her mouth stuffed with half a pancake, cheeks puffed out like a hamster's. The flame feather sparrow perched on the chair beside her with a small saucer of chopped spirit fruits in front of it. Morning. Wu Fan pulled out a chair and sat down, taking a sip of porridge. Wu Yunxi mumbled in response, swallowed the pancake, and downed some milk. Bro, what are your plans today? I'll head to the material district to pick up something for Mom's spirit beast. Su Wan was just coming out of the kitchen with a plate of side dishes. Hearing this, she set the plate on the table and wiped her hands. No rush. Focus on nurturing your own spirit beast first. Mom, I know what I'm doing. Su Wan glanced at him, said nothing more, and turned back to the kitchen. Wu Yunxi bit her chopsticks, her eyes darting. I'm coming too. What for? To keep you company, and also to buy some food for the sparrow. Wu Yunxi patted the flame feather sparrow's head. It's been picky lately. It won't eat the brand I bought before. The flame feather sparrow looked up from the saucer, fruit pulp smeared around its beak, and let out a chirp, as if in protest. You deny it. Wu Yunxi poked its forehead. Yesterday when I fed you, you sniffed it, and turned away. You think I didn't see? Chirp. This time the sound was softer, a bit guilty. Wu Fan watched the pair, girl and bird, and shook his head. Fine, let's go together. After breakfast, the siblings stepped out. On a September morning in Qingyun City, the sun was already scorching. There weren't many people on the streets, and occasionally a spirit beast passed by with its owner. Yuji lay on Wu Fan's shoulder, wings folded, antennae drooping, looking as if it were asleep. But Wu Fan could sense that the creature's consciousness was highly active, probably scheming some new trick. Wu Yunxi walked beside him, the flame feather sparrow perched on her shoulder. The bird was a size larger than Yuji, making it a bit cramped on her shoulder. Wu Yunxi had to walk with her head tilted, which looked rather comical. Can't you put it in the spirit beast space? Wu Fan glanced at her. It doesn't want to. Wu Yunxi set her neck crooked. It throws a tantrum if I put it in, and it gives me a headache. The flame feather sparrow chirped, flapped its wings, and shifted its footing on Wu Yunxi's shoulder. See, it's even got a straight face about it. Wu Yunxi rolled her eyes. Then why not hold it? Hold it. Wu Yunxi turned her head to look at the bird on her shoulder. It won't let me. Last time I tried to hold it, it flapped away, circled the living room 3 times before landing, and knocked over Mom's spirit orchid pot. The flame feather sparrow lowered its head, rubbed its beak against Wu Yunxi's hair, and let out a soft chirp. Don't give me that. Wu Yunxi pulled it off her shoulder and held it in her arms. Now you're being good. Why weren't you good earlier? The flame feather sparrow nestled in her arms, wings folded, head burrowing into her elbow. Wu Yunxi looked down at its side and hugged it closer. Spoiled. The corner of Wu Fan's mouth twitched. Yuji poked its head out from Wu Fan's shoulder, looked at the flame feather sparrow in Wu Yunxi's arms, then back at Wu Fan. Dai. Master Yuji is good too. You're good. Dai. Then Yuji wants to be held too. Wu Fan reached out, took Yuji off his shoulder, and placed it in his palm. Yuji clung to his fingers, its wings opening and closing, antennae twitching. Dai Master's hands are so warm. The mall on Saturday was much livelier than usual. The square was bustling with people. Youngsters holding spirit beast cubs, middle-aged people leading large spirit beasts, and a few students in school uniforms squatting by the roadside gathered around a spirit beast cub and petting it. As soon as Wu Yunxi entered the square, she looked around, her gaze sweeping over the shop signs. Brother, you go to the materials area first. I'll go buy food for Dankei and catch up with you later. Alright. Wu Yunxi left with Yen Yu Dank, her ponytail bobbing through the crowd, soon disappearing from sight. Wu Fan turned and walked toward the materials area. Yueji flew up from his shoulder, hovered in midair, glanced around, and then landed back on his shoulder. Dai. Master, there are so many people here. It's Saturday, so it's normal to have many people. Dai. Yueji doesn't like crowds. Then do you want to go back to the beast taming space? Dai? No. Yueji wants to stay with Master. Wu Fan reached out and tapped its head, saying nothing. The hall of the materials area was about the same as last time. Wu Fan didn't rush in. At first he took a look around the spirit core section. He stopped in front of the wood element spirit core counter, his gaze sweeping over the rows of spirit cores in the glass display. Greenwood spirit core, azure waterwood core, spirit vine crystal core. Dozens of them, ranging in size, colors from light green to deep emerald, and prices from a few thousand to tens of thousands. These spirit cores were essentially the power source of wild spirit beasts extracted from their bodies after hunting. Low-grade spirit cores were used as evolution materials or made into spirit beast food, while high-grade ones could be used as energy sources. The association's training grounds and the incubation cabinets at the breeding centers all used spirit cores for power along with spirit crystals, of course. Yueji poked its head out from his shoulders, staring at the sparkling spirit cores in the cabinet. Die. Shiny. Want some? No, I don't. Yueji just thinks they look pretty. Wu Fan ignored it and activated the All Things Eye. Greenwood Spirit Core Quality First Realm High-Grade Element. Wood Description: a spirit core taken from a greenwood wolf, suitable for wood element spirit beast evolution or low-grade healing pill refining. Note: spirit cores are not recommended as evolution materials for spirit beasts because they contain a trace of the original creature's consciousness. Wu Fan withdrew his gaze. Spirit cores. Used well, they are treasures. Used poorly, they are pitfalls. That trace of consciousness is usually dormant, but when it interferes during evolution, at best it affects the evolution quality, and at worst it drastically changes the spirit beast's temperament. Someone posted on the forum that their gentle wood spirit deer, after using an unidentified spirit core as a material, became aggressive after evolution, biting anyone it saw, and even nearly knocked over its owner. Therefore, a proper evolutionist typically wouldn't choose spirit cores when selecting materials for spirit beasts unless there was no alternative or they had a way to erase that trace of consciousness. He straightened up and walked toward the spirit herb area. The spirit herb area was next to the spirit core area, separated by a corridor. The counter was wooden, painted dark brown, with transparent sealed boxes on it, each containing various spirit herbs. Dried, fresh, cut into pieces, ground into powder. They were all neatly arranged in rows. Behind the counter stood a man in his 40s wearing a dark blue work uniform with a nameplate on his chest reading Senior Sales Consultant, Zhou Guoping. He was introducing materials to a middle-aged man in a plaid shirt holding a handful of dried grass stems and speaking with great enthusiasm. Wu Fan didn't join the crowd. Instead, he slowly walked along the counter by himself. Yueji flew up from his shoulder, landed on a sealed box, and lay there looking inside. The spirit herb in the box was called Qingling grass, a first realm mid-grade. Its leaves were slender emerald green with white veins that shimmered faintly under the light. Die? What is this? Qingling grass. It can speed up spiritual energy recovery for wood element spirit beasts. Die. Is it tasty? I don't know. I haven't tried it either. Die. Then Yueji will sniff it. Yueji lay on the box, its antennae reaching toward the gap in the lid, stretching and retracting. Wu Fan ignored it and continued walking. Today he came mainly to pick materials for his mother's 2 spirit beasts. The green vine demon needed 5th realm materials, and the wood spirit needed 3rd realm materials. 5th realm materials were not cheap. Before coming, he had checked the association's materials database. A 5th realm Biluo vine was priced at 600,000. A piece of 5th realm wood spirit marrow was priced at 450,000. These were even the association's internal prices. Outside shops would sell them for more. But he was well off now. The 5 million reward from the evolutionist assessment, plus the 10 million his mother gave him, was enough. Wu Fan stopped in front of a counter. On the counter were several Biluo vines placed in long transparent boxes. The vines were dark green with fine dense patterns like old tree bark. The leaves were palm-sized, stacked together with silver-white veins. He activated the All Things Eye. Biluo vine quality 5th realm mid-grade element. Wood description: a 5th realm wood element spirit material often used for wood element spirit beast evolution or high-grade healing pill refining. Its medicinal properties are mild with high compatibility with most wood element spirit beasts. Compatibility 84/84. Not bad. He continued to read on. There were a few more items in the counter. A piece of wood spirit marrow, fist-sized translucent amber with several green streaks inside. A small handful of green vine seeds, soybean-sized with brown shells and fine net-like patterns. A few dragon scale leaves, palm-sized, thick with a waxy sheen on the surface. Wu Fan looked at them one by one, and the All Things Eye marked the compatibility of each material. Wood spirit marrow 87. Green vine seeds 88. Dragon scale leaves 83. He now had a clear idea. He turned and walked toward the water element materials area. Wu Fan took a look around the water element area and finally picked 3 5th realm water element items. He then moved to the wood element materials area and picked 10 3rd realm wood element items. Finally, he picked 3 3rd realm water element items to complement the wood spirit. He ran each one through the All Things Eye, and all had compatibility above 80%. Wu Fan placed the selected materials one by one on the counter. Biluo vine, wood spirit marrow, green vine seeds, dragon scale, leaves, water rune, stone, azure water, pearl spirit, spring essence. Over 20 items of various sizes covering more than half the counter. I'll take all of these. The sales assistant was a young woman in her early 20s with a bun hairstyle tidying up the shelves. Hearing this, she turned around, looked at Wu Fan, then at the pile of materials. He pointed to her, eyes widening. Oh, all of them. Yes. The girl swallowed, hurried to get a calculator, tapped on it for a while, then looked up. Sir, the items you've selected. 13 5th realm items and 13 3rd realm items. Total is 12,930,000. Would you like to pay by card or scan code? Card. Are you an evolutionist? The girl glanced at the evolutionist certificate Wu Fan handed over. A junior evolutionist gets a 10 discount, so the total is 11,637,000. Wu Fan handed over his evolutionist card. The girl took the card with both hands and turned to operate the cash register. She tapped a few keys on the keyboard, then glanced back at the pile of materials on the counter and muttered under her breath, "So many materials. How many spirit beasts can be evolved with these?" Wu Fan emerged from the material area carrying a spatial backpack with the sun already directly overhead. This spatial backpack, before putting it on he had hefted it in his hand. It looked small, yet could hold over 20 pieces of material without feeling heavy. The spatial folding technology of this world was indeed convenient, far more capacious than the electric scooters of the delivery guys in his past life. Yet Wu Fan always found something a bit odd. They had already invented spatial backpacks, so why hadn't anyone created storage rings? Later he figured it was probably because this world had plenty of spirit beasts with storage abilities. Rather than researching artificial storage equipment, it was better to simply contract one. It saved money and effort, and might even help in battle. If you pulled out a backpack on the street, thieves would eye it. But if you stored things in a spirit beast's belly, no one could steal them. Wu Fan pondered whether when he had the means later he should get a spatial-type spirit beast. Not because he feared theft, but for convenience and ease. Wu Fan raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun, then turned and walked back into the mall. The cool air from the air conditioner poured down from the vents above, flipping up his collar. Yuji lay on his shoulder, wings spread open facing the vent, her antennae twitching. "Die comfortable. You sure know how to enjoy yourself." Wu Fan took out his phone and called Wu Yunxi. The phone rang twice before she picked up. "Brother, are you done picking?" Wu Yunxi's voice came through the receiver so loud that Wu Fan moved the phone half an inch away from his ear. "I'm done. Where are you?" "So fast. I'm in the spirit beast food section. Second floor, you'll see me as soon as you come up." Wu Yunxi hung up without even saying goodbye. Wu Fan put the phone back in his pocket and walked toward the elevator. The spirit beast food section was on the east side of the second floor, occupying a large area. As soon as Wu Fan stepped out of the elevator, he caught the smell. The mixed aroma of various foods, fishy, meaty, grassy, and an indescribable sweet and sour scent, like fermented fruit. Yuji poked her head out from his shoulder, sniffing. "Die? What's that smell?" "Spirit beast food. Die." Oh. Yuji withdrew her head and continued lying down. She had no interest in the food section, as she only drank juice and occasionally nibbled on a couple of spirit fruits and nothing else. Wu Fan walked along the aisle with shops selling food on both sides. Glass counters displayed food of various colors, some pressed into pellets, some shaped into bars, vacuum-packed fresh meat, and liquid food in sealed jars. In front of each shop stood a sign with slogans like, "Our spirit beast food is certified by the association, made from pure natural spirit materials, spirit beasts love it," and so on. Wu Yunxi stood at the entrance of a shop, holding a bag with several boxes of food. Yinyu Dankei perched on her shoulder, tilting its head to look at a caged spirit beast cub in the shop across. "Brother, over here." Wu Yunxi waved at him. Wu Fan walked over. "Are you done?" "Done. Bought 3 boxes. Dankei has been picky lately, so I switched to a different brand. It's a bit more expensive, but it seems to like it." Yinyu Dankei jumped down from her shoulder, landed on her hand, and grabbed the bag, opening with its beak, poking its head in. "What's the hurry? Eat it at home." Yinyu Dankei looked up at her, let out a chirp, long and soft with a trailing note. "Don't give me that." Wu Yunxi reached out and nudged it aside. "Last time you did the same thing. Wouldn't eat it at home, wasted my money." Yinyu Dankei flapped its wings twice, flew onto Wu Yunxi's head, crouched down, and stayed still. Wu Yunxi rolled her eyes and ignored it. "Let's go, time to head home." Wu Fan turned and walked toward the elevator. "Wait a minute." Wu Yunxi grabbed his sleeve. "Brother, help me take the food home. He Meow and I are going to hang out." Wu Fan turned to look at her. "Where are you going?" "Shopping." He Meow said there's a new spirit beast accessory shop in the mall. We're going to check it out. "All right, go ahead. I'll take the food back." "Thanks, bro." Wu Yunxi shoved the bag into his hand, turned, and ran off, her ponytail swinging behind her. Yinyu Dankei stayed perched on her head, wings spread for balance, chirping twice, whether in excitement or nervousness. Wu Fan watched her figure disappear around the corners, stuffed the food bag into his spatial backpack, and walked toward the elevator. Yuji poked her head out from his shoulder, looked in the direction Wu Yunxi had run, then looked at Wu Fan. "Die? Where is little sister going?" "Gone to play." "Die? Why not take Yuji? She's buying accessories for her own spirit beast." "What would you do there?" Yuji thought for a moment, antennae twitching. "Die. Yueji wants accessories too." "What kind of accessories?" "Die. About." Wu Fan almost choked on his own saliva. "You're a butterfly wearing a bow, eh? Die. Can't I?" Yuji's antennae stood up, her tone full of righteous indignation. Wu Fan imagined the scene. A palm-sized butterfly with a bow on its head. "All right, I'll have one custom made for you later." "Die? Great." Yuji's wings fluttered and she nuzzled into the crook of his neck. When Wu Fan arrived home, Su-won was sitting behind the counter flipping through a thick book. The wind chime on the door jingled. She looked up and closed the book. Back. Where's Yunchi? She went shopping with Himiao. Su-won shook her head. That girl always running around outside. She came out from behind the counter, took the spatial backpack from Wu Fan's shoulder, glanced inside, and raised an eyebrow. Bought so much. For the Green Vine Sprite and Wood Spirit. 13 fifth-tier materials and 13 third-tier materials. Su-won placed the backpack on the counter, unzipped it, and began taking out the items one by one. Billuo Vine, Wood Spirit, Marrow, Green Vine Seeds, Dragon Scale, Leaves, Water, Rhythm Stone, Azure Water, Pearl Spirit, Spring Essence. Covering half the counter. She picked up the piece of Wood Spirit Marrow, examined it against the light. An amber translucent material with threads of green veins glowing faintly under the lamp. This piece is good. I picked it. Su-won put down the Wood Spirit Marrow, turned to look at him, and asked, how much did it cost? Over 11 million. Su-won's hand paused. It was discounted. The original price was over 12 million. The evolutionist license gave a 10% discount. Su-won stared at him without speaking. Wu Fan felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. What's wrong? Where did you get so much money? Assessment reward 5 million. 5 million isn't enough for 11 million. Plus the 10 million you gave me earlier. So you spent all the money. Not all of it. There's still over 3 million left. Su-won looked at him silent for 2 seconds. Then she reached out and patted his head. You're really generous. Buying things for Mom. What's there to be reluctant about? Su-won watched her son's earnest face curve the corners of her mouth slightly, and without further comment turned around to retrieve the materials one by one into her spatial backpack. Alright, you're filial, I'll keep them. Yuji flew up from Wu Fan's shoulder, fluttering and flapping, and hovered beside Su-won's head, her wings whirring noisily. Butterfly Mother Yuji wants to drink spiritual honey juice. Su-won turned to look at Yuji and asked softly, little Yuji, what's wrong? Butterfly juice. Yuji saw that her master's mother had guessed correctly, immediately froze in midair, nodded her little head, and her antennae almost curled up to the sky. Butterfly. Su-won smiled and shook her head. Alright, I'll get it for you now. She turned and walked behind the counter, and Yuji flew behind her, following each step, her wings fluttering lightly, like a little bee chasing after nectar. Wu Fan leaned against the counter, watching the scene, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. This little creature sure knew how to curry favor. Su-won took out the spiritual honey juice from the small fridge behind the counter, poured a small cup, and placed it on the counter. Yuji plunged her head into the cup, sucking noisily with her mouth. Several drops of juice splashed onto her wings, but she didn't care, and continued sucking. Take it slow, no one's competing with you. Su-won wiped the juice stains on the counter with a tissue, watching the butterfly drinking with her head down, and let out a soft laugh. Mom, you're too good to her. What am I not good to you all? Su-won looked up at him, her tone calm, but her eyes clearly said, try saying no. Wu Fan wisely didn't respond. By the way, Mom, when are you going to evolve Qingluo Vine Demon and Wood Spirit? He changed the subject. Now? The materials are all ready. Now would be fine. Su-won threw the tissue into the trash and turned to look at him. But Xiaofan, you picked so many materials for me. Are you going to use all of them? Not really. Then, I want to let Qingluo Vine Demon and Wood Spirit choose 4 pieces themselves for evolution. Su-won was stunned, her brows slightly furrowed. Choose themselves? They don't understand material matching. How can they choose? Mom, trust me. Spirit beasts know their own bodies best. An outsider looking 100 times is not as good as their own sensing once. I'll lay the materials in front of them and let them choose. Actually, Wu Fan was confident the materials he had picked all had over 80% compatibility with the 2 spirit beasts. No matter how they chose, the combination wouldn't be bad. But he couldn't say that. So he rephrased it. Moreover, among beast tamers, the idea of letting spirit beasts choose their own evolution materials was not unheard of, but it was rare. Most people didn't dare do this, fearing the spirit beast would choose wrong and ruin half its life in one evolution. But a few evolutionists advocated this approach, saying a spirit beast's instinct was more accurate than any theory. She looked up at Wu Fan. This kid, just a few days after passing the junior evolutionist exam, had already started taking unorthodox paths. Are you sure? Sure. Alright, let's give it a try. Su-won finished saying this, pushed herself off the counter, and turned to walk toward the back door. Let's go to the backyard. She took 2 steps, then stopped, turned her head, and called out into the counter. Reindeer, watch the shop. Reindeer came out from behind the counter, glanced at Su-won, and nodded. Wu Fan put his spatial backpack on and followed behind her. Yuji lifted her head from the cup, juice still hanging at the corner of her mouth. Seeing Wu Fan leaving, she quickly fluttered up and landed back on his shoulder. Butterfly, wait for Yuji. The backyard was still the same. The ground was paved with blue stone slabs with moss growing in the crevices. The banyan tree against the wall spread its canopy, shading half the yard. Su-won stood in the center of the yard and raised her hand in a gesture. 2 beams of light flew from the direction of the orchard. One was cyan, the other green. The cyan light landed first, revealing Qing Luo Vine Demon. It emerged from the light, its vines stretching out one by one, like waking up and stretching the deep cyan vines covered with leaves. The green light landed later, revealing Wood Spirit. It bounced out of the light and crouched on the blue stone floor, its body round and plump. Its eyes were brighter than when Wu Fan had seen it last, but still a bit listless, the corners of its mouth drooping, as if it had something on its mind. Suwon crouched down and patted Wood Spirit's head. "Don't worry, my son has brought materials for you." Wood Spirit looked up, glanced at Wu Fan, then lowered its head again. That look was still skeptical, exactly like last time by the pond. Wu Fan crouched down to meet its eyes. "You still don't trust me?" Wood Spirit didn't move. "All right, I'll lay out the materials, and you choose for yourself. Pick what you want, take whichever feels right for you." Wood Spirit finally lifted its head and blinked. "Butterfly, it's so stingy," Yuji muttered from Wu Fan's shoulder. "Hey, what are you doing?" Wu Feng's voice came from the orchard entrance. "Are you about to evolve them?" Suwon stood up, brushed the dust off her knees. Xiao Fan said to let the spirit beasts choose their own materials. "Choose themselves?" Wu Feng glanced at Wu Fan. "Let's try." Wu Fan took off his spatial backpack, unzipped it, and started taking out the materials one by one. Viluo Vine, Wood Spirit, Marrow, Qing Luo Seed, Dragon Scale, Leaf, Water, Rhythm Stone, Jade, Water, Pearl, Spiritual, Spring Essence. Over 20 items of various sizes, materials of the 3rd and 5th realms laid out in a row on the blue stone slabs. Sunlight shone on the materials, some glistening, some deep in color, some translucent, like amber. Wu Feng walked over, crouched down, picked up a Water Rhythm Stone, and examined it. 5th realm, Water Element. Your mom's 2 spirit beasts are both Wood Element. Why did you buy Water Element? Water nurtures wood. Wu Feng glanced at him, put the Water Rhythm Stone down, and said nothing more. Who goes first? Choose 3 Wood Element and 1 Water Element. Wu Fan looked up, glanced at Qing Luo Vine Demon, then at Wood Spirit. Qing Luo Vine Demon's vines swayed, pushing Wood Spirit forward. The movement was gentle, the vine tips patting Wood Spirit's back, like an adult urging a child. Wood Spirit was pushed forward, rolling half a turn, then stopped, and looked back at Qing Luo Vine Demon. Wood Spirit turned back and slowly rolled to the pile of materials. It crouched on the ground, its eyes sweeping from left to right, then from right to left. The yard fell silent. Suwon stood nearby, arms crossed, chin slightly tucked, her gaze following Wood Spirit's eyes. Yuji poked her head out from Wu Fan's shoulder, staring at Wood Spirit. "Butterfly. What is it doing?" "Choosing materials." "Butterfly. Oh, so slow." Mu Ling crouched before the pile of materials for quite a while. It first rolled to the right, nudging a piece of green heart vine. The green heart vine was a fist-sized wooden orb, its surface etched with fine patterns, smooth to the touch. Mu Ling stopped. It used its body to nudge the green heart vine out of the material pile. Wu Fan watched a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Suwon also noticed. She glanced at Mu Ling, then at Wu Fan. Mu Ling continued rolling. It circled the pile and nudged out a second item, Emerald Branch. The emerald branch was an emerald green stem with a small white flower at its tip, which swayed at Mu Ling's touch. The third item, Spirit, would sprout a small bundle of tender green shoots in a transparent box. The fourth, Water Spirit Crystal, a transparent crystal the size of a fingernail, enclosing a droplet of liquid water that glowed blue under the sunlight. For materials, 3 wood type, 1 water type. Mu Ling nudged them together into a pile on the bluestone ground, then retreated 2 steps, crouched, and stared at Wu Fan. That look seemed to say, "These are all." Wu Fan walked over, crouched down, and examined the 4 materials. Green Heart, Vine, Emerald Branch, Spirit, Wood, Sprout, Water Spirit Crystal. All were of the 3rd realm. He activated the Eye of All Things. Deep in his pupils a flash of gold flickered. The compatibility of the Green Heart Vine appeared, 89. Emerald Branch, 88. Spirit, Wood, Sprout, 90. Water Spirit Crystal, 85. Wu Fan stood up, turned to Suwon, and said, "Mom, these 4. Suwon walked over, looked down at the pile of materials. She picked up the Green Heart Vine, turned it in her hand, then set it down. "Are you sure?" Mu Ling chose them itself. "It knows what it needs better than anyone." Suwon glanced at Mu Ling. It crouched on the ground, eyes fixed on the pile, motionless. "All right." Suwon raised her hand and collected the 4 materials. "Mu Ling, come, we'll evolve right here." The backyard was quiet. Suwon stood in the center of the yard with Mu Ling at her feet. She bent down, picked up Mu Ling, placed it on the bluestone ground, and stepped back 2 paces. "Xiao Fan, will you draw the array, or shall I?" "Mom, you do it." For spirit beast evolution, the materials were the most crucial. The 4 symbols refining formation was not overly demanding. As long as the array was drawn correctly and spiritual energy was infused steadily, there would rarely be mishaps. Unless one possessed a unique 4 symbols refining formation that could enhance the degree of evolution, which was a different matter. But such techniques were usually exclusive secrets of evolution masters, not even imparted to direct disciples. Suwon nodded, crouched down, pressed her right index and middle fingers together, and let spiritual energy surge from her fingertips, condensing into a faint green light. She began drawing the array on the ground. Wu Fan stepped back a few paces, leaned against the banyan tree trunk, and stood side by side with Wu Feng. What do you think Mu Ling will evolve to? Hard to say. Wu Fan watched the gradually forming array on the ground. But at least it'll be stronger than it is now. You're being modest. Wu Fan smiled, but said nothing. The array was soon completed. On the ground, a circular array about 2 meters in diameter glowed with a faint green light. Su Wan straightened up a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. She stepped back 2 paces and placed Mu Ling at the center of the array. Mu Ling crouched there, its round body shrinking slightly, as if a little nervous. Su Wan crouched down, reached out, and patted Mu Ling's head. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Mu Ling looked up at her. That gaze held dependence and a trace of timidity. Su Wan smiled, stood up, and retreated to the edge of the array. She placed the 4 materials at the 4 cardinal positions. Then she took a deep breath and pressed her hands against the edge of the array. Spiritual energy began to circulate. A mass of faint green light surged from beneath Mu Ling, enveloping its entire body. Then the light spread outward along the lines of the array, and the materials at the 4 positions lit up one after another. The power of the 4 materials surged simultaneously toward Mu Ling. Cyan light threads entwined Mu Ling's vine body, emerald liquid seeped into its skin, white rootlets drilled in from the gaps beneath it, and blue mist shrouded its entire form. Mu Ling remained motionless at the center of the array. Its body began to glow, first a faint green, then growing brighter and denser, until it became a dazzling emerald sphere of light that bathed the entire yard in green. Wu Fan narrowed his eyes. Yuji perched on Wu Fan's shoulder, its antennae standing straight up, wings slightly spread, ready to take flight at any moment. Dai? What will it become? Wait and see. Dai. Yuji is curious. I'm curious too. The sphere of light lasted for about 3 or 4 minutes. The green light began to dim. It receded from the edges toward the center, ring by ring, like ebbing tide. When the last trace of light vanished from the array's center, the array marks on the ground also faded, leaving only shallow grooves on the bluestone. The light subsided, revealing what lay within. It was no longer the round vine-covered ball it had been. A half-human height vine monkey crouched at the center of the array. Its body was covered in emerald green vines, each strand twisted together to form limbs and a torso. Its head was woven from vines, with 2 bright emerald crystals embedded in the eye sockets gleaming. Its hands were thin branches branching from the ends of vines, each hand with 4 fingers tips bearing tender buds. It lifted its head, shook it, and the vines rustled. It looked down at its hands, then opened and closed its 4 fingers, closed and opened them again, movements clumsy like a child learning to use chopsticks. Gee! It let out a cry much clearer than before. Su Wan stood at the edge of the array, her hands still frozen in the pressing position, her entire body rigid. She stared at the vine monkey for several seconds, the corners of her mouth twitching, her eyes reddening, but she held back. Mu Ling, she called, her voice trembling slightly. The vine monkey turned its head, its emerald crystal eyes swiveling, fixing on Su Wan for a second. Then it leaped its legs, pushing off, launching its entire body into Su Wan's arms. Su Wan was knocked back half a step, her arms wrapping around the mass of vines. The vine monkey burrowed its head into her neck, vines entwining her arms, leaves brushing against her chin. Zhi zhi zhi. It chirped incessantly, as if talking or acting spoiled. Wu Feng stood under the banyan tree, watching the scene, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yuji perched on Wu Fan's shoulder, tilting its head to look at the vine monkey. Dai? It's so small. Not small, it's half a human's height. Dai. Not as pretty as Yuji. Wu Fan reached out and tapped its head. Why compare yourself with it? Dai. Yuji is the prettiest. Wu Fan ignored it and activated the Eye of All Things. Mu Ling monkey element wood, water realm, 4th realm, 2 stars, potential 6th realm, 9 stars, innate skills, wood spirit, healing, nature's breath, spirit, leaf, dagger, water, healing, art, vine, entanglement, water, and wood protection. Description: evolved from Mu Ling by fusing water and wood elemental materials, having broken through the original racial life limit. Wood type healing abilities greatly enhanced, new water type healing skills acquired, capable of using both wood and water healing powers in combat. Personality more lively than before, evolution dependence on the beast taster not diminished, but increased. Note: after evolution, the Mu Ling monkey has learned to stand and jump and no longer rolls to move. Wu Fan withdrew his ability. The life form had changed and the evolution was excellent. As he had guessed, with compatibility above 80%, it was most likely excellent. The wood spirit monkey clung to Su Wan's arms, refusing to come down. All right, Su Wan patted its back. Come down, let me have a look. Only then did the wood spirit monkey release its claws, sliding down from her embrace to stand on the ground. Su Wan crouched, cupping its face in both hands, turning it left and right. Its emerald crystal eyes blinked twice, reflecting her face. You've become prettier. The wood spirit monkey grinned, its mouth a split in the vine, revealing a pale green inner wall when it smiled. Strange, yet rather cheerful. Wu Feng leaned against the banyan tree trunk, watching the vine monkey, then glancing at Wu Fan, a hint of something else in his eyes. Wu Fan noticed. Dad, why are you looking at me? Just thinking our family has a talent. Wu Feng pushed himself off the tree, walked to the pile of materials, and crouched to sift through the leftovers. This evolution of the wood spirit must be at least good, right? Pretty much. Suwon stood up, shooing the wood spirit monkey aside. Shu, go play. I need to evolve the green vine demon. The wood spirit monkey hopped twice, landing at the base of the banyan roots, crouching there with its eyes fixed on the scene. Yueji flew up from Wu Fan's shoulder and landed on the wood spirit monkey's head. The wood spirit monkey reached out to grab it, but Yueji flew up again, hovering in midair, wings fluttering slowly. Butterfly. Can't catch it. The wood spirit monkey squeaked, stood up to reach it, but Yueji shot higher. The monkey couldn't reach it and spun in place anxiously. Suwon ignored them, turning to face the green vine demon. Your turn. She walked over, reaching out to touch the hanging vines. Come pick your materials. The green vine demon's vines stirred. The tips of the vines extended soon, selecting from the pile of 5th realm materials. Wu Fan took out 4 items from the pile and laid them in a row on the bluestone ground: Billy Vine, Wood Spirit Marrow, Dragon Scale Leaf, and Water Resonance Stone. He activated the Myriad Spirit Eye and scanned their compatibility. Billy Vine 84. Wood Spirit Marrow 87. Dragon Scale Leaf 83. Water Resonance Stone 82. All above 80%. Wu Fan stood up, brushing the dust off his knees. Mom, these 4. The same process followed. When the light descended and revealed what lay within, the green vine demon had transformed. No longer the tangled mass of vines it once was. A humanoid vine stood at the center of the formation. It was slightly shorter than Suwon, about 1.6 meters tall. Its body was woven from vines with a torso, limbs, and a neck. The torso was sturdy, the limbs slender, the vine patterns much finer than before the evolution. The color shifted from deep green to emerald with a faint sheen of water light on the surface. Its head was braided from vines with clear facial features. Its eyes were 2 emerald crystals larger than those of the wood spirit monkey, embedded in the sockets. The nose was a small knot of twisted vines, the mouth a slit, the corners slightly upturned as if smiling. Its arms hung at its sides with 5 fingers, each tip bearing a tender sprout. It looked down at its own hands, opening and closing the 5 fingers, then closing and opening them again. Then it raised its head and looked at Suwon. Suwon stood at the edge of the formation diagram, staring at the humanoid vine, her lips twitching. Green spirit. The humanoid vine took a step forward. The step was small but steady, its foot landing on the bluestone with a tap. Another step. On the 3rd step it broke into a run. Its vine legs stretched wide, body leaning forward, arms swinging back. It ran fast, but with uncoordinated movements. It charged straight at Suwon, unable to stop, crashing into her embrace. Suwon stumbled back 2 steps, Wu Feng reaching out from behind to steady her back. She wrapped her arms around the humanoid vine, her chin resting on its head. The vine's leaves brushed against her face, tickling. You've grown taller. Wu Feng stood nearby, watching the pair, 1 human, 1 vine, and rubbed the back of his head with a chuckle. The wood spirit monkey hopped over from the banyan roots, landing at the green spirit demon's feet, looking up at it. Before, when the green vine demon was tangled in the tree, the monkey couldn't reach it. Now that the green spirit demon stood on the ground, it still couldn't reach. The green spirit demon was 1.6 meters tall. The monkey was only half that height, a huge gap. The wood spirit monkey tugged at the green spirit demon's vine and squeaked. The green spirit demon looked down, extended a vine, and patted the monkey's head like an adult patting a child. Yueji flew up from Wu Fan's shoulder, hovering in midair, tilting its head to look at the humanoid vine. Butterfly. It's so tall. I'm taller than you. Butterfly. Yueji can fly. Can it fly too? Butterfly. Oh. Yueji is ignoring the master now. Yueji folded its wings, landed back on his shoulder, drooped its antennae, and nuzzled its head into the crook of his neck, truly ignoring him. Wu Fan reached out and tapped its head, saying nothing. Suwon released the green spirit demon, stepped back, and looked it over from head to toe. She reached out and touched its arm. The vine was warm, not cold like wood, but like human skin. Can you speak? The green spirit demon shook its head. It's okay, take your time. Suwon patted its shoulder. Wu Fan activated the Myriad Spirit Eye. Green Spirit Demon attribute: Wood Water Realm 6th Realm 3 stars, Potential 7th Realm 9 stars, Innate Skills Vine Entanglement, Toxic Thorn Scatter, Would Escape Life, Drain, Green Spirit Domain, Water Curtain, Celestial, Healing, Vines. Vine Avatar description: evolved from the Green Vine Demon. By fusing high-grade water and wood materials, it has broken through the original racial life limit. Its wood control abilities have greatly increased, and it has gained water defense and group healing skills. Its life form has evolved from a vine aggregate to a humanoid spirit with significantly enhanced intelligence and emotional richness. It is extremely loyal to its beast tamer, and its personality is more lively and proactive than before the evolution. Wu Fan withdrew his gaze and leaned against the banyan tree. Like the wood spirit, its life form had changed. Excellent. Definitely excellent. Suwon walked back from the green spirit demon and stood before Wu Fan. Xiao Fan. As expected of my son, much better than those outside evolutionists. Mom, I'm only a beginner. So what if you're a beginner? A beginner is still better than those time wasters. Look, my two spirit beasts have evolved many times, and none of them compare to this single time of yours. The evolutionists we hired before were all quick to take the money, but the results. Adequate was already a blessing. Wu Feng came up from behind, placing his hand on Su Wan's shoulder. Your mother is right. In all my life I've seen no fewer than 30 evolutionists, maybe 50, but those who can match you, I can count on one hand. Wu Fan felt a bit awkward from the praise, rubbing the back of his head. Mom, Dad, if you keep praising me, I'll get a big head. Then get a big head. You've earned it, Su Wan said matter-of-factly. By the way, Xiao Fan, what about the leftover materials? We bought so many but only used 8 pieces. You can sell them. I bought them at a 10 discount, so you might even make a profit. Su Wan gave him a look. You sure know how to calculate. Mom, it's not called calculating. It's called rational resource management. Fine, rational resource management. Brother, are you saying this is what the green vine spirit and the wood spirit look like after evolution? Wu Yunxi had just pushed the door open when she froze at the entrance. Her eyes widened, her mouth agape as her gaze swept back and forth between the two spirit beasts in the living room. The Yinyu Dankei poked its head out from her shoulder, chirped once, and fluttered its wings twice, as if startled itself. In the living room, the Qingluo Lingyao stood beside the tea table, holding a glass of water, carefully bringing it to its mouth. Its vine-like fingers pinched the rim of the glass, movements clumsy, half the water spilled, dripping down the vines. The Mulingho crouched on the sofa, clutching a pillow, its emerald crystalline eyes fixed on the TV screen. A spirit beast variety show was playing on TV, with several spirit beasts running around on the field. Su Wan poked her head out of the kitchen back. Perfect timing. Come see what your brothers made. Wu Yunxi changed into slippers and padded over, circling the Qingluo Lingyao once. She reached out and touched the Qingluo Lingyao's arm. The vines were warm with a faint sheen of water on the surface, and the leaves brushed against her fingers, tickling. Mom, is this really the green vine spirit? Wasn't it wrapped around a tree before? How can it stand up now? Your brother evolved it. Wu Yunxi turned to look at Wu Fan. Wu Fan lounged on the sofa with Yuezhi sleeping, cultivating on his shoulder. Brother, when did you do this? This afternoon, while you were out shopping. I was only gone for a few hours and you evolved both of Mom's spirit beasts. Why didn't you wait for me to come back and see? Wait for you. You know exactly how late you were out shopping with Xiaohemiao. Wu Yunxi opened her mouth. She wanted to argue, but she had indeed shopped until the sun was almost setting. If Xiaohemiao hadn't said, I need to go home for dinner, she could have gone on for another 2 hours. Then you should have at least recorded a video and sent it to me, she muttered, crouching down to look at the Mulingho. The Mulingho hugged the pillow, tilting its head to look at her, its emerald eyes blinking. Weren't you round and chubby before? How did you turn into a monkey? The Mulingho squeaked, pulled the pillow closer to its chest, and ignored her. Wu Yunxi reached out and poked its head. You've got quite the temper. The Mulingho glanced at her, then jumped off the sofa with the pillow, hopped over to the Qingluo Lingyao's feet, crouched there, and stared at the TV, ignoring her. Hey, you're throwing a tantrum at me. Su Wan came out of the kitchen with a plate of cut spirit fruits and set it on the tea table. All right, stop that. Come eat some fruit. Wu Yunxi grabbed a piece of spirit honeydew melon, stuffed it into her mouth, chewed a couple of times, and said indistinctly, Mom, what did the green vine spirit evolve into? I haven't figured it out yet. Didn't you see it? It turned into a humanoid form. Just a humanoid. Anything else? It gained group healing and 2 new water type skills. Water type. Wasn't the green vine spirit wood type? How did it get water type from evolution? Wood gives birth to water. I paired it with a water type material. Huh. Pairing it with a water type material can give it an extra element. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Humph. The Mulingho jumped up from beside the Qingluo Lingyao, bounced onto the sofa, and sat down next to Wu Fan. It tossed the pillow aside, leaned its body against Wu Fan, and rested its vine-covered head on his arm. Wu Fan looked down at it. What are you doing? The Mulingho squeaked. Didn't you used to ignore me? Now you're clinging to me. The Mulingho squeaked again and burrowed its head into his armpit. Wu Fan reached out and pushed it away. Go find Mom. The Mulingho jumped off the sofa, hopped over to Su Wan's feet, and tugged at her pant leg, trying to climb up. Su Wan bent down, scooped it up, and held it in her arms. The Mulingho burrowed its head into her neck, its vines wrapping around her arm. All right, stop that. Su Wan patted its back. You're still acting spoiled after evolving. The Mulingho squeaked twice and refused to come down. Wu Yunxi watched all this, leaning against the armrest of the sofa, arms crossed, her eyes sweeping back and forth between the Mulingho and the Qingluo Lingyao. Brother, do you think my Yinyu Dankei could also turn into a humanoid form when it evolves later? Wu Fan glanced at her. You want it to turn into a humanoid? Not really. Wu Yunxi reached up and pulled the Yinyu Dankei off her shoulder, cradling it in her arms, stroking its head. I'm just asking. Look at the green vine spirit. It used to be wrapped around a tree and now it's standing up. Isn't that interesting? The Yin Dankei nestled in her arms, wings folded, eyes half closed, enjoying the petting. Do you want your Dankei to turn into a birdman? Birdman. Wu Yunxi frowned. What's a birdman? A human body with a bird's head and wings on its back. Wu Yunxi imagined that scene and shuddered. Forget it. Better let it stay a bird. The Yin Dankei poked its head out from her arms and chirped once, as if saying, smart choice. The living room was quiet for a moment. The Spirit Beast variety show on TV ended and switched to an advertisement. A middle-aged man in a white lab coat was holding up a bottle of Spirit Beast food, grinning at the camera with 8 teeth showing. Wu Yunxi set the Yin Dankei on the sofa, grabbed another piece of Spirit Honeydew melon from the fruit plate, took a bite, her cheeks bulging, and stared at Wu Fan. Brother, what now? Want to spar again? Wu Fan leaned back on the sofa and looked at her. You haven't had enough of losing. This time is different. Wu Yunxi swallowed the melon, sat up straight, and lifted her chin. My Dankei has broken through to the first realm, 3 stars. Oh, is that all you have to say? I'm telling you, after this breakthrough, the power granted by the Xingxi has also grown stronger. The southern bright Lihua fire is much stronger than before. If you try to use Yueji's dream entry again, it might not succeed. Wu Fan looked at his younger sister. My Yueji is at first realm 4 stars. Are you sure? Of course, Yueji wasn't really at 4 stars. It was at 5 stars. 4 stars. Wu Yunxi's eyes widened. Wait, what did you just say? First realm 4 stars. Brother, your Yueji is cheating. Congratulations, you're right. Yueji cultivates just by sleeping. Sleeping is cultivation. Wu Yunxi turned to look at the Yin Dankei in her arms. The Yin Dankei was nestled in her arms, eyes half closed, beak slightly open, looking like it was about to fall asleep. Look at him. Wu Yunxi poked its head. He cultivates while sleeping, while all you do is sleep. The Yin Dankei was poked awake, chirped once in displeasure, fluttered its wings twice, flew up from her arms, and landed on the back of the sofa, turning its back to her, ignoring her. Fine, no sparring then. Wu Yunxi slumped back onto the sofa and sighed. Your butterfly is way too unfair. It cultivates even while sleeping. How am I supposed to fight that? Wu Fan looked at his sister like this, and could only shake his head with a smile. At 11 o'clock at night, Wu Fan emerged from the bathroom, his hair still dripping. He roughly wiped his head with a towel twice, draped it over the back of a chair, and sat down heavily on the edge of the bed. Yuji, who had been lying on the pillow, was jolted upright, fluttering her wings twice to steady herself. Flutter. Master. You startled Yuji. You were just lying on a pillow? How scared could you possibly be? Yuji flew up from the pillow, hovering directly in front of his face, her wings beating slowly. Flutter, what's on your mind, master? Nothing. Flutter. Liar. Yuji landed on his chest, folding her wings, antennae erect, her eyes fixed on his face. Flutter. So what are you thinking, master? Tell Yuji. I'm thinking, can you share that ability of yours to cultivate while sleeping with me? Flutter. You wish, master. Yuji flew up from his chest, her wings flapping noisily, circled around his head once, then landed back on the pillow, curling into a ball. Fine. Flutter, master. Yuji mentioned this morning that she can weave beautiful dreams and nightmares. Do you remember? I remember. Flutter. Then do you want to see, master? See what? See the dreams you weave. Flutter. Yes. Yuji can pull you into her dream. Would you like to see a beautiful dream or a nightmare? Wu Fan thought for a moment. Nightmare. Flutter. Why? Aren't beautiful dreams nice? What's so interesting about beautiful dreams? If you dream of good things, waking up only makes it harder. Nightmares are different. No matter how terrifying the nightmare, when you wake up and realize it's just a dream, you feel relieved. Yuji tilted her head, thinking, her antennae twitching. Flutter. All right, Yuji will show you a nightmare. Wait. Flutter. What's wrong? This nightmare of yours, it won't scare me into having problems, will it? Flutter. Probably not. Probably. Flutter. Yueji will find out by trying. You're using me as a test. Flutter. Master is brave, not afraid. Before he could respond, Yuji suddenly spread her wings wide. A burst of purple-blue light exploded from her wings, illuminating the entire room in a brilliant flash. Wu Fan's vision went dark. He squinted and raised a hand to shield his eyes. When he lowered his hand, he was no longer in the bedroom. All around him was emptiness. No sky, no ground, no walls, no windows, nothing at all. He floated in midair with nothing solid beneath his feet and nothing reachable above his head. Yuji was beside him, her wings beating slowly, antennae held straight up, the tiny lights in her eyes spinning rapidly. Flutter, master, look. Yuji flew forward a little, flapped her wings twice, and a beam of purple-blue light shot from her wingtips, spreading across the void like someone had splashed paint onto a black cloth. The light slowly expanded, solidified, and finally formed a bubble. The bubble was not large, slightly bigger than a basketball, hovering in the void with purple-blue light patterns flowing across its surface like moving paintings. Wu Fan leaned in for a closer look. The bubble's surface reflected blurry shadows, people, beasts, houses, streets, but all distorted as if seen through funhouse mirrors. So this is the nightmare you've woven. Flutter, yes, master. What you're seeing now is the nightmare Yuji wove. Yuji watched many dreams of people and beasts and pieced it together. Yuji flew beside the bubble and touched its surface with her wing. Ripples spread across the bubble like a stone thrown into a calm lake. After the ripples dissipated, the distortions on the bubble's surface vanished, and the images inside became clear. Wu Fan saw what was inside. Qingyun City. But not the Qingyun City he knew. The buildings on both sides of the street had all collapsed. Only half of the No. 3 middle school teaching building remained. The upper half had vanished somewhere, while the lower half stood there, walls covered in cracks, window glass shattered on the ground. The 12-story building of the Beast Tamer Association was also gone. The first to third floors were still there, but everything above the fourth floor had collapsed. Rows of people lay on the street. Some faced up, some face down, some lay on their sides, curled up like shrimp. Their clothes were all torn, revealing skin covered in wounds, burns, scratches, bites, all kinds. Blood flowed from beneath them, forming thin streams that ran along the street's slope, draining into the sewers with a gurgling sound. The air was thick with dust, an apocalyptic scene. Wu Fan stared at it for a few seconds, furrowing his brow. Yuji. Flutter. Where did you get these images? Flutter. Yuji watched many dreams of people and beasts, and then based on the elements in their dreams, Yuji imagined and pieced together this scene of Qingyun City. As Yuji spoke, she fluttered her wings, a hint of pride in her tone. So everything inside is just your imagination? Flutter. Yes. Yuji flew to the bubble and touched it again with her wing. The scene inside shifted. On the street, a group of fierce beasts appeared. Black, gray, brown. Dozens of them, large and small, surging from behind the collapsed buildings, advancing along the street. Some ran on 4 legs, some flew in the sky, some crawled on the ruins, clawing at the rubble. Wu Fan stared at the group for 2 seconds. These are also your imagination. Flutter. Yuji has seen them in dreams. Many people dreamed of scenes like this. A beast tide attacking the city breached, and people died. Yuji just pieced those images together and added a little of her own imagination. Yuji flew to his shoulder, perched there, and rubbed her antennae against his neck. Flutter, master, is it scary? Wu Fan didn't answer. He stared at the images in the bubble for a long time. Then he reached out and poked the bubble's surface with his finger. The moment his fingertip touched it, a chill traveled up from his finger as if he had touched a piece of ice. Another ripple spread across the bubble's surface. But this time the image didn't change. Wu Fan withdrew his hand and rubbed his fingers together. Yuji. Flutter. Can you control the things inside this dream? Flutter. Control. I mean, you can make it move when you want it to move and stop when you want it to stop. You can make it go left and it won't go right. Yuji tilted her head and thought. Flutter. Yes. This is a dream Yuji wove after all. Yuji can control everything inside. Then can you make that biggest fierce beast turn around? Yuji flew up from his shoulder, hovering in front of the bubble, and flapped her wing once. The black, giant beast inside the bubble stopped in its tracks. It slowly turned around, facing Wu Fan's direction, lowering its head, its 2 blood-red eyes staring at him. The beast's lips curled back, revealing rows of teeth, and it let out a low growl. Wu Fan stood there, locking eyes with the giant beast. Yuji flew back to his shoulder, its antennae standing straight up. Die? Master isn't afraid. What's there to fear from something fake? Die. Oh. Yuji's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Its wings drooped, and its antennae sagged. Wu Fan reached out and tapped its head. But this ability of yours is quite interesting. Die? Interesting. Think about it, you can weave nightmares and control everything within them. If you ever fight someone, you could pull them into the dream you've crafted, a realm where everything obeys your will. What would they have to fight back with? Yuji's antennae perked up. Die? Right. Yuji can conjure countless fierce beasts in the dream, surround the opponent, and scare them to death. Not just beasts. Wu Fan stared at the bubble, his mind churning. Can you create terrain in the dream? Like cliffs, swamps, or labyrinths? Yuji thought for a moment. Die? Yes. Yuji can create anything in the dream as long as Yuji can imagine it. Can you mimic an opponent's skills in the dream? Like if you've seen it once, you can replicate it. Yuji fell silent. It hovered in midair, wings flapping slowly, antennae stretching and retracting, the light in its eyes spinning rapidly. After several seconds it spoke. Die. Yuji hasn't tried, but Yuji thinks. It should be possible. Yuji has seen many beast dreams. They use all kinds of skills, and Yuji has memorized them. Wu Fan looked at Yuji, a slight grin curling at the corner of his mouth. This ability of yours is greater than I imagined. Die? Greater. I'll tell you more later. He turned his gaze back to the bubble. The scene within was still moving. The savage beasts rampaged through the streets, toppling the remaining half-wall, snatching up the corpses on the ground, and tossing them about. Wu Fan watched the images, and a thought suddenly struck him. Yuji. Die. Can you weave a new dream based on what I describe? Yuji's antennae stood up. Die? What does Master want to weave? First tell me if you can. Yuji thought. Die? Probably yes. When Yuji weaves a dream, it first visualizes the images, then pieces them together. If Master describes the images, Yuji just needs to imagine them. Then let me tell you something. Try to weave it. Die? Alright. Master, quickly tell me. Yuji flew off his shoulder, hovering before him, wings spread, antennae rigid, its entire body taut, like a drawn bowstring. Wu Fan sat cross-legged in the void, thought for a moment, and began to tell a story. In a small town, there was a family. An elder in the family had passed away, and according to local custom, paper offerings had to be burned. Do you know what paper offerings are? They're made by weaving bamboo strips into a frame, pasting paper over it, crafting houses, carriages, and boy and girl attendants. All burned for the dead. Yuji blinked. Die. I know. Yuji has seen them in dreams. The family hired a paper craftsman to make the items. The craftsman was skilled. The boy and girl attendants he made looked almost real, their features painted vividly. On the day of the funeral, the paper offerings were burned. Smoke rose, ashes scattered in the air. That night the family heard noises in the courtyard. Creak, creak, as if someone was pushing the door. The husband got up, pushed open the window, and looked out. In the courtyard, he saw two figures. A man and a woman dressed in red and green, their faces painted with white powder, bright red circles on their cheeks, lips curled up in smiles, watching him. But that smile wasn't the smile of the living. The corners of their mouths were raised high, yet their eyes were motionless, staring blankly at him. The husband's legs went weak. He wanted to shout, but his throat wouldn't make a sound. He wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't move. The two figures walked toward him step by step. Their feet didn't lift, their soles scraped along the ground. Sha sha sha. They stopped beneath the window. The woman reached out her hand, pale and long with red painted nails. She stretched her hand through the window and touched the husband's face. The smile on her lips never wavered, the corners of her mouth almost reaching her ears. Wu Fan paused again. Yuji lay prostrate in the void, its 6 legs braced, wings pressed tightly against its back, antennae curled into a ball. Die. Its voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. And then, oi. Then the husband woke up. Yuji was stunned. Die? Woke up? Yes, he woke up. He was lying in bed, drenched in sweat. The window was closed. The courtyard was quiet, nothing there. His wife was sleeping soundly beside him, oblivious to everything. He thought it was just a dream. He breathed a sigh of relief, rolled over, and prepared to sleep again. When he turned over, his face was toward the window. At the foot of the bed stood 2 figures. A man and a woman in red and green, faces painted with white powder, red circles on their cheeks, lips curled up, watching him. The woman reached out her hand, touching his face. He woke up again. This time it was real. He was lying in bed, covered in sweat. Beside him, his wife was still sleeping. He didn't dare to turn over. He stared at the ceiling with wide eyes until dawn. Yuji's antennae slowly unfurled. Die. And then nothing. Die. Nothing. Are those paper figures still there? If you want them to be, they are. If you don't, they're not. Yuji thought for a moment, stood up from the void, and shook its wings. Die. Yueji will try. It flew to the side of the bubble, gave a flap of its wings, and the bubble shattered. Purple-blue specks of light drifted out from the broken shell, floating like fireflies in the void. Yuji opened its mouth and sucked all the light specks in. Then it closed its eyes, hovering motionless in midair. Wu Fan waited for a dozen seconds. Yuji opened its eyes. Die. Yueji understands. It flapped its wings, and a beam of purple-blue light shot from the wingtips, spreading across the void. This time it wasn't a single bubble. It was a curtain of light stretching from sky to ground, from left to right, slicing the entire void in two. Images slowly emerged on the light curtain. Wu Fan looked at the light curtain and smiled. Not bad, you. The images on the curtain grew clearer. It was a small town. The streets were paved with bluestone slabs lined with old houses, gray tiles, white walls, and red lanterns hanging under the eaves. The lanterns glowed, casting a red sheen on the bluestone. The sky was black, without moon or stars. A thin mist floated in the air, grayish-white, rolling along the ground like snakes crawling. At the town entrance stood a stone archway carved with characters. The characters were worn by time, too blurred to read. Beneath the archway stood a paper figure. It wore a red wedding dress with gold threads embroidered on the cuffs and collar. Its face was painted with white powder, bright red circles on the cheeks, and its lips were painted blood red. Its eyes were painted on, 2 dark lifeless dots. But you felt it was watching you. No matter where you moved, its gaze seemed to follow. Yuji flew to the edge of the light screen and tapped it with her wing. The scene shifted again. The camera passed through the archway and pushed into the town. Houses on both sides of the street receded one after another, and red lanterns under the eaves swayed one by one. There was no sound. No wind, no chirping of insects, no barking of dogs. The entire street was as silent as a graveyard. Wu Fan stared at the screen, his hands propped on his knees, his chin resting in his palms. Yuji flew back to his shoulders, settled down, folded her wings, raised her antennae, and stared at the light screen without blinking. Die. Master, aren't you afraid? The story is mine to tell. Why should I be afraid? Die. Yueji is a little afraid. What are you afraid of? You are the dream weaver. Don't the things in the dream listen to you? Die. That's not entirely true. But when Yuji wove, she always felt those paper men were watching her. Wu Fan turned his head and glanced at Yuji. Yuji's body was taut, her wings pressed against her back, not like her usual lazy posture. What were you thinking about during those 10-odd seconds when you closed your eyes? Die. Yuji was thinking about what the paper men looked like. After finishing, she felt it wasn't enough, so she added something. Added what? Die. Yuji thought, what if the paper men started moving? Would they laugh? Would the corners of their mouths split when they laughed? Die. Yuji also thought about whether to add some sounds. Die. Then Yuji tried to weave those sounds into sha-sha, sha-sha, like someone sweeping the yard in the courtyard. Yuji's voice grew softer as she spoke. Wu Fan didn't respond. He turned his gaze back to the light screen. The scene on the light screen changed again. The camera pulled back from the street and pushed into an old house. In the main hall, an altar table stood against the wall with 2 memorial tablets placed on it and an incense burner in front. The incense in the burner had burned more than half, and ashes fell onto the table scattered by the wind. Under the altar table crouched a little boy about 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a white mourning robe, barefoot, with dust on the soles of his feet. He curled up under the altar table, hugging his knees, his chin resting on his knees, his eyes fixed on the doorway. The door was open, and outside was the courtyard, and in the courtyard stood a person. No, not a person. It was a male paper effigy. He wore a black jacket, a skullcap on his head, white powder on his face, 2 red circles on his cheeks, and a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He stood in the middle of the courtyard, motionless. The wind blew, making his clothes puff up. The paper-made clothes rustled like someone flipping through a book. The little boy under the altar table began to breathe rapidly, his chest heaving. He hugged his knees tighter, his nails digging into his flesh. The paper effigy moved slowly, walking toward the little boy. The boy's lips trembled, his teeth chattering together. Da-da-da. The paper effigy took another step. Another step. Closer and closer to the main hall's doorway. The little boy closed his eyes, burying his face in his knees. At this moment, the scene on the light screen switched to the boy's perspective. With his eyes closed, all he saw was blackness. But you could hear sounds. Sha, sha, sha. Closer and closer. The little boy opened his eyes. The paper effigy stood before the altar table. That white powdered face looked down at him from above. The painted eyes stared at him. 2 pitch-black dots devoid of light, yet they made you feel a chill. The smile still hung at the corners of its mouth, but the more you looked, the less it seemed like a smile. It looked more like crying. As if someone had painted a crying face into a smiling one with the wrong angle, wrong proportions, wrong expression. The paper effigy reached out its hand. The fingers were pale and long with red nail polish. There were cracks on the fingertips as if made of paper, ready to crumble at the slightest touch. Its hand reached toward the little boy. The boy wanted to scream, opened his mouth, but his throat could not produce a sound. The scene on the light screen grew darker and darker, as if something was absorbing the light bit by bit. The paper effigy's hand inched closer to the boy's face. Closer. Even closer. Wu Fan was staring at the light screen when suddenly everything went black. The whole person was ejected. The bedroom light was on. He was still sitting on the bed, his back against the headboard, the quilt draped over his waist. Yuji was lying on the pillow, wings spread, 6 legs pointing upward, the whole butterfly flipped over like a dead butterfly. Yuji. Yuji. No response. Wu Fan reached out and poked her belly. Yuji's 6 legs kicked once. She folded her wings, turned over, and lay on the pillow. Die. Her voice was weak. What's wrong? Die. Spiritual energy and soul power are all gone. Did weaving that dream drain all your spiritual energy and soul power? Die. Yes. Yuji thought of so many things: houses, archways, paper effigies, lanterns, fog, sounds. The more she thought, the more, and the spiritual energy couldn't keep up. Wu Fan lifted Yuji from the pillow and placed her in his palm. Yuji lay on his palm, her wings drooping, antennae sagging, the whole butterfly limp and soft. Why are you so foolish? Just weave the gist of it. Who asked you to think through every detail? Die. Yuji wanted to show master her skill. I saw. Wu Fan tapped her back with his finger. Rest for now, or we'll talk tomorrow. Yuji didn't reply. Wu Fan looked down and saw that the little thing had already fallen asleep. Her breathing was very light, her wings gently rising and falling with each breath. He activated the Eye of Myriad Things and took a look. Yuji, soul weaving, dream, butterfly status, deep sleep, spiritual energy, depleted, recovering on its own. Wu Fan placed Yuji beside the pillow and pulled a corner of the blanket over her. A butterfly covered with a blanket. The scene was somewhat comical, but Yuji didn't react, sleeping deeply. This little creature's ability to weave dreams was stronger than he had imagined. At only first realm 5 stars, she could already weave dreams to such an extent. Images, sounds, details. All there and logically coherent, not a messy patchwork of fragments. If she reached a higher realm and evolved a few more times. A thought crossed Wu Fan's mind. Could the boundary between dreams and reality be broken? If Yuji's dreams were strong enough, could she drag things from the dream into reality? He recalled the stories he had read in his past life. The fairy in the painting, the living paper man, the fox spirits, and ghosts in Liaojai. Which of them didn't go from illusion to reality, from nothing to something? Yuji was a dream soul-type spirit beast wielding the power of soul and dreams. He reached out and gently tapped Yuji's wing. No response, she was sound asleep. All right, you rest well. Wu Fan sat cross-legged, placed his hands on his knees, and closed his eyes. The spiritual energy in his dantian was full, but Yuji had exhausted hers. As her master, he couldn't just sit and watch. He activated the basic spirit absorption art, and the spiritual energy circulated through his meridians. He could sense that Yuji was slowly drawing spiritual energy from him through their contract. Although not much, it was much faster than her own recovery. Brother, what are you doing? Early the next morning, Wu Yunxi stood at the kitchen doorway, rubbing her eyes, her pajamas rumpled and hair tousled like a bird's nest. She wore slippers on her feet, one turned inside out with the heel facing forward, though she hadn't noticed. Wu Fan stood before the countertop where a row of spirit fruits was laid out. Lingmi fruits, Bingjing pears, Qingling fruits, and Huaxing apricots. 3 or 4 of each, some sliced into wedges, others whole. Yuji lay on the countertop, clutching an eighth of a Lingmi fruit and sipping it vigorously, making happy squeaking sounds. Homemade spiritual energy recovery juice, Wu Fan replied, without looking up, a glass cup in hand, as he poured Qingling fruit juice into it. The liquid was pale green, streaming from the juicer down the glass wall in a thin rivulet, leaving behind a string of fine bubbles. Wu Yunxi leaned closer, tilting her head to watch. She reached out, pinched off a piece of Bingjing pear, and popped it into her mouth. After chewing twice, she asked, Brother, aren't there spirit recovery elixirs? Could you just use those? Elixirs can never taste as good as fresh juice. I think you're just bored. Wu Yunxi picked another piece of Huaxing, crunching it noisily. Juice escaped the corner of her mouth, which she wiped with the back of her hand. What were you up to last night? I saw your light on late. Nothing much. Wu Fan filled the cup with Qingling juice, set it aside, and began juicing the Bingjing pears in another glass. Yuji lifted its head from the fruit pulp juice clinging to its mouthparts and glanced at Wu Yunxi. Dai, it chirped softly. Sister has arrived. What did it say, eh? Wu Yunxi leaned in, poking at its wings with a finger. It says you got up early today. Don't I get up early every day? Wu Yunxi withdrew her hand and leaned against the countertop, arms folded. Brother, can your juice really restore spiritual energy? Just try it and you'll know. I'm not trying it. Wu Yunxi eyed the jade green liquid, wrinkling her nose. It doesn't even look tasty. Who said I'd give it to you? Then why make so much? For myself. Wu Fan poured the Bingjing pear juice into a cup. The two juices merged, the pale green and milky white swirling into a murky bluish white that looked genuinely unappetizing. Wu Yunxi stared at the mixture for a moment. Brother, that color reminds me of the herbal medicine Mother used to brew for me. Shut up. Yuji took another bite from the pulp, sucked twice, then suddenly froze. It raised its head, eyes fixed on Wu Fan, antennae flicking up and down. Dai, it whispered. Master, drink this juice yourself. Yuji will not touch it. Aren't you fond of juice? Dai, that was Lingmi juice, not whatever you've concocted here. Wu Fan glanced down at the thick pale white liquid in his hand, then at Yuji, saying nothing. Wu Yunxi laughed aloud beside him. Brother, even your butterfly despises you. It despises the juice, not me. Is there any difference? Yes, there is. Suwon descended the stairs in light gray loungewear, her hair loosely pinned at the back. She entered the kitchen, glanced at the mess on the countertop, then at the cup in Wu Fan's hand. What's all this fuss about so early in the morning? Making spiritual energy recovery juice. Wu Fan set the cup on the counter. Mother, would you like to try it? Suwon lifted the cup, examined it, and brought it close to her nose. Qingling fruit, Bingjing pear, Huaxing. What else did you add? Lingmi fruit, and a little spiritual spring water. Suwon took a small sip, let it linger on her tongue for a moment, then swallowed. It's passable, but far too thick. Your proportions are off. You've used too much Qingling fruit. The juice is too viscous, so absorption is slow. For anything meant to restore spiritual energy, a thinner consistency works better. Wu Fan fished out paper and pen from a drawer. Mother, teach me. Suwon gave him a look, set the cup down, and walked over to the countertop. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing slender white forearms, and rearranged the spirit fruits on the counter. 2 Lingmi fruits, 1 Bingjing pear, half a Qingling fruit, half a Huaxing, and 300 milliliters of spiritual spring water. Do not use a blender. Pressing yields juice without crushing the pulp. Fewer impurities, faster absorption. She retrieved a press from the cabinet, palm-sized, with simple formation runes etched into its surface. This is a press. The gathering spirit formation carved on it prevents the juice's spiritual energy from dissipating. Wu Fan took it and inspected it. Suwon sliced a Lingmi fruit in half and placed it into the press, then pressed down gently. Golden juice flowed from the spout, carrying a sweet fragrance, a stark contrast to the astringent smell of Wu Fan's blended batch. Yuji's antennae perked upright. It lifted off the fruit pulp hovering above the press and gazed downward at the streaming juice. Dai, it hummed approvingly. This one is good. Suwon poured the pressed juice into a cup, then pressed the Bingjing pear and half a Qingling fruit. Finally, she added a small amount of spiritual spring water and stirred it with a spoon. The result was a pale golden liquid, clear and luminous, the cup's bottom design visible through it. "Drink this." Wu Fan lifted the cup and took a sip. It was refreshingly sweet, not cloying. The spring water diluted the fruit flavor, but the spiritual energy ripple was markedly stronger than his earlier concoction. Delicious, of course. Suwon washed the press, dried it with a cloth, and returned it to the cabinet. "Your mother runs a healing clinic. Caring for spirit beasts is basic training. Some spirit beasts refuse to take medicine. If you can make a juice that's both tasty and restorative, it's more effective than any elixir. Still, such restorative juices cannot match dedicated elixirs." Yuji fluttered to the rim of the cup and peered inside. "Dai," it pleaded. "Master, let Yuji taste." Wu Fan tilted the cup slightly, and Yuji buried its head in the juice, taking a sip. "Dai, so good." It drank again and again fast. Wu Fan pulled the cup away. "Take it easy. I haven't had more than a few sips myself." "Dai, stingy." Yuji took off from the rim, circled around to Suwon, and hovered midair, wings beating noisily. "Dai, I'll beg your mother for some." Watching the butterfly flutter inches from her face, its wings nearly brushing her cheek, Suwon chuckled and shook her head. All right. I'll pour you some." She fetched a small saucer from the cabinet, filled it with juice, and set it on the counter. Yuji plunged its head in and slurped even more enthusiastically. Suwon also poured a cup for Wu Yunshi. Wu Yunshi took a sip, her eyes brightening. "Mother, this is delicious." "Then have plenty." Suwon took several more spirit fruits from the refrigerator, washed them, and set them on the counter. "Xiao Fan, from now on, when you make spirit-restoring juice, follow this recipe. Don't add too much qingling fruit. Half is enough. Too much makes it astringent, and the spiritual energy becomes too potent. Spirit beasts aren't accustomed to it." Wu Fan noted it down. "Also use mountain spring water for the spiritual spring water, not purified water. Purified water is too clean. It lacks spiritual energy." "Understood." Time slipped by, and it was already Tuesday afternoon at the No. 3 Middle School's outdoor combat training ground. Over the past day and a half, Wu Fan's class had been attending theory lessons or practicing basic boxing footwork and weapon techniques on campus. Monday morning, Class 1 and Class 2 occupied the training ground. In the afternoon, it was Class 3 and Class 4's turn. Tuesday morning belonged to Class 5 and Class 6. Finally, in the afternoon, it was Class 7 and Class 8's turn. When the previous classes had returned, every one of them kept their lips sealed tightly. Asked what the training involved, they would either shake their heads or wave their hands, saying, "You'll find out when you get there." So mysterious. When Wu Fan's class gathered at the school gate, the sunlight was scorching. 60 people stood in 4 rows, each accompanied by a spirit beast. Lu Jiangwo stood at the front of the formation, lowering his head to glance at the time. "Class 8 has already gone ahead. Let's move." The line began to move. Wu Fan walked in the middle rear part of the formation. Zhao Xiaopeng walked on his left, with the earth armor beast following at his feet. "What do you think we'll be training this afternoon?" Zhao Xiaopeng leaned in, lowering his voice. "No idea. It's not going to be a fight against Class 8, is it?" Wu Fan glanced at him. "We'll find out when we get there." Yuji lay on his shoulder, wings folded, antennae drooping, looking as if asleep. But Wu Fan could sense that the little creature's consciousness was extremely active. Ever since that night, when weaving nightmares had drained its spiritual power and soul force, it had recovered and grown even more intense. By day it dozed, by night it slept, yet its mind never stopped. Within its dreams, it endlessly tormented those paper effigies, all the while pestering him to tell new stories. At the entrance of the training ground, Class 8 had already arrived. 67 people stood on both sides of the gate, a dense dark mass. Their homeroom teacher was surnamed Wang, a man in his early 40s with a crew cut, wearing a dark blue polo shirt that exposed 2 sun-darkened arms. He stood before the formation, holding a tablet in his hand, swiping at it with lowered head. Lu Jiangwo walked over and shook hands with Teacher Wang. "Is everyone here?" Lu Jiangwo asked. "All present." Teacher Wang glanced behind him. "How about you?" "All present too." "Then let's begin." "All right." Lu Jiangwo turned around and addressed the students of both classes. "Do you see the 10 teachers behind me?" He pointed backward with his hand. At the entrance of the training ground stood a row of 10 people, men and women, all teachers of No. 3 Middle School. They are all 3rd rank beast tamers. Your training mission is to survive for 4 hours under their pursuit. The formation erupted. 3rd rank. Aren't we screwed? We're only 1st rank. How can we fight 3rd rank? Lu Jiangwo raised a hand to quiet them. Nobody is asking you to fight them. All you need to do is run. Run by every means possible. The training ground is huge. Hide, dodge, or flee, as long as you aren't caught and can hold out until the time is up, that's enough. There are no restrictions. You may use any method to escape pursuit as long as you don't leave the training ground. Simply put, today's training is a game of cat and mouse. Remember, those caught will face punishment. As for what the punishment is, you'll know when it's over. Those who survive to the end will be rewarded with 1 first-rank material. "Teacher, do we get to pick the material ourselves?" Zhang Lei shouted from the back row. Lu Jiangwo glanced at him. You'll take whatever I pick. Zhang Lei let out an, "Oh," and fell silent. Zhao Xiaopeng leaned over to Wu Fan's ear. "A first-rank material? How stingy. If it's free, why be picky?" "That's true. By the way, I forgot to tell you. All 10 teachers possess reconnaissance and perception-type spirit beasts." As these words fell, the formation fell silent for a moment. Then the wailing grew louder. "Reconnaissance type? Then what's the point of hiding? Isn't that just enabling a wall hack? Teacher, are you trying to kill us?" Lu Jiangwo ignored the noise and stepped aside. "Now I'll give you 10 minutes. 10 minutes from now the training begins. Go on in." The students of both classes began to file into the training ground. At the entrance of the training ground, Lu Jiangwo and Teacher Wang stood side by side. Teacher Wang took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Lu Jiangwo. Lu Jiangwo waved his hand in refusal. Teacher Wang lit one himself, took a drag, and blew out a plume of white smoke. "Old Lu, do you think they'll all be caught?" Teacher Wang held the cigarette between his fingers, squinting at the students entering the training ground. In the previous classes, 99% were caught. Lu Jiangwo shook his head. "Hard to say. It all depends on how they handle it. Does your class have any promising talents?" "There's a student who awakened Wind Whisper. If used well, he might survive to the end." "Wind Whisper?" Teacher Wang flicked off some ash. "That's indeed interesting. Being able to read information from the wind makes it a fine reconnaissance and perception talent." "What about your class?" Teacher Wang gave a chuckle. "We also have one in the special category. His name is Lin Yue, and his awakened talent is aura concealment. He can suppress the aura of himself and his spirit beast to the bare minimum. Reconnaissance spirit beasts can easily miss him if they don't scan carefully." Lu Jiangwo glanced at him. "So you think he can last to the end?" "Hard to say." Teacher Wang put the cigarette between his lips, hands in his pockets. "That kid is usually sloppy and carefree, barely passing his exams. But talent has nothing to do with grades." "True." The two teachers fell silent for a while. Teacher Wang stubbed out his cigarette and tossed it into the nearby trash bin. "It's about time." Lu Jiangwo turned around and nodded to the 10 teachers. At once the 10 teachers released their spirit beasts. Reconnaissance and perception types. Some flew in the sky, some ran on the ground, some perched in the trees. Teacher Wang raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. "Begin." Inside the training ground, Wu Fan and the others had long since scattered. No one was foolish enough to move in a cluster. A lone individual made a much smaller target. The training ground was no small space, 700 mu of land with forests, slopes, ravines, and ponds. The terrain was extremely complex. Wu Fan ran into the small grove to the east, wove through the underbrush for 100-odd meters, then randomly picked a tree and leaped onto its branches. Yuji flew up from his shoulder, hovering in midair, wings fluttering slowly. "Flutter." "Master, what are we doing?" "Hide and seek." "Flutter." "What is hide and seek?" "It means others try to catch us, and we must not be caught. Hold out until the time is up, and we win." "Flutter." "Oh, what happens if we're caught?" "We'll be punished." "Flutter." "Yuji doesn't want to be punished." "Then don't let them catch you." Yuji thought for a moment, flapping its wings twice. "Flutter." "Yuji can use dream weaving to put them to sleep." "No. Those teachers are all third-rank beast tamers. You can't enter their dreams. The gap in realm is too great." "Flutter." "What do we do then?" At the other end of the training ground, Zhao Xiaopeng, holding the earth armor beast, crawled into a pit. The pit was not deep, only half a person's height, carved out by rainwater, its walls overgrown with grass. He plopped down inside, setting the earth armor beast on his knees. "Agia, when do you think the teachers will find us?" The earth armor beast looked up at him, then tucked its head back into its shell. Zhao Xiaopeng poked its shell. "Why are you shrinking away? I'm talking to you." The earth armor beast ignored him. Zhao Xiaopeng sighed, pulled the beast closer to his chest, leaned back against the pit wall, and looked up at the sky. The sky was a deep blue with a few white clouds drifting slowly. A gray feathered falcon glided beneath the clouds, wings motionless. Zhao Xiaopeng stared at the bird for 2 seconds, then suddenly realized. Damn, that's a teacher's spirit beast. He ducked his head down, curling his whole body into the pit, not daring to breathe. The earth armor beast poked its head out of its shell, glanced at him, and retracted it again. "You only know how to hide," Zhao Xiaopeng muttered, reaching out to knock twice on the earth armor beast's shell. "We need to find another place. It's not safe here." On the other side of the woods, Zhang Lei picked a good spot behind a large boulder. The boulder was 2 meters tall, facing the woods, backed against a hillside with cover on 3 sides. He crouched in the crevice between the boulder and the hillside, the ironbone savage bear squatting beside him. The man and the bear squeezed together. "Manxiong, how long do you think we can hold out?" The ironbone savage bear yawned. "You only know how to sleep." Zhang Lei reached out and patted it. "Get up, stay alert." The ironbone savage bear stood up, took 2 steps, then lay down again. Zhang Lei looked at the bear and took a deep breath. "You're going to be the death of me sooner or later." He retracted the ironbone savage bear into his beast taming space and moved to another spot. On a large tree at the edge of the woods, Wang Wanwan chose her spot. She climbed up and straddled a branch, while the wind feather sparrow perched beside her. Wind feather sparrow, can you sense where those spirit beasts are? The wind feather sparrow tilted its head and gave its wings a flutter. Wang Wenwan closed her eyes and activated her talent. Wind whisper. The wind flowed past her ears carrying all kinds of information. She opened her eyes. East 1,000 meters, there's a scent hound. The wind feather sparrow chirped. Wang Wenwan slid down from the tree and ran west with a crouched gait. At the center of the training ground, the 10 teachers stood in a circle. The gray-feathered falcon circled in the sky, calling out from time to time. The scent hound trotted in circles on the ground, its nose pressed to the earth, sniffing repeatedly. An echo bat perched on a male teacher's shoulder, its ears twitching, ultrasonic waves sweeping across the entire woods. A female teacher translated the gray-feathered falcon's call, 3 people in the woods to the east. Another male teacher closed his eyes, his finger pressing on the echo bat's back, 2 on the western slope, 1 in the southern gully. Teacher Wang's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Split up. Don't let them get away. The 10 teachers dispersed. Wu Fan hit on a branch's back against the trunk. The tree was deep in the woods with a huge crown and dense foliage. Nothing could be seen from above, and nothing could be seen from any side. Yuezhi lay on his shoulder, wings folded, antennae erect. Die. Master, someone is coming this way. How many? Die. 1. How far? Yuezhi was silent for 2 seconds. Die. Still outside the woods, but heading this way. Yuezhi, how do you sense them? Die. Through souls. Wu Fan was startled for a moment. He had almost forgotten. Yuezhi was a dream soul-type spirit beast. Soul perception was its innate instinct, not some detection skill. No matter how strong a third-realm beast tamer's spiritual power fluctuations were, the fluctuations on the soul level might not be so easy to hide. No matter how high one's cultivation realm, unless they had specifically trained in soul-level concealment, they would be like walking at night with a lantern in front of Yuezhi. You can hide your figure, you can hide your aura, but you cannot hide your soul. Can you pinpoint the exact location? Yuezhi closed its eyes, its antennae trembling slightly. After a few seconds, it opened its eyes. Die. Outside the woods southeast about 1,000 meters. It's moving northwest, not fast, stopping now and then. Wu Fan ran through the terrain in his mind. He was currently in the northern middle section of the woods. That teacher was entering from the southeast, and according to the direction of movement, he would most likely pass by to the south of Wu Fan, not directly colliding. But the question was, were there any other teachers coming from other directions? Yuezhi, how far is your sensing range? Die. About 1 kilometer, I think. Beyond that, it's unclear. Soul fluctuations get interfered with by spirit beast spiritual power. Wu Fan nodded. 1 kilometer was enough. The training ground covered 700 mu, which was just over 1 kilometer in radius. With Yuezhi able to sense soul fluctuations within 1 kilometer, it meant that as long as he wasn't too far away, he could know in advance where the teachers were. This advantage was enormous. Yuezhi was his mobile radar. Yuezhi, keep sensing. If any new soul fluctuation approaches, tell me immediately. Die. Okay. Yuezhi's antennae rose again. Wu Fan leaned against the trunk, softening his breath. A dull thud came from afar, like something crashing to the ground. Then came a person's shout. It was too far away to make out the words, but the panic in the voice was unmistakable. It was probably some classmate getting caught. After about 10 minutes, Yuezhi spoke. Die. Master, another one is coming. Direction. Die. West. About 800 meters away. Heading this way faster than the last one. Wu Fan frowned. The one to the west, the one to the south, 2 directions. If both of them were heading toward him, he would eventually be caught in the middle. He needed to move. He slid down from the branch, his feet landing on the fallen leaves with a faint crunch. Die. The one to the west turned, heading south, getting farther and farther from us. What about the one to the south? Die. Still heading north about 600 meters away. Wu Fan thought for a moment, then headed west. He walked with very light steps, stepping on the fallen leaves, trying to land on the balls of his feet. This was what his father had taught him. Landing on the heels makes noise, while landing on the balls of the feet first minimizes the sound of footsteps. Yuezhi lay on his shoulder, its antennae standing upright, like 2 little antennas. After walking about 200 meters, Yuezhi suddenly spoke. Die. Master, there's another one to the north. About 700 meters away, heading south. Wu Fan stopped. 3 directions. The one to the south was heading north, the one to the north was heading south, and the one to the west had turned away, but might come back at any time. He was surrounded. Yuezhi, find a path. Just avoid the people. Yuezhi flew up from his shoulder, hovering in midair, its wings slowly flapping. Die. East, no one. All right, Yuezhi, keep watching for anyone coming, and change direction as needed. Die. Okay. Time ticked by second after second. Wu Fan had lost count of how many times he had changed positions. First the woods to the east, then the gully to the south, then he circled around to the western slope, and finally doubled back to the north. He slithered through the training ground like a loach, darting to wherever no one was. Yuezhi perched on his shoulder, her antennae constantly erect. The little creature was unusually spirited today. Normally she slept during the day, but today her eyes were wide open, and every few moments she reported their position. Die. The one on the south side went east. What about the west? Die. Still in the west, hasn't moved. The north? Die. The one on the north left, heading northeast. Wu Fan hid behind a shrub and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The weather was hot. After running for over 3 hours, the back of his school uniform was soaked through, clinging to his skin, sticky and uncomfortable. He pulled out his water bottle, unscrewed the cap, and took a gulp. The water was lukewarm, not cool, but it quenched his thirst. Yuji flew off his shoulder and landed on his knee, her antennae twitching. Die. Master, Yuji is thirsty. Wu Fan handed her the water. Yuji stuck her head into the bottle opening, took a couple of sips, then lifted her head, a droplet of water hanging from her mouth. Die. Not sweet. This is water, not juice. Of course it's not sweet. Die. Yuji wants juice. We'll have it when we get home. Upon hearing this, Yuji drooped her antennae, obediently lay on his knee, and stopped fussing, though she remained alert, her antennae constantly sensing the fluctuations of chi around them. Wu Fan leaned against the bush, catching his breath. He glanced at his phone. 4:50 p.m. 10 minutes until the training ended. Time was passing so slowly. He took another gulp of water and was about to stand up and change positions when Yuji suddenly spoke. Die. Master, another one is coming. North, about 1,000 meters away, moving very fast. Wu Fan froze. Faster than the previous ones. Die. Much faster. He must be running. Let's go. Beside the entrance to the training ground was a training room. Lu Jingwo sat inside, holding a tablet that displayed real-time positioning. Red dots were the teachers, blue dots were the students. 10 red dots, 127 blue dots. With only 10 minutes left until the end of the training, the perimeter of the training ground was already filled with captured students. They gathered in small groups, some squatting, some standing, some sitting directly on the ground, all looking disheveled and dusty. Teacher Wang stood beside him, arms crossed, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He glanced at the time and said, "How many are left?" 5. Lu Jingwo turned the screen toward him. "How many from your class?" 2. Lu Jingwo turned the screen back and tapped on it. "Wu Fan and Wang Wenwan. So the other 3 are from my class." Teacher Wang held the cigarette in his mouth and leaned in to look at the screen. "Let me see who they are." He stared at the screen for a few seconds, his brow furrowing slightly before relaxing. "Lin Yu was caught 40 minutes ago." Tisk. Teacher Wang took the cigarette from his mouth. "That kid wasting his talent." Lu Jingwo didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the blue dots on the screen. "Do you think they can hold out until the end?" Lu Jingwo shook his head. "Hard to say. 10 minutes. Neither long nor short, but in those final minutes, every second felt stretched tenfold." The numbers on the phone screen ticked down one by one. Wu Fan stared at the small screen, his back pressed against the tree trunk, barely daring to breathe. Yuji lay on his shoulder, her antennae quivering slightly, reporting the surroundings every few seconds. Die. They re-gone, all gone. The last 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 0. The moment the countdown hit 0, a clear, resonant broadcast tone suddenly rang out over the empty training ground. The ambush and capture training exercise has ended. All personnel return to the entrance of the training ground. The training is over. The instant he heard the announcement, Wu Fan completely relaxed. His shoulders slumped, his back slid down the tree trunk, and he sat down on the ground. Yuji flew off his shoulder and circled twice around his head. "Die? It's over." "Die." Yuji is exhausted. "What are you tired from? You just lay on my shoulder and didn't run." "Die." Yuji has been sensing all along, and my mind hasn't stopped. Wu Fan chuckled, reached out, and scooped her from the air, placing her in his palm. Yuji lay in his palm, her wings drooping, her antennae hanging down, the whole butterfly limp and soft. "All right, you've worked hard. I'll prepare juice for you when we get back." "Die." Of course. Her voice was feeble, but she didn't miss out on claiming her reward. He stood up from behind the tree, brushed the grass clippings and dirt off his pants, and walked toward the entrance of the training ground. A crowd had already gathered at the entrance. When Wu Fan arrived, the other 4 just happened to be approaching from different directions. Wang Wenwan walked at the front. Her ponytail had come loose, her hair draped over her shoulders, and her face was smeared with mud. The Finyu sparrow perched on her shoulder, its feathers ruffled, one flight feather missing from its wing, lost somewhere along the way. She saw Wu Fan, paused for a moment, then nodded at him. Wu Fan nodded back. Behind them came 2 boys and a girl from class 8. The 5 of them stood at the entrance, none speaking. The leading boy was not tall, lean, wearing the uniform of No. 3 middle school. He walked with his chin slightly raised, a faint smile on his lips, giving off a casual, idle air. He glanced at Wu Fan and then looked away. The other boy and girl from class 8 followed behind him. The captured students around them watched with complex expressions. Some were envious, some unconvinced, some irritated. A few even clapped a few times before being glared at by others and shrinking back. Zhao Xiaopeng squeezed out of the crowd and ran up to Wu Fan. His face was covered in dust, his uniform smeared with several mud streaks, and grass clippings stuck in his hair, making him look like he had been pulled out of a mud pit. "Whoa, you actually made it to the end." Zhao Xiaopeng looked Wu Fan up and down. "I thought you'd have been caught long ago." "Almost." Zhang Lei also walked over from the crowd, looked at Wu Fan, then at Wang Wenwan, and the 3 Class 8 students, and pursed his lips. You made it to the end too. Just the 2 of you from our class. Wang Wenwan nodded. Zhang Lei let out a tisk. Lu Jiangwo and teacher Wang walked out of the training room, tablets in hand, and stood on the steps scanning the crowd. Is everyone here? Lu Jiangwo stood on the steps, his gaze sweeping across every student's face. Some lowered their heads, some stared at him, and some crouched on the ground playing with their spirit beasts. No one answered. The 10 teachers in charge of the pursuit had already left, leaving only 2 homeroom teachers and over 100 disheveled students at the entrance of the training ground. Teacher Wang took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a drag, and leaned against the doorframe without speaking. Lu Jiangwo, unfazed, continued. The 5 who survived to the end: Wu Fan, Wang Wenjuan, Deng Bowen, Yin Xiong, and Jiang Chun. The 5 stood at the front of the line, stared at by over 100 pairs of eyes. Wu Fan stood on the far left with Yuezhi lying on his shoulder, its antennae drooping, looking utterly exhausted. Wang Wenwan stood beside him with Finjiyuk on her shoulder. Deng Bowen stood at the front of the Class 8 row, and Yin Xiong stood behind him. The only girl from Class 8 to persist until the end. Short hair, a small silver hairpin pinned beside her ear, her school uniform zipped all the way up, covering her neck completely. Jiang Qin stood at the very back, the tallest, at over 1.8 meters, looking down at the tips of his shoes, avoiding eye contact with anyone. The rewards will be distributed to you tomorrow, 1 first realm material per person. Someone in the line clicked their tongue disapprovingly. Can't I just buy the material myself? Why must I get caught? A boy in the back row muttered, not loud, but those nearby heard it clearly. Someone beside him chimed in. You buy it yourself. Do you have the money? My mom gives me. Then why did you run? Wouldn't it be easier to get caught on purpose? I just wanted to give it a try. A few people chuckled softly. Lu Jiangwo ignored the murmurs and continued. Before I talk about the punishment, let me show you a set of data. He looked down and swiped on his tablet, then read aloud. In the first round, Class 1 and Class 2, a total of 130 people. Only 3 lasted to the end. Second round, Class 3 and Class 4, 114 people, 2. Third round, Class 5 and Class 6, 120 people, 4. For you, Class 7 and Class 8, 127 people, 5. He put down the tablet and scanned the crowd. Better than the first 3 rounds, but only slightly better. The line fell silent for a moment. Someone whispered, 5 is still a lot. The previous ones only had 2 or 3. Exactly were considered high. What's the use of being high, eh? Zhang Lei's voice came from the back row, loud enough for half the line to hear. Over 100 people and only 5 survived. 95 of you were caught, and you think it's something to be proud of? The person who spoke earlier fell silent. Teacher Wang, still leaning against the doorframe, flicked the ash onto the ground and interjected, the nice words are over, now for the harsh ones. Lu Jiangwo glanced at him, but didn't respond, continuing, the purpose of this training is not for you to win. It's to teach you what to do when being pursued. As for you, most of you just found a random spot to hide and called it done, completely disregarding the tracking and sensing spirit beasts. He paused, his gaze landing on a boy in the middle of the line. Li Xiang, where did you hide? The boy named Li Xiang shrank his neck. Behind the restroom. Behind the restroom. Did you think the tracking spirit beast couldn't smell the scent? Someone in the line laughed out loud. Li Xiang's face flushed bright red. I thought the most dangerous place was the safest. Who told you that? I saw it online. Lu Jiangwo stared at him for 2 seconds without speaking, then turned to another student. Zhao Lei, how about you? Zhao Lei, standing in the back row, flinched when his name was called. Inside a tree hollow. How big was the hollow? Just big enough to squat in. What about your spirit beast? Yinjia turtle, I held it in my arms. Lu Jiangwo nodded and asked further, before you entered the tree hollow, did you ever think that your spirit beast is earth elemental? Could it sense ground vibrations? What if the spot you crouched in was exactly the intersection of the tracking spirit beast's patrol routes? What would you do? Zhao Lei opened his mouth, then closed it again. Never thought about it. Lu Jiangwo finished for him. Zhao Lei lowered his head, staring at his shoes. Lu Jiangwo didn't press further. He turned around and pointed a finger toward the training ground. Do you know what mistake you made? Oh, it's not that you hid poorly. It's that you didn't use your heads at all. As for the rest of you, most of you just crouched somewhere near the entrance of the training ground. The farthest only ran a little over a kilometer. Did you think the teachers would search from the entrance and gradually push inward? Did you think hiding near the entrance would be a blind spot? Let me tell you, each of those 10 teachers has a tracking and sensing spirit beast. With a detection range of 1 kilometer covering the entire field only takes a few minutes. Wherever you hid, they knew it the moment they entered. If this were a real hunt, you would have died countless times already. You think you hid well and lasted 4 hours. No. The teachers deliberately let you stay to make you run more and practice more. But what about you? Are your contracted spirit beasts just decorations? Couldn't you set up some traps along the way? Couldn't you have your spirit beasts sense the enemy's location? Yes, your spirit beasts are not tracking or sensing types. But who told you that only tracking and sensing types can perceive enemy movements? The line fell completely silent. Earth elemental spirit beasts can fully sense ground vibrations, wind elemental ones can glean some information through the wind, and flying spirit beasts can observe the pursuing teachers from high altitude, and so on. You can even have your spirit beast set up traps to delay or sense the enemy's position. He paused, his gaze sweeping across every face. And I'm saying all this not to scold you. It's to make you remember that in the wilderness on a real battlefield there are no second chances. If you hide poorly you'll be caught. Caught and you die. Dead is dead. No chance of revival. The same goes for your spirit beasts. Remember, only by surviving can you have a chance. After saying that, he nodded to Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang put out his cigarette, tossed it into the nearby trash, stepped down from the stairs, and stood beside Lu Jiangwo. The punishment is simple. Teacher Wang looked at the line. His voice was not loud, but every student heard it clearly. Those who were caught, assemble at the school gate tomorrow at 6 in the morning. Each person carries a 20-kilogram pack and runs 10 kilometers. The line erupted. 10 kilometers? With a pack? Teacher, we're only in the first realm. Teacher Wang raised his hand and pressed down, waiting for the noise to subside before speaking. What about the first realm? Does being in the first realm mean you don't have to run? Your parents sent you to school not to live in comfort. No one dared to speak again. All right, dismissed. Don't be late tomorrow. Wu Fan pushed open the door to his home, and the sensor light in the entryway cast a warm glow. Before he could even change his shoes, he heard a deep sigh coming from the living room. Sigh. Wu Yunxi was curled up on the sofa, her legs crossed, hugging a cushion, with her chin resting on it, staring blankly at the ceiling. Yan Yu Dankei crouched on the armrest beside her, wings folded, head tilted, wearing an equally despondent expression. The girl and the bird looked like two wilted eggplants. Suwan poked her head out of the kitchen. You're back. Dinner's ready. Go wash your hands. Okay. Wu Fan bent down to untie his shoelaces, and Yu Ji flew off his shoulder, heading straight for the refrigerator. Butterfly, 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 juice, juice, juice. Suwan watched the butterfly flutter against the refrigerator door, its wings flapping, and shook her head with a smile. She opened the fridge, took out the spirit honey juice, poured a small glass, and set it on the counter. Yu Ji plunged into it, slurping noisily. Wu Fan changed into slippers and walked into the living room. He glanced at Wu Yunxi, who was still huddled on the sofa. What's wrong with you? Don't ask. Wu Yunxi covered her face with the cushion, her voice muffled. I got caught during training today. Your school started this week too. Wu Yunxi pulled the cushion away from her face and sat up straight, her hair tousled from the cushion. I only hid for 40 minutes. 40 minutes. And they found me. Yan Yu Dankei chirped softly beside her, fluttering its wings twice as if to echo her complaint. What about you? Didn't you have training today? Did you get caught? No. No. Wu Yunxi blinked, then looked him up and down. You lasted the whole time. Wu Yunxi stared at him for 3 seconds, then flopped back onto the sofa, pulling the cushion over her face. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You asked me. I asked and you just answer. Can't you say I got caught too to comfort me? Wu Fan ignored her, sat down on the sofa, and took a sip of water from the glass on the coffee table. Yu Ji, having finished the juice, flew out and landed on his shoulder. Butterfly Master, your sister is sad. I can see that. Butterfly. Should Yu Ji comfort her? What will you comfort her with? Yu Ji thought for a moment, then flew off his shoulder and landed on Wu Yunxi's head, letting its antennae droop down to brush her forehead. Wu Yunxi moved the cushion aside and glanced up. What are you doing? Butterfly Yuezhi is keeping you company. Wu Yunxi couldn't understand, but the butterfly perched on her head, wings opening and closing, felt light and a little warm. She reached up, gently took Yu Ji off her head, held it in her palm, and poked its wing. You're so well behaved. Much better than your master. Butterfly. Of course. Yu Ji's antennae perked up proudly. Wu Fan leaned back on the sofa and glanced at Wu Yunxi. Didn't you get Yan Yu Dankei to stall the teacher or sense the teacher's movements? Wu Yunxi's fingers paused. She lifted her head, blinking. Stall. Sense. How do you stall? How do you sense? Yan Yu Dankei can fly, right? Yes. Then can it fly up and see where the teacher is? You can't see from your hiding spot, but it can see from above, can it? Wu Yunxi opened her mouth, but no words came out. Also, Dankei knows the flame arrow art, right? Yes. You can have Dankei use the skill as a sensing marker around you. When someone passes by, Dankei should be able to sense it. Wu Yunxi's mouth opened even wider. She looked down at Yu Ji in her palm, then turned to look at Yan Yu Dankei squatting on the armrest. Yan Yu Dankei tilted its head at her, chirped softly, as if to say, don't look at me, I don't know either. Wu Yunxi put Yu Ji down on the sofa and covered her face with both hands. It never occurred to me I could do that. So you just ran? I just hid. Her voice came out muffled through her fingers filled with regret. Suwan came out of the kitchen with a plate of sliced spirit fruits and set it on the coffee table. She looked at her daughter covering her face, then at her son leaning back on the sofa, and shook her head. Your brother is right. You've never been good at thinking things through. You always charge straight ahead in a fight. Mom. Wu Yunxi lowered her hands, her face slightly flushed. Whose side are you on? I'm on the side of reason. Su Wan popped a piece of spirit honey melon into her mouth and turned back to the kitchen. Wu Yunxi stared at her mother's retreating back for 2 seconds, then turned to glare at Wu Fan. It's all your fault. What's my fault? Your mind works too fast. And that's my fault. Yes, it is. Wu Yunxi hugged the cushion back, resting her chin on it, her voice subdued. Your mind moves so fast it makes me look like an idiot. Wu Fan looked at his sister and continued. Also, the training is about escaping pursuit, not about not fighting back. You could have had Dan Ke launch an attack and then run away. Wu Yunxi's eyes widened as she stared at Wu Fan. Attack the teacher. That's suicide. The teacher is a third-stage beast tamer. Who said you have to attack head-on? Harass from a distance, then run. Dan Ke can fly and is fast. The teacher won't catch it. You only need to buy a few dozen seconds. Besides, this training is more about testing our adaptability. The teacher won't go all out from the start. Wu Yunxi opened her mouth as if to say something, then swallowed it back. She looked down at Yen Yu Dan Ke squatting on the armrest. Dan Ke tilted its head at her, blinking with an expression that seemed to say, "Don't look at me. You're the beast tamer." Easy for you to say. Wu Yunxi pulled Yen Yu Dan Ke off the armrest and hugged it. Dan Ke is only at 1 stage 3 stars, but skills are like tickling. The teacher's spirit beast could flatten Dan Ke with 1 slap. Who said to attack the teacher's spirit beast? Then who do I attack? Attack the teacher himself. Wu Yunxi was stunned. The teacher is a third-stage beast tamer. His spirit beast is strong, but the teacher himself isn't that tough. Have Dan Ke use flame arrow art on the teacher, he'll have to dodge. When he dodges, his attention is split. That's when you move to another spot. Wu Yunxi stared at Wu Fan, her mouth slowly falling open. That's not escaping, that's ambushing. It's called tactics. Tactics, my ass, it's ambushing. What's wrong with ambushing? The training never said you couldn't ambush. There's only one rule, don't get caught. How you avoid getting caught is up to you. Wu Yunxi thought for a moment, and her eyes gradually lit up. That makes sense. Of course it does. Wu Fan leaned back, hands behind his head. Have I ever said anything that didn't make sense? Oh, shut up. Wu Yunxi raised Yin Yu Dan Ke to eye level, staring into its eyes. Did you hear that? Next time you fight, don't just charge in. Use your brain. Yin Yu Dan Ke blinked, chirped once, and it was impossible to tell if it understood or not. On Saturday morning, Wu Fan was awakened by Yu Ji stepping on his face. The little creature was perched on his nose, its 6 legs spread out, wings folded, forming a circular shape that blocked his nostrils. Achoo! Wu Fan sneezed, sending Yu Ji flying. She tumbled twice in the air before fluttering her wings several times to stabilize. Flutter. Master, why were you lying on my nose? Flutter. I was waking you up. Can't you wake me properly? Flutter. I did call, but you didn't wake up. Yu Ji flew back, landed on his pillow, and twitched her antennae. Flutter. I had to use my ultimate move. That's your ultimate move? That's called murdering your master. Wu Fan sat up, rubbed his nose, and glanced out the window. It was just dawn. He reached for his phone. 7:40. Why are you waking me up so early? Flutter. Little sister said there's special training today, and she wants you to get up early. She said so. Flutter. Yes, she told me last night. Wu Fan stared at Yu Ji for 2 seconds. When did you become buddies with her? Flutter. I didn't become buddies with her. I just passed by her room and heard her talking. Passed by. Flutter. Passed by. Yu Ji's antennae drooped, and she buried her head into the pillow, avoiding his gaze. Wu Fan didn't ask further. He threw off the covers, got out of bed, and stepped onto the floor barefoot. He walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. The backyard orchard stretched endlessly, leaves rustling in the morning breeze. Wu Fan turned to go wash up. Yu Ji flew up from the pillow, followed him, and landed on the edge of the sink, tilting her head to watch him brush his teeth. Flutter. Master, will I still be sensing today? Flutter. Can I sense in my dreams? Wu Fan, with the toothbrush still in his mouth, glanced at her in the mirror. You can even sense in your dreams. Flutter. I'll try. Don't try. Be serious today. That girl Wu Yunxi will definitely pull some tricks. Flutter. Oh. Okay. Wu Fan finished brushing his teeth, washed his face, changed into a sports t-shirt and shorts, and went downstairs. In the living room, Su Wan was already busy. The porridge pot was bubbling on the stove, filling the room with the aroma of rice. She wore a light gray loungewear, her hair casually pinned back with a clip, and was cutting spirit fruits. Up. Your sister hasn't come down yet. Go call her. Let her sleep. Isn't there supposed to be special training? If she's late, she loses. Su Wan glanced at him, said nothing, and continued cutting the spirit fruits. Wu Fan sat down at the table, poured a glass of milk, and took a sip. Yu Ji flew off his shoulder, landed on the counter, and tilted her head to watch Su Wan cut the spirit fruits. Flutter, Master's mother, I want some juice. Su Wan didn't understand, but a glance at the butterfly told her what it wanted. She put down the knife, opened the refrigerator, took out spiritual honey juice, poured a small cup, and set it on the counter. Yu Ji plunged her head into it, slurping noisily. Wu Fan leaned back in his chair holding his milk and looked out the window. Most of the morning mist in the yard had dissipated. The old banyan tree's canopy spread out shading half the yard. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, scattering into golden patches on the ground. Under the banyan tree roots, the Qingluo spirit sprite was squatting there. Several pots of spiritual herbs surrounded it. Its vine-like hands had turned into a small shovel, and it was loosening the soil for a spiritual orchid. Its movements were slow and careful. The tip of the shovel poked into the soil, levered once, then stopped to check before levering again. Beside it, the wood spirit monkey was holding a handful of spirit fruits, crunching loudly. After evolving, these two spirit beasts had become more and more human-like. The Qingluo spirit sprite could plant flowers, and the wood spirit monkey could eat snacks. Sometimes when Wu Fan looked at them, he felt that in a few more years they would be able to go grocery shopping on their own. Footsteps came from the stairs. Thump, thump, thump. Wu Yunxi appeared at the stairway. Her hair was a mess, sticking up on one side and flat on the other, with pillow marks still on her face. "You're going to special training looking like that." Wu Fan gave her a once-over. Wu Yunxi looked down at herself. Her pajamas were wrinkled, the left shoulder seam was twisted onto her arm, the pant legs were uneven, and she was wearing slippers, one on the wrong foot with the heel facing forward. "Wait." She turned and ran back upstairs, her footsteps thudding all the way up. Su Wan poked her head out from the kitchen. "What's wrong now?" Still half asleep, Wu Fan picked up his milk and took another sip. Yuji lifted her head from the cup, juice dripping from her mouth, glanced at the stairway, then lowered her head to continue slurping. After 10 minutes, Wu Yunxi finally came downstairs. This time she looked much more presentable. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, she wore a white sports t-shirt and black shorts and gray running shoes. Yinyu Dankei, perched on her shoulder head, tilted a small piece of spirit fruit in its beak, juice dripping from the corner of its mouth. "Your spirit beast can't even eat properly." Wu Fan glanced at the bird. Yinyu Dankei swallowed the fruit, chirped at him in dissatisfaction, flapped its wings twice, and messed up Wu Yunxi's freshly combed hair. Wu Yunxi reached up to smooth her hair, then tapped Yinyu Dankei on the head. "Can you calm down?" The bird shrank its neck and fell silent. The mist in the backyard had completely cleared. Sunlight slanted in from the east, painting the entire orchard a pale gold. He chose a clearing near the orchard entrance with flat ground covered in gravel. "Start here." Wu Yunxi stood behind him, hands on her hips, looking around. Wu Fan turned to face her. "Tell me, how do you want to train?" Wu Yunxi put her hands on her hips and lifted her chin. "Like school training, you chase, I run." Wu Fan thought for a moment and shook his head. "Change it." "To what?" "While I'm chasing you, you can also counter-chase me." Wu Yunxi was taken aback, blinking her eyes. "Counter-chase you? You mean I can chase you too?" "Yes. It's not just me chasing you, you can also find opportunities to chase me. Whoever gets caught loses." "Then how do we win?" Wu Fan thought for a moment and turned his gaze to the Qingluo spirit sprite under the banyan tree. "Qingluo, could you make us 2 vine bracelets?" The Qingluo spirit sprite tilted its head, walked over to Wu Fan, and extended its vine hand palm up, as if asking what kind. Wu Fan gestured. "About this big, able to fit around the wrist, adjustable tightness. 2 with different colors." The Qingluo spirit sprite nodded, turned, and walked to the banyan tree. It crouched down, pressing its hands against the ground. An emerald green light seeped from its palms into the soil. Several thin vines emerged from the ground, tender green, as thick as chopsticks, with 2 young leaves at the tips. The Qingluo spirit sprite reached out and grasped the vines, its fingers moving, twisting, weaving, and knotting them together. The vines behaved as though alive in his hands, winding around one another, layer upon layer, until 2 rings were quickly woven. One large and emerald green, the other small and pale green, both smooth to the touch. Qingluo spirit demon stood up and handed the 2 vine bracelets to Wu Fan. Wu Fan took them and ran his fingers over the surface. The vines were warm, not cold, with a thin sheen of water, like jade. He activated the eye of all things to take a look. It was merely an ordinary bracelet, devoid of any spiritual power or special effect, intended solely as a token. Still, this was fine. Fair was fair. Wu Fan handed the pale green one to Wu Yunxi. "Put it on." She took it and slipped it onto her left wrist, twisting it twice. It fit perfectly, neither loose nor tight, resting coolly against her skin. "What is this for?" She raised her wrist to inspect it, then brought it closer to her nose and sniffed. "It even smells nice." When did Qingluo learn to weave things? Probably just learned it. She can make something like this right after learning. Wu Yunxi touched the bracelet again. If Mother found out, she would insist that Qingluo weave several flower baskets for her shop. Wu Fan did not pursue the topic. He put on the bracelet himself and stepped back a few paces. "The rules are simple. The orchard is the battlefield, and no one may leave. Whoever knocks off the other's vine bracelet first wins." Wu Yunxi's eyes lit up. "Knock it off? How?" "Any way you like. Use skills, pull with your hands, even bite if you must. What if your moon weave puts me to sleep with dream entrancement, and you simply walk over and take the bracelet? Wouldn't that count as a win?" "Moon weave won't use dream entrancement." "Why not?" "Then there'd be nothing left to play with." Wu Yunxi opened her mouth to argue, then closed it. She glanced at Moonweave perched on Wu Fan's shoulder, then at the flame-feathered cinnabar sparrow on her own. The sparrow tilted its head at her, half a spirit fruit still dangling from its beak, juice trickling down the corner of its mouth and dripping onto her shoulder. Sparrow. The flame-feathered cinnabar sparrow blinked. If you lose today, you won't eat spirit fruit for a whole week. The sparrow shuddered, the fruit slipping from its beak and splatting onto her shoulder, leaving a pale yellow stain. It quickly stooped, retrieved the fruit, and swallowed it whole before puffing out its chest and chirping with unmistakable confidence. Moonweave lay on Wu Fan's shoulder, tilting its head to watch the bird. Butterfly. It seems nervous. You mind your own business. Butterfly. Moonweave is not nervous. Of course you're not. You don't need dream entrancement. Butterfly. Moonweave can win without dream entrancement. Don't get cocky. Wu Fan turned his gaze away from Moonweave and looked at Wu Yunxi. Ready. Wu Yunxi took a deep breath and nodded. Then let us begin. You enter the orchard first, I will follow 10 minutes later. That is when the match officially starts. Wu Yunxi turned and sprinted into the orchard. The flame-feathered cinnabar sparrow balanced on her shoulder with wings spread, chirping repeatedly. Whether from excitement or nerves it was impossible to tell. Master and disciple soon vanished into the depths of the fruit grove. Wu Fan leaned against the banyan tree trunk and checked his phone. 812 He rested against the tree with his arms folded, eyes fixed on the orchard. Moonweave flew from his shoulder and hovered in midair, antennae upright. Butterfly. Sister runs very fast. You can sense that. Butterfly. Yes. Her spiritual fluctuation is still moving eastward at considerable speed. Exact position. Moonweave closed its eyes, antennae trembling slightly. After a few seconds it opened them again. Butterfly. East side of the orchard, approximately 800 meters. Stopped, likely searching for a hiding spot. Wu Fan nodded. Moonweave's perceptual ability was invaluable in a place like this orchard. Though vast, spanning over 1,000 mu, the trees were planted in orderly rows with consistent spacing. There were only so many places Wu Yunxi could hide, crouching behind a tree, perching in a forked branch, or diving into a thicket. With Moonweave around, he need not guess, he could simply head in that direction. But perception alone was not enough. Though the girl may not match his quick wit, she was no fool. After suffering a defeat at the school training ground last time, she would certainly devise a strategy this time. Wu Fan thought for a moment, pushed himself off the tree and rolled his wrists. Moonweave. Butterfly. Once inside, you do not need to report her position continuously. Just do it at intervals. I want to test something else. Test what? How she responds. Moonweave tilted its head, nodded, and asked no further questions. Time passed slowly. Wu Fan leaned against the tree, watching the digits on his phone tick upward. 8 minutes. 5. 3. 1 minute. He slid his phone into his pocket and rose from the tree. Let us go. Moonweave landed back on his shoulder, wings folded, antennae perked. Wu Fan stepped onto the orchard path at a steady pace. A few spiritual beasts moved about among the trees. Wu Feng's earth rhino was napping beneath a spirit pomegranate tree. It lifted an eyelid as Wu Fan passed, then closed it again. Suwan's reindeer stood by the pond drinking, turned its head at the sound of approaching footsteps, and gave Wu Fan a nod. Wu Fan returned the gesture and continued walking. Moonweave rested on his shoulder, antennae ever vigilant. After walking roughly 200 meters, Moonweave spoke. Butterfly. Sister is to the east, approximately 600 meters away. She has not moved. Still in the same spot. Butterfly. Yes, she is likely hidden well. Wu Fan considered this and did not head east directly, but instead took a detour to the north. He wanted to see whether Wu Yunxi would move on her own. If she simply crouched in one place, it would be no different from the last training session. After walking north for roughly 300 meters, Moonweave reported again. Butterfly. Sister remains to the east, approximately 700 meters, still motionless. Wu Fan frowned. Is she really planning to stay put? He took another detour, this time to the west. This time when Moonweave spoke, the distance had changed. Butterfly. Sister is moving southward, not at a fast pace. Wu Fan's lips twitched. She moved. He quickened his steps and headed southeast. Moonweave called out positions from his shoulder at 1 to 2 minute intervals. Butterfly. Sister is heading south, distance approximately 600 meters. Butterfly. Sister is moving southwest, distance approximately 500 meters. Butterfly. Sister has stopped, distance 400 meters. Wu Fan slowed his pace, crouched low, and advanced using the fruit trees for cover. He reached the rear of a spirit pomegranate tree and peeked ahead. Before him stretched a thicket of bushes waist-high with dense foliage. Wu Yunxi was crouched behind the bushes. Her ponytail was visible through a gap, bobbing slightly with each breath. The flame-feathered cinnabar sparrow was nowhere in sight. Perhaps it had flown off to scout, or was keeping watch from above. Wu Fan's expression grew calm and focused. The hunt was about to begin. He signaled with a subtle gesture, and Moonweave understood, darting silently into the canopy ahead to gather intelligence. The orchard was quiet save for the rustling leaves and distant birdsong. Dankei is not here, meaning Wu Yunxi has sent it out. Sent where? To the sky, or some other direction. Wu Fan didn't act immediately. He first had Yuji sense the surroundings. Yuji, where is Dankei? Yuji closed her eyes, her antennae trembling a few times. Die. On the tree. Which tree, hey? Die. Southeast direction about 50 meters away. That tall one, the spirit pomegranate tree. Wu Fan looked in the direction Yuji pointed. 50 meters to the southeast, an old spirit pomegranate tree. Its trunk was thick, its crown large, and its branches and leaves so dense that one couldn't see inside. If Dankei were hiding up there, it would be completely invisible from below. She had placed her spirit beast in the tree and crouched behind a bush herself, clearly intending a pincer attack. Wu Fan looked at the ponytail protruding from the gap in the bush, and the corner of his mouth twitched. This girl, she's learning to be clever, but still a bit green. Yuji flew up from his shoulder, tilting her head to look at him. Die? Oh. Master isn't going to catch little sister. Catch her, but you go alone. Die? Yueji goes alone. Yes. Use your spirit butterfly clones, all together fly toward her to disrupt her vision, and then you take off her bracelet. Don't worry about Dankei. Yuji tilted her head and thought. Die. Then Yuji will go now. Wait a moment. Wu Fan poked his head out from behind the tree and glanced again at the position where Wu Yunshi was hiding. Behind the bush, Wu Yunshi was crouched low. Her hands were on the ground, her body leaning forward like a cat ready to pounce at any moment. Her ponytail stuck out through the gap in the bush, swaying slightly in the wind. She didn't know Wu Fan had already found her. Wu Fan withdrew his hand, leaned against the tree trunk, and lowered his voice. You go around to that side first. He pointed southwest. Fly over from there, don't let her see you. Transform when you're above her head. Die. Why? If you go from the front, she'll see you. If she sees you before you transform, she'll be ready. If you circle around from behind, by the time she notices the sky full of butterflies will have surrounded her, and she won't be able to escape. Yuji's antennae perked up. Die. Master is so cunning. This is called tactics. Die. Yueji likes it. Alright, go. Don't let her escape. Yuji flew up from his shoulder, flapped her wings twice, and circled around to the southwest. It flew very low, skimming the fruit tree canopies, weaving through the branches and leaves. Wu Fan crouched behind the tree, watching Yuji circle around 3 rows of fruit trees and reach the area behind Wu Yunshi. Yuji hovered on a branch of a spirit honey tree, wings folded, antennae erect, and glanced toward Wu Fan. Wu Fan nodded at it. Yuji's wings suddenly spread. A purple-blue light radiated from its body. Hundreds of butterflies appeared simultaneously in midair, covering half the sky. Wu Yunshi heard the sound and jerked her head up. She saw the sky full of purple-blue butterflies surging toward her, her face turning pale. What? Before she could finish, the swarm of butterflies had already surrounded her. Purple-blue wings fluttered before her eyes, their tips almost brushing her nose. She reached out to brush them away, but her hand passed through the butterflies' bodies, catching nothing. All clones. Dankei, she shouted. The flame-feathered sparrow shot out from the spirit pomegranate tree 50 meters away, wings flapping noisily, flying toward her. But it was too late. Yuji's true body emerged from the butterfly swarm and landed on Wu Yunshi's left wrist. It grabbed the vine bracelet, gave a flap of its wings, and lifted upward. The bracelet slid off Wu Yunshi's wrist. Yuji flew up, holding the bracelet, hovering in midair, wings flapping rapidly. Die? Oh. Got it. Wu Yunshi looked down at her wrist. Empty. The bracelet was gone. She stood there, stunned, mouth open, eyes wide as saucers. The flame-feathered sparrow flew to her head, its flame still unspit, but seeing its owner's expression, it swallowed it back. It landed on Wu Yunshi's shoulder, tilting its head to look at the butterfly holding the bracelet. You? Wu Yunshi pointed at Yuji, her finger trembling a couple of times. When did you circle around behind me? Dai Master told Yuji to circle around. Yuji, holding the bracelet, spun around in the air, quite proud of itself. Wu Fan walked out from behind the tree, crunching the fallen leaves underfoot. He walked up to Wu Yunshi, reached out, and took the vine bracelet from Yuji, weighing it in his hand. You lost. Wu Yunshi stared at him for 2 seconds, then plopped down on the ground. Brother, how did I not notice you, and Dankei didn't see you either? Her tone was full of frustration as she spoke. She propped herself up with her hands behind her legs, stretched out, toes pointing to the sky. The flame-feathered sparrow jumped off her shoulder and landed on her knee, tilting its head to look at her. Its expression seemed to say, not my fault you told me to stay in the tree. Having Dankei keep watch from the tree was a good idea, Wu Fan said, handing the vine bracelet back to her. But the fruit grove is too dense. With just eyesight, you can't see anything beyond a few dozen meters. Dankei on the tree can only see a limited area. Wu Yunshi took the bracelet, slipped it back onto her wrist, and remained silent with her head down. Moreover, you didn't set up any warning measures around. You're hiding here, and everything is quiet, not even a sound. I circled around from behind, and you had no idea. Wu Yunshi looked up, her mouth moving as if to say something, but she swallowed it back. She looked down at the flame-feathered sparrow on her knee. Wu Yunshi took a deep breath, nudged Dankei off her knee, and got up from the ground. She patted the dust off her pants and retied her ponytail. Again. Are you sure? Sure. Wu Yunxi tightened her hair, wrapping the elastic band 3 times, pulling the skin at her temples taut. This time I won't let you circle around behind me. All right. Wu Fan stepped back a few paces. You go in first. I'll give you 15 minutes. No need for 15 minutes. 10 is enough. Wu Yunxi turned and ran deep into the orchard. 20 minutes later, Wu Fan once again got hold of Wu Yunxi's bracelet. Again. 30 minutes later. Again. This time she lasted a bit longer, 20 minutes. 60 minutes later. Again. From a little after 8 to nearly noon, Wu Yunxi lost 8 times. Each time she lasted longer. The last time she held on for nearly 70 minutes and almost reached Wu Fan's bracelet. When the last round ended, Wu Yunxi sat on the ground, her back against a spirit pomegranate tree, gasping for breath. Her back was soaked, clinging to her skin, and her hair was disheveled with a few strands plastered to her forehead. Yinyu Dankei perched on her knee, wings drooping, mouth open, tongue hanging out, panting even harder than she was. Brother. Wu Yunxi panted. You. Let me see your bracelet. Wu Fan walked over and extended his wrist. Wu Yunxi grabbed his wrist, turned it over, and took a look. The vine bracelet was intact without even a mark. She flung his hand away and leaned against a tree. When will I ever win against you once? When you've trained your spirit beast well. What's wrong with Dankei? Dankei made great progress today, okay? Wu Yunxi reached out and patted the blazing feathered Dankei on her knee. Today it learned to use the flame arrow art to mark targets, and it also learned long-range perception. It couldn't do any of this before. Progress is progress, but it's still not enough. Not enough, Howie. Having Dankei mark targets is a good idea. But have you considered that the more marks you make, the more spiritual energy you consume? Wu Yunxi was stunned for a moment and looked down at Dankei. Dankei looked back at her and chirped, its voice much softer than before. But it's fine. For now, with only one contracted spirit beast, it's enough for you. Later you can contract another spirit beast with scouting skills. That'll be enough to handle the school's training in this area. Wu Yunxi thought about it and agreed. She pulled Dankei off her knee and hugged it, stroking its head with her fingers. Brother, how do you always find my location? As she asked, her eyes were fixed on Wu Fan without blinking. She had been holding this question in all morning. The first time she lost, she thought it was bad luck. The second time, she thought she hadn't hidden well enough. The third, fourth, fifth. By the 8th loss, she finally understood. It wasn't that she hid poorly. It was that her brother had a way to find her. But she couldn't figure out what that way was. Yuji lay on Wu Fan's shoulder, its antennae twitching. Wu Fan reached out and tapped Yuji's head, signaling it not to speak. Guess. If I could guess what I asked you. Wu Yunxi rolled her eyes. Did you install surveillance cameras in the orchard? Am I that bored? Then how did you find me? I hid in a different place every time, and Dankei helped with camouflage. You walked straight to me every time without even taking a detour. As she spoke, her tone turned a bit aggrieved. She felt she had tried hard enough today. She had gotten up early in the morning and gone downstairs without even combing her hair. She hadn't slacked off during training either. Every time, she seriously hid, ran, and devised plans. But what was the result? 8 times all losses. Wu Fan looked at her expression, thought for a moment, and said, Yuji can sense your location through soul force. Wu Yunxi was stunned. Soul force. Right? Yuji is a dream soul lineage spirit beast. Soul perception is its innate instinct. No matter how well you hide, concealing your body, concealing your aura, you can't conceal your soul fluctuations. In front of Yuji, you're like someone walking at night with a lantern. Wu Yunxi opened her mouth, then closed it. She looked down at the blazing feathered Dankei in her arms, then up at Yuji. Yuji lay on Wu Fan's shoulder, antennae erect, wings folded, with an expression that said, that's right, Yuji did it. So, hiding well is useless. Useless. Then in this kind of training, won't I never be able to beat you? When you contract a second spirit beast, if it has anti-soul perception skills, or if you can find a way to interfere with Yuji's perception, then you'll have a chance. A second spirit beast is still far off. Wu Yunxi sighed, lifted Dankei to her eyes, and stared into its eyes. But you're not bad either, humph. We're only at the first realm now, our power hasn't been fully unleashed yet. The blazing feathered Dank held up by her spread its wings to keep balance and chirped as if saying, right, we haven't used our full strength yet. Wu Fan saw her unconvinced look and the corner of his mouth twitched. All right, get up. The ground is cold. He reached out his hand. Wu Yunxi glanced at him, took his hand, and was pulled up by him. She patted the dirt off her pants. A wood spirit monkey had somehow hopped over, holding 2 spirit honey fruits above its head. It squeaked and shoved the fruit into Wu Fan's hand. Thanks. Wu Fan took it. The wood spirit monkey hopped over to Wu Yunxi and handed her the other one. Wu Yunxi took the fruit, took a bite, juice spilling from the corner of her mouth. She wiped it with the back of her hand and said indistinctly, thanks, little monkey. The wood spirit monkey squeaked, hopped into a tree, and stared at them. Wu Fan took a bite of the spirit honey fruit, crisp and cloyingly sweet. Yuji flew up from his shoulder, landed on the fruit in his hand, buried its head in the flesh, took 2 sips, then lifted its head with juice at the corner of its mouth. Chirp. Yueji wants to drink juice. Then let's go back now. The two walked back through the fruit grove. The sun hung overhead, scorching the back of their necks. Wu Yunxi walked ahead with long strides, her ponytail swinging behind her, munching on the spirit honey fruit with crisp crunching sounds. Brother, what do you think I should contract as my second spirit beast? What do you want to contract? If I knew what I ask you. Wu Yunxi tossed the pit into the roadside grass, clapped her hands. My talent is the star sequence array. Oh, I need to contract 12 spirit beasts that match the star sequences. The first is the blazing feathered Dankei of Chunhua. The second can't be fire type 2, right? Not necessarily. Among the star sequences, the 3 sections of Zhukei are all fire type: Chunshou, Chunhua, Chunwei. All fire. All fire. Wu Yunxi stopped and turned to look at him. Wouldn't that burn to death? You're not a spirit beast. Oh, what would burn you? I make your tactics would be too monotonous. If you're all fire type, wouldn't you be helpless against water type? Wu Fan glanced at her. This girl's mind was turning much faster than a few days ago. All fire has its own way of fighting. Fire type burst damage is high. When 3 fire type spirit beasts attack simultaneously, few at the same level can withstand it. It's true water counters fire, but if you pile up enough firepower, you can even boil the water dry. Wu Yunxi thought for a moment and shook her head. Forget it, I still want some other element. Always fire, fire, fire. That's boring. Then it depends on which star sequence your second contract aligns with. Hey wait brother, how do you know my star sequence name? I only learned the name Chunhua after contracting Dankei. I don't even know the others yet. She stopped and turned to stare at Wu Fan. Sunlight leaked through the gaps in the leaves, falling on her face in patches of light and shadow. She squinted, the corner of her mouth still stained with spirit honey fruit juice, but her expression had turned serious. Wu Fan took a bite of the fruit and chewed slowly, not in a hurry to respond. Yuji poked its head out from his shoulder, looked at Wu Yunxi, then at Wu Fan. Chirp. Your sister is asking you, master. I heard. Chirp. Then why aren't you answering? Thinking about how to answer. Wu Fan swallowed the fruit pulp, tossed the pit into the grass, and clapped his hands. Guess. Guess my foot. Fine, don't say it. Anyway, you're my brother. You wouldn't harm me. In the living room, Su Wan was sitting on the sofa flipping through a spirit herb illustrated book. Hearing the door, she looked up, but before she could speak, Wu Yunxi rushed over and threw herself at her. Wu Mom, brother is bullying me. Wu Yunxi clung to Su Wan's arm, burying her head into her shoulder, complaining with a voice that was full of energy, showing no sign of actual tears. Startled, Su Wan nearly dropped the illustrated book. She quickly caught it, placed a bookmark, and set it on the coffee table. Looking down at her daughter clinging to her arm, she sighed. What's wrong with you now? Brother hit me. Su Wan pulled Wu Yunxi off her arm and gave her a thorough once-over. Wu Yunxi's clothes were stained with grass clippings, her pants had mud prints, and a few strands of hair were loose, but she stood straight, without a single mark on her face. You don't have a single mark on you. What hitting? Besides, weren't you two doing some special training? Mom, you don't believe me. Wu Yunxi straightened up and pointed a finger at Wu Fan. Ask him. Didn't he have that butterfly snatch my bracelet 8 times? 8 times. Wu Yunxi raised 8 fingers and waved them in front of Su Wan as if accusing him of a heinous crime. Su Wan turned to look at Wu Fan. He was at the door changing his shoes, with Yueji perched on his shoulder and Tinny raised, wearing an expression that said, Yes, Yueji did it. Brother, tell me, didn't you bully me? Wu Yunxi put her hands on her hips and lifted her chin high. Wu Fan placed his shoes in the cabinet and straightened up. Who bullied you? Before the training we agreed whoever gets their bracelet snatched loses. You lost 8 times and you blame me. You? Wu Yunxi was at a loss for words. Besides, I had Yueji not use dream entry, and I was already going easy on you. If I used dream entry, you wouldn't have lasted even the first time. Wu Yunxi opened her mouth to retort, then closed it again. She turned to Su Wan and snorted, Mom, look at him, he's so smug. Su Wan shook her head, picked up the illustrated book from the coffee table, and flipped to the page she was reading. You two always causing trouble. Wu Yunxi made a face at Wu Fan. Ignoring her, he walked to the coffee table, bent down, picked up a piece of spirit honey melon from the fruit plate, and took a bite. Yueji flew off his shoulder, landed on the edge of the fruit plate, and tilted its head to look at the array of cut spirit fruits. Die. Yueji wants some too. Wu Fan pinched off a small piece and handed it to Yueji. The butterfly buried its head in the fruit, making a satisfied slurping sound. Mom, don't you need to be at the shop? Qingluo and Ganlin Yulu are there. They can handle things, and if they can't, they'll come get me. Su Wan said, leaning back into the sofa. She glanced at Wu Yunxi, then at Wu Fan, a hint of a smile on her lips. So you two trained all morning just to snatch bracelets? What else? Wu Yunxi plopped down on the sofa, pulled a cushion into her arms, and said, Mom, you don't know how unfair Brother's butterfly is. It can sense my location no matter where I hide, it always finds me. Su Wan glanced at Yueji on Wu Fan's shoulder. Yueji lifted its head from the fruit, juice dripping from its mouth, and blinked at Su Wan. Your brother was lucky to get a dream-type spirit beast. Its ability to sense its surroundings is instinct. Su Wan reached out and tapped Yueji's head. Yueji rubbed against her finger, then lowered its head to continue sipping juice. I'm not unlucky either. Dankei also has the power bestowed by the star cycle, it just hasn't grown yet. Most importantly, we have a talented evolutionist as our big brother. Wu Yunxi laughed at her own words, then reached out and rubbed Dank's head. The little bird half closed its eyes and nuzzled into her palm. Wu Yunxi lifted Dankei to eye level, staring into its eyes. Am I right? My brother is a talent evolutionist, so all your evolution materials will be from him. You've got to make me proud. Dankei blinked and chirped. You hear that? It said yes. Wu Yunxi placed Dankei back on her lap and turned to Wu Fan. Brother, when are you going to evolve Dankei? Wu Fan was drinking water when he heard that. He almost choked. Coughing, he set the cup down on the coffee table. You only contracted it a few days ago. First realm 3 stars, and you won an evolution. You haven't even learned to walk steady. I was just asking. Wu Yunxi pouted. Suwon stood up from the sofa, placed the illustrated book back on the coffee table, and walked toward the kitchen. What do you two want for lunch? Anything. Braised iron armor crab. Wu Yunxi shouted eagerly. Mom, I want braised iron armor crab. We don't have any at home. I'll have your dad buy some tonight. Then what do we have? There's wild beef in the fridge, some spirit vegetables, and a few ice fish. Then let's have wild beef stew, steamed ice fish, and stir-fried spirit vegetables. Wu Yunxi counted on her fingers. Suwon stood at the kitchen door looking back at her. You sure know how to order. Everything Mom makes is delicious. Wu Yunxi grinned, showing a row of white teeth. Suwon shook her head and turned into the kitchen. Oh, Fan. Suwon's voice came from the kitchen. Your dad's spirit beast has reached the evolution stage. He wants you to take a look. Wu Fan paused with his water cup. My dad. Suwon leaned out of the kitchen. Your dad mentioned it when he left this morning. His rock armor war bear has stabilized at the 4th realm 9 stars, and he wants you to check it. Rock armor war bear. Yes, it should be in the orchard now. Wu Fan pondered, sifting through his memory of his father's spirit beasts. He had seen many of Wu Feng's spirit beasts, but the rock armor war bear didn't leave a deep impression. He remembered it was an earth-type bear, large in size, high in defense, and decent in attack. A main frontline fighter in Wu Feng's team. Your dad said to go when you have time. No rush, take care of your own things first. I understand, Mom. Wu Fan set down his cup and leaned back against the sofa. Yueji flew off the fruit plate, landed on his shoulder, folded its wings, and let its antennae droop down to brush his neck. Dai. Master, are you going to take a look? Yeah, I'll go later. Dai. Yueji is coming too. I know you always follow. Yueji's antennae twitched and its wings fluttered. 10 minutes later, Wu Fan stood under a green spirit fruit tree deep in the orchard. The air carried a faint fruity scent mixed with the smell of earth and grass. And under the tree lay a bear. Its fur was deep brown, thick and dense like a suit of armor. Its shoulder height was at least 2.5 meters, and even lying down it was as tall as Wu Fan. Its limbs were sturdy. The bear had its eyes closed, breathing heavily, its belly rising and falling. This was the rock armor war bear. This bear had spent no small amount of time playing with him and his sister when they were children. Back then Wu Fan was 6, and Wu Yunxi was also 6. The rock armor war bear was not the ironclad giant it was now. It was barely larger than an adult hunting dog, its fur not as dark a light brown that made it look like a plush toy. The first time Wu Yunxi saw it, she let out a shriek, lunged forward, and hugged it, refusing to let go. The bear grunted from her tight embrace, but did not struggle, standing still with its forepaws hanging at its sides, allowing her to hold on. Later, when the siblings grew a little older, they began to run wild in the orchard. The rock armor war bear followed behind them unhurriedly. When Wu Yunxi climbed a tree and couldn't get down, it stood below, letting her step on its head to slide down. Once Wu Fan fell into a ditch. The bear grabbed his collar with its mouth, lifted him out, set him on the ground, and nuzzled his face with its nose to check if he was hurt. Back then Wu Feng had remarked, "This bear is practically becoming your nanny." Suwon chimed in beside him. "It really is a nanny, far more reliable than you." Wu Feng chuckled and did not argue. 12 years had passed in a blink. Wu Fan gazed at the massive dark brown creature lying on the ground. Yuji flew up from Wu Fan's shoulder, tilting her head to look at the bear. "Dai. So big. Isn't it? Dai. Bigger than the last bear. The last one. Zhang Lei's iron bone fierce bear. Dai. Right, that small one." Wu Fan let out a chuckle. Zhang Lei's iron bone fierce bear had a shoulder height of less than a meter and looked like a rock when lying down. The rock armor war bear before him stood nearly 3 meters tall. When the two bears stood together, they looked like an adult and a child. Yuji flew closer, circling the bear's head. The rock armor war bear's ear twitched following the butterfly's movement. "Dai. Master, could it sweat Yuji down with one paw?" "No. It has a very gentle temperament." "Dai. That's good." Yuji grew bolder and landed on the bear's nose. The rock armor war bear sneezed. With a boom, the blast of air sent Yuji tumbling, flipping 3 times in midair before she flapped her wings several times to steady herself. "Dai. Master." "It blew at Yuji. You landed on its nose. Who else would it blow at?" "Dai. But it shouldn't blow at Yuji." "Then who should it blow at?" Yuji thought for a moment, found no answer, folded her wings, and landed back on his shoulder, her antennae drooping as she burrowed into the crook of his neck. Die. I don't want to play with it anymore. Wu Fan reached out and patted the rock armor war bear's head. The bear opened its eyes, its amber irises shifting to look at him. Then it closed its eyes again. You're quite calm. The bear ignored him and continued resting. Wu Fan didn't mind. He placed his hand on the bear's neck and activated the all-seeing eye. Rock armor war bear element Earth stage 4th stage 9 stars, potential 5th stage 7 stars, innate skills rock armor attachment, earth stomping step rock fist earth shield earth spike, current status spiritual energy full, at peak of current stage evolution required to break through. Description: an earth type bear spirit beast with balanced defense and strength. Steady temperament, extremely loyal to its beast tamer. Wu Fan withdrew his ability and removed his hand from the bear's neck. 4th stage 9 stars, potential 5th stage 7 stars. In other words, even without evolution, it could slowly grind its way to 5th stage 7 stars through cultivation. But once it reached 5th stage 7 stars, it would be completely stuck, unable to rise further. However, as mentioned before, a spirit beast can evolve once at each stage. Most beast tamers choose to evolve their spirit beasts when they reach 9 stars at the current stage, using the power of evolution to break through to the next stage, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But there is one exception: when the spirit beast's potential and stage are the same. For example, potential is only 3rd stage 3 stars, and the stage is also 3rd stage 3 stars. At that point, the spirit beast can no longer advance through cultivation alone and can only break through via evolution. Of course, the rock armor war bear had not reached that point yet. It still had room to break through, but not much. This evolution happened to fall at the node of 4th stage 9 stars. Alright, continue resting. I'm leaving. Wu Fan patted the war bear's head. The bear opened its eyes, looked at him again, and let out a low growl. The meaning in its gaze was clear. Kid, you just came to see me. Wu Fan understood the look and smiled. I'll come see you again in a few days. I'm going to pick evolution materials for you. The bear snorted a breath through its nose and laid its head back on the ground. Wu Fan turned and walked back. Yuji lay on his shoulder, glancing back at the war bear. Die. Did the big bear ever hug Master before? Yes, it used to play with me and my sister when we were little. Die. Yueji wants to hug Master too. With that, Yuji flew off his shoulder, heading straight for Wu Fan's face. She spread all 6 legs, folded her wings, and plastered herself right onto his face. Wu Fan's vision went dark. Yuji. Die hugged. Yuji's antennae swept across his nose, tickling him. He reached up and peeled the butterfly off his face. Yuji clung to his fingers with her 6 legs, refusing to let go. You call that a hug? That's a face plaster. Die. Yueji is small, so this is the only way to hug. Yuji said it with utter conviction. Wu Fan placed her back on his shoulder and rubbed his nose. Die. Did it ever bully Master before? No. It has a very gentle temperament and never bullies anyone. Die. Yueji also has a gentle temperament. You just plastered my face. Die. That was a hug, not a plaster. Yuji corrected his wording, her tone serious. Wu Fan couldn't be bothered to argue with her and stepped forward to head back. The wood spirit monkey appeared from nowhere, crouching on a tree branch ahead, holding a green spirit fruit and munching with a crunch. Seeing Wu Fan approach, it hopped down from the tree and followed at his feet, continuing to eat as it walked. Why are you following me? The wood spirit monkey looked up at him, let out a chirp, its mouth smeared with juice. Go find my mom. The monkey ignored him and kept following. Wu Fan quickened his pace, and the monkey quickened too. He slowed down, and it slowed down. A man, a monkey, and a butterfly made their way back through the orchard. In the living room, Wu Yunxi had already changed into clean clothes, her hair still damp. Clearly, while he was visiting the war bear, she had gone back to her room to shower. Wu Fan looked down at himself. The back of his shirt was soaked through, clinging to his skin. 2 mud streaks stained his sleeves, and grass clippings stuck to his pant legs. He needed a shower and a change of clothes too. Brother. Wu Yunxi was curled up on the sofa, hugging a pillow, her chin resting on it, as she stared at the TV. Done visiting the big bear. Then why are you still standing there? Go take a shower. You reek of sweat. Wu Yunxi wrinkled her nose and fanned the air in front of her. Su Wan came out of the kitchen carrying dishes. Hearing this, she looked up at Wu Fan. Go wash up, then come eat. Wu Fan acknowledged and headed upstairs. Yuji did not follow Wu Fan upstairs. Instead, she flew over to his sister's shoulder and started watching TV with her. Wu Yunxi glanced at the butterfly on her shoulder. Aren't you going with your master? Die. Yueji will watch TV with little sister. In the afternoon, with nothing to do, Wu Fan took Yuji back to the Qingyun Beast Taming Mall. Yuji lay on his shoulder, her small head turning left and right. Die. Master, are you here to shop again? Yep, picking some materials for Big Bear. Die. That bear that breathed on Yuji. You're still holding a grudge. Die. I do. Yuji replied bluntly, her antennae twitching upward. Wu Fan chuckled without responding, pushed open the door to the materials section, and walked straight inside. This time the objective was clear: metal-type materials, earth-type materials. His father Wu Feng had awakened the iron bone talent, a metal-type ability that could strengthen the bone density of both himself and his beast companions. Paired with earth-type beasts, this talent could push defenses to the absolute limit. The rock armor battle bear was already an earth-type, boasting top-tier defense among beasts of the same tier. Combined with his father's iron bone talent, physical defense had virtually no weaknesses. But for this evolution, Wu Fan wanted to incorporate something different. Most beast tamers chose the pure defense path when evolving earth-type beasts. The harder the better. A few chose the attack route, focusing on earth-type burst power. An even smaller handful opted for control strategies, using earth-type skills to restrict their opponents. But for bear-type beasts, offense wasn't necessarily inferior to defense. Wu Fan had seen a forum post about a beast tamer whose rock armor battle bear went all in on the attack route. After 3 evolutions, it became a ferocious bear capable of shattering the outer shells of same-tier defensive beasts with a single punch. The post included video footage. When that bear charged, the ground trembled beneath it. Its opponent, an iron-armored rhino, was sent tumbling several meters away by one devastating blow, crashing through 2 trees before finally coming to a halt. The comments section erupted. Some called the bear a monster, while others mocked the beast tamer for turning a proper tank into a brawler. Wu Fan actually thought turning a tank into a warrior wasn't such a bad idea. No matter how long you stand there absorbing hits, eventually you'll be overwhelmed. If you take down your opponent first, you don't have to endure anything. This could be considered one of the fascinating aspects of this world. A single beast can follow countless evolutionary paths differentiated only by the combination of materials you use. The same rock armor battle bear could evolve toward defense if fed earth-type materials, or shift toward attack if given metal-type resources. If you mixed fire and water materials together, you might produce a beast that breathes both flame and ice. Different material combinations yield different evolutions. That is the diversity of evolution. It could evolve into a powerful beast, or it might devolve into something weaker, even less formidable than before its evolution. Wu Fan had also come across another forum post about someone who forced a combat-type iron claw eagle to evolve into a pet-type colorful feather eagle. The original poster was weeping bitterly, while the comments were filled with laughter, not a shred of sympathy in sight. So evolution is a path where getting it right brings swift prosperity, and getting it wrong leaves you with nothing but tears. Wu Fan had no intention of letting his father's bear end up in such a state. He moved quickly, selecting 6 4-star Earth-type materials and 6 4-star Metal-type materials, spending a total of 348 million. Like his mother Su Wan's, every item had a compatibility rate above 80. Wu Fan swiped his card, packed the materials into his spatial backpack, and turned to leave. Yuji lay on his shoulder, her small head nodding up and down. Dai, Master, are we done already? Should we go straight home? No, let's check out the basement. Dai, what's that place? A spot for finding bargains. Yuji tilted her head. Dai? Finding bargains. What kind of bargains? You'll know once we get there. The basement level of Qingyun Mall's material district was a renowned bargain hunting area throughout Qingyun City. They called it bargain hunting, but it was essentially just street vending. You could find anything on sale: spirit beast eggs, materials, spirit cores, potions, rations, all piled together in chaotic heaps. The goods were generally legitimate, at least on the surface. As for items with questionable origins, rumor had it there was a black market, but that was nowhere he could venture into so easily. He was merely a lowly rookie at the first realm. Anyone setting up a stall at the black market would be over 100 times stronger than him. He was better off staying away from that kind of trouble. Granted, his parents were both 6th realm beast tamers and held some standing in Qingyun City. But who knew whether the people in the black market might surpass even his parents? He didn't want to bring trouble upon his family simply out of momentary curiosity. Wu Fan stepped out of the elevator and glanced around. The space was larger than upstairs, but the layout was far more chaotic. There were no counters, no shelves, just an open expanse. Stalls pressed against one another, filling every inch of space, leaving only a narrow aisle wide enough for 2 people to walk abreast. Each stall consisted of a cloth spread on the ground, with the seller sitting cross-legged directly on the floor. One vendor was selling spirit beast eggs, over a dozen arranged on a table with tags beside them indicating price and origin. Another sold materials, spirit cores, spirit herbs, and ores, all piled together haphazardly. Yet another hawked potions, bottles of every size and color. Yuji lay on his shoulder, her antennae standing straight up, scanning the surroundings. Dai, there are so many people here. Yeah, it's the weekend, so it's crowded. Wu Fan walked steadily down the aisle at a moderate pace. The vendors on both sides glanced up at him briefly before returning to their business. Hawking calls rose and fell around them, shouting all sorts of offers. Brother, take a look at this egg. Wind type, guaranteed, 3rd realm, potential only 188000. 188000. Are you robbing me? I paid only 1000 for a wind-type egg last time. How could they be the same? Look at the patterns on this shell. See how clear they are. It's definitely a mutated variant. A mutant, and you're asking 188000. Think I'm stupid? The two of them argued, their voices growing louder by the moment. The nearby onlookers were unfazed, barely lifting an eyelid. Wu Fan walked past them, his gaze sweeping across the stalls on both sides. Yuji lay on his shoulder, her eyes following his movements. Dai? What are you looking for, master? I'm not sure. I'll buy whatever looks suitable. Dai? If you don't know what you're looking for, how will you find it? That's why it's called finding bargains. It's all about luck. The items here were actually mostly already sorted through. The truly fine goods had long since been picked out by specialized merchants. What remained was either mediocre in quality or so uncertain that even appraisers couldn't make a definitive call. Selling directly to specialized purchasing associations or the government would fetch far lower prices. So there were always people who came here to try their luck, since inevitably someone would misjudge or be fooled. And most items bought here were sold as is, with no returns or exchanges. Moreover, such places tended to attract beast tamers with certain special talents, allowing them to identify overlooked items through their abilities. Of course, the likelihood was relatively low. Yet people kept coming in steady streams to hunt for bargains, much like gambling on spirit beast eggs. Put plainly, it was all about information asymmetry. If you had talent and a sharp eye, you could snag a bargain. If you lacked that skill, spending a fortune on worthless goods was solely your own fault. However, Wu Fan possessed the all-seeing eye, which in this place was like having a cheat code. Huh. My. Wu Fan halted, his gaze falling on a stall to his right. Yuji poked her head out from his shoulder and followed his gaze to look at the stall. Butterfly. What did you see, master? I saw something interesting. Wu Fan crouched down, his eyes resting on a flower on the stall. The flower was not large, slightly smaller than a fist. Its petals were pale pink, layered one upon another like a miniature peony. The edges of the petals had a very fine white border, and the stamens were golden, shimmering faintly. The stall owner was a middle-aged man around 40. He sat cross-legged on the ground with a navy blue cloth spread before him, on which were arranged a dozen or so odds and ends. Several oars, a few spirit herbs that flower, 2 spirit cores, and a small bottle of yellowish potion. The man was squinting, sizing up the passers-by. Seeing Wu Fan crouch down, he quickly asked, "Young man, taking a fancy to something?" Wu Fan pointed at the flower. "Can I pick this up and take a look?" "Sure, go ahead." The man picked up the flower from the cloth and handed it over, his movements as casual as handing over a cabbage. Wu Fan took the flower, turned it over, and examined it. The petals felt very thin. When he brought it closer to smell, there was a faint, pleasant fragrance, not strong like the wildflowers that bloom in early spring. "How much is this flower?" "A 5th rank wood-type material, just a hair short of the 6th rank. The stall owner raised a finger. "Fixed price 1 million. 1 million. The flower is pretty, but a 5th rank wood-type material usually goes for 6 or 700,000 on the market." The man chuckled twice. "Young man, this is no ordinary wood-type material. Look at these petals, the stamens, the luster, the spiritual energy fluctuation. I had it appraised by the association. They said it has a special origin, though they couldn't identify exactly what it is. But they said it's definitely not ordinary. If you can't identify it, how dare you sell it for 1 million? Precisely because it's unidentified, I'm selling it for 1 million. If I knew what it was, it would be worth more than that." Yuji flew onto his hand, leaned in, and sniffed the petals. "Butterfly. Smells good." Through the all-seeing eye, Wu Fan knew that this flower was a 5-star evolution material, and it was also related to the Huajiao festival. Baiwa heart, flower god's heart, quality, top 5th rank attribute. Wood description: the Baiwa heart, also known as the flower god's heart, condensed from the hundreds of flowers during the traditional Daxiao festival, the Huajiao festival. It is often mistaken for an ordinary wood-type evolution material. If used by a spirit beast with a 100% compatibility rate, it can evolve into the unique Huajiao festival spirit beast. If used by a spirit beast with lower than 100% compatibility, it only serves as a common evolution material. He knew about the Huajiao festival. It was a traditional Daxiao festival celebrated on the 15th day of the 2nd lunar month, said to be the birthday of the 100 flowers. On that day, temple fairs were held everywhere with flower viewing, worship of the flower god, and eating flower cakes. Qingyun City also had this custom. He had been taken once by Su Wan when he was a child. The place was packed with people. He sat on Wu Feng's shoulders holding a stick of sugar-coated hawthorn berries, his eyes dazzled. But he had never known that the Huajiao festival could condense such a thing. Baiwa heart. Flower god's heart. Seeing that he didn't speak, the man added, "Young man, I won't hide it from you. This flower came from Baiwa City, a place abundant in flower-shaped wood-type materials. I collected dozens of them, and this is the last one left. The others were all sold, only this one no one dared to buy. Why? Too expensive. I marked it at 1 million, and people would take one look at a 5th rank material priced at 1 million and walk away. A few who knew their stuff realized it was unusual, but they couldn't decide if it was worth it. They haggled back and forth, but in the end they didn't buy it. Young man, if you think it's too expensive, I can give you a discount. 900,000, that's the lowest I can go. This thing cost me a lot to acquire. I can't afford to lose money on it. All right, 900,000, I'll take it." The stall owner was stunned for a moment, then broke into a grin. "Deal. Wu Fan swiped his card to pay and put the Baiwa heart into his backpack. Yuji lay on the backpack, tilting her head to look at him. Butterfly. Master, what's so special about that flower? I'll tell you when we get back. The stall owner pulled a crumpled business card from his pocket and handed it over. Young man, if you ever need anything, feel free to find me. I set up my stall here every weekend. I can't guarantee everything is top-notch, but I can guarantee the sources are legitimate. Wu Fan took the card, glanced at it. Zhao Difu with the phone number below. He tucked the card into his pocket and stood up. Yuji flew back to his shoulder, folded her wings, and rubbed her antennae against his neck. Butterfly. Master, go home. Let's browse a bit more. Butterfly. Oh. Wu Fan stood up and turned to continue walking. From behind came the stall owner's voice. Take care, young man. Come again. Wu Fan waved a hand behind him. In his mind, he had actually wanted to haggle a bit more. $1 million item, it wasn't impossible to bring it down to 800,000. But he didn't want to take the risk. This kind of material, a rare find. If someone swooped in while he was haggling, he'd be in tears. Then both parties would bid, the stall owner would profit, and he would lose. It might even stir up other trouble. No need. These days avoiding trouble is more important than saving money. Wu Fan continued deeper along the aisle, pondering as he walked. The unique Huajiao Festival Spirit Beast. That term was rare in the Spirit Beast Illustrated Handbook. Most spirit beasts reproduced through their kind with thousands or even tens of thousands of individuals. No matter how rare, there were at least a few dozen. Something that could be called unique was either a mutation among mutations or a spirit beast born under special conditions, the only one of its kind in the world. Of course, this uniqueness wasn't set in stone. Over time, a second one might unexpectedly appear. But festival spirit beasts were different. Only when the spirit beast that occupied a festival died, vacating the position, could a second one appear. Otherwise, even with the same materials and the same spirit beast, it couldn't evolve into the same festival spirit beast. So this flower was just an ornament for now. He had to find a spirit beast with a 100% compatibility rate to it. Otherwise, it was just an ordinary 5th-rank wood-type material. Wu Fan put this matter aside in his mind and continued strolling. The stalls on both sides of the aisle were packed, one after another, selling all kinds of things. At one stall were several spirit beast eggs, their shells covered in messy runes. The stall owner claimed they were ancient spirit beast bloodline and priced them at 500,000 each. Wu Fan gave them a glance with the all-seeing eye. They were just ordinary rock armor turtle eggs worth less than 100,000 on the market. He didn't expose them, nor was he interested. In a place like this, exposing such things was either foolish or looking for trouble. Walking a bit further, he saw a stall selling accessories. The stall owner was a young woman in her 20s with all sorts of trinkets laid out before her, spirit beast collars, anklets, headdresses, and a few palm-sized mirrors with frames inlaid with tiny spirit crystals. Wu Fan crouched down, scanned the items, and his eyes landed on a small thing in the corner. It was a bow tie, thumb-sized, woven from silver thread with a border of tiny spirit crystals. The young woman was looking down at her phone. Hearing the sound, she looked up and smiled. Handsome, buying accessories for your spirit beast. Yeah. What kind do you want? There are collars, anklets, and headdresses. Collars sell the best, but for your butterfly. She glanced at Yuji perched on his shoulder. A bow tie is the most suitable. How much for the bow tie? 8,000. 8,000. All right. When Wu Fan arrived home, the sun was already slanting to the west. Sunlight streamed through the window, painting the counter a warm orange, and even the leaves of the potted spiritual orchid grass were gilded with a golden edge. Suwon was flipping through a book behind the counter. Hearing the wind chime, she looked up. Back. What did you buy? Before Wu Fan could open his mouth, Yuji darted off his shoulder. The little creature flew in front of Suwon, hovering in midair, its wings fluttering with a soft whir. Butterfly. 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 Suwon glanced at it, then at Wu Fan. What's wrong with it? Bought a new accessory. Showing off. Seeing that Suwon hadn't noticed its bow, Yuji grew anxious, spinning twice in front of her, its wings nearly brushing her face. Suwon leaned back, slightly squinting, and finally made out the shiny little thing around Yuji's neck. It was woven from silver thread the size of a thumb, with a rim of tiny spirit crystals that glimmered with scattered light in the sunset. Oh, a bow. Suwon reached out a finger and gently touched Yuji's head. Who bought it for you? Butterfly. Master. Yuji's antennae stood high, its wings folded, and it landed on Suwon's finger, tilting its head for her to see. That little expression clearly said, praise me, praise me. Suwon leaned in for a closer look. The bow was exquisitely made with silver thread wound tightly in circles and tiny spirit crystals embedded along the edge like a ring of little stars. The craftsmanship is good and it suits little Yuji well. Suwon turned to Wu Fan. What made you think of buying it an accessory? Last weekend when I went to the beast taming mall with my sister, it heard her say she wanted to buy an accessory for Dan K, and it pestered me to get one too. I had school these past few days, so I didn't have time. Today I happened to find one that suited it, so I bought it. Butterfly. Master is the best. Yuji flew up from Su Wan's fingers circled Wu Fan's head once then landed back on his shoulder, nuzzling its head into the crook of his neck. Wu Fan reached out and gently pushed it away. Stop nuzzling, it tickles. Yuji ignored him and kept nuzzling. Su Wan watched the boy and the butterfly smiled, then lowered her head to continue flipping through the booklet. The reindeer deer emerged from behind the counter, approached Wu Fan, and rubbed its head against his arm. Yo, Wu Fan patted its head. Haven't seen you for a few days, and you've gotten fatter. The reindeer deer snorted, spraying a mist of water onto his face. Wu Fan wiped his face, but the deer had already ambled back behind the counter, its hooves clicking against the wooden floor. By the way, Mom, has Dad come back yet? Not yet. Su Wan turned a page. He'll be back later. What's up? I picked out some evolution materials for his rock armor warbear and wanted to give them to him directly. You're quick. I only told you this morning, and you've already bought all the materials this afternoon. I was going to the mall anyway, so I just picked them up on the way. Su Wan gave him a look, but didn't reply. Wu Fan leaned against the counter, casually picked up a spiritual fruit from the surface and tossed it in his hand. Mom, where did Dad go today? There's something at the association. They said there's a meeting. Recently, beast activity around Qingyun City has been frequent. The association has summoned beast tamers for a meeting to discuss defense. Another beast tied. Wu Fan's hand paused. The spiritual fruit fell back into his palm, and he stopped tossing it. Hard to say. It's like this every year at this time. Beasts short on food stray near human settlements. This year the activity is a bit more intense, but it might not turn into a full-scale tide. Which side are the beasts from? The south, near the Qingyun Mountains. Isn't there a garrison there? There is. But the garrison can't handle everything. If the beasts really gather, and in large numbers, some will always slip through. Your dad went to the meeting to find out the scale of this one. If it's small scale, the association can handle it on its own. If it's large scale. She didn't finish, but Wu Fan understood. Large scale meant the entire city would have to mobilize. He was silent for a moment, then placed the spiritual fruit back on the counter. Mom, do you think this time? Don't overthink it. Su Wan interrupted him. What's meant to come can't be stopped. What's not meant to come, worrying won't help. Wu Fan nodded and didn't ask further. Beast tides were something every city in Great Xia had to guard against every year. His parents had participated in several defense battles, and most of the family's spirit beasts had been on the battlefield. When he was a child, there was a fierce beast tide that forced schools to close and the entire city into lockdown. He and Wu Yunxi were confined at home. Su Wan's reindeer deer stayed in the courtyard to guard, and the green vine demon coiled around the walls, wrapping the entire house in a layer. Those nights, beast roars came from outside the city, distant, muffled like thunder. Wu Yunxi was only 8, then too scared to sleep. She hugged her pillow and ran to his bed, and the two of them huddled under the covers, listening to the sounds outside. Later, the beast tide receded. Wu Feng returned, his clothes covered in blood, some from beasts, some his own. Su Wan didn't say a word. She pulled him into the healing room, and the door stayed closed for 2 hours. Wu Fan was young then and didn't understand. Later, when he grew up, he realized what those 2 hours must have been like for his mother. So he wasn't exactly afraid of beast tides, but he didn't take them lightly like some people did. What's meant to come will come. You can't stop it, but you can prepare. What are you thinking about? Su Wan's voice pulled him back. Nothing. Wu Fan pushed himself off the counter. Mom, I'll put the materials upstairs first. Call me when Dad gets back. Okay. Wu Fan turned and walked toward the back door, but after 2 steps he stopped and looked back. Mom, where's the wood spirit monkey? In the orchard. Su Wan picked up her water glass and took a sip. It was playing with Qing Luo by the pond this afternoon. I don't know if it's back yet. Want to go look for it? No need. I'll put these away first. Wu Fan pushed open the back door and stepped into the yard. The setting sun bathed the entire corridor in a crimson glow, casting his shadow long across the bluestone floor. Yuji lay on his shoulder, its antennae drooping, the tiny spirit crystals on its bow glinting in the sunset. Butterfly. Master, what is a beast tide? It's a large group of beasts charging in to attack the city. Butterfly. I isn't that very dangerous? Yes. So we need to be prepared. Butterfly. USG will help Master fight. You. One dream entry from you, and all the beasts will fall asleep. That would save us a lot of trouble. Butterfly. Of course. Yuji's antennae perked up, its tone dripping with pride. Wu Fan smiled, but didn't reply. He went upstairs straight to his room, placed the spatial backpack on the table, unzipped it, and took out the materials one by one. 6 earth-type and 6 metal-type materials, all 4th realm. And 1 heart of 100 flowers. Wu Fan raised the flower to his eyes and turned it around. Yuji flew up from his shoulder and landed beside the flower, tilting its head to look. Butterfly. Master, what exactly is this flower? The heart of 100 flowers. Something condensed during the flower festival. Chirp. What's the flower festival? A traditional festival of Daxia celebrating the birthday of all flowers. Every year on the 15th day of the 2nd lunar month, people admire the blossoms and pay homage to the flower goddess. Yueji thought for a moment, her antennae twitching. Chirp. So what can this flower do? It can evolve a spirit beast into the one and only flower festival spirit beast. Chirp. The only one. The only one. Chirp. Then can Yueji use it? You're of the Dream Soul lineage. Using a wood-type material wouldn't have enough compatibility. Chirp. Oh, a hint of disappointment crept into Yueji's voice. She lifted off the petal, flew back to Wu Fan's shoulder, and nuzzled her head into the crook of his neck. Chirp. Then who does Master plan to give it to? Haven't decided yet. Wu Fan reached out and tapped her head. This thing is hard to come by, but it can't be used casually. We need to find a spirit beast with 100% compatibility with it, otherwise it would be a waste. Chirp. Then how do we find it? Slowly. No rush. He tucked the flower into his spatial backpack, turned around, sat down at his desk, and switched on the computer. Yueji flew over, landed on the edge of the monitor, and tilted her head to look at the colorful icons on the screen. Chirp. What is Master going to do? Look something up. Wu Fan opened the browser and logged directly into the Evolutionist forum. It was the account he had registered on the day he awakened his talent. Over the past few days, whenever he had free time, he would browse around. The forum had all kinds of people. There were junior evolutionists who had just passed the certification exam, posting questions like, what material should be used for a spirit beast's first evolution? The replies underneath piled up by the dozens. Some said same type materials were better, others said mixing types gave a higher ceiling, and still others said it depended on the spirit beast's own will. They argued endlessly. There were old veterans who had been in the game for over a decade, occasionally surfacing to drop a line like, material matching depends on fate, you can't force it, then vanishing. People chased them for answers, but they never replied again. There were also a few big shots with the senior evolutionist certification, a small golden badge glowing beside their IDs. When they posted, their threads could stretch for over a dozen pages. But they rarely spoke. They published only a few posts a year. A few hot threads floated at the top of the homepage. Shocking. A certain junior evolutionist actually achieved a good evolution using first-tier materials. Seeking advice, should Earth-type spirit beast evolution include metal-type materials? Has the egg-bedding district of XX City recently produced something good? He paid them no attention. He found the search box and typed 4 characters, festival spirit beast. Quite a few results came up, but most were vague rumors and half-truths. Someone claimed to have seen a dragon festival koi that could swallow rivers and spout waves, telling the story with vivid detail. The replies underneath were all asking really or fake. The original poster answered with guess, then vanished. Someone said a double 9th chrysanthemum spirit could grant longevity, letting people live to 200 without looking old. In the replies, some called the poster a liar, some begged for contact information, and others seriously analyzed the chrysanthemum spirit's attributes and skills. The original poster never appeared again. Wu Fan scrolled down one post after another. After flipping through 3 or 4 pages, he finally found a post with some substance. The title read, a brief discussion on festival spirit beasts, taking the Moon Palace Jade Rabbit as an example. The poster's ID was Old Horse Knows the Way, certified as a senior evolutionist with the small golden badge shining beside the ID. Wu Fan clicked in. The post was not long. The Moon Palace Jade Rabbit, Old Horse Knows the Way wrote, is currently the only festival spirit beast with verifiable records within Daxia. It does not belong to any known spirit beast clan, cannot be obtained through breeding, and no other known evolution path can lead to it. The owner of this Moon Palace Jade Rabbit is a 9th-tier beast tamer surnamed Shun. Ms. Shin's first contracted spirit beast was a Jade Snow Rabbit, which underwent its first evolution at the first tier using 4 materials. The 4 materials were Moonlight Stone Cold, Jade Marrow, Guanhan Grass, and Osmanthus Branch. All were first-tier materials, not high in grade, with a total market price of less than 300,000. First-tier materials, 300,000 in cost, potential leaping from the 3rd tier to the 7th. That growth rate was comparable to his soul-weaving dream butterfly. He continued reading. After Ms. Shin's Jade Snow Rabbit evolved, it became the Moon Palace Jade Rabbit. Its attribute changed from Ice type to Frost Moon type, and its potential jumped directly from the 3rd tier to the 7th. It gained 3 new skills: Moonlight, Descent, Jade Rabbit, Pounding Medicine, and Guanhan Barrier. Afterward, at least 100 evolutionists attempted to replicate this path. They used the same spirit beast, the same materials, and the same alchemy array, yet not one of them evolved a Moon Palace Jade Rabbit. The best result was a Jade Frost Rabbit whose potential was 2 tiers higher than the Jade Snow Rabbits, but its attribute remained Ice type, not Frost Moon type. The worst result was an evolution that left the beast exactly as it was before, a complete waste of effort. At the end of the post, Old Horse Knows the Way wrote, the birth of a festival spirit beast must involve some condition we have not yet mastered beyond the materials and the spirit beast itself. What that condition is, no one currently knows, because the only festival spirit beast ever recorded in Daxia is this one. There were over 200 replies beneath the post. Wu Fan scrolled down. Someone asked, can Ms. Shin herself replicate it? Old Horse Knows the Way replied, Ms. Shin tried 3 times using the same spirit beast, the same materials, and the same alchemy array. All three failed. The first attempt produced a jade frost rabbit. The latter two did not even produce that. They were just ordinary jade snow rabbit evolutions. Someone asked, then how exactly do festival spirit beasts come into being? Old Horse Knows the Way replied with 4 characters, Heaven's Timing. Earth's Fortune. Another person pressed, what exactly do you mean? Old Horse Knows the Way did not reply again. No matter how people mentioned him or pressed for answers, he never said another word. Wu Fan leaned back in his chair staring at the screen. Yuezhi lifted off the edge of the monitor, landed on his shoulder, and brushed her antennae against his neck. Chirp. Master finished reading. Chirp. Understood a bit. Wu Fan leaned back, folded his hands behind his head, and stared at the ceiling. Heaven's Timing. Earth's Fortune. It sounded mysterious, but if you thought about it carefully, there was nothing mysterious at all. When something cannot be explained or replicated, Heaven's Timing and Earth's Fortune become the perfect excuse. But for him, there was no need to guess. He knew exactly what the specific condition was: a 100% compatibility between the spirit beast and the material itself had to be condensed from a festival. As for why others could not replicate it, the reason was also simple: the uniqueness of festival spirit beasts. For the Moon Palace Jade Rabbit to appear, one of those 4 materials must have been condensed from a festival, and its compatibility with that Jade Snow Rabbit had reached 100%. Since the unique one had already emerged, a second naturally could not appear. He closed the thread and typed another few characters into the search box: Flower Festival Spirit Beast. Even fewer results came back. It was the last day of September. In classroom 7 of the senior year 3 at No. 3 middle school, Lu Jiangwo stood at the podium and said, after this month of training, everyone's progress is obvious to the naked eye. From being chased all over the field by the 3 realm teachers on the first day to being able to hold out for about an hour now. That's no small feat. Your footwork, fist techniques, and cold weapon skills have all improved. Someone in the back row muttered, about an hour. I got caught after 40 minutes. The person next to him chimed in, that's still better than last time. Last time you were done in 20 minutes. Shut up, will you? Lu Jiangwo tapped the lectern. Stop whispering. I'm talking about something important. The classroom fell silent. The Qingwu City Education Bureau will join with all the city's middle schools to organize a field combat exercise. It's scheduled after the National Day holiday. In other words, after the 7-day break ends. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted. Field combat. Seriously? Where is it? How long will it last? Can we bring our spirit beasts? We can definitely bring spirit beasts, right? Zhang Lei stood up from the back row, his chair legs scraping against the floor with a creak. Teacher Lu, which wild area are we going to? Qingwu Mountain Range. And recently there's been news that fierce beasts might go on a rampage, and there could even be a beast tide. As soon as he said that, the classroom instantly fell quiet. A few girls' expressions changed slightly. A boy in the front row turned to look at Zhang Lei with furrowed brows. Lu Jiangwo glanced at Zhang Lei and tapped his finger on the lectern. You're quite well informed. Since this is organized by the Education Bureau, safety is definitely guaranteed. The location isn't the Qingwu Mountain Range. It's a wilderness area under Qingwu's official jurisdiction called Maple Forest Valley. The danger level is extremely low. Patrol teams make regular inspections there, and the fierce beasts are basically kept between the first and second realm. Maple Forest Valley. Zhao Xiaopeng, sitting beside Wu Fan, leaned in and lowered his voice. Isn't that a scenic area? My mom went there to see the red leaves the year before last. Lu Jiangwo continued, here's the specific arrangement. On the 3rd day after the National Day holiday, at 7 in the morning, we'll gather at the school gate and take the Spirit Beast bus together. Maple Forest Valley is about 120 kilometers from Qingwu City, a 2.5-hour drive. As for the specific content of the combat exercise, it will be announced at the time. Any other questions? Ask now. Zhang Lei raised his hand. Teacher, how many spirit beasts can I bring? How many do you have now? 1. Then bring 1. Oh. Wang Wenwan raised her hand, stood up, and her ponytail swayed behind her. Teacher, do we need to bring our own food for the field combat? No, you can't. Food must be obtained on your own during the exercise. Hearing this, Wang Wenjuan's brows furrowed slightly, clearly troubled by not being allowed to bring her own food. A few more students asked trivial questions, and Lu Jiangwo answered them one by one. Zhao Xiaopeng nudged Wu Fan from below. Do you think there are any rare spirit beasts over at Maple Forest Valley? Wu Fan turned his head and glanced at him. It's a scenic area. Where would rare spirit beasts come from? That's not necessarily true. My mom said the forest there is deep, and if you walk more than 10 kilometers and you reach uninhabited territory. Maybe there are some. Then try walking more than 10 kilometers in yourself. I'm not stupid. Lu Jiangwo clapped the lectern. All right, if there are no more questions, class is dismissed. Stay safe during the National Day holiday. Don't go too far. Come back in 7 days and prepare for the field combat. With that, he turned and walked out. After taking a couple of steps, he stopped and looked back. Oh, and during the holiday, keep practicing. Don't just play around. A field combat exercise isn't like the school training ground. If something happens out there, no one's going to cover for you. The classroom door closed and his footsteps faded down the corridor. The classroom immediately exploded with noise. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Field combat. It's finally for real. Zhang Lei walked over from the back row and dropped into the empty seat in front of Wu Fan, turning around and resting his arms on the back of the chair. Wu Fan, do you think this exercise will be split into groups? No idea. If it is, let's be in the same group. Zhao Xiaopeng leaned in. Count me in too. Zhang Lei glanced at him, then turned back to Wu Fan. Your Yu Ji can attack spirits and my barbaric bear can tank. The two of us together would be the ultimate combo. What can your iron-boned barbaric bear even tank? Zhao Xiaopeng cut in. Last time Yu Ji put it to sleep with one dream entry, and it didn't even get a chance to tank. Zhang Lei turned his head and glared at him. That's different, all right. That was against a dream-type spirit beast. Against fierce beast, you'll see whether my barbaric bear can tank or not. Yeah, can tank, it can tank. Zhao Xiaopeng nodded perfunctorily. So count me in too. What else can your earth armor beast do besides retracting into its shell, eh? What's wrong with retracting into its shell, eh? Retracting into a shell is a skill too. When you can't hold the line, I'll help you hold it. I need you to hold it for me. All right. Wu Fan cut off both of them. We'll talk about it when we actually get grouped. What's the point of arguing now? Zhang Lei and Zhao Xiaopeng exchanged a glance, and each shut their mouths. A few boys nearby heard the commotion and gathered around. Wu Fan, count me in for your team. And me. My honored fathers, please, you must take me along. Wu Fan swept his gaze around. 7 or 8 people had crowded over, all chattering at once, all shouting, take me along. Yu Ji poked its head out from his shoulder, looked at the gathered heads, raised its antennae, then lowered them again. How about we wait until the actual exercise to make plans? Wu Fan didn't say it in a heavy tone, but the people gathered around quieted for a moment. Zhang Lei was the first to nod. Yeah, we still don't know if it's solo or random grouping. Zhao Xiaopeng chimed in beside him. If it's random grouping, you might not even get placed with him even if you want to. Then let's just pray. Zhang Lei leaned back in his chair, hands clasped behind his head. Pray for good luck and get placed in Wu Fan's group. Can't you just pray to become stronger yourself? I'm strong enough. If you're so strong, why are you clinging to someone else's leg? That's called combining strength with strength, not clinging to someone's leg. The classroom was buzzing. Some people packed their bags and headed out, while others gathered in small groups to chat all the conversations about the field combat. Sunlight streamed in from the west, casting long and short student shadows across the floor. Yu Ji flew up from Wu Fan's shoulder and circled around his head once. Butterfly, time to go home. Time to go home. What's the rush? Butterfly, Yue Ji wants to drink juice. Bear with it. You can drink when we get home. Butterfly, no. Zhao Xiaopeng watched the butterfly circling above Wu Fan's head and clicked his tongue. Wu Fan ignored him, stood up, and swung his backpack onto his shoulder. Zhang Lei also got up from his chair, stretched, and his spine crackled in a series of pops. What are you planning to do during the 7-day National Day holiday? Cultivate. Just cultivate. You're not going out to have fun. Where to? The Spirit Beast Mall just opened a new Spirit Beast battle arena. I heard it can simulate battles. Want to go check it out? Wu Fan thought for a moment. I'll see. All right then. Zhao Xiaopeng, what about you? Want to come with me for some fun? Zhang Lei patted Zhao Xiaopeng on the shoulder and said. Zhao Xiaopeng nodded. Sure, I've got nothing to do anyway. Then it's settled. When Wu Fan arrived home, Su Wan was treating a spirit beast. Recently, more spirit beasts had come to the clinic for injuries than usual. 3 people were waiting in the reception area, a young man holding a rockhorn beast, a middle-aged woman leading a wind shadow marten, and an old man crouching in the corner with a dusty gray earth lizard lying at his feet, eyes closed, as if asleep. The wind chimes on the door jingled softly. Su Wan looked up. Back. Your sister got home 10 minutes before you. She barged in yelling about the field combat exercise. That's just her. Mom, you go ahead, I'll head back first. Su Wan nodded, and the green light in her hands brightened again. The injured spirit beast let out a soft whine and nuzzled its head against Su Wan's palm. Wu Fan pushed open the back door and stepped into the courtyard. In the living room, Wu Yunxi was curled up on the sofa, legs crossed, hugging a cushion with her chin resting on it, eyes fixed on the TV. As Wu Fan walked into the living room, Yue Ji flew off his shoulder and headed straight for the refrigerator. Its 6 legs gripped the fridge door, crack wings flapping vigorously. The door was pulled open a crack and the butterfly squeezed inside. After a rustling sound, it emerged, clutching a small bottle of spirit honey juice, wings flapping with a whirring noise. Wu Yunxi glanced over. Your butterfly is becoming more and more human-like. What's wrong with being human-like? Wu Fan sat down on the sofa, picked up the cup on the coffee table, and took a sip. It's better not to be human-like. Wu Yunxi turned her gaze back to the TV. If it's human-like, it'll be as cunning as you. How am I cunning? You're cunning in every way. Wu Fan didn't respond. Yue Ji flew over from the fridge and shoved the juice bottle against his face. Wu Fan took it, unscrewed the cap, and poured a small cup on the coffee table. Yuezhi plunged its head into the cup, slurping noisily. Wu Yunxi stared at the butterfly for 2 seconds then sighed. Look at it, so well behaved. Now look at you. She pulled the Yinyu Dankei off the armrest and held it up to her eyes. It knows how to open the fridge and get its own juice. What about you? You won't even eat your rations unless I feed them to your mouth. The Yinyu Dankei blinked and let out a chirp as if to say so what. Wu Yunxi placed it back on her knee, tapping its head with her finger. You're just lazy. Mom said your school is also doing field combat. Wu Fan leaned back on the sofa, hands behind his head. After National Day. Wu Yunxi hugged the cushion again. What about you? Same. Which location? Maple Forest Valley. Same, we're going there too. Wu Yunxi sat up from the sofa, eyes lighting up. Bro, doesn't that mean we can team up? I'll come find you then. You wish. You need to be self-reliant. Wu Yunxi rolled her eyes. Self-reliant? Bro, are you even my real brother? It's precisely because I'm your real brother that I want you to be self-reliant. Humph. She tossed the cushion aside, jumped off the sofa, and stood barefoot on the floor. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to see Big Bear. You coming? Not long ago, Wu Feng had completed the evolution of the Yankai War Bear, but at that time both siblings were at school and hadn't seen it. He didn't know what the bear looked like now either. Coming. Butterfly. Yuezhi too. The two walked through the corridor of the courtyard and pushed open the iron gate of the orchard. The late September wind blew from deep within the grove, carrying the ripe scent of fruit. Where's Big Bear? Wu Yunxi stood on tiptoe, peering into the depths of the grove. Should be by the pond at this time. Let's go check first. The two walked south along the path. Sure enough, a bear was lying by the pond. Wu Fan stopped. The bear was even larger than the last time he saw it. Its shoulder height was at least nearly 5 meters, lying there like a small hill. Its fur had changed from dark brown to blackish brown, and a thick layer of bony armor had grown over its shoulder blades. Its head was also 2 sizes bigger than before. Even with its mouth closed, the tips of its teeth could be seen protruding from between its lips. Wu Yunxi gasped. Holy crap, this is Big Bear. Before she finished speaking, the Yinyu Dankei flew off her shoulder, flapping its wings frantically, and escaped into the air. Yuezhi's eyes widened, and it exclaimed, Butterfly. So big. Much bigger than last time. It evolved after all. Wu Yunxi had already run over. She ran up to the bear and reached out to pat its head. Big Bear. Get up. I'm here. The bear didn't move. She patted it twice more, still no movement. Wu Yunxi climbed directly onto the bear's head. She stepped on the bear's nose, grabbed its ears with both hands, and hung her entire body on the bear's face. Big Bear, if you don't get up, I'll get angry. The bear's ear twitched. It opened its eyes, rolled them upward, glanced, and then yawned. When its mouth opened, it could have fit a basketball inside. Its teeth were thick and long, gleaming with a stark white light. A gust of breath rushed from its throat, carrying a rank smell, blowing Wu Yunxi's hair backward. Wu Yunxi frowned from the stench, but didn't let go. Your breath stinks. Later I'll have my brother buy you some rations to freshen up. The bear closed its mouth. It pushed up on its front legs and stood up from the ground. The ground trembled. A ripple spread across the pond's surface, lapping against the shore and splashing a small spray of water. Wu Yunxi was still hanging on its head, almost shaken off, and quickly hugged the bear's ears tightly. Slow down. The bear steadied itself and shook its head. Wu Yunxi was flung off and landed on the ground with a thud. She patted the dirt off her rear, stood up, and looked up at the bear. The bear looked down at her. The two stared at each other for 2 seconds. Wu Yunxi reached up to touch its nose, standing on tiptoe just to reach it. She patted the bear's snout. You've grown so tall, I can't even reach your head anymore. The bear snorted a puff of air from its nose, spraying it right in her face. Wu Yunxi wiped her face, not angry, but instead laughed. You're still the same old you. Yuezhi flew up from Wu Fan's shoulder, hovered in midair, and tilted its head to look at the bear. Butterfly. It's so tall. Can the master reach it? Why would I need to reach it? Butterfly. Yuezhi can't reach it either. Yuezhi flew closer and circled the bear's head once. The bear's eyes followed it. Wu Fan activated the all-seeing eye. Diamond Mystic Armored Bear. Element Earth Metal. Stage 5 stars 1 star. Potential 7 stars 9 stars. Innate skills: Rock Armor, Possession, Stomp of the Earth, Wrath, Soul, Heavy Punch, Earth Shield, Rock Spikes, Diamond Body, Fisher Hammer, Strike, Iron Bone, Spiked Armor. Description: evolved from the Yankai War Bear by fusing earth and metal elemental materials, breaking through the original species' life limit. Combining earth defense with metal attack, it can condense spiked armor in battle. The bone spikes can harden or be shot out. Tail strikes have armor-piercing effects. The Rock Heavy Punch has evolved into the Wrath Soul Heavy Punch. The more attacks it endures, the greater its power. Its personality remains calm and steady, but its closeness to the beast tamer has only increased rather than decreased. Wu Fan withdrew his ability. 7 realms 9 stars. Her potential had been pulled from 5 realms 7 stars to 7 realms 9 stars. A leap of over 2 realms with an evolution grade of at least excellent. It was about what he had guessed. Wu Yunxi was still playing with the bear. She ran to its side, wrapped her arms around its front leg, and hung there, her feet dangling half an inch off the ground, swaying back and forth. Big Bear, if you ever stood on the battlefield like that, who would dare come near you? The bear lowered its head to glance at her, and let her hang there. Wu Fan leaned against the tree trunk, watching his little sister swing from the bear's leg like a swing. Die. She's like a little monkey. Keep your voice down. If she hears you, she'll be upset. Die. She can't understand anyway. Still don't say it. Yuji's antennae twitched, and she went quiet. Dew grass slowly emerged from behind the bear, its pale blue bud swaying gently in the breeze. It walked over to Wu Fan's feet, pulling a few fine roots from the soil and draping them over his shoe. Wu Fan reached down and stroked its leaf. The leaf was lance-shaped, its pale golden veins gleaming in the setting sun. It felt cool to the touch, like a thin piece of jade. Dew grass's flower buds swayed, and faint green light spilled from the gaps between its petals, scattering over Wu Fan's hand. Tiny healing particles seeped into his skin, ticklish and warm. I'm fine. No need to heal me. Dew grass ignored him. The bud swayed twice more, sending another shower of light particles across his hand. Yuji flew from Wu Fan's shoulder to hover before the bud, tilting her head to study the pale blue flowers. Her wings beat slowly, and the little whirlwinds they stirred swept up the leaking particles, making them circle around the bud. Die? Master, why is this spirit beast here? This is Mother's spirit beast, Dew grass. It usually stays in the orchard, and sometimes helps out at the shop. Wu Fan patted Dew grass's leaf. Aren't you usually with the healing spirit butterfly? Why did you come over on your own this time? Dew grass's bud swayed, its leaf rubbing against Wu Fan's palm, then pointed toward Wu Yunxi. It couldn't speak, but Wu Fan understood the gesture. It missed them and had come to see them. Dew grass had a temperament as gentle as its name, quiet and unassuming like morning dew. But every time Wu Fan and Wu Yunxi came home, it would walk out of the orchard to greet them. If it saw they were busy, it would quietly leave. If it saw they were free, it would stand by their feet for a while, scatter a few light particles, and then slowly walk back. Among Suwon spirit beasts, it was the most unremarkable. But the two siblings had been healed by it more times than they could count. Wu Yunxi came running over from the bear, panting, her ponytail half undone and a few stray strands clinging to her forehead. Brother, why is Dew grass here? It came to see us. Oh. Wu Yunxi crouched down, cupped the flower bud in both hands, and leaned in close. It's been just a few days and you've grown a new bud. Dew grass's bud swayed as if nodding. Wu Yunxi pressed her face closer, letting the tip of her nose brush against the petal. The petal was cool and carried the fresh fragrance of grass and wood. Fragrant. The bud swayed again, this time more cheerfully, scattering light particles all over Wu Yunxi's face. She squinted, but didn't dodge, just staying crouched there, letting the particles fall on her skin. So soothing. The flame feather sparrow swooped down from midair and perched on Wu Yunxi's shoulder, tilting its head to look at Dew grass. It let out a soft chirp, a gentle greeting. Dew grass turned its bud toward the sparrow and scattered a few particles of light. The sparrow caught them in its beak, swallowed, and chirped again, this time a little louder with a hint of excitement. Yuji lay on Wu Fan's shoulder, watching the scene. Die. It heals everyone. That's just how it is. Die. Then Yuji wants some too. Yuji flew up from his shoulder and landed on Dew grass's bud. She clung to the edge of the bud, wings spread wide, lying over it like a purple lid. The bud swayed. Light particles surged out from between the petals and wrapped around Yuji completely. Her wings trembled. Die. Comfortable. She just stayed there on the bud, refusing to come down. Wu Yunxi turned to Wu Fan. Brother, if Dew grass evolved, what do you think it would become? What do you want it to become? I want it to become a tree. A huge tree standing in the middle of the orchard, and when it blooms, the whole orchard will smell like flowers. Wu Fan pictured it, a great tree standing at the center of the orchard, its canopy spreading wide enough to shade half the sky, petals drifting down and blanketing the ground. I can't guarantee that. Aren't you a gifted evolutionist? Just design a custom evolution path for it. Your big brother may be a gifted evolutionist, but my knowledge of materials isn't deep enough to design a custom evolution path. Even as he said it, Wu Fan felt a bit awkward. Gifted evolutionist sounded impressive, 1 in 10,000, but put bluntly, it was just opening a blind box. You could tell whether a material suited a spirit beast, but you couldn't predict which direction the beast would evolve. It was like cooking for someone. You knew whether they liked sweet or savory, but you couldn't guarantee they wouldn't get a stomachache afterward. What if sweets gave them a stomachache? You'd never know. Non-gifted evolutionists were different. They relied on knowledge and experiments, so they could roughly control the direction of a spirit beast's evolution, though it was said that the beast's own will still play a part. Unlike gifted evolutionists who picked suitable materials, but left the final form entirely to the spirit beast's fate. Unless the gifted evolutionist underwent systematic study, combining theory with talent. But that took time. Wu Yunxi traced circles on Dew grass's leaf with her finger. You should at least ask Dew grass if it wants to evolve into a giant tree. Wu Yunxi looked at Dew grass. The bud turned toward her and swayed. Wu Yunxi asked, do you want to Sway twice if you do. Do grass swayed twice. See, it said yes. Wu Yunxi looked up at Wu Fan and grinned, showing 2 rows of white teeth. It was swaying to tell you to stop petting it. No, it wasn't. Wu Yunxi reached out and stroked Do Grass's leaf again. Do Grass, do you want to evolve into a big tree? The bud swayed twice more. See, Wu Fan didn't bother arguing with her. Whether Do Grass wanted to or not, neither he nor Wu Yunxi had the final say. Only Do Grass itself knew. But one thing was clear to him: Do Grass was Su Wan's spirit beast. Whether it evolved and what it evolved into was ultimately Su Wan's decision. You don't get to decide. Mother does. Mother would agree. She dotes on Do Grass the most. If it wants to evolve, she'll definitely make it happen. Then we still have to wait until Mother has time. Then we'll wait. It's not urgent. Wu Yunxi bent down and hugged Do Grass. Do Grass, if you become a big tree, I'll climb up and sit in your branches. When you bloom, the petals will fall all over me. The bud swayed, scattering light particles across her face. Yuji flew up from the bud and landed back on Wu Fan's shoulder, brushing her antennae against his neck. Does Yuji want to become a big tree too? Die. Yuji is a butterfly, not a tree. Then what do you want to evolve into? Yuji thought for a moment. Die. Yuji wants to stay just like this. Able to fly, able to sense, able to weave dreams. And able to drink juice. Alright, then stay as you are. After dinner, the family gathered in the living room to digest their meal. The TV was on, the host discussing travel guides around Qingyun City during the National Day holiday. Wu Yunxi curled up in the corner of the sofa, hugging a cushion with her chin resting upon it, eyes fixed on the television, but clearly not watching. Su Wan emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of sliced spirit fruits and set it on the coffee table. Eat some fruit. Su Wan wiped her hands with a tissue, settled beside Wu Yunxi, and casually swatted at her daughter's raised leg. Sit properly. Wu Yunxi lowered her legs, but kept clutching the cushion, reaching out to grab a piece of spirit honeydew from the plate and taking a bite. Wu Fan leaned back on the sofa, reached for a piece of spirit honeydew, bit into it, and asked, Mom, Dad, do you have any plans for the National Day holiday? Wu Feng rested in the armchair, cup of tea in hand, blew gently at the floating foam, and took a careful sip. The shop will operate as usual. Nothing special. What about you? I want to visit Fenglin Valley Scenic Area tomorrow. As soon as those words fell, all 3 turned to look at him. Wu Yunxi's cushion slid from beneath her chin. She caught it with a reflexive motion and stared at Wu Fan. Why are you going to Fenglin Valley? Doesn't the school organize a trip there after National Day? If you go now and then go again later, aren't you visiting the same place twice? I want to take a look beforehand and perhaps enjoy the scenery while I'm at it. Enjoy the scenery. Wu Yunxi tossed the cushion aside and sat upright on the sofa. Brother, do you have other thoughts? What other thoughts could I possibly have? Every single time you say enjoy the scenery, it's never just that. Wu Yunxi fixed her gaze upon him, counting off on her fingers. Last time you said just dropping by the mall and ended up buying materials worth millions. The time before that you said just checking the egg gambling district and came back with a dream class butterfly. This time you say just dropping by Fenglin Valley. Do you really expect me to believe it? Wu Fan bit into his spirit honeydew without speaking. Yuji took flight from his shoulder, alighting on the coffee table and tilting its head to regard the plate of sliced spirit fruits. It deliberated for some time before selecting a piece of ice crystal pear, clutching it close and beginning to devour. Wu Feng set down his teacup and glanced at Wu Fan. Fenglin Valley is indeed a scenic area, but venture further in and you'll enter the wilderness. I cannot feel at ease letting you go alone. I'll only stroll around the scenic area. I won't go deep inside. That's not your call to make. Wu Feng leaned back against the sofa, arms folded across his chest. Once you arrive and glimpse the depth of that forest, curiosity will rise, and you'll push onward regardless. You were always like this as a child. No one could stop you. Wu Fan opened his mouth to protest, then closed it again. There was nothing to say, because his father was right. When he was 7, the family had visited Qingyun Mountain. The scenic area had a fence, and beyond it hung a sign reading Danger Zone. Visitors stop here. Taking advantage of his parents' momentary inattention, he had slipped underneath the fence and wandered nearly a kilometer inward before Wu Feng caught up and dragged him back, delivering 2 stinging slaps that left him limping for 3 full days. Wu Yunxi had laughed from the sidelines with unhidden glee, only to receive a sharp flick on the forehead from Su Wan herself. What are you laughing at? You haven't done half as badly. Wu Yunxi clutched her forehead and winced. Mom, be gentle. Who even brings up something from years ago? Su Wan picked up a fiery apricot from the plate, bit into it, and asked, Xiao Fan, why the sudden interest in Fenglin Valley? The Education Bureau is organizing a wilderness combat drill after the holiday, and the location is Fenglin Valley. Wu Fan grabbed another ice crystal pear, rolling it thoughtfully between his fingers. I just want to take a look beforehand, so I have some idea of the terrain. I can't possibly show up on the day of the drill completely blind, unaware of what the landscape looks like. That doesn't mean you need to go now. Wu Yunxi snatched a piece of spirit honeydew from the plate and took a large bite. Couldn't you just wait for the school to organize it? When the school organizes it, it's a large group. You just follow along. What could you possibly see? When I go alone, I can explore at my own pace, look around however I please. Suwon spat the apricot pit onto a tissue, wrapped it neatly, and set it beside the coffee table. I still can't feel at ease letting you go alone. Why not ask your father to accompany you? Mom, I'll only visit the scenic area, not the wilderness. There are patrol teams, tourists, and shops. It's hardly different from strolling through a park. Besides, I'm not a child anymore. In my eyes, you will always be a child. Suwon spoke with unshakable conviction, tapping his forehead once more. What does 18 have to do with anything? Does turning 18 mean you cease to be my son? Wu Fan was pressed backward by the force of it. Yuji fluttered from his shoulders, circled Suwon's finger once, then returned to Wu Fan's shoulder, wings folded and antennae erect like a miniature guard. Butterfly, Wu Yunshi chattered from beside them. Master, mother, I will protect the master. Suwon gazed at Yuji's earnest expression and could not suppress a smile. Very well, you protect him. Wu Yunshi's eyes darted thoughtfully. Swallowing her fruit, she raised her hand. I'm going to. Suwon regarded her. And why is that? To have fun, of course. It's National Day holiday. I'd be bored to tears staying home. Besides, isn't it dull for my brother to go alone? I'll accompany him. Wu Fan glanced at her. Do you want to go for fun or to accompany me? Both. Wu Yunshi waved her hands cheerfully. I'll also get a feel for Fonglin Valley, so I'm better prepared for the drill. Suwon looked from her daughter to her son and let out a sigh. Very well. The two of you may go, but under one condition. What condition? Qingluo will accompany you. Do not wander off, do not act recklessly, and if anything arises, do not attempt to handle it alone. Seek out the patrol team first. Understood. Wu Yunshi nodded fervently, her ponytail swinging behind her. She turned to Wu Fan. Brother, what time do we leave tomorrow? 7 in the morning. That early? Not particularly. It takes over 2 hours to get there. Fine then. Wu Yunshi hopped off the sofa, bare feet pattering against the floor, and lifted Yin Dankei from the armrest into her arms. I'll go pack. She padded up the stairs barefoot, her footsteps ringing all the way to the second floor. Yin Dankei bounced gently in her embrace, chirping twice before extending a wing through the gap in her arm and flapping it. Wu Feng set down his teacup, watched his daughter's figure disappear at the top of the stairs, then turned his gaze back to Wu Fan. Tomorrow, once you arrive, do not act recklessly. The scenic area has its own rules, and you will heed the patrol team's instructions without argument. Understood, father. Also, do not separate from your sister. With her temperament, she could wander off and vanish without a trace. Wu Fan smiled faintly. She won't disappear. Tomorrow I'll have Qingluo keep an eye on her. Wu Feng nodded and raised his teacup for another sip. By the way, will you drive, or take the bus tomorrow? I'll drive. It's more convenient. Very well. The keys are on the console by the entrance. Take the larger vehicle. Your sister has plenty of things. At the entrance of Maple Valley Scenic Area, the air was thick with the hubbub of voices. Wu Yunshi, standing on tiptoe, craned her neck toward the parking lot, her ponytail swishing behind her. Brother, why haven't he meow and the others arrived yet? She wore a white sports t-shirt today paired with black shorts and gray running shoes, giving her an overall crisp and agile look. What time did you arrange? 9 o'clock. It's only 8:50 now. They should be here by now. Wu Yunshi pulled out her phone, glanced at it, then tucked it back into her pocket. I'll give them another nudge. Wu Fan leaned against the pillar at the scenic area's entrance, hands in pockets, ignoring her. It was the first day of the National Day holiday, and the Maple Valley entrance was crowded with psionic buses arriving one after another. Yueji perched on Wu Fan's shoulder. The crystalline fragments on its bow sparkled under the sunlight as it tilted its head, watching the throngs of people passing by. So many people, even more than the mall. It's National Day, everyone's out having fun. Yueji burrowed its head into the crook of his neck and fell silent. Qingluo Lingyao stood behind Wu Fan, 1.6 in height, its vine-like body shimmering with an emerald aqueous gleam in the sunlight. Today it wore a new belt woven from fresh vines tied by Suwon that morning, a light green one finished with a bow. It stood quietly, its 2 emerald crystal eyes surveying the passing crowd. Occasionally a tourist would glance its way, then quickly avert their gaze. Humanoid spirit beasts were uncommon in the city, but not unusual in a scenic area. A little girl in a floral dress walked by, tugging her mother's hand and pointing at Qingluo Lingyao, shouting, "Mom, look! Such a beautiful tree spirit." Her mother quickly pressed her hand down, whispering, "Don't point, that's someone's spirit beast." The little girl insisted, "But it's so pretty." Qingluo Lingyao looked down at the little girl, extended its vine hand, and condensed a small mist of water in its palm, gently blowing it toward her. The mist drifted onto the girl's face, cool and refreshing, and she giggled. Her mother quickly thanked them and led the girl away. The little girl kept turning back as she walked, waving at Qingluo Lingyao. "Goodbye, tree spirit." Qingluo Lingyao's vine fingers twitched slightly in acknowledgement. Mulihu clung to Wu Fan's right shoulder. Originally, it wasn't supposed to come, but it insisted on following. Early that morning, when Wu Fan was heading out, it leaped from the orchard, bounded to his feet, and tugged at his pant leg to climb up. Wu Fan brushed it off, but it climbed back up. Off again on again. After 4 or 5 rounds of this, Su Wan called from inside. Just take it along, save it from causing trouble in the orchard. Come down. Wu Fan tilted his head to look at it. Muliho didn't budge, instead pulling out half a spiritual honey fruit and munching away. Get down and walk on your own. Muliho squeaked, turned its head away, and ignored him. Wu Fan reached out, pulled it off his shoulder, and set it on the ground. Muliho stood still, looked up at him, then leaped back onto his shoulder, its movements as swift as a monkey's. Oh, it was a monkey after all. Fine, hang there then. Muliho squeaked, swallowed the fruit pulp in its mouth, then fished out a green spirit fruit from somewhere, and took a bite. Yueji poked its head out from Wu Fan's shoulder and glanced at Muliho. Die. Where'd you get that fruit? Muliho ignored it and kept nibbling. Wu Yunqi finished her call nearby and tucked her phone back into her pocket. He meow said, they're almost here, traffic jam. I told you rushing won't help. I don't care. Wu Yunqi rolled her eyes, walked over to Qingluo Lingyao, and reached out to touch its vine arm. Qingluo, are you hot? The sun's pretty strong today. Qingluo Lingyao shook its head, extended its vine hand, and condensed another small mist of water, puffing it onto Wu Yunqi's face. Wu Yunqi squinted and laughed. Cool. Yinyu Dankei flew up from her shoulder, landed on Qingluo Lingyao's head, crouched there with wings folded, and chirped. Qingluo Lingyao didn't shoo it away, letting it perch. Brother, when do you think Zhang Lei and Zhao Xiaoping will get here? Wu Yunqi walked back and leaned against the other pillar. No idea, didn't push them. Aren't you afraid they'll be late? If they're late, we wait. No rush. Wu Yunqi gave him a look. You're so laid back. When you're out to have fun, why hurry? Originally, he had truly come to check out the terrain at Maple Valley. After the National Day holiday, the school would organize a field combat exercise right here, so scouting ahead would give him a better sense of the area. But his sister had derailed that plan, calling her 3 best friends, Xia Hamiao, Yuxi, and Jing Rui. And then Yuxi and Jing Rui had brought along their younger brothers. Wu Fan thought it over, then invited Zhang Lei and Zhao Xiaopeng, and before long it turned into a group outing. Well, it was fine. Scout while having fun, have fun while scouting. Yueji flew off his shoulders, circled around Wu Yunqi, and landed on her head, grabbing her hair and spreading its wings for balance. Die. Little sister's hair is so soft. Wu Yunqi reached up, lifted Yueji from her head, cradled it in her palm, and poked its wing. What did you say again? It said your hair is soft. Oh. Wu Yunqi held Yueji up to her eyes. You know how to compliment people. Die. Yueji speaks only the truth. Yueji's antennae twitched. Wu Yunqi couldn't understand, but from its expression she knew it wasn't anything bad. She placed it back on Wu Fan's shoulder and clapped her hands. A honk came from the parking lot. A black off-road psionic vehicle turned in and parked in a spot. The door swung open and Zhang Lei jumped out from the passenger seat, wearing a black sports vest that revealed his arms, muscles taut, with sweat glistening on his forearms in the sunlight. He stretched as he got out, his spine cracking in a series of pops. Finally, here stuck in traffic for 40 minutes. The driver's door also opened, and Zhao Xiaopeng squeezed out, closed the door, and clapped his hands. Today he wore a loose gray t-shirt, his belly straining the fabric a bit. As he got out, the door frame caught his stomach, and he had to twist sideways to exit. Wu Fan, Yunqi, Zhao Xiaopeng waved over. Just you two. Wu Yunqi looked behind them. Who else? Zhang Lei walked over, holding a bottle of mineral water. He twisted off the cap and took a big gulp. Water spilled from the corner of his mouth, trickled down his chin, and dripped onto his sports vest, darkening a small patch. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Xia Hamiao, and the others not here yet. As the words left his mouth, a white psionic vehicle pulled into the parking lot. Xia Hamiao leaned out from the driver's seat and waved over. Yunqi. The doors opened and 5 people got out. Xia Hamiao led the way, wearing a light blue short-sleeve shirt, her hair in a high ponytail that swung behind her as she walked. Beside her walked the Lingsong Lu. It had grown noticeably larger than a month ago, its antlers now sporting a second pair of branches, the silver-white tips gleaming in the sunlight. Yuxi followed behind, shorter with a round face, her hair loose, and a silver hairpin pinned near her ear. Jing Rui brought up the rear, half a head taller than Yuxi, with short hair and a pair of small silver earrings. Their younger brothers walked behind them, around 15 or 16, both wearing loose t-shirts, carrying backpacks, each holding a spirit beast cub in their arms. One held a Bingling Hu, the other a Leiling Diao. No need to ask, they were their elder sister's pets. Yunqi. Xia Hamiao trotted over and grabbed Wu Yunqi's arm. Been waiting long. Wu Yunqi was yanked half a step sideways, nearly losing her balance. Slow down. She steadied herself and pulled her arm free from Xia Hamiao's grip. Traffic jam. You stuck for nearly an hour on the way out of town. Xia Hamiao let go, stepped back half a pace, and looked Wu Yunqi up and down. You look decent today, didn't wear those flowery pants. What's wrong with them? I think they look nice. Like curtains. Wu Yunqi raised her hand to slap her, but Xia Hamiao dodged with a laugh, ran over to the green vine spirit, circled it, and reached out to touch its vine-like arm. Is this your mom's green vine demon? Evolved into human form. Green vine spirit. Xiao Hamiao stroked the vine, then turned to Wu Fan. Brother Wu Fan, when will you evolve my rhyme deer too? When your rhyme deer reaches first realm 9 stars. Almost there, almost there. Yushi walked over and nodded to Wu Fan. Brother Wu Fan. Jing Rui followed a smile on her lips. Long time no see. Wu Fan waved at them. Long time no see. Yushi pointed behind her. My brother Yu Yang here to carry my bags. The boy called out, poked his head out from behind. 15 or 16 tall and thin, wearing a loose black t-shirt, cradling an ice spirit fox in his arms. The fox curled in his arms, its snow-white tail hanging down and swaying gently. He smiled at Wu Fan. Brother Wu Fan. Jing Rui also stepped aside, revealing the person behind her. My brother Jing Xian, also here to carry my bags. Jing Xian was half a head shorter than Yu Yang, also around 15 or 16, wearing the same loose black t-shirt, holding a thunder spirit mink in his arms. He nodded to Wu Fan, but said nothing. Yu Yang and Jing Xian exchanged a glance. Their expressions screamed, I knew it. Yushi turned back to her brother. What? Not happy? No. Yu Yang shook his head, quickly adjusting the ice spirit fox higher. Very happy. Jing Rui didn't ask her brother, she just reached over and tapped his head. Smile. Jing Xian grinned, showing 2 rows of white teeth a bit stiffly. Wu Yunxi leaned against the pillar, arms crossed, watching the scene. She sighed. Envy you guys, you have little brothers to bully. Don't you have a brother? Xiao Hamiao said. My brother. Wu Yunxi turned to look at Wu Fan. It's a blessing if he doesn't bully me. Wu Fan glanced at her. When have I ever bullied you? You bully me in every way. For example. Wu Yunxi thought hard, but couldn't come up with a specific instance. She stomped her foot. Anyway, you just bully me. Yushi laughed out loud. Wu Fan didn't bother arguing. He turned and walked toward the scenic area entrance. All right, everyone's here. Let's go in. Inside Maple Forest Valley, it was much quieter than the entrance. A stone path wound ahead, lined with maple trees. In late September, the maple leaves weren't fully red. Some yellow, some orange, some still green, mixed together like a spilled palette. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between leaves, scattering golden patches on the stone path. Wow, so beautiful. Xiao Hamiao looked up at the maples, her eyes sparkling. She reached out and caught a falling yellow leaf, its veins clear and edges slightly curled. When the leaves turn all red, we should come again. It'll be even better. Yushi walked behind her, pulled out her phone, took a few photos, looked at them, deleted them, and muttered, can't capture it. The eyes see it better. Jing Rui walked beside you, her short hair a bit messy from the wind. She reached up to smooth it, her small silver earrings glinting. This place is perfect for retirement. You're only 18 and already thinking about retirement. Yushi put away her phone and glanced at her. What's wrong with 18? Can't an 18-year-old think about retirement? Sure. Yushi rolled her eyes. Zhang Lei walked at the back of the group, a jacket draped over his arm. He looked around and finally said, if this place were used for combat training, there'd be plenty of hiding spots. Zhao Xiaopeng walked beside him, turning his head upon hearing this. Can you stop thinking about combat everywhere you go? It's not combat, it's professional instinct. Keep your instinct in check. We're here to have fun, and you're all about training. Zhang Lei clicked his tongue, but didn't reply. Hey look, there's a group of butterflies over there. Xiao Hamiao pointed to a patch of flowers by the roadside. Dozens of butterflies fluttered above the flowers, white, yellow, spotted, darting among them, now alighting on one, now flying to another. Yueji poked its head out from Wu Fan's shoulder, took a look, and tucked its head back. Die. First realm butterflies. Boring. Wu Fan tapped its head. Who are you looking down on? Die. Yueji isn't looking down on anyone. Yueji just thinks they can't weave dreams. Of course not. You think everyone's like you. Die. Yueji is awesome. Yueji's antennae twitched, and it burrowed its head deeper into the crook of his neck. The wood spirit monkey hopped off Wu Fan's right shoulder, bounced over to the flower patch, crouched there, and reached out to grab a yellow butterfly. The butterfly flew away, so it tried for another. That one flew away too. It crouched, their arm outstretched, unable to catch them, squeaking in frustration. Wu Yunxi walked over to the flowers, bent down, picked a small red blossom, and tucked it behind her ear. She turned to Xiao Hamiao. Does it look good, oi? Xiao Hamiao looked, then nodded. Yeah, like a village girl. Wu Yunxi reached to grab her ear, but Xiao Hamiao ran off, laughing, her ponytail swinging. Wu Fan watched the group's antics. He was thinking about the terrain of Maple Forest Valley. When he entered, he'd glanced at the scenic area map. Maple Forest Valley wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. The core scenic area was about 10 square kilometers with mountains, water, and forests. Further and past the fence was the wilderness. He hadn't seen the terrain there. The map only marked 4 words: undeveloped zone. The combat training after National Day would likely not be confined to the scenic area. The front part of the scenic area would warm up the students, and the wilderness behind would be the real examination ground. Yueji lay on his shoulder, antennae erect, sensing the surroundings. Die. Master, there aren't any powerful spirit beasts around, just first realm ones. It's a scenic area. The powerful ones have long been driven away. Die. So Yueji doesn't need to stay on guard. No need. Today is just for fun. Relax. Die. Okay. Butterfly. Get lost. Don't follow Yuji, don't touch Yuji. Yuji smacked the butterfly away with a sweep of her wing. The butterfly was palm-sized, its wings pale yellow with a black rim. It tumbled twice in the air before stabilizing, then fluttered right back as if nothing had happened. Stubborn as a piece of sticky candy. This whole mess started when they passed that patch of flowers. As the group walked by, Xiaohamiao stopped to take a photo. Yushi crouched down to smell the blossoms, and Jing Rue remarked, "These flowers could be brewed into tea," earning a glare from Yushi, who said, "You'd brew anything into tea." Wu Yunshi even plucked a small yellow flower and tucked it on a Dank's head. Danke wore the flower with an unhappy expression, shaking her wings several times, but failing to dislodge it. It only tilted sideways, covering half her eye. Danke began to walk crookedly, flapping her left wing an extra 2 times to regain balance, while Wu Yunshi laughed from behind. At that moment, a pale yellow butterfly rose from the flowers, circled Wu Fan twice, and then dove straight at Yuji. Yuji had been dozing on Wu Fan's shoulder. Bumped by the butterfly, her wings twitched, and she nearly slid off. She opened her eyes and cast a glance at the yellow butterfly. The yellow butterfly hovered midair, its wings flapping slowly as its antennae probed toward Yuji. Yuji ignored it. The butterfly edged closer, its wings almost brushing Yuji's antennae. Yuji gave a flick of her wing and shooed the butterfly away. Then the butterfly came back. It left, then returned. Left, then returned. This went on 4 or 5 times, all the way from the flower patch to here. Yuji was thoroughly annoyed. "Butterfly, are you ever going to stop?" The yellow butterfly hovered midair, its wings slowly flapping, wearing an expression of, "So what if I'm following you?" Wu Yunshi heard the commotion and turned to look. She still had a lollipop in her mouth, bought just now at the convenience stand near the scenic area entrance. "Bro, your luck with romance has even rubbed off on your spirit beast." As she spoke, she took the lollipop out of her mouth and waved it in front of Wu Fan. "Shut up." Wu Fan turned his head to glance at Yuji on his shoulder. Her wings were slightly spread, her whole body taut as a drawn bow. The yellow butterfly hovered 3 steps away, opening and closing its wings. Wu Fan activated his all-under-heaven eye to scan it. A Schwanta butterfly. Earth element. 1 star, 3 tier. Utterly ordinary, nothing special. Yuji put it to sleep and give it a little sweet dream. He stressed the words sweet dream just a bit. It was absolutely not because this yellow-haired butterfly was trying to sweet-talk his Yuji. No, not at all. It was simply that this butterfly was too annoying, following them the whole way and refusing to leave no matter how many times they shooed it away. A little lesson would teach it to remember. Yes, that was exactly it. Yuji understood. She rose from Wu Fan's shoulder, wings spread wide, and a violet-blue glow began to shine from her wing membranes. The yellow butterfly still hovered in midair, watching her. Yuji gave a powerful wing beat, and a violet-blue wave of light rippled outward, passing straight through the yellow butterfly. Its wings stopped abruptly, and it began to fall. Wu Yunshi watched the descending butterfly, pulling the lollipop from her mouth. "Bro, won't it die from the fall?" "It won't. Butterflies aren't that fragile." Just as the words left his mouth, the butterfly drifted down onto a maple leaf and hung there motionless. Yuji flew back to Wu Fan's shoulder, folded her wings, and held her antennae high. "Butterfly. Done. Butterfly." Yueji wove it a dream. A swarm of zombie butterflies chasing it. Wu Fan reached out and tapped Yuji's head. "You're vicious." "Butterfly." It asked for it. It kept following Yuji no matter how many times she drove it away. Yuji said it with complete self-righteousness. Yushi leaned in, tilting her head to look at Yuji. Her younger brother Yuyang followed behind her, and the ice spirit fox in his arms also lifted its head to look over. "Brother Wu Fan, is your butterfly really that powerful?" As Yushi spoke, her eyes never left Yuji, unblinking. Yuyang and Jing Xian were also staring at Yuji with sparkling eyes. Yuyang was the first to speak. "Brother Wu Fan, what element is your butterfly?" "That was so fierce. It took out that butterfly in 1 hit." "Dream element. Wow, that's a rare element. I saw it on the forums. They said you can't find a single dream element spirit beast in all of Qingyun City." Yuyang stepped closer with the ice spirit fox in his arms. The fox poked its head out from the crook of his arm, its snowy nose twitching as it sniffed in Yuji's direction. Yuji lay on Wu Fan's shoulder, glanced down at the fox, then turned her head away. "Brother Wu Fan, where did you buy this butterfly?" Jing Xian followed behind Jing Rue, holding a thunder spirit mink in his arms. The mink's tail coiled around his wrist, its purple fur glinting with fine light under the sun. "After my awakening ceremony, I'm going to buy one too. I got it from the egg gambling zone." "Egg gambling zone." Yu Yang's eyes lit up. "Then I'll go try my luck there too." "You won't find one." Yushi glanced back at her brother. "You think anyone can just pick up a dream element beast?" Brother Wu Fan was lucky. "What if I get lucky too?" "Then save up your allowance first." "Then stop taking my allowance." "When did I ever take your allowance?" "Last month. You said you'd borrow 1,000 to buy rations, and you still haven't paid it back." Yushi choked, her face flushing slightly. "What, you expect your big sister to pay you back?" She said it with utter confidence, but her voice was notably quieter than before. Yu Yang looked down at the ice spirit fox in his arms. The fox happened to look up at him, and the two exchanged a glance, both looking aggrieved. Jing Rui laughed from the side. You should stop bullying your little brother. Bullying? I'm not bullying him. What's wrong with borrowing a bit of money? Can't siblings just share? Then just pay him back. Jing Rui said. Yushi shot her a glare. Whose side are you on? I'm on the side of reason. Yushi let out a huff, and said no more. Alright, let's keep going. Xiao Hamiao, walking at the front, turned back and called out. There's a lake up ahead marked on the map. Want to go check it out? Yes. Wu Yunxi was the first to respond. The group continued along the stone path. Maple Valley's lake was small, nestled in the middle of the valley, encircled by maple trees. The water was a clear emerald green, revealing stones and swimming fish at the bottom. Several waterfowl spirit beasts stood on the shallows, staring fixedly at the water and occasionally pecking at it. A few maple leaves drifted on the surface. Wow. Xiao Hamiao stood at the lake's edge, hands on her knees, bending over to look at the fish. Can these fish be eaten? All you think about is eating. Yushi walked over and took a couple of photos with her phone. These are ornamental fish. Eat them and you'll get diarrhea. I didn't say I was going to eat them. Your eyes just now said it. Xiao Hamiao straightened up and stuck her tongue out at Yushi. Jing Rui walked over to a rock by the lake, sat down, slipped off her shoes, and dipped her bare feet into the water. So cool. Jing Xian stood behind Jing Rui, holding a thunder spirit marten in his arms, and glanced down at the fish in the water. The marten poked its head out from his embrace, its purple fur bristling, its mouth opening to reveal 2 rows of fine needle-like teeth. The marten was about to pounce on a fish when Jing Xian quickly held it down. Don't move, that's someone else's fish. You bite one and you'll have to pay for it. The thunder spirit marten turned its head to look at him, a flash of purple light gleaming in its eyes. The look in its eyes was unmistakable. You're trying to stop me. Jing Xian immediately called out to Jing Rui. Sis, keep your thunder spirit marten under control. Jing Rui sat on a rock, kicking at the water with her foot, splashes rising to dampen the hem of her pants. She glanced back and flicked the marten on the head. Behave. The marten shrank its neck at the flick, the purple glow in its eyes fading away. Jing Xian looked down at it and sighed. It only listens to you. Naturally. Jing Rui replied, pulling her foot from the water and shaking it dry. Droplets clung to the back of her foot, sparkling in the sunlight. She took out a tissue from her pocket to wipe her foot. It's my contracted spirit beast. Who else would it listen to? Just because it's my sister, Jing Xian muttered, shifting the thunder spirit marten higher in his arms. The marten curled into his embrace, eyes half closed, tail swaying lazily, playing dead with remarkable conviction. Wu Yunxi stood at the lake's edge, a vermilion bird perched on her shoulder, tilting its head as it studied the water below. Are there spirit beasts in this lake? Yes. First stage creatures, they pose no threat. Wu Fan stood beside her, gazing at the lake surface. Wu Yunxi hummed in acknowledgement, bent down, and tossed a pebble into the lake. With a soft plop, ripples spread across the surface. Several fish darted out from beneath the aquatic plants, their tails breaking the water before vanishing back into the reeds. The vermilion bird took flight from her shoulder, swooping over the water in a circle, peering down, then returned to perch on her shoulder. Chirp. The sound carried a clear note of disappointment. Wu Yunxi tilted her head to study it. What's wrong? You actually wanted that fish. The vermilion bird turned its head away, refusing to meet her gaze. Wu Fan stood at the lake's edge, his gaze fixed on the left side of the water. Yuji noticed its master staring absently at the surface. Dai? What is master looking at? Over there. Wu Fan nodded toward the upper left area of the lake. That stretch of water was deeper than the rest, darker in hue, with a clump of aquatic vegetation near the shore, its leaves swaying beneath the surface. Beside the vegetation, a fish drifted lazily along. It was about arm-length, slender in build, its scales silvery white, the dorsal fin tinged with pale cyan. But Wu Fan's eye of all things revealed far more. Lings, a swimming fish, element water stage, first stage 5th star, potential 3rd stage 9th star, innate skills water mirror shield, spiritual water protection, water arrow, compatible asterism, Xianxiao. Xianxiao, one of the 12 asterisms. His mind traced through the celestial distribution. Xianxiao corresponded to the female enclosure, empty vault, and danger constellations, ranking 2nd among the 7 mansions of the northern black tortoise. He glanced sideways at Wu Yunxi. The girl was crouching by the lake, dipping her hand into the water. Even while out simply enjoying themselves, she'd encountered a spirit beast whose asterism perfectly matched her own. Wu Fan was beginning to suspect his younger sister might be some destined heroine. Just then Zhang Lei approached from behind and joined him at the lakeside, following his gaze downward. What are you looking at? You've been staring for ages. I'm wondering if I could buy a few spirit fish from this lake to take home. Buy fish? Zhang Lei paused, then burst out laughing. You came all the way to a scenic area just to buy fish. Why not? It's possible, why wouldn't it be? Zhang Lei nodded toward the northern part of the lake. Go ask the patrol officer over there and find out. Wu Fan followed the direction Zhang Lei indicated. Near the northern shore, a male patrol officer in a dark blue uniform stood on a rock smoking. In his early 30s, his skin weathered dark by the sun. Embroidered on the left breast of his uniform were the words Phonling Valley Scenic Area. He held a cigarette between his lips, squinting at the waterfowl on the lake, ash crumbling onto the rock and scattering in the wind. Wu Fan walked over. "Excuse me, sir." The patrol officer turned, studying him up and down, and removed the cigarette from his mouth, holding it between his fingers. "What can I do for you? Can I buy the spirit fish from this lake?" The officer blinked in surprise, nearly dropping his cigarette. He quickly gripped it tighter, took a drag, and exhaled a cloud of white smoke, then laughed. "You're the first person to ever ask me that. Doesn't anyone else ask?" "No." The patrol officer put his cigarette back between his lips and tucked his hands into his pockets. "The spirit fish in this lake are all wild, not bred by the scenic area. If you've got the skill to catch them, go ahead and take them. No one will stop you. But you can't use fire, ice, electricity, or poison. Those damage the environment and will result in fines." "Understood, thank you." Wu Fan turned and started walking back. The patrol officer called out behind him, "Young man, if you really want to catch some, a net or fishing rod will work. But don't blow them up. I saw someone try last time and end up in the hospital instead of catching any fish." Wu Fan glanced back and gave him a wave. Zhang Lei spotted him returning and asked, "Well, we can catch them. No skills allowed, no environmental damage. A net will do." "A net?" Zhang Lei eyed the lake, then looked at his own hands. "Did you bring one?" "No." "Then what's the point of talking about it? Why would I need a net? As long as I don't damage the environment, that should be fine." Zhao Xiaopeng wandered over and asked, "What are you guys talking about?" "Wu Fan wants to catch fish." "Why do you want to catch fish, bro?" Wu Yunxi had overheard their conversation and turned around to ask. Everyone else's attention shifted toward Wu Fan as well. "To raise at home." Wu Fan didn't tell the whole truth. This place was full of people with loose tongues, and he preferred not to elaborate. Wu Yunxi glanced at him and said nothing more. She knew her brother. He always held something back. If he said he was taking them home to raise, then that was what he was doing, and whatever the real reason was, she'd wait until they got there to find out. "How do you plan to catch them without a net?" Wu Yunxi pulled her hand from the water and shook off the droplets. "Just watch." Wu Fan said no more, turning his head instead toward Yu Ji on his shoulder. "Yu Ji, do you see that silver white fish? The one with the cyan tint on its dorsal fin near the aquatic plants?" "Die. I see it. Use dream illusion eye on it, and the spirit fish nearby. Lure them over." Yu Ji spread its wings and fixed its gaze upon the spirit fish. An invisible wave of light emanated from its eyes, gliding just above the water's surface. The spirit fish near the vegetation paused. Then the silver white fish moved first, its tail flicking as it turned around. 3 more fish followed behind, forming a line as they leisurely swam toward the shore. Wu Yunxi watched the fish swimming in formation, her mouth falling open. "Bro, that's so sneaky. Only you could do that, Wu Fan." Zhang Lei spoke up first, patting Wu Fan on the shoulder with considerable force that made him stumble forward. Xia Hemiao ran over from the lakeside and crouched down to watch the fish, her eyes bright with wonder. "Brother Wu Fan, your butterfly is amazing." Yu Shi also gathered around with Yu Yang, following behind, an ice spirit fox cradled in his arms. The fox stretched its neck to peer into the water. Jing Rue remained seated on the rock, unmoved, but her head had turned, the silver earrings on her ears catching a flicker of light. Yu Yang's eyes sparkled as he stared at Yu Ji for several seconds, then turned to Yu Shi. "Sis, when I get my own contracted spirit beast, I want a dream type one too. You'd get yours faster if you just went to sleep and dreamed about it." After that little incident, the group walked along the path beside the lake. The water was on their right, the maples on their left. At the back, Wu Fan was communicating with Yu Ji through their soul link, mostly to satisfy Yu Ji's curiosity. "Butterfly. Master, what's so special about that fish?" Wu Fan replied directly through their soul link. "It's Yunxi's second contracted spirit beast." "Butterfly. Really? Butterfly. Then little sister is really lucky." "That she is." Yu Ji poked her head out from his shoulder and glanced toward Wu Yunxi. "Butterfly. Does little sister know?" "Not yet. We'll tell her when she reaches the second realm." "Butterfly. What about the fish?" "We'll keep it for now." "Butterfly. Master treats little sister so well." Wu Fan reached out and tapped its head, saying nothing. He turned his head to glance at Wu Yunxi, who was walking ahead. She was walking side by side with Xia Hemiao, still talking about the fish from earlier. "Don't you think there's something wrong with my brother? Instead of enjoying the lovely scenic area, he goes catching fish." Xia Hemiao laughed. "Then go ask him." "I did. He said he's taking them home to raise." Wu Yunxi pursed her lips. "Do you believe that?" "Sure I do. You're done for, Xia Hemiao. My brother has brainwashed you." "Well, stop it." Xia Hemiao shoved her. Wu Yunxi dodged with a laugh and nearly bumped into a maple tree by the road. Zhang Lei walked at the very back of the group. His strides were long. One step covered what took others a step and a half, so every few paces he had to slow down. Zhao Xiaopeng walked beside him, the flesh on his belly jiggling with each step, his breathing a little rough. "Why is this road so long?" Zhao Xiaopeng wiped the sweat from his forehead. His palm was soaked. We've only walked a little ways, not even a kilometer. Zhang Lei glanced at him. With stamina like that, what are you going to do for the field combat exercise after National Day? That's what I have you for. Why would I care? If you can't run on your own, do you want me to carry you? No need. I can run by myself. Zhang Lei couldn't be bothered with him. He quickened his pace and drew level with Wu Fan. Wu Fan, what exactly did you catch those fish for? I told you, to raise at home. Who are you kidding? Zhang Lei turned his head, eyes narrowing. Since when has Wu Fan ever done anything pointless? You caught those fish for a reason. Wu Fan glanced at him. You do know me well. Of course. As your rival, I have to know you. Come on, what are they really for? Then you've guessed wrong. I really am just keeping them. There's a pond in my backyard. It's empty anyway, so I might as well raise a few fish to look at. Zhang Lei stared at him for 2 seconds, clicked his tongue, and didn't press further. From up ahead came Wu Yunxi's voice, we're here. The observation deck is right ahead. The group quickened their pace. A party of people was already on the observation deck, 7 or 8 of them young and old, standing by the railing taking photos. A little girl in a red dress sat on her father's shoulders holding up a small pink pinwheel. The mountain wind made it spin with a whir. Wu Yunxi was the first to dash onto the observation deck. She braced both hands on the railing, leaned forward, and her hair streamed back in the wind. Wow, she drew out the word. Beautiful. Wu Fan walked up and looked into the distance beside her. The entire Fenglin Valley lay spread out before them. Maple trees covered the mountain from foot to peak. Yellow, orange, red, green. Layer upon layer splashing color across the whole slope. Sunlight leaked through gaps in the clouds and shafts falling into the valley and making those colors glow. The distant peaks stretched on one after another, their colors fading with distance. The farthest one was almost a hazy blue-gray, merging into the sky until one couldn't tell where the mountain ended and the sky began. Xia Hamiao walked around to Wu Yunxi's other side and leaned on the railing, to her chin resting on the back of her hand, eyes narrowed. This place is really nice. If we come back when the maple leaves are all red, it will be even more beautiful. Then we'll come back when they're red, Wu Yunxi said. I'll drive then. You drive? Do you have a license? Yeah, I just got it last month. Have you driven since you got your license? Wu Yunxi thought for a moment. I have. How many times? Once. How far did you drive? From the front door to the end of the alley, made a U-turn and drove back. Xia Hamiao stared at her for 2 seconds. You'd better not drive. I don't want to put my life in your hands. Wu Yunxi gave a snort, turned her face back, and continued enjoying the view. Yuji flew up from Wu Fan's shoulder and hovered in midair, wings flapping slowly. Butterfly. Beautiful. Has Master been here before? No, this is my first time. Yuji flew a loop and landed back on his shoulder. Zhang Lei leaned against the railing on the other side and swept his gaze across the distance before suddenly speaking. Wu Fan, where do you think the field combat exercise will be? Wu Fan followed his gaze. Directly ahead of the observation deck stretched a continuous valley. The Fenglin Valley scenic area occupied only the outermost sliver. Farther in, the terrain grew steeper and the forest denser. On the scenic area map, that region was labeled with a notice, no visitors allowed. Though it was called a restricted zone, it wasn't entirely unmanaged. Patrol teams regularly went in to inspect, driving off or eliminating the high realm fierce beasts, leaving only minor first and second realm creatures for beast tamers to practice on. To put it plainly, this place was a novice village prepared for high school seniors. There were several other places like this around Qingyun City. Every year after National Day, the first field training was organized for senior high school students from all across the city. Zhao Xiaoping came over, leaned on the railing, and looked down. Do you think there could be rare spirit beasts in there? Zhang Lei turned his head and glanced at him. Why are you always thinking about rare spirit beasts? There's no law against thinking. Even if there were, you couldn't contract one now. You're only at the first realm. Your contract slots are full. You'll have to wait until the second realm to sign another one. I know. I'm just curious. If I run into a really rare one, I'll note it down and come back to catch it when I'm at the second realm. By the time you can enter the second realm, that spirit beast will have long since vanished. Time passed as the group ate, drank, and had fun. The group walked back along the path. Butterfly. Master was today fun. Not bad. Butterfly. Yueji found it fun. I saw so many things and I drank juice too. What else did you do besides drinking juice? Butterfly. Yueji helped Master catch fish. That was to help Yunxi. Butterfly. Yueji was the one who caught them too. When they walked out of the scenic area gate, it was already almost 4 o'clock. Most of the cars in the parking lot were gone, leaving plenty of empty spaces. Wu Yunxi stood at the entrance and looked back at Fenglin Valley. Next time, let's come when the maple leaves are red. Okay. Xia Hamiao stood beside her. Then everyone got into their own cars and headed home. Each to their own home, each to their own mom. Wu Fan brought the car to a smooth stop, not even cutting the engine before he heard Wu Yunxi make an unexpected sound from the passenger seat. Bro, why are there so many people outside our shop? Wu Fan followed her gaze. Outside the Fanchi healing shop, a crowd had gathered. A quick sweep revealed at least 40 or 50 people. Some leaning against the wall, others squatting on the ground, a few pacing back and forth. There were even more spirit beasts than people. sprawled out lying on their sides, and lying flat crowding the open area in front of the shop to capacity. From a rough glance, they all bore visible injuries. Both beasts and humans were present. Wu Fan frowned, killed the engine, and stepped out of the car. Yuji took flight from his shoulder, its antennae standing straight up. Butterfly. There are so many injured spirit beasts. I see them. Wu Yunxi also hopped down from the car, bringing the Yinyu Dankei with her, and stood by the car door, peering toward the shop. Qingluo spirit demon descended from the back seat with its vine-woven bamboo basket on its back, while the wood spirit monkey clung to its shoulder. Wu Fan made his way through the crowd toward the shop. Some people recognized him and stepped aside to let him pass. It's Suwon's son back again. And the girl behind him must be his sister, right? That's right. The brother and sister went out together. Wu Fan pushed open the shop door. The wind chime on the door gave a single ring, but its sound was swallowed by the commotion inside. The shop interior was even more crowded than outside. Every chair in the waiting area was occupied. Some people stood, others simply sat on the floor with their backs against the walls, legs stretched out and spirit beasts lying at their feet. The Gonlin reindeer stood at the center of the room, pale green light hanging from its antlers, rippling outward layer upon layer. Where the light swept, the breathing of several injured beasts gradually steadied. The Yuling butterfly hovered in midair, scattering fine golden light particles from its wings onto poisoned spirit beasts, gradually fading the blackened wounds. In the corner, the Ruinyu frog exhaled a mist from its mouth, wrapping around the burn wounds of a flame-fire dog, the charred skin slowly recovering beneath the mist. Lu Cao was treating a Qingfeng sparrow. Light particles from its flower bud fell onto the sparrow's fractured wing bones, creaking back into place as the wing slowly straightened. Wu Fan scanned the room in one glance, his gaze lingering a moment longer on the Yuling butterfly, then he avoided the spirit beasts lying on the floor and walked over to the treatment table. And Taibei Wolf lay on the treatment table. All four limbs were broken, foam tinged with blood at the corners of its mouth, and its chest rose and fell so faintly it looked like it was clinging to life by a single breath. Suwon didn't even look up. You're back. Yeah. Are all these people outside here to get their injuries treated? Yes. Suwon shifted the angle of the green light on her hands, probing deeper into the wound. They started arriving this afternoon, trickling in one after another without pause. Where from? Small-scale beast-tide incidents have been occurring intermittently in the Qingyun mountain range. Many adventure teams and patrol members encountered and engaged them. Heavy casualties. Not too bad. No deaths. But the injuries are serious. Suwon lifted her hand from the Taibei wolf's chest, the green light fading. She caught her breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. This Taibei wolf belongs to the patrol team. It was caught in a pincer attack by two ferocious beasts, 3 broken ribs, one of which pierced into its lung. The wood spirit monkey leaped down from Qingluo spirit demon's shoulder, landing at Suwon's feet and tugging at the hem of her pants. Suwon glanced down at it. Stop fiddling around. Go help Lu Cao. The wood spirit monkey turned to look at Lu Cao. The light within Lu Cao's flower bud had dimmed more than half, and its leaves drooped listlessly as if frostbitten. The wood spirit monkey glanced back at Suwon, then hopped over and stood beside Lu Cao, its small hands glowing with pale green light. Wood spirit healing. Green light seeped from its palms onto the Qingfeng sparrow's wing. The sparrow shuddered, and its wings slowly lifted. Wu Yunxi squeezed through the doorway, cradling the Yinyu Dankei in her arms, and stood beside Wu Fan, looking at the room full of people and injured beasts. Mom, do you need any help? Wu Yunxi asked. Suwon glanced at her. You can't help with this. Go to the back and fetch a few bottles of spiritual energy restoration potion. Give them to the Gonlin reindeer and the Yuling butterfly. They're running low on spiritual energy. Wu Yunxi acknowledged and turned to run toward the back door. Wu Fan looked at Qingluo spirit demon and said, Qingluo, hand me the bamboo basket on your back. Go help quickly. Qingluo spirit demon nodded, removed the bamboo basket, and handed it to Wu Fan. Inside, several spirit fish were still wriggling their tails, slapping noisily. Wu Fan caught it. The basket was somewhat heavy. Qingluo spirit demon turned and walked to the center of the room. Its vine-like arms slowly spread, and emerald green light surged from within its body, expanding outward in concentric rings. Where the light swept, the bloody stench in the air grew fainter. Several critically injured spirit beasts were enveloped by the light, their breathing gradually stabilizing. Qingluo domain. This was an auxiliary skill that provided continuous slow healing and spiritual energy recovery. The effect wasn't powerful, but it was steady and sustained. It could slowly pull critically injured beasts back from the brink, buying time until specialized healing spirit beasts could take over. The Gonlin reindeer's light had dimmed more than half, with sparse green particles drifting from its antlers. The Yuling butterfly was also slowing down, scattering fewer and fewer golden light particles. Suwon glanced up, her brow furrowing, but her hands never stopped moving. Neither the Gonlin reindeer nor the Yuling butterfly could hold out much longer. Mom, the potions are here. Wu Yunxi came running through the back door, clutching 3 bottles of spiritual energy restoration potion, the blue liquid sloshing inside the glass. She had run too hastily and nearly tripped over a Yanjiagui lying on the ground. Her body lurched and she quickly righted herself, but one potion bottle slipped from her embrace. She reached out to catch it, missed. Wu Fan reacted swiftly, bending down to catch it. The bottle landed cool in his palm. He glanced at the label on the bottle. High-grade spiritual energy restoration potion produced by the association. Each bottle was easily worth tens of thousands. Thanks, bro. Wu Yunxi took the bottle from his hand, rushed over to the Gonlin reindeer, unscrewed the cap, and held the opening to its mouth. The Gonlin reindeer opened its mouth, and the blue liquid flowed down its throat. The light on its antlers brightened slightly. Wu Yunxi unscrewed a second bottle and ran over to the Yuling butterfly. The Yuling butterfly landed in her hand, its wings drooping, antennae hanging limply, the entire creature going slack. Wu Yunxi brought the bottle opening close, and the Yuling butterfly buried its head into it, its wings slowly regaining strength. Over by Su Wan, the Taibei wolf's breathing had stabilized. She retracted the green light and lifted her hand from the wolf's chest. Su Wan caught her breath, her forehead drenched in sweat. She had clearly expended a significant amount of spiritual energy as well. Wu Fan took out a tissue and handed it to her. Mom, take a rest for now. I can't rest. Su Wan walked over to the next injured beast. It was a Fengying marten, its left hind leg dragging on the ground, unwilling to bear weight, eyes listless. She crouched down, placed her hand on the marten's leg, and the green light flared to life. Wu Fan stood beside her watching. Yu Ji rested on his shoulder, its head turning back and forth. Butterfly. Master's mother is exhausted. Butterfly. Is there anything Yu Ji can help with? Wu Fan pondered. Yu Ji was of the dream soul lineage, not the healing lineage. But it possessed one skill, entering dreams. Entering dreams could lull injured beasts to sleep. Once asleep, they would feel no pain. Without pain, they would stop struggling. And without struggling, treatment would be far easier. Can you make those injured beasts fall asleep? You don't need to put them all to sleep. Just pick the ones that are struggling the most. Butterfly. Understood. At 8 in the evening, Su Wan finally returned from the shop, followed by the Gonlin reindeer, the healing spirit butterfly, the rain frog, the dew grass, the green vine spirit, and the wood spirit monkey. Most of them looked listless, evidently having overused their spiritual energy. Wu Fan was just emerging from the kitchen with the last dish, an apron tied around his waist, and sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his forearms. Stir-fried spirit heart cabbage, spicy wind spirit pork, green-striped fish stewed with tofu and sour, and spicy cloudflower bamboo shoot. 4 dishes, and a soup covering half the table. Su Wan stood at the entrance, changing her shoes. Half her hair had come undone, with a few stray strands clinging to her forehead, but she didn't bother to brush them away. Wu Yunxi sprang up from the sofa and pattered over in her slippers, grabbing Su Wan's arm to support her. Mom, you must be exhausted. Sit down, sit down. I'm fine, just drained of spiritual energy. I'll recover after a rest. Wu Fan placed the last plate of bamboo shoots on the table, untied his apron, and draped it over the chair back, then turned to fetch the rice from the kitchen. Yueji flew up from his shoulder, hovering before Su Wan, its wings fluttering slowly. Chirp. Mother is tired, right? Su Wan couldn't understand, but she watched the butterfly flit about before her, its purple-blue wings shimmering under the light. She reached out and tapped Yueji's head. You're quite lively. Chirp. Yueji didn't do much today, not like mother. Yueji rubbed against her finger, then flew down to perch on her shoulder like a tiny ornament. Su Wan tilted her head to glance at it, the corners of her mouth twitching. You sure know how to pick a spot. Wu Yunxi helped Su Wan to the sofa and went to pour water. Mom, have some water first. Su Wan took the cup, drank a couple of sips, then cradled it in her hands as she leaned back on the sofa and closed her eyes. Wu Fan came out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of rice, then went back for a 3rd bowl and sat down. Mom, eat first. Rest after dinner. Su Wan opened her eyes, placed the cup on the coffee table, pushed herself up from the sofa, and sat at the dining table. Where's your father? He hasn't come back yet. Wu Yunxi picked up a piece of fish and put it in Su Wan's bowl. He's still busy with association matters, said he'd be back late. Mom, eat more meat, it'll replenish you. Su Wan glanced at her, then at the meat in the bowl, and smiled. Why are you two so filial today? When are we not filial? Wu Yunxi retorted. You were talking back to me the day before yesterday. That was a discussion, not talking back. You call that a discussion? Of course it was. Wu Yunxi said, unabashed, as she picked up a piece of fish and stuffed it into her mouth. When family talks, it's not talking back, it's communication. Su Wan shook her head, picked up her bowl, and continued eating. After dinner, Su Wan finally recovered. Spiritual energy depletion was minor at worst, but serious at best. Recovering from it just meant tiredness. Failing to recover would mean injury. While Wu Fan was clearing the dishes in the kitchen, he heard his mother talking to Wu Yunxi in the living room, her voice not loud, but much more energetic. He turned on the tap and began washing the dishes. He had been doing this for years. Ever since he started middle school, his parents had been busy. Suwan's healing shop and Wu Feng's association tasks often kept them out until dark. Back then he and Wu Yunxi were still young and mostly ate at restaurants. As he grew older, cooking fell to him. At first he just boiled noodles or scrambled eggs, barely edible. Then he gradually learned watching Suwan cook and experimenting on his own. After much trial and error he managed to produce something decent. Not as good as his mother's, but not bad. Wu Yunxi never said it aloud, but every time he cooked she would eat 2 bowls of rice. Once he asked her, "Is it good?" She replied, "It's okay." Then she never stopped eating. Sometimes Wu Fan thought that a family sitting together at a table for a meal, something so ordinary, was actually quite precious. He had seen too many extraordinary things. In his past life, during middle school, a classmate from a wealthy family ate out every meal. He asked him, "Doesn't your family cook?" He said his mother was busy, his father was busy, no one cooked. When asked when his family gathered, he thought for a long time and said, "New Year's, we can have a meal together during New Year's." Another classmate's family did cook, but they'd end up arguing during meals, smashing bowls and chopsticks until the neighbors called the police. Wu Fan thought back, then, that although the orphanage was poor, at least they could sit down and have a peaceful meal. In his past life, or this world, there were those who valued family above all else, those willing to risk everything for their loved ones. But far more were those who trampled family bonds underfoot. Wu Fan rinsed the last plate, turned off the tap, and shook the water from his hands. Wu Yunxi's voice came from the living room. "Mom, you don't know, but brother caught some spirit fish in Fenglin Valley." Suwan's voice caught fish. "What for?" "Who knows? He said he'd bring them home to raise." Wu Yunxi paused. "Mom, do you believe that?" "I don't. He must have some other plan, he just won't say." "If your brother doesn't say, don't ask. He'll tell you if he wants to. I'm just curious." Wu Fan dried his hands and walked out of the kitchen. "Curious about what?" "About what you really want with those fish." Wu Yunxi was curled up on the sofa, hugging a cushion, her chin resting on it, as she stared at him. "Bro, just tell me." Wu Fan sat down on the sofa, picked up the water glass from the coffee table, and took a sip. "I said raising them at home." "Oh, come on." Wu Yunxi tossed the cushion aside and sat up straight. "You, Wu Fan, have you ever done anything pointless? Today in Fenglin Valley you took one look at the lake, just one, and decided to catch those fish. Do you think I'm stupid? There must be something special you're not telling me." Yueji flew up from Suwan's shoulder, landed back on Wu Fan's, and rubbed against his neck. "Chirp. Sister is asking again." "I heard. Chirp. Master doesn't intend to tell." "No. Chirp. Why? It's useless to tell her now. She can't contract them, so it'll just be on her mind." Yueji thought for a moment and didn't ask further. Suwan sat across from them, looking at Wu Fan and then at Wu Yunxi. "Enough. If your brother doesn't want to say, then let it be. What's the rush? When it's time for you to know, you'll know naturally. I'm just impatient." Wu Yunxi grabbed the cushion back and hugged it. "Mom, don't you think my brother has a problem? He keeps everything hidden, afraid it'll suffocate him. You're the one with a problem." Wu Fan glanced at her. "You do?" "No." "Yes." Suwan reached out and flicked Wu Yunxi's forehead. "Stop it, you two." Wu Yunxi covered her forehead, bared her teeth, and fell silent. "By the way, Mom, can you give me some money? I want to buy some materials tomorrow." Wu Fan suddenly spoke up. He had spent all his previous money. The 5 million from the evolutionist exam, plus the 10 million his mother gave him, had been used to buy the materials for the green vine spirit and the wood spirit. Then his mother gave him another 5 million, but he used that to buy the materials for the rock armor bear and the heart of 100 flowers. Now he had only 300,000 left. What could 300,000 do? A few first-tier materials would wipe it out. Suwan looked at him. "What materials?" "For the healing spirit butterfly." Early the next morning, Wu Fan took 5 million from Suwan and headed out again. "Dai, Master, are we going to buy more materials?" Yuji lay on his shoulder, antennae perked up, looking as if she hadn't fully woken up yet. "For the Yuling butterfly," Wu Fan replied in his mind as he walked. "Dai, that butterfly similar to Yuji." Yuji thought for a moment, her wings trembling slightly. "Dai, it's much bigger than Yuji. She's at the 5th realm, 7 stars, while you're only at the 1st realm. Of course she's bigger." Yuji fell silent, burying her head into the crook of his neck, as if somewhat unconvinced yet too lazy to argue. Wu Fan reached out and tapped her head, saying nothing more. Yesterday at the shop he had examined the Yuling butterfly's information for the first time. Previously this butterfly had always stayed deep within the orchard, rarely emerging. Suwon usually used the sweet reindeer, the green vine spirit, and the wood spirit monkey for healing, keeping the other 3 as reserves. Yesterday, with so many injured, the sweet reindeer couldn't hold out, and the green vine spirit and wood spirit monkey had gone out with them, so she had called the others out. Wu Fan had scanned it with the all things eye and was momentarily stunned. Yuling butterfly attribute: wood realm 5, realm 7 stars, potential 6, realm 5 stars, talent skills green vine butterfly cage, wood spirit butterfly dance, Yuling butterfly powder cocoon transformation, shield myriad, leaves butterfly shadow kill, compatibility with the heart of 100 flowers 100%. He stared at those 3 numbers for several seconds, nearly thinking he had misread. The heart of 100 flowers was the flower he had excavated from the basement floor, something condensed during the flower festival capable of evolving a spirit beast into a unique festival spirit beast. He had originally planned to keep it for himself. The second realm was still far off. He could slowly find a compatible spirit beast. If not in the second realm, then in the third, fourth. If he truly couldn't find one, he could keep it as material, no loss anyway. But now his own mother's spirit beast had full compatibility. What was there to hesitate about? He would rather keep someone else's spirit beast as inventory, but his mother's. She had grown up watching him. He had even touched the Yuling butterfly, when it was small, its wings soft resting on his finger, just like Yuji. But later it grew up several times larger than Yuji, its wings spreading as wide as a wash basin, so it no longer perched on his finger. Walking toward the material district, Wu Fan's mind churned. He wasn't just buying materials today. He would equip the Yuling butterfly with 3 materials that matched the heart of 100 flowers in compatibility. He wanted to see how far a spirit beast could evolve with 4 materials at 100% compatibility. After all, he would channel the evolution degree onto the festival spirit beast anyway. These creatures were truly mysterious beings. Wu Fan reached the Spirit Beast Merchant Mall and pushed open the glass door. The hall was not crowded. It was the second day of the National Day holiday, and most people were out enjoying themselves. He walked straight toward the material district. Yuji lay on his shoulder looking around. Few people today. It's a holiday. Most are out playing. He first went to the association shop directly to the wood materials section. This time he planned to use pure wood materials. Different from before. Previously he had just picked a few materials with over 80% compatibility, but this time he needed to carefully check for 100%. Behind the counter stood a clerk in her early 20s, her hair in a ponytail, wiping a glass cabinet with a cloth. Seeing Wu Fan approach, she draped the cloth over her shoulder and smiled. "Handsome, what do you need?" "5th realm wood materials." "I'll look myself." "Sure, take your time." The clerk stepped aside, bending to wipe another cabinet, occasionally glancing sideways. Wu Fan bent down, his gaze sweeping over the materials. The glass cabinet held dozens of wood materials: spirit herb, spirit wood, tree hearts, flower stamens, varying in size, colors ranging from tender green to dark emerald. Each piece had a label with its name, grade, and price. He activated the All Things Eye and looked one by one. Green wood, spirit flower, 5th realm, mid-grade, compatibility 78. Jade vine heart, 5th realm, high-grade, compatibility 81. Bailuo fruit, 5th realm, mid-grade, compatibility 76. Spirit wood heart, 5th realm, high-grade, compatibility 83. He finished one row and moved to another. Moon spirit stone bamboo, 5th realm, mid-grade, compatibility 72. Mystic wood, spirit leaf, 5th realm, high-grade, compatibility 79. The more he looked, the more he felt something was off. Not that these materials were bad. 70 or 80% compatibility was already considered high on the market. Most evolutionists would be grateful to find materials with over 60% compatibility for a spirit beast. 80% was a rare blessing. But he wasn't after 80%. He wanted 100. He continued scanning. Chaowa wood heart. A fist-sized wooden sphere, smooth surface color like old tree heart, deep brown with rings of annual growth. Heavy in hand with a faint piney scent when brought close. The label read 5th realm, high grade, 700,000. The All Things I gave a compatibility of 100%. Wu Fan put it down and let out a breath. Found it, but only one piece. He turned to the clerk. "Are these all the 5th realm wood materials you have?" The clerk paused, thinking. "These are all on the counter. There are some in the warehouse, but their grades and quality aren't as good as these. If you want better ones, you'll have to wait for restocking. About half a month." "Half a month?" Wu Fan frowned. "All right then, please wrap up the Chaowa wood heart, spirit wood heart, mystic wood, spirit leaf, and jade vine heart. I'll take them." The clerk was taken aback, glanced at the materials he had pointed out, and swiftly took them from the counter, packing them one by one. Chaowa wood heart, 700,000. Spirit wood heart, 650,000. Mystic wood, spirit leaf, 580,000. Jade vine heart, 620,000. Total 2,550,000. You're an evolutionist, so a 10% discount, 2,295,000. Wu Fan handed over his evolutionist card. The clerk took it, swiped it on the machine, and returned it. "All set. Take care." Wu Fan stuffed the items into his spatial backpack and turned to leave. Yuji lay on his shoulder, tilting her head to look at him. "Master got everything." "Not yet. I'll check other shops." By the time he returned home, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Today he had visited several places before finally acquiring the other 2 materials with 100% compatibility. He had also seen several with 99%, but he insisted on 100. Maybe that missing 1% was the gap of a galaxy. With a rare good excuse to explain the evolution degree, he had to aim for perfection. Although there was also a perfect grade evolution outcome, according to his estimate, it should fall within the range of average compatibility above 90%, but below 100. Wu Fan pushed the door open and the wind chime tinkled once. Suwon was sitting on the sofa, her back against the cushion, legs stretched out, straight feet resting on the edge of the coffee table. The Gonlin reindeer lay curled at her feet, the green light on its antlers flickering as it cultivated. She heard the sound, but didn't look up. Back. Wu Fan took off the spatial backpack from his shoulder and set it on the counter. Mom, you're taking a break. Just finished. Su Wan lowered her feet from the coffee table, sat up straight, and patted the sofa beside her. Come sit. Wu Fan walked over, plopped down onto the sofa, leaned back, rested his neck on the sofa back, and stared at the ceiling. Yuji flew up from his shoulders, circled the shop once, and headed straight for the refrigerator. Then it emerged, clutching a small bottle of spiritual honey juice, its wings fluttering noisily. Su Wan watched the butterfly and smiled. It knows where things are. Wu Fan said, spoiled. Yuji placed the juice in Wu Fan's hand. Butterfly. Master, unscrew the cap. Wu Fan reached out, twisted off the lid, and poured a small cup on the coffee table. Yuji plunged its head in and began to sip with a slurping sound. Su Wan leaned on the sofa, watching the butterfly, a smile on her lips, but she said nothing. Wu Fan turned his head to glance at her. Mom, were you busy today too? Not many came today. A few in the morning and about a dozen in the afternoon. Su Wan reached up to smooth her loose hair. The patrol team said the spirit beasts in the Qingyun Mountains have calmed down today. Not sure if they've retreated or are brewing something bigger. Wu Fan frowned slightly, but didn't ask further. Mom, since there's no one right now, I've bought the materials for the healing spirit butterfly. How about we evolve it today? Su Wan turned to look at him, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Today? Right now. Why the rush? Not rushing, just have the time. You've had enough rest, and the materials are ready. Wu Fan leaned back on the sofa, hands behind his head. Timing, place, and people are all right. Why wait for New Year to evolve? Wu Fan certainly wasn't rushing the evolution just because he was curious what the Flower Festival spirit beast would look like. Well, maybe a little curious. As for the healing spirit butterfly, not reaching 9 stars yet, that was no issue at all. Who said it must be 9 stars to evolve? Which rule states that evolution within each stage can be performed at any time? 9-star evolution is the choice of most people aiming to use the power of evolution to break through realms. But if you have good materials, evolving early and benefiting early is not a loss. Besides, this wasn't an ordinary evolution. Su Wan stared at him for 2 seconds, then smiled. You sure know how to talk. She stood up from the sofa, rolled her shoulders, and her neck cracked twice. All right, now it is. Let's go back to the cultivation room. Yuji lifted its head from the cup, juice dripping from its mouth, glanced at Su Wan, then at Wu Fan. Butterfly. Evolution. That big butterfly. Butterfly. Yuezhi is coming too. Wu Fan reached out and tapped its head, then headed for the back door. Su Wan walked ahead of him. When she pushed open the back door, she glanced back at the shop. Reindeer watched the store. The Gonlin reindeer stood up from the floor, shook its antlers in acknowledgement. Wu Fan pushed open the door to the small building and went up to the 2nd floor. The cultivation room door was open and Wu Yunxi was inside playing with the Yenyu Dankei. Hearing footsteps, she looked up, holding half a spiritual fruit. Mom, big brother, why are you both back together? Su Wan said, your brother went to buy materials for the healing spirit butterfly today and came back to have me evolve it. Wu Yunxi's eyes lit up. She stood up from the floor. Evolve the healing spirit butterfly. Now. I have to see this. Wu Yunxi scooped up the Yenyu Dankei from the floor, held it in her arms, stepped back a few paces, and leaned against the wall, making room for Su Wan and Wu Fan. The healing spirit butterfly flew in from the corridor very slowly. It was several times larger than Yuji, its wings spread out like a washbasin, pale green, with a fine white trim along the edges. It landed in the center of the cultivation room, its antennae trembling slightly, as if asking, what do you want me for? We're evolving you. Su Wan tapped the healing spirit butterfly on the head. Xiao Fan, same as before, let it choose for itself. Oh no, wait a moment. I'll go get the materials. Wu Fan put down the spatial backpack and turned to leave. Brother, didn't you buy the materials today? Where are you going to get them? Wu Yunxi called after him. There's one more piece in my room. Wu Fan's voice came from the corridor, growing fainter. Strange. Wu Yunxi muttered. She put down the dank, walked over to the healing spirit butterfly, and reached out to touch its wing. Healing spirit butterfly, are you nervous? The healing spirit butterfly's antennae twitched, but ignored her. Wu Yunxi didn't mind. She turned to Su Wan. Mom, what do you think the healing spirit butterfly will look like after evolution? I don't know. Your brother has been a bit strange lately. You heard him yesterday, suddenly saying he wanted to buy materials for the healing spirit butterfly, and today, he wants to evolve it. He was strange that day in Maple Valley too. Wu Yunxi picked up the Dankei from the floor and held it up to her eyes. Do you think big brother is hiding something from us? The Dankei blinked and chirped. You don't know either. Wu Yunxi put it back on her shoulder. Forget it. With him, if he doesn't want to tell, you can ask until the sky falls, and it won't help. Su Wan didn't respond. Her gaze fell on the healing spirit butterfly. The butterfly's antennae brushed against her palm, and its wings flapped slowly twice. Footsteps came from the corridor. Wu Fan returned, holding a box in his hands. Wu Yunxi leaned in to look. Inside the box, lined with white velvet, lay a flower. The petals were pale pink, layered one upon another with a very fine white edge. The stamen was golden, shimmering under the light. Brother, where did this flower come from? It's so beautiful. I picked it up at the underground level last time. Wu Fan handed the box to Su Wan. Then he took out 3 more materials from the spatial backpack and passed them all to Su Wan. The dawnflower wood heart, the spring silkworm wood exuvie, a thin translucent sliver of wood membrane, semi-transparent yellowish with curled edges. The 100 herbs spirit root, a handful of dried root fibers grayish white, as fine as hair tangled together into a small knot. Mom used these for materials. Su Wan took the materials and examined each one. She weighed the dawnflower wood heart in her hand, brought it close to smell, then set it down. She picked up the spring silkworm wood exuvie and held it up to the light, so thin she could see her fingers through it. These materials aren't cheap, are they? She looked up at Wu Fan. Not bad. Are you sure all 4 are suitable? Sure. The healing spirit butterfly doesn't need to choose. No, I'll decide for it this time. Wu Fan, Wu Yunxi, and Su Wan were all stunned by the visions manifested by the evolution of the healing spirit butterfly. Around the healing spirit butterfly's cocoon swirled a panorama of imagery: the birthday of 100 flowers, the worship of the flower god, the hanging of red silk blessings, the warm spring breeze carrying flower fragrance, the burying of fallen petals in the earth, the chasing of butterflies, and the release of flower god lanterns. First came the birthday of 100 flowers. One by one flowers bloomed forth from the light. Peach blossoms, apricot blossoms, pear blossoms, peonies, herbaceous peonies, crabapple blossoms. Wu Fan could recognize only a few varieties, but every single one was vivid and lifelike, the veins on each petal clearly visible as they blossomed and then withered. Wu Yunxi stood by the wall, her small mouth slightly agape, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Brother, what is this? Just watch. Then came the worship of the flower god. A figure condensed out of the light, hazy and indistinct, the face impossible to discern. But one could tell it was a woman clad in a wide-sleeved robe, her hair piled high atop her head. She held something in her hands and was bowing respectfully toward the direction of the flower birthday. Su Wan turned her gaze toward Wu Fan. Mom, don't look at me. I had no idea this would happen. He knew it wouldn't be ordinary, but he never expected it to be this spectacular. Adorning with red silk, streamers of crimson ribbon drifted out from the light, settling upon the flowers. Each ribbon bore written characters, crooked and uneven like a child's handwriting, illegible, yet exuding a festive air. The ribbons tied themselves into knots around the flower branches. When the wind blew, they fluttered and swayed in the air. Wu Yunxi reached out to touch one. The instant her fingertip made contact, the ribbon dissolved into specks of light. She withdrew her hand, lowered her head to inspect her fingers, then looked back up at the ribbons. Brother, where do these ribbons come from? They're visions. Not real. But they feel so real. I could actually touch them. Next came the warm spring breeze. A gust of wind blew out from the luminous cocoon, gentle, warm, and carrying the fragrance of flowers. The breeze swept across Wu Fan's face. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, he saw the flowers of light swaying in the wind. Yuji flew up from his shoulder, hovering in midair, wings beating slowly, antennae standing perfectly straight, staring intently at the visions. Butterfly. Beautiful. Outside the cultivation room, a small figure came darting in. The wood spirit monkey had originally come to romp and play with Wu Fan. It hopped merrily across the threshold, then abruptly froze in its tracks. Its round eyes flew wide open, pupils slightly constricting. The fruit pulp it hadn't yet swallowed slipped silently from its mouth and fell to the floor with a faint patter, yet the monkey remained utterly oblivious, frozen in place, staring fixedly at the breathtaking visions filling the room. Next came the burying of fallen petals. Petals drifted down from the air, landing on the light-formed ground. Then a crack split open in the earth, the petals fell in, and the fissure sealed shut. Then new flowers grew forth anew, blooming, withering, being buried, and blooming again. Wu Fan watched the vision, a thought turning in his mind. Endless regeneration. Flowers bloom and fall one cycle every year. A question suddenly struck him after the healing spirit butterfly's evolution. How powerful would its healing ability become? Would it also possess this reincarnation quality? The thought flickered by in an instant. He suppressed his pondering and continued to focus on the visions before him. Meanwhile, the wood spirit monkey, rigid at the doorway, finally snapped back to its senses. It pushed off the ground with all 4 limbs, bounded rapidly to Su Wan's feet, and scrambled up her pant leg with its tiny claws. Su Wan bent down slightly and scooped the little wood spirit monkey into her arms, holding it securely. The monkey huddled against her chest, its eyes fixed on the visions, letting out a soft squeak. Su Wan glanced down at it, then reached out and patted its head. Don't be afraid. This is the vision caused by the healing spirit butterfly's evolution. The wood spirit monkey's ears twitched. It looked up at Su Wan, then quickly turned its head back toward the dazzling, mysterious radiance filling the room, its eyes filled with utter bewilderment. In its understanding, how could the ever-gentle healing spirit butterfly produce such an earth-shaking evolution scene? Chasing butterflies. A thicket of flowers condensed out of the light. Several children ran among the blossoms, clutching net pouches, chasing a butterfly that flitted to and fro. The children couldn't catch it, and their laughter rang out in clear, tinkling peals. Yuji soared up from midair, chasing after the butterfly in the vision. Just as it reached the luminous cocoon, the vision dispersed, and the butterfly vanished. Yuji pounced on empty air, hovered still for a second, then turned its head to look at Wu Fan. Butterfly. Fake. Butterfly. Yuji thought it was real. You're a dream-weaving butterfly, and you can't tell what's real from what's not. Yuji pondered for a moment, found no answer, and simply fell silent. It folded its wings, landed back on his shoulder, and nuzzled its head into the crook of his neck. Last came the release of the flower god lanterns. Little lanterns one by one rose up from the light. The lanterns were lotus-shaped. Pink petals cradled orbs of warm yellow light ascending from the ground, rising higher and higher, until they formed a sea of light beneath the ceiling of the cultivation room. The glow fell upon everyone's faces, bathing the entire room in warmth. The visions lasted for roughly 5 or 6 minutes. From the birthday of 100 flowers to the release of the flower god lanterns one after another. As if someone had transplanted the entire flower festival into this cultivation room. Then all at once every vision ceased. The flowers stopped blooming, the figures stopped bowing, the ribbons stopped fluttering, the wind stopped blowing, and the lanterns stopped shining. Everything fell silent. The luminous cocoon began to crack. First came a single fissure running downward from the top of the cocoon. Then a second, then a third. More and more cracks, denser and denser. Crack. The sound was soft, but the cultivation room was so quiet that everyone heard it with perfect clarity. Wu Yunxi held her breath and clutched the Dan sparrow tighter. The sparrow let out a startled chirp at being squeezed. She quickly loosened her grip, but her eyes never left the luminous cocoon. Light seeped out through the cracks. Not the flashy radiance of the earlier visions, but a warm amber glow like spring sunshine. A pair of butterfly wings slowly unfolded from within the luminous cocoon. The cocoon shattered into countless specks of light that drifted through the cultivation room like fireflies. As the specks fell away, what lay within was revealed. Everyone in the cultivation room froze. It was no longer a butterfly. It was a child. No, not entirely. She appeared to be 3 or 4 years old, her skin as fair as a freshly peeled egg, suffused with a faint rosy glow. Her hair was pinkish white, falling to her shoulders with slightly curled ends like flower petals. Her delicate features were like those of a porcelain doll. On her forehead grew a pair of butterfly antennae, pinkish white, with a hint of gold at the tips, quivering ever so slightly. Her ears were pointed like the elves of legend. And from her back sprouted a pair of butterfly wings. The wings were not large. When spread, they extended about a body width beyond her frame. The wing membranes were pale pink, bordered by fine white patterns with golden veins that shimmered in the light. She wore a small pinkish-white floral dress. It was short, reaching just to her knees, with several tiny, embroidered flowers on the hem. The petals were three-dimensional, rising and falling softly with each breath she took. On her feet were little flower shoes woven from blossoms. Pink, white, and yellow hues intermingled, the toes curling upward. She floated in midair. Wu Yunxi swallowed hard, a loud gulp sounding from her throat. Brother, is this the healing spirit butterflies? The cultivation chamber was so silent that the sound of a light mote falling could be heard. Wu Yunxi's jaw nearly dropped to her chest, her eyes wide as saucers, staring at the tiny pink-white creature floating in midair, unable to utter a single word for a long time. The Yinyu Danke poked its head out from her arms, tilted its head to look at the little girl, and chirped. The little girl ignored it. She floated in midair, her pink-white hair cascading down, butterfly wings fluttering slowly behind her, the golden light on the wing veins flickering. She lowered her head and looked at her own hands. Her 5 fingers opened and closed, then closed and opened. Then she raised her head, her gaze sweeping across the cultivation chamber, passing over Wu Fan, over Wu Yunxi, and finally settling on Su Wan. The little girl grinned. The corners of her mouth curled up, revealing 2 rows of tiny white, neatly aligned teeth. Huazhao, she spoke. Her voice was as tender as the first sprout of spring grass, soft and delicate with a hint of babyish tone. It was not a thought transmitted into the mind, but actual words spoken from her mouth. Su Wan stood frozen. The little girl opened her arms and flew towards Su Wan. She flapped her wings twice, but the movement was unsteady. Her body tilted and wobbled in midair like a child just learning to walk. She quickly flapped twice more to steady herself and continued flying forward. She stopped in front of Su Wan, hovering in midair, her arms still outstretched. Huazhao, she said again, her voice slightly louder than before with a hint of urgency, as if calling someone. Su Wan quickly set down the wood spirit monkey in her arms and reached out to catch the little girl, pulling her into her embrace. The little girl threw herself into Su Wan's arms, wrapping her arms around Su Wan's neck. Her pink-white hair brushed against Su Wan's chin, her butterfly wings folded against her back, and her tiny body curled up in Su Wan's embrace. Huazhao, she said again, this time in a muffled voice, her face buried in the hollow of Su Wan's shoulder, as if acting spoiled. The wood spirit monkey sat on the ground looking up with a bewildered expression at Su Wan and the little girl. It blinked once then blinked again, its face clearly asking 3 words. Who am I? Where am I? Wu Feng's voice came from the doorway. Where did this little girl come from? At some point Wu Feng was standing at the entrance of the cultivation chamber, still wearing his association uniform with a few dark stains on his left sleeve that looked like blood. He stood motionless staring at the pink white-haired little girl in Su Wan's arms. Wu Yunxi was the first to snap out of it, turning to Wu Fan. Brother, did the healing butterfly turn into a human? Wu Fan didn't answer. He looked at the little girl in Su Wan's arms and activated the Eye of All Things. Huajiao Butterfly Spirit. Attribute Fengxiao lineage derived from life lineage exclusive to Huajiao Festival Spirit Beasts. Realm 6 Realm 1 star. Potential 9 Realm 9 stars. Innate skills Blossom of 100 flowers, Hymn of Life, Protection of the Flower Goddess, Spring Breeze, and Rain. Huajiao Domain Spirit of 100 flowers, Body of the Flower Goddess. Description: evolved from a healing butterfly by fusing with the core Huajiao Festival materials, breaking through the original species life limit. Festival Spirit Beast, the only spirit beast of the Huajiao Festival. Its life form has evolved from a butterfly-type spirit beast into a half-human, half-butterfly spirit entity with intelligence equal to that of a human. Possesses dual healing abilities of the life and with systems with healing effects far exceeding those of same-level healing-type spirit beasts. Its abilities are greatly enhanced during the Huajiao Festival. Lively personality, extremely dependent on its beast tamer. Note: due to the special nature of the Huajiao Festival, this spirit beast is the incarnation of the festival. As long as the traditional Huajiao Festival does not disappear, it cannot truly die. When facing a death crisis, it can transform into a seed and be reborn on the day of the Huajiao Festival. If the seed is also destroyed, it will die completely. Wu Fan withdrew his ability. Festival Spirit Beast, the only spirit beast of the Huajiao Festival. 9 Realm 9 stars potential. 6 Realm 1 star. It jumped directly from 5 Realm 7 stars to 6 Realm 1 star. The realm didn't increase much, but the potential shot from 6 Realm 5 stars straight to 9 Realm 9 stars, a gap of more than 3 major realms. What does 9 Realm mean? In the entire Qingyun city, the highest ranked beast tamer was only at 7 Realm, and that was the elusive association president. This little one right after evolving was already at 6 Realm 1 star. With a potential of 9 Realm 9 stars, it meant that as long as she didn't meet an untimely end, she would eventually reach 9 Realm. Was this the power of a perfect material combination? No, it was more the credit of the festival materials. But that last note was a bit absurd. Transforming into a seed and being reborn next year. This thing had already gone beyond the scope of ordinary spirit beasts. He glanced at the little girl in Su Wan's arms. She was lifting her face from Su Wan's shoulder, turning her head to look around the cultivation chamber. Her pink-white eyes were bright and clear like 2 pools of spring water, reflecting the light and shattering into fragments. Her gaze swept past Wu Yunxi's face, paused, then moved to his face. Then she raised her hand, waved at the 2 of them, and turned to Su Wan. Huajiao. Huajiao, Mom, what is she saying? Wu Yunxi leaned in, craning her neck to look at the little girl. Su Wan looked down at the little creature in her arms. The little girl looked up at her, blinking, a smile still on her lips, showing those tiny teeth. Su Wan reached out and stroked her hair. She's calling you, Su Wan said. Little Yunxi, little Fan. Wu Yunxi's eyes lit up. She stepped forward and stretched out her hands. Mom, can I hold her? The little girl glanced at her, then turned back, burying her face in Su Wan's shoulder, refusing to let go. Wu Yunxi's hands froze in midair. The Yinyu Dankei poked its head out from her arms and chirped again, this time louder, as if saying, she doesn't want you to hold her. Wu Yunxi slapped the Dankei on the head. Shut up. The Dankei shrank its neck and fell silent. Wu Feng walked in through the door, his steps slower than usual. He stopped beside Su Wan and looked down at the little girl. The little girl lifted her face from Su Wan's shoulder and looked at him. Wu Feng was in his 40s, a big burly man, but being stared at by a porcelain doll left him somewhat at a loss. Who is she? This is the evolved form of the healing butterfly. Wu Feng stared at the little girl for 2 seconds. The little girl stared back at him for 2 seconds. Then she turned her face away, buried it in Su Wan's shoulder, and ignored him. Wu Feng. Wu Yunxi burst out laughing beside him. She covered her mouth, her shoulders, shaking, almost laughing to tears. Dad, she's ignoring you. Wu Feng glared at her. But the glare lacked any real menace, with a hint of wry smile at the corners of his mouth. All right, let's not stand around. Let's go downstairs and sit down to talk, Su Wan said at this moment. She turned and walked out the door, holding the little girl. The little girl rested on her shoulder, her pink-white hair hanging down, swaying with the rhythm of Su Wan's steps. The butterfly wings were folded against her back, the tips slightly raised, glowing with a soft pink light under the lamplight. The living room was unusually quiet in the evening. The atmosphere felt somewhat stifled. Wu Fan sat upright in the center of the sofa, keenly aware that he had become the sole focus of his entire family's gaze. His mother Su Wan sat beside him on the sofa, her posture proper, her arms gently cradling the small Hua Chao Dai Ling, its body entirely pink and white. Having already disclosed the most momentous news, Su Wan fell silent along with everyone else in the room. Wu Yunxi was not seated on the sofa, but sat cross-legged on the carpet before him. Her knees slightly parted, her upper body, straight, her small face lifted, her eyes locked onto Wu Fan without the slightest wavering. Wu Feng leaned back in the armchair beside him, his arms folded across his chest, his gaze heavy upon Wu Fan. No one spoke first. The matter Su Wan had just announced was nothing short of seismic within the great Xia beast-taming world. After decades of companionship, Su Wan's beast, the Yuling Dai, had evolved into a singular Hua Chao festival spirit beast unique across the realm. Ordinary beast evolution, whether in quality, form, or ability, was commonplace among beast-tamer families. But a festival spirit beast belonged to an entirely different tier. Great Xia was vast, and its beast-taming system had developed over countless years. Throughout recorded history, only one festival spirit beast had ever been officially recognized and registered by the authorities. That was the Moon Palace Jade Rabbit belonging to Madame Shen, a top-tier 9th realm beast tamer. It corresponded to the Mid-Autumn Festival and had monopolized Great Xia's festival spirit beast registry for years, never once replicated or replaced by any other beast. An opportunity that countless high-level beast tamers would spend their entire lives unable to attain. And now, quite remarkably, so had this family. A dedicated spirit beast of the Flower Dawn Festival. The family gradually recovered from their initial shock, yet still no one spoke, each maintaining their original posture as they silently processed the news. Yuji lay upon Wu Fan's shoulder, its antennae erect, shifting its gaze from one person to another. Dai. Master, they are all looking at you. Wu Fan replied within his mind, I know. Dai. Why? Because they have questions to ask me. Dai. What questions? Wait, and you will see. The Hua Chao Dai Ling rolled over in Su Wan's embrace, its pink-white hair brushing against her arm, murmuring softly, Hua Chao. Wu Yunxi could no longer contain herself. Brother, don't you have anything to say? Say what? What else could there be to say? Wu Yunxi's cheeks puffed slightly. You personally selected 4 evolution materials for the Yuling Dai, directly triggering its evolution into a legendary festival spirit beast. With something so monumental, did you not know beforehand what the outcome would be? Wu Fan leaned back on the sofa, a glass of water in hand, taking a leisurely half-sip. If I told you I had no idea, and it was purely accidental, would you believe me, eh? I wouldn't. Then why ask? Wu Yunxi choked on her words. She turned to Su Wan. Mother, look at him. Su Wan ignored her, lowering her gaze to stroke the Hua Chao Dai Ling's hair. The little girl nuzzled her head and curled closer into Su Wan's embrace like a kitten. Wu Feng spoke from the armchair. Xiao Fan, where did those materials come from? The Chaohua Wood Heartspring Silkworm, Wood Shedding, and 100 Herbs Spiritual Root were purchased from the Association Shop and 2 other material stores. That flower was something I scavenged on the basement level last time. Scavenged? Wu Feng frowned. I was browsing while getting materials for Dexiong and noticed that flower differed slightly from ordinary wood-type materials, so I bought it to study. I hadn't finished researching it when I saw the Yuling Dai yesterday, and noticed it matched that flower quite well, so I thought I would try letting it evolve. He paused, then grinned at Su Wan. Mother, you don't mind your son using your Yuling Dai for experimentation, do you? Su Wan lifted her gaze and looked at him. She said nothing, merely looked at him. Her gaze was not harsh, but Wu Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He sat up straight on the sofa, set his water glass on the coffee table, placed both hands upon his knees, and straightened his back, adopting the impeccable posture of a primary school student awaiting reprimand. The Hua Chao Dai Ling poked its head out from Su Wan's embrace, its pink-white eyes blinking as it fixed its gaze upon Wu Fan. Su Wan stared at him for several long seconds before speaking. You used my beast for experimentation and didn't even inform me beforehand. Mother, I was wrong. Wu Fan hastened to reply. I will report to you in advance next time. There will be a next time. No, there won't be. Yuji tilted its head, observing Su Wan. Dai. Is Master's mother angry? No. Wu Fan replied within his mind. She is not angry. Dai. Then why does she not speak? She is waiting for the truth. Yuji seemed half understanding, its antennae rising slightly, its eyes blinking twice before it settled quietly upon his shoulder, watching. Su Wan gazed at her son, who had instantly transformed into a well-behaved, contrite figure. The faintest curve touched the corner of her mouth, so swift it was nearly imperceptible. She knew her son all too well, apologizing with his tongue while planning the same misdeed again. Enough. Let this matter rest. Su Wan waved her hand. Wu Feng, leaning in his armchair, cast a glance at his son and said nothing. Wu Yunxi looked left at her unruffled brother, then right at her composed parents. She understood that pressing further would yield nothing, and so she swallowed her overwhelming curiosity. Her gaze returned to Su Wan, her tone bright with excitement. Mother, what exactly is the Yuling Dai after its evolution? The Hua Chao Dai Ling. Hua Chao Dai Ling. Wu Yunxi repeated the name, her eyes lighting up. How lovely. Far more beautiful than Yuling Dai. She paused, propping herself up with both hands, tilting her head toward Wu Fan with a tone of envy and coaxing. Brother, you are far too remarkable. I wish I had a festival spirit beast as well. Could you help me obtain one? Wu Fan glanced at his eager younger sister. You can practically forget about that for your entire life. Why? Wu Yunxi's eyes widened. Your innate talent determines that a festival spirit beast will never be within your reach. Hearing this, Wu Yunxi's mouth hung open in disbelief. What's wrong with my talent? Is my star order formation that poor? Not poor. Your talent has already predetermined the beast you will contract, so give up on the idea of a festival spirit beast. Then tell me, what are my star order beasts? I do not know, Wu Fan said dismissively, shaking his head. You are lying. Wu Yunxi puffed her cheeks, her tone tinged with frustration. You can certainly see them, you are just deliberately refusing to tell me. I hate people who speak in riddles the most. Enough. Su Wan intervened. Stop bothering your brother. Even if you ask, he will not tell you. She glanced down at the Hua Chao Dai Ling in her arms and stroked the girl's hair. However, regarding today's matter, do not disclose it to others for now. If anyone asks, tell them it was sheer fortune. A perfect level evolution, Wu Fan interjected. Su Wan glanced at him and nodded. It was a little past 10 at night. He had just stepped out of the bathroom, his hair still damp, a towel draped over the back of a chair. Outside the window, the wind puffed the curtains up and let them fall again, and the moonlight shifted half an inch across the floor. Yuezhi lay sprawled on the tabletop, 6 legs, splayed wings folded like a thin purple-blue pancake. The spirit crystal shards on its bowknot glittered like tiny stars in the moonlight. Butterfly. The voice was listless, as if it had just run the 800-meter dash. Wu Fan tilted his head to look at it. What kind of pose is that? Butterfly. Yuezhi was thinking. Do you have to sprawl like that to think? Butterfly. Sprawling is comfortable. Yuezhi rolled over 6 legs, pointing at the ceiling, wings drooping to either side, staring at the ceiling. Wu Fan ignored it. He propped the pillow upright against the headboard, leaned back, rested his neck against the edge of the pillow, and stared at the moon outside the window. The moon was not full, a small piece was missing, as if someone had taken a bite. Clouds drifted beneath the moon, covering half its light. After a long while, Yuezhi flew up from the tabletop, wings beating lazily, and landed on his knee. Butterfly. Master, I tried it in a dream just now. Try what? Butterfly. The imagery from Huazhao's evolution today. Wu Fan drew his gaze back from the window and rested it on Yuezhi. You can weave even that. Yuezhi's antennae perked up. Butterfly. Yuezhi remembered it after seeing it. It flew up from his knee, hovered in front of Wu Fan, wings beating slowly, the purple-blue surfaces of its wings glinting in the moonlight. Butterfly. Then Yuezhi tried to reproduce those images in a dream. Did you reproduce them? Butterfly. I reproduced them. Yuezhi's tone carried a hint of pride, but not entirely pride. There was something else in it. Wu Fan could tell. And then, Butterfly. Then Yuezhi discovered those images can soothe the soul. Soothe the soul. Butterfly. Yes. Yuezhi wove those images into a beautiful dream and found that this dream could soothe the soul of a sleeping person. As it spoke, its wings beat a little faster, and it turned a circle in midair. Butterfly. Yuezhi tried several times, and every time the result was the same. As soon as those images appeared, the soul felt like it was wrapped in something warm. Wu Fan leaned against the pillow and stared at Yuezhi for a few seconds. Who did you test it on? Yuezhi's antennae twitched. Butterfly. The spirit fish in the pond. Wu Fan almost couldn't hold back a laugh. You tested it on fish. Butterfly. What's wrong with fish? Fish have souls too. Yuezhi said it with perfect confidence, and its antennae perked up again. Fine, fish have souls too. So what happened? How are those fish? Butterfly. They slept even better. Wu Fan reached out and tapped Yuezhi's head. You really know how to sweet-talk fish. Butterfly. Yuezhi wasn't sweet-talking them. Yuezhi was telling the truth. I know it's true. I mean, now that you're done testing on fish, who are you planning to test next? Yuezhi thought for a moment. Butterfly. Qingluo. Can the dream you weave even charm Qingluo? Yuezhi went silent. Its wings stopped beating. The whole butterfly dropped 2 inches, hung in midair with 6 legs dangling like a deflated balloon. Qingluo was a spirit demon at the 6th realm, 3 stars. Yuezhi was at the 1st realm, 5 stars. A gap of 5 major realms. Even if it tossed a woven dream at Qingluo, the spirit demon wouldn't so much as lift an eyelid. Butterfly. Then what should we do? Yuezhi wants to test just how much it can soothe. Its tone was a little aggrieved, wingtips drooping. Wu Fan thought for a moment, sat up from the bed, crossed his legs, and placed both hands on his knees. Try it on me. Yuezhi's wings stopped. Butterfly. Master. Right. Pull me into the dream you weave, and let me feel what this soothing of yours is like. Yuezhi hung in midair, motionless. Butterfly. But Yuezhi is afraid of hurting Master. Wu Fan reached out and tapped Yuezhi's little head. You weave beautiful dreams, not nightmares. Besides, you just said it can soothe the soul, not harm it. Yuezhi stretched its antennae out a little, and its wingtips tilted up slightly. Butterfly. But Yuezhi has never tried it on a person. Then try it now. Butterfly. What if something goes wrong? If something goes wrong, I'll throw you away. Yueji's antennae shot straight up. Butterfly. Master. Just kidding. Wu Fan smiled, withdrew his hand, and placed it back on his knee. Come on, don't hold back. Yueji stared at him for several seconds. Its antennae extended and retracted, and its wingtips twitched a few times, as if making a momentous decision. Butterfly. If Master feels uncomfortable, tell Yueji, and Yueji will stop. Understood. Yueji took a deep breath. Wu Fan had no idea how a butterfly could take a deep breath, but it did indeed make something like a deep breathing motion. Its whole body swelled to size, then shrank back. It spread its wings. Purple-blue light surged from the surfaces of its wings. Soft misty like moonlight had been shattered and scattered across the room. Wu Fan sat cross-legged on the bed, wrapped in that layer of light. He watched the light pour out of Yueji, watched it crawl up the wall, watched it gather into a clump on the ceiling like a small purple-blue cloud. Then he heard a voice. Very far away. Very soft. Like someone humming a song in the distance. The tune was indistinguishable, but the sound made one want to close one's eyes. His eyelids began to grow heavy. He didn't struggle, letting drowsiness erode his consciousness. Before his eyes closed, he saw Yueji hovering in midair, wings still beating, but the motion was growing slower and slower. Then he couldn't see anything. After an unknown stretch of time, Wu Fan opened his eyes again. He had already left the original room. The scenery around him had changed completely. He could clearly sense that his consciousness had fully merged into those special images woven by Yueji from Huazhao's evolution. His consciousness became a newborn flower bud, slowly sprouting from damp soil, unfurling a tender stem, and opening its petals a little at a time toward the light of the sky. Each petal unfolded with extraordinary slowness, surrounded by a warm, moist aura. In an instant, the form shifted again. His consciousness left the flower plant and became a blurry human figure standing among a mountain of blossoms. It followed an ancient ritual, quietly performing the rites to honor the flower goddess. All around, the sea of flowers swayed. A gentle breeze brushed the flower branches, making a soft rustle. The form shifted once more, turning into a length of soft, resplendent silk that drifted lightly in the breeze, carrying long, lingering blessings and slowly moving toward the distance. Layer after layer of imagery shifted through his consciousness, the scenes flowing slowly, without the slightest haste. Wu Fan could clearly perceive the state of his own soul. His whole being seemed soaked in the gentlest sunlight of a spring noon. A warmth spread slowly from his limbs and bones, wrapping around every inch of his consciousness. All the tension in his body dissolved completely. Even the weariness hidden in the depths of his soul on ordinary days slowly melted away in the layers of warmth. He truly understood what Yueji had meant, what the power to soothe the soul felt like. Immersed in that gentle dream of imagery, he let his consciousness drift with the scenes, and his entire being finally relaxed completely. After a while longer, Wu Fan, still immersed in the dream, began to actively gather his scattered consciousness. Slowly he pulled himself out of layer after layer of Huazhao imagery. The blooming flowers, the bowing figures, and the flowing silks blurred and faded like reflections in water, eventually dissipating completely. A gentle warmth still lingered in his soul, refusing to fade for a long time. When the last trace of dream imagery vanished, Wu Fan's consciousness returned to his body. He kept his eyes closed at first, sitting quietly for a moment to gradually readjust to reality. The sound of the night wind slipping through the window and the curtains swaying reached his ears again, and his nose caught the faint scent of grass and wood in the room. He slowly raised his eyelids and refocused. The familiar room greeted his eyes. The violet-blue mist still swirled around him, but its glow had already dimmed considerably compared to the beginning. In midair, Yuji still hovered in place. Seeing Wu Fan open his eyes, she immediately stopped flapping her wings and drifted closer. "Dai," a voice sounded in his mind, soft and cautious. Wu Fan slowly moved his neck, rolled his shoulders, and stretched his crossed legs slightly to adjust his posture. He raised a hand and flexed his fingers, feeling the lingering relaxation in his body. "It's over," he said, his voice more languid and unhurried than before. "The effect is indeed just as you said." Yuji's wings suddenly flapped twice as she flew before him, hovering right in front of his nose, her antennae nearly poking his face. "Dai? Really? Dai Yueji is amazing, right? Amazing, amazing." Wu Fan reached out and pushed her aside, got up from the bed, stood barefoot on the floor, and took 2 steps. He swung his arms, twisted his waist, and a series of crackles came from his bones. The warmth in his soul was still there, but his body had grown stiff from sitting too long. Yuji flew behind him, wings fluttering lightly, the spirit crystal fragments on her butterfly bow glinting in the moonlight. "Dai. From now on, Yuji can soothe her master's soul." "Dai. When master is tired from cultivation, Yuji will weave dreams from master." "Fine." Wu Fan walked to the window and pulled open the curtain. The moon hung in midair, not full, with a small notch missing from its edge. Moonlight spilled over the fruit trees in the backyard, their leaves shimmering with silvery white light. When the wind blew, the entire orchard rustled, like someone speaking in the distance. He leaned on the windowsill and looked outside for a few seconds. Yuji, Dai, that dream you wove for me just now, how long can it last? Yuji landed on his shoulder and thought for a moment. Dai, Yuji hasn't calculated it, but it feels like it can last forever as long as Yuji has enough spiritual power. Does it consume much spiritual power and soul power? Dai, it's much less than weaving nightmares. Those images are already there. Yuji doesn't have to imagine them herself. She just reproduces them as they appeared during the Huajiao evolution. Like copying a book, no need to think of the content, just write it down. Wu Fan nodded, closed the window, and drew the curtain halfway. The moonlight was cut in two. One half remained in the room, the other half was shut outside. He walked back to the bed and sat down. As for that soul-soothing effect of yours, besides making people relax, does it have any other uses? Yuji tilted her head and thought. Dai, Yuji doesn't know. Yuji has only tried it on a fish and on Master. The fish just slept more soundly and Master just became more relaxed. Yuji hasn't tried it on anything else. Then we'll try it again later. Dai, try what? Try whether your soothing effect can help a person recover mental strength. For example, if one's spiritual power is overdrawn or one's soul is damaged, can your dream help them recover? Yuji's antennae shot up. Dai? Yuji will try. No rush, take it slow. You should first raise your own spiritual power and soul power. Right now you're at 6 stars of the first realm. Weaving one dream uses up most of it, so you won't last long. Yuji's antennae drooped, her wings pressed against her back, and the whole butterfly curled into a ball. Dai, Yuji understands. Alright, sleep now. Wu Fan lay down and pulled the blanket up to his chest. Yuji flew up from his shoulder, landed on the pillow, curled into a ball, beside his head, wings folded and antennae drooping. Dai, good night, Master. Good night. The next morning the light of dawn crept through the gap in the curtains into the room. Wu Fan slowly opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and invigorated, his entire body and bones suffused with ease. After a soul-soothing session through the dream compounded by a night of restful sleep, the fatigue accumulated from cultivation over this period was swept away completely. He sat up in bed, stretched widely, then set his bare feet on the floor, washed up briefly, and headed for the dining room. In the dining room, Wu Yunxi was already seated. She wore a white t-shirt today, her hair tied into a ponytail, her face expressionless, looking as though she hadn't fully woken up yet. The flame-feather Dankei perched on the chair beside her with a small saucer in front of it filled with diced spirit fruits. Wu Fan stepped into the dining room, his gaze landing on the flame-feather Dankei at once. He paused mid-step, his eyes brightening slightly. His gaze lingered on the Dankei for a long while, and a host of ideas flashed through his mind. He slowly walked to the dining table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Up quite early, Wu Fan looked at Wu Yunxi across from him. Wu Yunxi raised a hand, picked up the glass on the table, took a sip of warm water, and lowered her wrist. Woke up early. How did you rest last night? Wu Fan casually picked up his chopsticks and nudged the food on the plate before him. Same as usual. Wu Yunxi's gaze swept toward the flame-feather Dankei eating beside her. Sensing the conversation, the flame-feather Dankei paused its pecking, raised its round eyes to look at Wu Fan, and turned its neck slightly. It seemed to sense something unsettling in the air. Wu Fan's gaze kept circling around the Dankei. Your Dankei has been in great condition lately. Following his gaze, Wu Yunxi looked at her own spirit beast. With daily feeding of spirit fruits and training, it's naturally in good condition. She paused, then turned her gaze back to Wu Fan's face, her eyes narrowing. No way, Wu Fan, what are you up to? Her tone turned wary, like a cat guarding its food. How about a deal? Lend me your Dankei for a while. Use it for what? Wu Yunxi's eyes narrowed. What do you want to borrow the Dankei for? Yuji came up with a new trick last night. She can weave beautiful dreams to soothe souls. I want to try whether this trick can help spirit beasts recover their mental strength. I promise it won't hurt it. Wu Yunxi squinted at her brother. What's in it for me? You name the terms. Wu Yunxi thought for a moment, counting on her fingers. First, you'll cover all the evolution materials for the Dankei from now on. Deal. Second, when I next contract a spirit beast, you have to help me choose. Deal. Third. She paused, her eyes darting. I haven't thought of the third yet. You owe me one. Deal. What are you two up to? Su Wan and Wu Feng returned from the orchard. Su Wan carried a small bamboo basket filled with freshly picked spirit fruits, dew still glistening on the leaves. Wu Feng followed leisurely behind her. As they stepped through the door, they saw the scene unfolding in the living room. The flame-feather sparrow lay sprawled across the sofa, wings splayed out on both sides, beak slightly agape, with a small tip of its tongue peeking out, sleeping like a puddle of mud. Moonweaver hovered half a meter above the sparrow, its violet-blue light cascading down from its wings, layer upon layer, enveloping the sparrow. Wu Yunxi sat cross-legged on the carpet, chin resting on the edge of a cushion, staring intently at the sparrow. Wu Fan leaned against the other end of the sofa, lazily sipping a glass of juice. The juice had been freshly squeezed by him that morning following Su Wan's recipe, pale golden with fine droplets of condensation clinging to the glass. Hearing the sound of their arrival, Wu Yunxi turned her head first. Dad? Mom, you're back. Brother used my sparrow to let Moonweaver test its skill. Suwon walked over, set the bamboo basket on the tea table, bent down to look at the sparrow on the sofa, then raised her gaze to Moonweaver hovering in midair. What skill is it testing? She reached out and gently poked the sparrow's belly. The sparrow didn't react. Its leg twitched and it drifted back to sleep. It's something Moonweaver newly figured out. It can weave beautiful dreams to soothe the soul. I wanted to try whether it could help spirit beasts recover their energy. Using your sister's spirit beast for testing. Suwon straightened up and shot him a glance. She agreed to it herself. You tricked her into it. Mom, that's not fair to say. Wu Yunxi stood up from the carpet. Brother said he'll cover all of Dank's evolution materials from now on. Suwon turned to her. You agreed just for that. There's also one more condition. He'll help me pick my next contract beast. And there's another favor I can call in later. Wu Yunxi counted on her fingers. I think it's a pretty good deal. For her part, even without any conditions, she would have agreed anyway. Suwon looked at her and shook her head. Your brother could sell you off, and you'd still be counting the money for him. He'd never sell me. Wu Yunxi grinned, sidled over, plucked a spirit fruit from the basket, took a bite. I'm his little sister. Wu Feng leaned against the doorframe, gazing at the sparrow dead asleep on the sofa, then at Moonweaver, hovering in midair. Does your butterfly's skill have any side effects? None. I tested it on myself last night. It just gives you a deep, restful sleep, and you wake up feeling great. As he spoke, his eyes lit up, shifting from Suwon to Wu Feng and back again. Dad, Mom, let me try it on your spirit beasts too. I want to see how much the effect weakens when the power gap is too large. Suwon shot him a look. You're using us as test subjects. Mom, how is that test subjects? Wu Fan stood up from the sofa, spreading his hands. Soothe the soul is a good thing. It's not suffering. The spirit beast gets a pleasant dream while resting and wakes up full of energy. What's not to love? Wu Yunxi chimed in from the side. Mom, just let him try. The spirit beasts are idle anyway. As she spoke, she winked at Wu Fan. That little expression said it all. I helped you. Don't forget you owe me one. Suwon thought for a moment, took a spirit fruit from the basket and bit into it. Fine, go ahead. But don't take too long. The shop is busy this afternoon. I knew Mom was the best. Dad, you'll let me try too. Wu Feng crossed his arms, leaning against the doorframe, the corner of his mouth twitching. Which one are you planning to test on? If you don't mind, I'd like to try it on every one of them. Wu Fan said this with a grin that showed a row of white teeth. Moonweaver flew up from above the sparrow, landed back on his shoulder, folded its wings, and raised its antennae high. Flutter. Master is so greedy. This is called scientific research, not greed. Suwon finished the fruit, tossed the pit into the trash can, and clapped her hands. Alright, try it on reindeer first. It just finished healing a few injured beasts and used up a lot of energy. Perfect chance to see if your skill can help it recover. I'll go call it in. With that, she turned and walked toward the front door. After 2 steps, she paused and glanced back at the sparrow on the sofa. When will this sparrow wake up? It'll wake up in about 10 minutes. Suwon nodded and pushed the door open. Wu Feng pushed himself off the doorframe, walked over to the sofa, and studied the sparrow fast asleep. How effective is this skill at restoring a spirit beast's mental energy? Don't know yet. That's exactly why we're testing. Wu Feng nodded and asked no more. He walked to the tea table, took a spirit fruit from the basket, twirled it in his hand, and bit into it. Wu Yunxi had settled back onto the carpet, sitting cross-legged with her hands on her knees, staring at the sparrow. Brother, do you think Dankei will feel especially refreshed when it wakes up? Probably. Then from now on, have Moonweaver weave it a dream every night. In your dreams. Doesn't Moonweaver need rest? Moonweaver poked its head out from Wu Fan's shoulder and glanced at Wu Yunxi. Flutter. Little sister is so greedy. What did it say, eh? Wu Yunxi looked up at Wu Fan. It said you're greedy. I'm not greedy. I'm just making reasonable use of resources. You're my brother. Moonweaver is your spirit beast. That makes us family. Family doesn't stand on ceremony. What's the big deal about helping out? Moonweaver retracted its head. Wu Yunxi sniffed and turned her gaze back to the sparrow. Moments later, Suwon pushed the door open, the sweet reindeer following behind her. She walked over to the sofa and patted the deer's head. Reindeer, lie down. The sweet reindeer bent its front legs, slowly lowering itself to the carpet. It rested its head on the floor, eyes half closed. Wu Fan crouched down, placing a hand on the deer's neck. Reindeer, Moonweaver is going to put you into a dream soon. Don't resist. If you resist, Moonweaver won't be able to do it. The sweet reindeer glanced at Wu Fan, its eyelids lifting slightly before drooping again, then gave a small nod. Wu Fan stood up and stepped back 2 paces, making room for Moonweaver. Moonweaver, come. Moonweaver flew from his shoulder to directly above the sweet reindeer, then slowly descended, stopping half a meter above the deer's head. The sweet reindeer lifted its eyelids to look at it, then closed its eyes again. Moonweaver's wings began to beat slowly. Violet blue light surged from its wings, fainter than when it had woven the dream for the sparrow, but denser, like a thin veil descending from the air. The light fell upon the sweet reindeer, starting from its antlers, spreading down the neck, and across its back layer upon layer. The sweet reindeer did not resist. It soon sank into the radiant dream of blossoms woven by Moonweaver. Flutter. Done. Same as Dankay. It'll wake up in 10 minutes. Master Moonweaver is tired. Time to sleep for a bit. Moonweaver flew back to Wu Fan's shoulder and slowly drifted into slumber. 10 minutes later, the flame-feathered Dank's wing twitched first like a leaf stirred by the wind, and it rolled over on the sofa. Then its eyes opened, pupils still veiled with a lingering purple-blue radiance. It blinked, then blinked again. A chirp brighter than usual. It sprang from the sofa, spread its wings, and whisked up to the ceiling, circling the chandelier 3 times, much faster than before. Wu Yunqi craned her neck to watch it, nearly straining her neck. What's gotten into you? The Dankay ignored her and kept circling. After 3 circles, it dove down, landed on Wu Yunqi's shoulder, and nuzzled against her ear, chirping incessantly. Wu Yunqi tilted her head away from the nuzzling. All right, I get it. You're energetic, fine. She pulled the Dankay off her shoulder, held it up to her eyes, and stared into its gaze. Brother, the Dank's eyes seemed more spirited than before. Wu Fan walked over, bent down to look. Indeed, they were more spirited. Originally, the Dank's eyes were orange-red, but now beneath that hue lay a faint golden sheen, as if someone had traced a fine brushstroke deep within its pupils. He activated the eye of all creation and swept a glance. Flame-feathered Dank's spirit state full cultivation speed increased by 10. A 10% boost in cultivation speed. 10%. Wu Yunqi's eyes widened. Just 1 sleep, and it's up 10%. That's way too easy. It is easy, Wu Fan said, walking back to sit on the sofa. But the effect should fade over time. The question is how long it lasts. Wu Fan walked back to the sofa and sat down. But the effect should fade over time. The question is how long it lasts. The Dankay poked its head out from Wu Yunqi's arms and chirped at Wu Fan, its voice utterly different from its usual lazy tone. Hear that? Wu Yunqi lifted the Dankay up. Its vigor is much stronger than before. Just then the reindeer deer rose from the carpet. At that moment the reindeer deer stood up from the carpet, stretched its legs, shook its head, and the green light on its antlers glowed a little brighter than before. It walked over to Suwan and rubbed its head against her arm. Bleat. Suwan reached out and stroked its neck, looking into its eyes. Indeed, it's more spirited. The whole deer seems more lucid. The reindeer deer bleated again, this time a long call, as if trying to say something. Suwan listened for a moment, her brow slightly furrowed. She turned to Wu Fan. Xiao Fan, let me ask you something. Do all dreams woven by Yu Ji have the effect of soothing the soul? Wu Fan was taken aback. He thought for a moment and shook his head. No. Ordinary pleasant dreams are just like regular sleep. They don't reach the level of soul soothing. He paused, then continued that this time it could soothe the soul. We should thank Hua Zhao? Hua Zhao. Yes. When Hua Zhao evolved, didn't a flood of imagery appear? The birth of 100 flowers, the flower deity's sacrifice, draping red silk, the spring breeze of flower messages, burying fallen petals, chasing butterflies, releasing flower deity lanterns, one after another. Wu Yunqi nodded beside him. I remember. I almost pulled off that silk ribbon. Yu Ji perfectly replicated those images into the dreams of the Dankay, and the reindeer deer, Wu Fan said. He paused, then smiled. So it's not that Yu Ji is amazing, it's Hua Zhao. Yu Ji is just a copyist borrowing something ready-made. Yu Ji was lying on his shoulder, fast asleep, unaware that its owner was speaking ill of it behind its back. Suwan nodded, her hand still stroking the deer's neck. Just now the reindeer deer told me that the fatigue accumulated deep in its soul has dissipated a tiny bit. Though it's only a very small amount, it has allowed the deer to feel a trace of relief. She withdrew her hand, sat up straight on the sofa, placed her hands on her knees, and looked at the siblings. Xiao Fan, Yunqi, you're both at the first realm stage now. So many things are beyond your reach for now. Taking advantage of today's events, I'll share some common knowledge with you. What? Wu Yunqi hugged the Dankay and leaned forward. Whether it's a beast tamer or their contracted spirit beasts, as their realms continuously rise, the fatigue accumulated in their souls will also grow heavier. Wu Yunqi blinked, saying nothing. Wu Fan leaned back on the sofa, waiting for his mother to continue. This kind of fatigue begins to accumulate from the moment life is born, and it never completely disappears with daily rest. Humans grow from childhood, experiencing daily trivialities and social interactions. Spirit beasts, from the moment they hatch or are born, follow their masters on constant journeys. Once they set foot on the path of beast taming, with day after day of cultivation, battle after battle, expeditions into dangerous lands, and handling all kinds of emergencies, every experience, big or small, buries fatigue deep in the soul. At low realms, this fatigue is buried deep and you can't feel it. You eat, sleep, cultivate, fight. Nothing seems wrong. She paused. But once you break through to the 6th realm, everything changes. At that realm, the fatigue accumulated over years in the soul gradually surfaces, and you often feel a heaviness in your body. That's why most beast tamers and spirit beasts who reach the 6th realm set aside a period for mental cultivation after the breakthrough, specifically to sort out the soul and ease that burden. Of course, there are other methods, she added. On the market, you can find beast tamers who specialize in soul therapy, relying on their contract spirit beast's unique skills to forcibly remove soul fatigue. However, spirit beasts with such abilities are rare, and the corresponding beast tamers are even rarer. Ordinary people rarely have the chance to access them. Wu Yunxi looked down at the flame-feathered Dankei in her arms, then looked up at Su Wan. Mom, what if it's never cleared? Never cleared. Just leave it alone, let it pile up. Su Wan glanced at her. Then try it. When your realm reaches the peak of a certain stage, and you're about to break through to the next major realm, all the fatigue accumulated deep in the soul will erupt at once. If you survive that trial, you'll successfully complete the breakthrough, and your strength will rise to a new level. If you can't endure it, the mildest outcome is realm regression and a significant drop in cultivation. If the situation worsens and the soul is completely eroded by negative states, both the human and the spirit beast will lose their true heart, ultimately fall into darkness, and never return. Wu Yunxi shrank back. Mom, don't scare me. I'm not scaring you. This is real. After these words, the room fell completely silent. Wu Yunxi looked down at the lively flame-feathered Dankei in her arms, her fingertips resting on its warm feathers. She had only known to cultivate diligently and raise her realm, never imagining that the seemingly intangible soul could harbor such a hidden danger. I never thought that mere cultivation and combat could leave so many problems in the soul, Wu Yunxi said. That's why high-level experts all place great importance on recuperation. Mom, are there any beast tamers or spirit beasts that aren't affected by this? Yes, Su Wan said, glancing at Yu Ji on Wu Fan's shoulder. Spirit type and dream type spirit beasts are unaffected. They are born to play with souls, the dirty things in the soul can't accumulate. Your brother has Yu Ji, so he won't be affected either, but he must have the means to soothe the soul. The National Day holiday vanished in the blink of an eye. He went out for a stroll the first couple of days, but for the rest of the break, Wu Fan simply holed up at home and went nowhere. What was he doing? He was tinkering with Yu Ji on the Flower Dawn dreamscape, the name he had given to the dream he wove for her. They had tested it on every single spirit beast belonging to his parents from top to bottom. Su Wan was a bit uneasy at first, worried that Yu Ji might overexert herself. But later, seeing that the little butterfly grew more spirited with each trial, her wings fluttering more vigorously day by day, she let it be. She merely asked one extra question after dinner each day. Is little Yu Ji doing well today? After a full round of trials, the effects were clear. The higher the realm of the spirit beast, the weaker the effect of the Flower Dawn dreamscape, and the greater Yu Ji's consumption. Take Wu Yunxi's Blaze Feather Dankei, for instance. Weaving a complete Flower Dawn dreamscape for it cost only about 10% of Yu Ji's power. But with the 6th realm spirit beast, even if it didn't resist and willingly let Yu Ji enter its dream, her consumption would soar to 60%. That was for a complete Flower Dawn dreamscape. The effect was also the best. Of course, she could conserve her strength. For example, she could weave only a single layer of imagery, just conjuring a flower birth celebration, and nothing else. That would reduce the consumption for a 6th realm spirit beast to 10%, but the effect would shrink too, leaving only a 10th of the full version. Later, Yu Ji grew tired of weaving dreams one by one, so she went all out and unleashed a big move. She used a full 99% of her power at once, directly opening a group Flower Dawn dreamscape. The effect didn't match a solo session, but it was convenient, handled all of them in one go. The only drawback was that the duration shrank from 10 minutes down to 5. But then again, once or twice might not show much, yet doing it every day made a difference. And Yu Ji wasn't a one-time consumable. As long as she had power left, she could keep weaving. So a new rule was established at home. Every night, the whole family and all the spirit beasts would lie down in Yu Ji's group Flower Dawn dreamscape for 5 minutes, then come out and go off to cultivate. The spirit beasts had to be split into 2 batches, one batch today, the other tomorrow. Yu Ji only had so much strength, she couldn't handle everyone at once. Su Wan arranged it all clearly. Certain beasts on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, others on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Sunday was left empty for Yu Ji to rest. The benefits were plain to see. In just these few days, Yu Ji jumped straight from 1st realm 6 stars to 1st realm 7 stars, and she was one step away from 8 stars. Wu Fan wasn't idle either. He rode this wave of cultivation up to 1st realm 5 stars. And today marked the end of the holiday. Both siblings had to go to school today. In the October morning, the sky brightened later than in September. When Wu Fan opened his eyes, the sky outside the window was still a dull gray, with only a thin line of pale white showing on the eastern horizon. So delicate, it looked like someone had dipped a brush in light ink and swept it lightly across the edge of the sky. The alarm hadn't rung yet. He glanced around. Yu Ji was nowhere to be seen. Wu Fan sat up and rubbed his face. Yu Ji flew in through the window, her wings glistening with dewdrops. She flew up to Wu Fan, hovering in midair, antennae raised. Chirp. Master, it's cool outside. What did you fly out for? Chirp. Went to see Big Bear. He slept soundly last night. His snoring shook the water in the pond. Wu Fan chuckled and got out of bed to wash up. Yuji followed behind him, landing on the edge of the sink, tilting her head to watch him brush his teeth. Chirp. Master, are we going to school today? Chirp. Is the field exercise coming soon? The day after tomorrow. Yuji's antennae perked up and her wings fluttered twice. Chirp. Yuji is ready. Wu Fan kept the toothbrush in his mouth and glanced at her in the mirror. Yuji stood on the edge of the sink, her 6 legs braced, straight chest puffed out, the tiny spirit crystals on her bow glinting in the light, looking for all the world like a little soldier about to march into battle. As long as you're ready, that's what matters. Wu Fan took out the toothbrush and rinsed the foam away. Don't mess up when the time comes. Chirp. Yuji won't. By the time Wu Fan reached the classroom, the bell was just ringing. All the gazes in the room turned toward him at once. Zhao Xiaopeng, sitting in the back row, waved at him. Zhang Lei, leaning by the window, gave him a nod. Wu Fan walked over and plopped down beside Zhao Xiaopeng. Lu Jiangwo walked into the classroom right on the bell. Today he wore a dark blue jacket, his hair neatly combed, with a tablet in his hand. Everyone's here, right? No one spoke. Lu Jiangwo didn't mind. He opened the tablet and swiped a couple of times. A few announcements. The classroom fell quiet. First, the day after tomorrow is the field exercise lasting 3 days. The location is Maple Forest Valley. We gather at the school gate at 8 in the morning and take the Spirit Beast bus to depart. If you're late, figure out your own way there. Even if you make it, you might not catch up with the group. Your call. Someone muttered below. 8 o'clock. That early. Classes usually start at 8:30. If we gather at 8, we'd have to get up at 7. Can't you get up at 7? I can just sleepy. Lu Jiangwo rapped the lectern. Second, the content of the exercise. He paused, sweeping his gaze across the room. Each of you will be randomly assigned 3 fierce beasts as your targets. Based on what you've learned, you need to find them, defeat them, and obtain proof. The 3 fierce beasts range from first realm to second realm. Act according to your ability. Zhang Lei raised his hand from the back. Teacher, can we form teams? Yes. Lu Jiangwo glanced at him. But each person's target is their own. If someone else defeats it for you, it doesn't count. You have to make the final strike yourself. Then what's the point of teaming up? Someone asked. Teaming up lets you look out for each other, share information, and have someone to help if you're injured. But the final blow must be yours alone. Lu Jiangwo paused. Of course, you can also choose not to team up and go solo. I won't stop you. Just weigh it yourself. Third, safety comes first. Maple Forest Valley has a low danger level, but it's not without risk. The patrol will clear out the high realm fierce beasts, but the first and second realm ones are left for you to practice on. Don't underestimate first realm fierce beasts out in the wild. They're far more vicious than the spirit beasts in the training grounds. So don't show off. Any other questions? Ask now. Wang Wenwan raised her hand. Teacher, what counts as proof for the fierce beasts? It can be the whole beast or something that represents it, like a beast core, ears, fangs. Anything that proves you defeated it. Beast core, Zhao Xiaopeng muttered under his breath. Isn't that something you can only get by killing the beast, eh? What else? Zhang Lei replied without turning around. You pat its head and it spits out its core for you. Another student raised a hand. Teacher, what if we run into a second realm high stage fierce beast? Run, Lu Jiangwo said bluntly. If you can't run, call for help. Each team will have a patrol officer equipped with a signal emitter. If you press the signal, they'll come rescue you. What about our score? Survival comes first. What's a score compared to that? No one asked anything more. Lu Jiangwo closed his tablet. Alright, that's all. Tomorrow is for full preparation. The day after tomorrow at 8 in the morning, gather at the school gate. Don't be late. Class begins. Before he knew it, the day of the field combat drill had arrived. The phone on the bedside table vibrated loudly, and Wu Fan reached out and silenced it. Yuji flew up from the pillow, its wings drooping and antennae tilted to one side. The butterfly was completely drowsy, wobbling in the air for a moment before nearly toppling into the water glass on the bedside table. You? The voice was as soft as a cat that hadn't quite woken up. We need to get up early today, the field combat drill. Yuji tilted its head, pondering for a moment before its antennae gradually perked upright. You? Drill. Yuji will test new dreamscapes today. MHM will only act when we find isolated targets. You? Listening to master's orders. Having said that, it folded its wings and flopped back onto the pillow. Wu Fan poked its belly and it kicked its 6 legs once, rolled over, and went back to lying down. Aren't we going for field combat? You? 5 more minutes. Wu Fan ignored it, pushed aside the blankets, and got out of bed to freshen up. By the time Wu Fan came downstairs, Wu Yunxi was already seated at the dining table. She hadn't overslept today, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with a thin jacket zipped up to her chest. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail. Beside her on the chair perched Yan Yu Dank with a small plate in front of it containing chopped spirit fruits and a few biscuit pieces, prepared specially by Su on the night before. Wu Yunxi was poking the spirit bird's head with her finger. Eat more? You'll be running around all day. Don't collapse from hunger halfway through. The spirit bird bobbed its head with each poke and chirped softly. Wu Fan walked over and took his seat. Yuji flew off his shoulder straight toward the refrigerator. Without looking back, Suwon called out, "The juice is on the counter, already poured." Yuji made a detour and landed on the counter, diving headfirst into the glass with a loud sucking sound. Wu Fan picked up his water cup and took a sip. The water was warm, not hot. "Mom, what time did you wake up?" "5:30. Suwon set the porridge pot down on the stove to cool, then turned to grab bowls from the cabinet. "Is everything packed?" "Ready." Wu Fan ticked off the items on his fingers. Fire starter, spiritual energy blade, spiritual power recovery potion, antidote, hemostatic powder. No food allowed. You'll figure out how to find food there on your own. The school emphasized that the first rule of field combat is learning to forage in the wild. Suwon ladled the porridge into bowls and brought them over, setting them down in front of the siblings. The porridge was thick and creamy. The rice grains bloomed open, dotted with red dates and goji berries on top. "Drink it while it's hot." Wu Yunxi took a couple of sips, then looked up at Wu Fan. "Bro, this drill doesn't restrict team formation. Can we team up?" "Go find your girlfriends to team with. Yuji and I have our own plans." Wu Yunxi pouted, muttering "fine," and bowed her head back to her porridge. Suwon leaned against the kitchen doorway, holding a cup of hot water, watching her children. "Don't act recklessly once you're there. Although Fonglin Valley has patrollers, the wilderness is still the wilderness. It's different from the training grounds." "Got it, Mom. And even though you're not teaming up, don't go too far apart. Call out if you need anything." "Mom, just relax." Wu Yunxi pinched a biscuit from the plate and popped it into her mouth, crunching loudly. "I'm not a 3-year-old anymore." Suwon glanced at her, but said nothing. "That look said it all. You're still a toddler in my eyes." Wu Yunxi pretended not to notice and kept eating. Yuji lifted its head from the cup, juice clinging to the corners of its mouth, tilting its head to look at Suwon. "Master, don't worry. Yuji will protect you." Wu Fan tapped its head. "Take care of yourself first. Yuji is quite capable." At the entrance of No. 3 Middle School, 2 rows of beast tamer buses were already parked. The buses were dark blue with Qingyun Municipal Education Bureau printed in large white characters on the side. A crowd had gathered at the school gate. When Wu Fan arrived, Zhao Xpeng was squatting at the entrance, gnawing on a steamed bun. He wore a gray tracksuit jacket zipped all the way up, covering his chin. An earth armor beast crouched at his feet, eyes closed like a rock. "You're finally here." Zhao Xpeng stood up, cheeks bulging with the half-chewed bun. "I thought you'd be late." "I wouldn't be late. Have you eaten?" "Yeah." Zhao Xpeng shoved the remaining half of his bun into his mouth, chewed twice, swallowed, and patted his hands. "Do you think it'll rain today? The forecast says cloudy." "Cloudy doesn't mean rain." "What if it does?" "Then you'll get wet." Zhang Lei pushed through the crowd wearing a black athletic tank top. An iron-boned barbaric bear trotted at his heels, its shoulder reaching Zhang Lei's waist, its dark gray fur rippling in the wind. "Everyone here." Zhang Lei glanced at the two of them. "Here," said Zhao Xpeng. "Let's go board the bus." Zhang Lei tilted his chin toward the buses. "I checked. Class 7's bus is in the second row, third one." The three of them walked through the crowd toward the buses. By the time they boarded, most seats were already filled. Wu Fan found a window seat. Zhao Xpeng sat beside him, and Zhang Lei took a seat on the aisle side. He scanned the interior and noticed that besides the smaller, more portable spirit beasts, all the others had been stored in their beast spaces. Both Zhao Xpeng and Zhang Lei had done the same. Lu Jiangwo stood by the bus door, name sheet in hand, calling out each student. Wu Fan, here. Zhao Hong, here. Zhang Lei, here. After finishing the roll call, Lu Jiangwo closed the booklet and scanned the cabin. "Everyone's here. Let me say a few words." The cabin fell silent. "Today's trip to Fonglin Valley is your first field combat drill. Unlike the school training grounds, the wilderness has no fences and no teachers to catch you if you fall. When you encounter ferocious beasts, fight if you can, run if you can't. Don't play the hero, don't be foolish. Also handle any injuries to your spirit beasts promptly. Did everyone bring hemostatic powder and antidote? Those who haven't, speak up now. I'll get them from the infirmary." A boy in the back raised his hand. "Teacher, I didn't bring hemostatic powder." "Go get it. Quick." The boy ran off the bus, his footsteps echoing. Lu Jiangwo leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, waiting. Zhang Lei turned his head to look at Wu Fan. "Do you think there will be casualties this time?" "Hard to say, but injuries are inevitable." "True. I saw on the forum that last year a student at another school had their arm bitten off by a ferocious beast during field combat." Zhao Xpeng overheard this and turned pale. "Don't scare me. I'm not. Someone actually posted about it. That was another city, not Qingyun. But it's not a big deal. You can always find a high-level healing beast tamer to regrow the limb." Zhao Xpeng swallowed hard. "Regrow a limb? That must cost a fortune. Then just don't get your arm bitten off." Wu Fan leaned against a tree trunk, his back pressed against the rough bark, and raised a hand to tap the tactical wristband issued by his homeroom teacher. It had few functions. Only two truly mattered: positioning and distress signaling. A luminous screen sprang out from the wristband. 3 lines of text appeared on it: rot grass moth, bone-shattering wolf, and earth-eating snake. Just 3 names without even a single image. "That's way too stingy," Wu Fan muttered. Still, it was manageable. His academic scores weren't top tier, but he had memorized every spirit beast illustrated handbook he was supposed to. Yuji poked her head out from his shoulder, her antennae reaching toward the edge of the light screen and giving it a light tap. Die? What's this? A mission list. 3 fierce beasts. We need to find them, kill them, and get proof. Die? 3. Yuji's antennae twitched upward. Die. Master, but Yuji would rather try the new dream. Wu Fan reached out and tapped her head. No worries, we'll use them to test it. Mission and experiment, 2 birds with 1 stone. His thumb swiped across the light screen, flipping to the second page. A simple map of Maple Forest Valley popped up, divided into several colored blocks. The jungle area was painted deep green, the swamp a grayish blue, the grassland a light green, and the mountain forest a pale yellow. In the lower right corner, a small line read approximately 150 square kilometers. Not small. Wu Fan enlarged the map and swept his gaze from south to north. Maple Forest Valley was shaped like a leaf with a bite taken out of it, narrow at the south, wide at the north. The scenic tourist route occupied only a tiny patch at the southernmost edge. The rest, vast, entirely unmarked areas. Wu Fan stared at the map for a few seconds, running through the habits of the 3 fierce beasts in his mind. Rot grass moths favored rotting piles of grass, and with the muddy ground near swamps suited them best. Bone-shattering wolves were pack animals dwelling in mountain caves or rocky crevices. Earth-eating snakes burrowed into loose soil, riverbanks, low valleys. All right, I have a direction. Just as he was about to dismiss the screen, the wristband vibrated again. A message popped out from the top of the screen. All student reminder: during the live combat exercise, tactical wristbands must not be turned off. If you encounter danger, press the distress button immediately. A patrol officer will arrive within 10 minutes. Please act within your limits, safety first. Wu Fan glanced at it and turned off the screen. Die? Not reading anymore. Done reading. Let's go. Die. Off we go, off to test the dream. Yuji flew up from his shoulder, spun a loop in midair, her wings fluttering noisily. Wu Fan watched the little creature frolic and let out a chuckle. Take it easy. Don't burn through all your spiritual energy right away. Die. Yuji won't. Last time you made that dream, you drained yourself dry. Die. That was an accident. Fine, an accident. Wu Fan pushed himself off the tree trunk and headed toward the swamp area. After walking about 10 minutes, Yuji spoke up. Die. Master, there's a group of first-rank fierce beasts about a kilometer ahead. Go around them. Die. Okay. Wu Fan veered left, circling past the group. 3 days of live combat, 3 fierce beasts on the mission list. It sounded simple, but searching for 3 specific fierce beasts across 150 square kilometers was like looking for a needle in the sea. Time had to be saved wherever possible, though if you knew your mission targets, well, finding them was actually quite easy. As he walked, he pondered the new thing Yuji had been tinkering with. A nightmare version of the Flower Dawn dream. The Flower Dawn dream could soothe the soul, relax the mind, and dispel fatigue. Yuji had flipped those images upside down. The 100 flowers' birthday became a withering of 100 blooms. The offering to the flower god became a desecration. The hanging of red silk became ghostly silk. The first time Wu Fan heard Yuji mention this, he was stunned for a long while. Why would you mess around with something like that? Yuji's answer was die. Yuji is curious. Just curious. That little creature's curiosity outweighed a cat's. Wu Fan didn't say much then. He simply had Yuji demonstrate it for him. Of course, it wasn't demonstrated on real people. It was tested on the fish in the pond, specifically the spirit fish other than the spirit marsh wanderers. When those fish woke from the dream, they thrashed around in the pond for a long while, splashing water everywhere, and even waking up the slumbering bear resting nearby. Wu Fan stared at the fish for a good while. What's wrong with them? Die. They had nightmares. They're scared. Scared that badly. Die. Yuji's dream for them was terrifying. 100 flowers withering, the flower god turning into a monster, ghostly silk tangling the fish up so they couldn't break free no matter how they struggled. Die. But they're the fish from home, so Yuji only used a tiny little bit. Wu Fan didn't say anything at the time, but he took note of it in his heart. The nightmare version of the Flower Dawn dream. If used well, it would be far crueler than an ordinary dream entry. Entering a dream simply put someone to sleep. A nightmare made them suffer inside the dream. After waking, the target would be mentally drained, their spiritual energy in disarray, their combat power greatly diminished. Against fierce beasts, this move saved far more effort than fighting head-on. But it had never been tested in real combat. Today would be the perfect chance. It wasn't that he didn't want Yuji to try those Chinese horror concepts. The problem was that with Yuji's current strength, she couldn't fully bring out the stories he told. The Flower Dawn dream worked because there were ready-made images. Yuji had taken them all in on the day of evolution, copying the pattern with ease. Half an hour later, they reached the edge of the swamp area. Maple Forest Valley Swamp lay in the northeast corner, low-lying and perpetually waterlogged. Wu Fan crossed a small creek on a fallen dead tree, the soles of his feet covered in mud. A stench of decay hung in the air as if something had been rotting for a long time. Yuji lay on his shoulder, antennae raised, head swiveling back and forth. Die. Master, the smell here is awful. It's a swamp. That's just how it is. Die. Yueji doesn't like it. Then why don't you use spiritual energy to block your sense of smell? Yuji thought for a moment, then her wings gave a little flutter. A thin layer of pale purple light rippled out from her body, wrapping around the entire butterfly. Die. Done. Does it work? Die. Can't smell anything now, but Yuji feels weird, like being sealed inside a box. Bear with it. We'll leave once the job's done. Wu Fan continued forward. The ground grew softer underfoot, the soil beneath the grass, soaking with water. Each step sank slightly, mud squeezing up through the grass roots, and bubbling with a gurgle. He slowed his pace, picking the spots that looked firmer. No choice. He was only a first-rank rookie, now unable to fly through the air. Die. Master, there are quite a few fierce beasts directly ahead. Are there any rock grass moths? Die. Don't know. Yuji has never seen one, so she doesn't know what its soul aura is like. Then point the way, and we'll check them one by one. Yuji's antennae twitched, then pointed to the front right. Die. Over there about 800 meters. Okay. Wu Fan walked 300 meters in the direction Yuji indicated. The ground beneath his feet grew softer, and beneath the turf was nothing but water. With every step, mud squeezed up through the gaps between grass roots, bubbling and gurgling like porridge boiling in a pot. He pulled his foot out, the sole caked in black mud, and shook it twice without getting it clean. Flutter. Master, ahead are several fierce beasts that look like crocodiles. Should we continue? Crocodiles. Flutter. They're lying in a puddle. One large and two small, the small ones over a meter long as well. Wu Fan stopped and swept his gaze around. Crocodiles in a swamp were nothing unusual. Those creatures had thick hides and astonishing bite force. A first-realm beast tamer who encountered them would be wise to take a detour. Let's change direction. As long as it's not a moth-type beast, we'll take the long way around. Flutter. All right. Yuji flew up from his shoulder, hovered in midair, and turned its antennae in a new direction. Flutter. To the right, there are quite a few fierce beasts in that area. Then let's get a closer look. Wu Fan turned and headed to the right front. The mud on the ground thinned, replaced by more gravel and dry mounds of grass. He hopped forward from mound to mound, leaping like a frog. Yuji flew alongside him, wings flapping lazily, occasionally reporting the positions of fierce beasts. Flutter. 600 meters ahead, there are 3. Flutter. 400 meters to the right, 2. Flutter. 800 meters to the left, a whole bunch. How many is a whole bunch? Flutter. At least a dozen or so packed together. Wu Fan stopped and thought. A dozen packed together. Wasn't that a fierce beast nest? Rock grass moths were solitary fierce beasts that didn't like to cluster. That place certainly wasn't one. Circle around it. Keep searching. Yuji turned in the air and pointed a wing forward. Flutter. Over there 500 meters, only one. Let's go. Wu Fan quickened his pace. After circling around a patch of low shrubs, an open expanse of mudflat appeared ahead. Several dead logs lay across the ground, half buried in the mud, their surfaces covered in moss and fungi. The stench of decay in the air was so thick it stung the throat, but he held back his cough. In the middle of the mudflat lay a moth. Its grayish-brown wings, when spread, were wider than 2 adult palms placed together. The wing edges were ringed with black and dark yellow spots, dotted the centers like traces of mold. Its antennae were thick and short, drooping on either side of its head. It lay motionless on the dead log. Flutter. Is this the rock grass moths? Yuji's voice sounded in his mind, tinged with curiosity. Flutter. Its soul aura is sticky and a bit foul like rotten fruit. Wu Fan stared at the moth, recalling the information on rock grass moths from his memory. Rock grass moth, a first-realm fierce beast commonly found in swamps, decaying lands, and dead wood piles. He activated the myriad thing's eye. Rock grass moth. Attribute poison. Realm first realm 5 stars. Potential second realm 8 stars. Innate skills rotting touch paralysis scale powder. Wu Fan ran the information through his mind, glanced down at the muddy ground beneath his feet, then looked up at the moth. First realm 5 stars. Yuji was first realm 7 stars, overpowering it by 2 stars. And since Yuji was of the Dream Soul lineage, fighting a fierce beast with such low mental defense was like slicing vegetables. Yuji, are there other fierce beasts around it? Yuji closed its eyes, antennae trembling slightly. After a few seconds, it opened its eyes. Flutter. None. The nearest ones are a kilometer away. Those crocodiles from before. Then it's all yours. Experiment however you like. Yuji's wings gave a flutter as it rose from his shoulder and hovered in midair. It fixed its gaze on the rock grass moth lying on the dead log, antennae slowly rising. Flutter. Let me first try the nightmare version of the flower dawn dream. Go on, do it. Yuji spread its wings and violet blue light surged from their surfaces. The rock grass moth didn't even have time to lift its head. The moment the light wave swept over it, its wings drooped. The entire moth slid off the dead log and crashed into the mud, splashing up a small spray of mire. It didn't move. Flutter. It's too weak. I had just begun weaving the first layer of 100 flowers, withering, and its soul withered along with them. Yuji flew back and landed on his shoulder, antennae drooping, its tone filled with disappointment. Wu Fan reached out and tapped its head. You're the one who's too strong. It's not that it was weak. Flutter. But Yuji wanted to try more. Yuji leaned forward from his shoulders, staring at the moth in the mud, tapping its wingtips twice. Flutter. Yuji also wanted to try wrapping it in ghost silk and having the flower god turn into a monster to chase it. Yuji hasn't even started yet. It's fine. There are plenty of fierce beasts here. We'll find a stronger one for you to practice on, Wu Fan said as he walked over to the rot grass moth. He crouched down and pulled a spirit energy blade from his backpack. The blade was short, palm-sized, capable of cutting through spirit beast corpses. He had bought it from the Association Mall for 28,000 and had never used it until now. He pressed the blade against the base of the moth's wing and brought it down in one swift motion. With a crack, one wing was severed. Fluid seeped from the cut, dark green, carrying a stench even worse than the swamp. Wu Fan frowned and tossed the wing into a bag he had prepared in advance. 3 fierce beasts, each requiring 1 proof. A rot grass moth's wing would do. He stuffed the bag into his backpack and stood up, about to leave. He spotted something grayish-white peeking out of the mud beneath the dead log. Wu Fan crouched back down and used the spirit energy blade to poke at the object. The mud was pushed aside, revealing its true form, a Ganoderma. Wu Fan pried it out of the mud and held it in his palm. The Ganoderma was light, almost feathery. Yuji landed on his wrist, tilting its head to look. Flutter. Is this a Ganoderma? Yuji has seen one in dreams, but it wasn't this ugly. What did it look like in your dreams? Flutter. Colorful and glittering. Wu Fan held the Ganoderma up to his eyes and turned it around. He activated the Myriad Thing's Eye. Corpse Bone Ganoderma. Quality First Realm High Grade. Attribute Poison Wood. Description: a special spirit material that grows near the habitat of rot grass moths, formed by the long-term interaction between the rot grass moth's toxins and the humus in the swamp. Can be used to refine antidote pills or as evolution material for poison-type spirit beasts. Corpse Bone Ganoderma. Wu Fan read it aloud. Flutter. Is it useful? It's useful. I'll sell it later or keep it for future use. He stuffed the Ganoderma into his backpack, stood up, and patted the mud off his knees. Yuji flew up from his wrist and landed back on his shoulder. Flutter. Master, are there a lot of these here? Possibly. Wherever rot grass moths live, there's a good chance of finding corpse bone Ganoderma nearby. Flutter. Then Yuji will look for some. Wu Fan did not rush toward the forest. He walked slowly, his eyes sweeping across the ground, as if searching for fallen spirit fruits in his own backyard. Yuji lay on his shoulder, her antennae erect, occasionally probing to both sides. Master, shouldn't we hurry to complete the combat mission? No rush. We'll gather materials along the way and gradually make our way to the target area. Even if we fail to complete the mission on time, it's not a big deal. Yuji tilted her head. Not a big deal. Doesn't the school offer rewards? Can rewards be more valuable than materials? Wu Fan stepped forward, breaking a dry twig with a crisp crack that startled a few small insects nearby. Think about it. The school's rewards are at most a few first-realm materials, and you have to be in the top 10 of the entire school to get them. But here in the wild forest, opportunities are everywhere. Whatever you pick up is a gain, no need to queue or compete. This thought had come to him after finding 5 corpse bone Ganoderma earlier. This field exercise, arranged by the Education Bureau, covered 20 middle schools with thousands of participating students. Each school would determine its top 10 based on task completion speed. It seemed like a simple field exercise, but competition was fierce. A single school had hundreds of students, all scrambling for limited rankings. Whoever completed the hunting mission and returned to the temporary camp first would claim the school's top spot, with subsequent rankings determined by a hair's breadth of difference. But this was a wild forest teeming with raw materials despite regular patrols. The school's rewards were limited, and with hundreds competing, the margin for error was razor thin. Rather than fighting over a few fixed rewards, it was better to methodically search along the path, accumulating gains bit by bit. Far more lucrative than any prize. Yuji thought for a moment, her antennae twitching. Master is right. Besides, Wu Fan bent down, picked up a stone, weighed it in his hand, and tossed it. The stone landed in a distant thicket, sending 2 gray sparrows fluttering into the air. We have 3 days, enough to cover plenty of ground. The 3 beasts aren't going anywhere, but if you don't pick up these materials, someone else will. Then hurry up. We can't let others take these materials first. Wu Fan smiled slightly, but his pace remained unhurried, unaffected by Yuji's urging. Don't rush. A steady search ensures we miss nothing. As he spoke, Yuji on his shoulders suddenly froze, her gently fluttering wings becoming still, her antennae pointing straight ahead. Oh master, there's a lone first realm 9-star beast a kilometer away. Yuji wants to test her dream ability on it. First realm 9-star. Wu Fan stopped. What does it look like? Yuji doesn't know yet, as she only sensed its soul aura. Wu Fan thought. First realm 9-star, 2 stars above Yuji. But Yuji was of the dream soul lineage and spiritual attacks were effective against most beasts. A 2-star gap was manageable. Let's go check it out. Look for materials along the way. Die. Yuji flew off his shoulder leading the way. The ground beneath his feet changed from mud to gravel and gravel to hard dry loess. The trees on both sides grew denser, their branches and leaves blocking most of the sky, leaving only patches of fragmented light. Wu Fan stepped on a stone to leap over a dry ditch with Yuji flying ahead, her wings fluttering briskly. Die. Master, that creature hasn't moved, but it's been in one spot. Probably sleeping. Or lying in wait for prey. Wu Fan pushed aside a hanging vine, its thorns scraping across his school uniform sleeve, leaving a white scratch mark. He glanced down and continued walking. Die. Here. It's behind that pile of rocks 100 meters away. It's a tiger-type beast, and it's sleeping. Wu Fan lightened his steps, using the bushes as cover to move forward. Die. Master, it's snoring. Yuji's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with disdain. Wu Fan remained silent, peering from behind the bushes toward the rocks. A tiger. Not very large, about 2 meters from head to tail. Its fur was a dusty yellow base with dark brown stripes extending from the spine down the sides. Its head rested on its front paws, ears drooping, eyes closed, mouth slightly open, revealing half its tongue. Wu Fan activated the all-seeing eye. Rock pattern tiger. Element Earth. Realm 1st realm 9 stars. Potential 3rd realm 5 stars. Innate skills rock, skin, stone, claw, quake, roar. Current status sleeping, spiritual energy full. Wu Fan withdrew his gaze, a hint of a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Yuji, it's your turn. It's sleeping, so we've a dream directly. Yuji flew off his shoulder, hovering in midair, her wings fluttering slowly as her body emitted a faint purple-blue glow. An invisible wave of soul force shot toward the rock pattern tiger. The tiger's ear twitched. It woke, but before its eyes could fully open, Yuji's attack struck. The tiger's half-opened eyes instantly froze, its pupils unfocused. Its head dropped back onto its front paws with a thud. Its belly began to rise and fall again. Less than 2 seconds had passed. Now it was Yuji's dream time. Wu Fan leaned against a tree trunk, arms crossed, watching the tiger. He couldn't see the dream, but he could feel Yuji's soul force being consumed. It didn't last long, less than a minute. Yuji drooped her antennae and returned to Wu Fan's side, the entire butterfly limp. Die. Yuji had only woven up to burial of falling flowers when her soul was assimilated by the dream. Though it was better than that stinky moth, Yuji hadn't even finished weaving the whole thing. Not fun. Her voice was filled with disappointment. Wu Fan reached out and tapped her head. If a 1st realm 9-star beast won't work, let's try a 2nd realm 1-star beast. Die? Yes. This time Yuji will complete the full test. The butterfly instantly perked up. Let's go. First, check if there are any materials around this tiger. Wu Fan walked over to the lifeless rock pattern tiger. He pulled a spirit energy knife from his backpack. He gestured, unsure where to cut. The mission required proof, not the entire beast. He could cut off an ear, a claw, or a tail. But the rock pattern tiger wasn't his mission target, so cutting it would be useless. However, the tiger hide was valuable. A 1st realm 9-star rock pattern tiger's hide, if skinned and sold on the market, would fetch at least 10,000 yuan. He thought for a moment, but decided against it. Skinning took too much time, and the smell of blood would attract other beasts. Not worth it. He activated the all-seeing eye and scanned the area around the tiger. There were indeed materials. Rock moss. Quality, 1st realm mid-grade. Element Earth. Description, a moss-type spiritual material that grows near the habitats of rock-type beasts. Can be used to refine low-grade defensive potions or as evolution material for Earth-type spirit beasts. Wu Fan was awakened by Yuji stepping on him, or rather suffocated awake. The tiny creature had perched on his nose, blocking his nostrils. Ah, choo. Yuji had already taken flight before his sneeze, hovering midair, her butterfly wings fluttering lightly, as if she had anticipated it all along. Yuji. Wu Fan wiped his face. Can you find another way to wake me next time? Butterfly. But this is the only way Yuji can wake master. Yuji flew back, landing on his chest, her antennae twitching with an air of self-righteousness. Wu Fan propped himself up on his arms and sat up his back against the rough inner wall of the tree hollow. The hollow was just large enough for him to sit with his legs curled. Above his head, interwoven tree roots emerged from the soil. Morning light slanted in through the opening, casting a thin strip of brightness on the ground where tiny specks of dust drifted. He squinted to adjust to the light, then rubbed his nose. What time is it? Butterfly. I don't know, but it's dawn. Wu Fan pulled out his phone and glanced at it. 7:40 a.m. He had spent the night curled in the tree hollow, his back sore from the pressure, his neck stiff. When he turned left, it cracked twice. Yuji flew up from his chest, hovering midair, her antennae suddenly snapping erect. Butterfly. Master, I sense the soul aura of my sister. Wu Fan's hand paused. Yunshi. Where? Butterfly. Southeast, about a kilometer away. It seems she's in combat. Without another word, Wu Fan pocketed his phone and crawled out of the tree hollow. Outside was a mixed forest, trees not tall, but dense. He oriented himself and strode southeast. Yu Ji, what's the situation? What's she fighting? Yu Ji perched on his shoulder, antennae still erect. Butterfly. Yu Ji doesn't know. I only sense that my sister's soul fluctuations are very intense along with several of her friends. And the auras of over a dozen ferocious beasts. Wu Fan quickened his pace. He pushed through 2 crooked trees, brushed aside a thicket, and his trouser legs were torn by branches several times, but he didn't bother to check. Over a dozen. Butterfly. Yes. Let's speed up. Wu Fan exerted force in his steps, charging forward with basic footwork. The ground flew beneath his feet. Trees retreated one by one, of bushes he crashed through closed behind him, dry twigs snapped under his steps. Butterfly. 800 meters left. Wu Fan didn't reply, accelerating his footwork. Butterfly. 600 meters. Butterfly. 500 meters. Sister and the others are moving, retreating north. Are they injured? Yu Ji was silent for 2 seconds, her antennae trembling slightly. Butterfly. Yu Ji doesn't sense injuries, but their soul fluctuations are all very active. They should be fine. Wu Fan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Good. Butterfly. 300 meters. Sister and the others have stopped, they're fighting again. Wu Fan pushed aside the last bush, and the view opened up before him. A riverbank. Not large, about 100 square meters, covered with stones of all sizes. In the middle of the bank was a small stream, shallow enough to just cover the ankles, the current swift, splashing white foam against the rocks. On the other side of the riverbank, Wu Yunxi stood behind a large rock. Her hair was loose, her ponytail askew, with a few stray strands plastered to her forehead. Dark stains marked the sleeves of her school uniform. Unclear if mud or blood. One hand rested on the rock, the other gripped a spiritual energy sword. The crimson feathered fire sparrow hovered 2 meters above her head, wings spread, every feather bristling with flames at the tips. Xia Hamiao stood to Wu Yunxi's right. The frosthorn deer stood before her, its hooves on the broken stones, ice crystals on its antlers glinting in the sunlight. She held a spiritual energy bow, an arrow coated with a thin layer of frost. Yushi leaned against another rock. The ice spirit fox's fur was fully bristled, standing beside the frosthorn deer. Like Wu Yunxi, she gripped a spiritual energy sword in her right hand. Jing Rui stood on the far right. The thunder spirit mink stood before her, its purple fur standing on end like needles. She held a spiritual energy short blade, not long, barely wider than her palm, with dark red liquid dripping from the edge. All 4 were wounded. Wu Yunxi's left sleeve had a tear, revealing 3 bloody scratches on the skin beneath. Not deep, but blood trickled down her forearm, dripping onto the hilt of her spiritual energy sword. Xia Hamiao had a scraped patch on her forehead, blood smearing half her eyebrow, but she didn't bother to wipe it. Yushi's trousers were torn from the knee downward, exposing a bruised and swollen shin. Jing Rui was worst off. A gash split the tiger's mouth of her right hand, blood soaking the short blade's hilt. She switched the knife to her left hand, her right hanging limp at her side, fingers trembling. Opposite them, by the bushes, over a dozen grayish-brown wolves lay crouched. Bone-crushing wolves. Wu Fan recognized them at a glance. He had seen them in the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia. Grayish-brown fur, a dark mane running from the nape to the tip of the tail. The leader was the largest, standing as tall as a man, its mouth slightly open, revealing 2 rows of bone-white teeth. Wu Fan activated the all-seeing eye and swept over them. The leader was at the second realm, 2 stars. The rest were all in the first realm, ranging from 4 to 9 stars. Over a dozen wolves, 4 injured first realm beast tamers. Wu Yunxi and the others couldn't hold out much longer. Wu Fan turned to Yu Ji on his shoulder, lowering his voice. Yu Ji, no playing this time. Use full power, Dream Entry and Dream Devour. Take out all the first realm ones first. Dream Devour could restore Yu Ji's energy while attacking the enemy. Yu Ji's antennae stood straight, her butterfly wings slowly unfurling. Butterfly. Yu Ji is ready. Wu Yunxi took a deep breath. Her chest ached. Around the ribs, she must have hit something at some point. She withdrew her hand from the rock, tightened her grip on the spiritual energy sword. The hilt was slippery with blood, but she held it even tighter. Fire Sparrow. Chirp. How many blazing storms can you still release? The Fire Sparrow didn't answer, but the flames on its wings had dimmed noticeably. No need to ask. Its spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Xia Hamiao stood to her right, still holding the bow drawn, but her arm was trembling. The bowstring had been taut too long, the muscles in her arms stiff with exhaustion. Oh, if she didn't release the arrows soon, she wouldn't be able to hold on. Yunxi. Xia Hamiao's voice was hoarse. I can't hold it much longer. Hold on a little longer. Wu Yunxi gritted her teeth. Yushi, leaning against the rock behind, panted. Didn't they say the patrol would be here in 10 minutes? If they don't show up soon, we're done for. Jing Rui said nothing. The short blade in her left hand wobbled slightly, blood flicking off the tip, drawing an arc across the stone. The leading bone-crushing wolf took a step forward. Its claws crunched on the gravel. A low growl rippled through the pack, as if in response. Wu Yunxi stared at the wolf, a single thought crossing her mind. No escape. Over a dozen wolves, 4 people all wounded. Even if they retreated north, the pack would catch up, they wouldn't get far before being intercepted. She tightened her grip on the sword hilt, her nails digging into her palm. The pain helped her stay lucid. Then let's fight it out. Before Wu Yunxi's words had even faded, a sudden commotion erupted among the wolves across from her. The leading bone-crushing wolf snapped its head around, ears pricked, eyes fixed on the rear of the pack. The other wolves followed suit, turning their heads. Wu Yunxi followed their gaze. A figure emerged from behind the bushes. His steps were unhurried, and on his shoulder perched a violet-blue butterfly, its wings slowly fluttering, shimmering in the morning light. Brother. Wu Yunxi was stunned. Wu Fan didn't look at her. He fixed his gaze on the leading bone-crushing wolf, his eyes narrowing slightly, then turned his head to look at Yu Ji on his shoulder. Yu Ji took off from his shoulder. Yu Ji flew directly above the wolf pack, hovering in midair, its wings suddenly spreading wide. Violet-blue light surged from the wing surfaces as if someone had spilled a bottle of ink. The radiance spread in all directions, dyeing the entire riverbank in violet blue. Wu Yunxi squinted against the light, shielding her forehead with her hand. Xia Hemiao nearly dropped her bow as she quickly steadied it, her fingers aching from the grip. Yushi poked her head out from behind a rock, her mouth agape, speechless. Jing Rui's short blade stopped. She stared at the butterfly in the sky, without blinking. The violet-blue light fell upon the wolf pack. The first realm bone-crushing wolves fell one after another. First the ones in the front, 4-star, 5-star. Their bodies swayed, knees buckled, and they crashed to the ground, sending up a spray of gravel and dust. Then the ones in the back, 7-star, 8-star, lasted 2 seconds before their pupils faded, their heads drooped, and they breathed no more. The 9-star one held out the longest. It braced on all 4 legs, its body, trembling mouth open, a low growl rumbling from its throat, as if fighting something. But its eyes were already glazing over, pupils dilating, focus blurring. It lasted about 5 seconds. Then its legs gave way and it collapsed. Yu Ji's dream devourer followed immediately. The violet-blue light was drawn out of them strand by strand, drifting toward Yu Ji, absorbed into its wings. Yu Ji's wings fluttered with increasing vigor, the light growing brighter. In less than 10 seconds, only one wolf remained standing. The leading bone-crushing wolf. Second realm, 2 stars. It did not fall, but it did not move either. It stood amidst the fallen wolf's head raised, staring at the butterfly above, growling incessantly. Wu Fan walked up beside Wu Yunxi. Injured. Just a scratch. Wu Yunxi planted her spirit energy sword on the ground, catching her breath. How did you get here? Passing by my foot. Wu Yunxi shot him a glare, but the corner of her mouth twitched upward, quickly suppressed. Xia Hemiao put away her bow. The bowstring snapped back with a hum. She shook her sore arm and nodded at Wu Fan. Brother Wu Fan. Yushi stepped out from behind the rock, limping slightly, with the ice spirit fox at her feet, its fur still bristled, but much better than before. She looked at the wolves strewn across the ground, then at the butterfly in the sky, and swallowed. Brother Wu Fan, your butterfly is way too powerful. Jing Rui said nothing, switching the short blade back to her right hand. Her tiger's mouth was still bleeding. She sheathed the blade, pulled a roll of gauze from her pocket, bit one end, and wrapped it around her right hand with her left. Wu Fan glanced at her. Is it serious? It's fine. Jing Rui mumbled through the gauze, wrapped it twice, bit it off, and tied a knot. The leading wolf growled lowly, watching the butterfly that had taken down its pack in an instant. It had thought of running, but it could sense that it was locked onto by that butterfly. No matter which direction it fled, the violet-blue butterfly would chase it. Flutter. Master, there's only one second realm wolf left. Can Yu Ji play? Yu Ji's voice rang in Wu Fan's mind, tinged with excitement. The little creature was quite spirited now. Although it had instantly killed those first realm wolves, Dream Devourer had fully replenished its energy. It had damage control and sustainability. If not for Yunxi and the others being there, Yu Ji could have turned those first realm wolves into puppets with soul thread. Wu Yunxi leaned in and asked, Brother, when did Yu Ji become so fierce? It wasn't like this when we sparred last time. I was going easy on you last time. You? Wu Yunxi choked, grinding her teeth. Fine, you're amazing. She paused, looked at the wolves on the ground, then at the still growling leader. So what are you going to do with this big one? Wu Fan didn't answer. He looked up at Yu Ji. Yu Ji hovered in midair, wings slowly fluttering, antennae standing straight up. Yu Ji, this one is for you to practice on. Second realm, 2 stars. Should be able to withstand your full version. Flutter. Okay. Yu Ji's wings gave a sudden flap. Violet blue light surged from its body, more than twice as intense as before. Seeing this, the leading wolf tensed. Its front legs bent slightly, hind legs braced, mouth open, a low growl rolling from its throat. It opened its mouth at Yu Ji and shot a pillar of earth-yellow light. The pillar shot from its mouth as thick as an arm, hurtling straight toward Yu Ji. Yu Ji didn't dodge. The pillar passed through the center of Yu Ji's body and struck a tree behind it. With a boom, the tree snapped in half, its crown crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. But Yu Ji was still there. What the pillar had passed through was its clone. Yu Ji's real body had already sidestepped, hovering slightly to the left above the leading wolf's head, wings slowly fluttering, antennae perked up. Flutter. Missed. The leading wolf shot another blast. Yuji dodged again. Flutter. Missed again. The leading wolf fired 3 consecutive blasts, each faster and more urgent than the last. Yuji dodged left, right, up, and down. Each time it was a near miss, just grazing past. Flutter. Master, it's so stupid. Wu Fan ignored it. The leading wolf caught its breath. After 4 consecutive blasts, its spiritual energy had been significantly drained. Its mouth closed, tongue lolling out, panting, eyes still fixed on Yuji. Taking advantage of its panting, Yuji spread its wings. An invisible wave of soul power struck the leading wolf. The wolf didn't have time to react. As it panted with its mouth open, its pupils suddenly dilated. Its body stiffened for a moment, then its front legs gave way, knees hitting the ground with a dull thud. Its hind legs also failed, its body sinking, the whole wolf collapsing, head resting on the gravel, eyelids still twitching. Yuji hovered in midair, wings slowly fluttering, layers of violet blue light cascading down. The leading wolf's body began to convulse. Its limbs jerked spasmodically, tail tucked between its hind legs, whimpering from its throat like a beaten dog. Wu Yunshi frowned. Brother, what's wrong with it? It's having a nightmare. Wu Yunshi plopped down onto a rock, laid her spirit energy sword across her lap, and gazed up at the sky, letting out a long sigh. After panting several times, she recovered and turned her head to look at Wu Fan. Brother, how did you know we were here? Yuji sensed it. How did you suddenly encounter the wolf pack? Wu Yunshi wiped her forehead with her sleeve, smearing mud from the cuff across her face, but she didn't care. She took the spirit energy sword off her lap and thrust it into the gravel at her feet, then propped both hands on the edge of the rock and leaned back slightly. Don't even mention it. She sighed and began to speak. We were originally looking for the mission target. When we reached this riverbank, we saw several shatterbone wolves drinking water. Xiao Miao asked if we should go around. Before we could detour, the leading wolf let out a howl. Several more emerged from the bushes, one after another, increasing in number. Wu Fan glanced at her. So you fought while retreating? What else? Wu Yunshi rolled her eyes. Over a dozen wolves, and only 4 of us. Should we just stand there and get surrounded? She paused. Who knew they would cling to us so relentlessly? We retreated here, and they followed. When we tried to head north, they flanked us from the sides. Dank's spiritual energy was almost drained. As she said this, she looked down at the flame-feathered Danke that had landed beside her. The Dank's wings drooped, its beak slightly open, panting heavily. Wu Yunshi reached out and tapped its head. Danke didn't dodge, letting her tap. Did you call for help, eh? Yes. Wu Yunshi withdrew her hand and propped it on the rock. Xiao Hamiao pressed the emergency button on her bracelet immediately. She turned her head to look at Xiao Hamiao. Xiao Hamiao was squatting on the ground, wrapping a bandage around Ling Songlu's leg. There were 3 shallow, bloody scratches on the deer's left hind leg, staining a patch of its white fur red. Ling Songlu stood still, lowering its head to lick Xiao Hamiao's hand with its tongue. Xiao Hamiao's hand itched from the licking. She flinched, then reached back and continued wrapping. Xiao Hamiao, when you pressed the emergency button, what did they say? Xiao Hamiao lifted her head. The blood from the scraped skin on her forehead had dried, forming a dark red scab that smeared over half her eyebrow. Said they'd be there within 10 minutes. She lowered her head and continued wrapping the bandage, her voice muffled. How long has it been? Wu Yunshi took out her phone and glanced at it. Only 5 minutes. Then there's still 5 minutes left. Yushi leaned against the rock, lifted her injured leg, and rested her heel on the stone, letting her calf hang in the air. She looked down at the bruises, reached out, and pressed one, wincing in pain. Hiss, these wolves bite hard. Jing Rui stood at the edge. The bandage on her right hand was already wrapped. She flexed her fingers. A small patch of red seeped through the gauze, but it was much better than before. Wu Fan looked at his sister. Then you're really lucky I happened to be resting nearby. Wu Yunshi glared at him, then turned away and ignored him. At that moment, Yuji also finished off the last wolf. It returned to Wu Fan's shoulder with satisfaction, folding its butterfly wings and holding its antennae high. Butterfly. Finally, I gotta try a complete one. Wu Fan reached out and tapped its head. Had your fun. Butterfly. Thrilling. The complete nightmare version of the Huajiao dream is far more powerful than a single soul spike. Butterfly. Moreover, Yuji discovered that this dream can be stacked. If once is not enough, do it twice. If twice is not enough, 3 times. The more times stacked, the heavier the soul injury. Butterfly. But Yuji's current strength is insufficient. It can only stack 2 layers. Yuji said, her antennae twitching, the whole butterfly preening smugly. Wu Yunshi couldn't understand what Yuji was saying, but from the high-arching antennae of that butterfly, she could tell it was in a great mood. Brother, what did Yuji say? Said it had a lot of fun. Wu Yunshi stared at Yuji for a moment, then looked at the wolves lying on the ground and sighed. Yuji is really absurd. We encounter a wolf pack and have to call for help, but Yuji can handle it alone. She paused, then glanced at Wu Fan. You're twisted, brother. Alright, stop being cheeky. Wu Fan pulled out several bottles of spiritual energy recovery potion from his backpack and tossed one to each of them. Wu Yunshi caught it, unscrewed the cap, and took a gulp. Blue liquid spilled from the corner of her mouth, trickling down her chin, and she wiped it with the back of her hand. A figure suddenly appeared beside the group. The person wore a dark blue patrol uniform with the words, Maple Forest Valley Patrol Team, embroidered on the left chest, and a silver badge pinned on the right chest. He was in his 40s with a square face, thick eyebrows, and a ring of blue stubble around his lips. He swept his gaze over the wolves on the ground, then looked at the wounded students, furrowing his brows. Who pressed the emergency button? Xiao Hamiao stood up and raised her hand. I did. The patrol officer walked up to her, looked her over, paused for a second at the wound on her forehead, then glanced at the bandage on Ling Songlu's leg. Are you seriously injured? Just superficial wounds, Xiao Hamiao said. The patrol officer nodded, then turned to look at the wolf pack. He crouched down, turned over one of the wolves, examined the wound, then stood up, walked over to the leading Shatterbone wolf, and crouched to examine it. Who did this? Wu Yunxi pointed at Yu Ji on Wu Fan's shoulder. The patrol officer followed her finger. Yu Ji lay on Wu Fan's shoulder, its antennae drooping with an expression that said, Don't look at me, I'm tired. The patrol officer stared at Yu Ji, then at Wu Fan, but didn't ask anything. You're safe now? Do you want to follow me back to the temporary camp or continue with the actual combat? Wu Yunxi raised her hand. If we go back to the camp and rest, can we continue? Yes, but you won't be included in the ranking. Wu Yunxi turned to look at Xiao Hamiao. Xiao Hamiao thought for a moment, then nodded. She looked at Yu Shi and Jing Rue, and both nodded. Fine, we won't participate then, Wu Yunxi said. Life comes first. The patrol officer pulled out a palm-sized device from his waist pouch, pressed a few buttons, and a light screen popped up. I'll report your situation. For people injured, minor injuries, spirit beast lightly injured. Already treated. He pressed confirm and put the device away. Come on, I'll take you back. Wu Yunxi stood up from the rock, bent down to pull the spirit energy sword out of the gravel, sheathed it, and put it into her backpack. She turned to look at the wolves on the ground, then at Wu Fan. Brother, aren't you coming back with us? I still have a mission to finish. Be careful then. Got it. The group walked not too quickly, their four long shadows stretching in the morning light. Yu Ji lay on Wu Fan's shoulder, tilting its head to watch them walk away. Butterfly. Our sister and the others okay? Just superficial wounds. They'll heal after some rest. Butterfly. That patrol officer came really slowly. In the wild, getting there within 10 minutes is already fast. Wu Fan turned around and looked at the lifeless Shatterbone wolves scattered on the ground. He took out a spirit energy knife from his backpack and walked over to the nearest Shatterbone wolf. With a swift motion of the knife, he obtained the proof material. Next, it was time to collect the money. 3 days, not long, not short. Wu Fan slid the spiritual energy blade back into his backpack. Flutter. Master, should we keep looking? Yu Ji lay on his shoulder, antennae drooping, voice listless. The little thing had barely slept in 3 days. Although every use of dream devouring could restore its strength, the mental exhaustion couldn't be replenished. Let's stop looking. Wu Fan looked down at his backpack. The spatial backpack was stuffed full. Bone-shattering wolf fangs, rockgrass moth wings, earth-eating snake skin. All 3 proof materials were there. The rest were all materials: bone rot, Ganoderma rock, moss, bone-shattering wolf claws, earth-eating snake venom sacs, plus a few spirit herbs and chunks of, where he had picked up casually in the mountain forest. Yu Ji poked its head out from his shoulder and peeked into the backpack. Flutter. So much stuff. It should sell for over $1 million. Flutter. Then can we buy Yu Ji something tasty? Wu Fan laughed softly and reached out to tap its head. What else do you know besides eating? Flutter. Yueji also knows how to sleep. That's called cultivating. Flutter. Right, Yuji cultivates very hard. It said this with absolute conviction, its antennae perking up for a moment before drooping again. It simply didn't have the strength to keep them raised for long. Wu Fan swung the backpack onto his shoulder and turned to head back. He hadn't had a proper meal in 3 days. The first day, he gnawed on wild fruit. The second day, he roasted a fish. Half of it burned black. By the third day, he couldn't be bothered to fuss, so he downed 2 bottles of spiritual energy recovery potion to stave off hunger. That spiritual energy recovery potion, it did kill the hunger, but his stomach churned as if he'd swallowed a bellyful of soda. Right now, he just wanted to get back to camp and find something hot to eat. The path underfoot was rough. There were loose stones, dense weeds, and fallen dead trees he had to step over from time to time. Yu Ji lay on his shoulder, reporting the surroundings every so often, but too lazy to form full sentences. Just a single word. Flutter. Left. Wu Fan turned right. Flutter. Ahead. He slowed his steps. Flutter. Nothing now. No more savage beasts around. Flutter. Wu Fan quickened his pace. Sunlight slipped through the gaps between the leaves and splintered into gold across the ground. A breeze drifted over from the valley, carrying the scent of soil and fallen leaves. The camp was close. He pushed aside the last clump of bushes, and the view opened up before him. The temporary camp was set up in an open area at the entrance to Fenglin Valley, enclosed by collapsible fencing. A sign on the fence read, Qingyun City Education Bureau Field Combat Base. 2 inspectors stood at the camp gate, one tall, one short, both in dark blue uniforms with silver badges on their chests. Wu Fan walked up to the gate and the tall inspector gave him an appraising once-over. Which school? No. Free high school. The tall man looked down at the tactical wristband on his wrist, tapped it a few times, and a holographic screen popped up. He swiped twice and found Wu Fan's information. Wu Fan Class 7, Grade 12. Go on in. Wu Fan pushed open the fence gate and walked inside. Inside, the camp was larger than it looked from outside. Dozens of tents stood on the open ground divided by school. No. Three high schools' tents were on the east side, one after another. Gray-green canvas zipper doors hanging open, sleeping bags and backpacks visible inside. The smell of food drifted through the air from the big tent at the center of camp. Wu Fan's stomach growled. This time it wasn't the potion churning. He was genuinely hungry. He quickened his pace toward the No. 3 high school area. Zhao Xiaopeng was sitting at the entrance to his tent, a bowl on his knees filled with steaming stew. He was shoveling rice into his mouth with chopsticks when he saw Wu Fan approaching and nearly choked. You. Cough, cough, cough. He pounded his chest, coughing several times, his face flushed red. You're finally back. Wu Fan walked over and crouched down in front of him. Is there anything to eat? Yeah, I got it from the big tent. Go, it's still hot. Wu Fan took off his backpack, tossed it into the tent, and turned toward the central tent. Yuji flew up from his shoulder, landed on the spatial backpack, folded its butterfly wings, and let its antennae droop, planning to doze off for a bit. Flutter. Call Yuji when you're done eating. Got it. There weren't many people in the central tent. Most students were still out in the wild. A row of long tables stood together with several large pots on top, lids half open and steam billowing out. A woman in a white apron stood behind the table holding a big ladle. Seeing Wu Fan approach, she tapped the edge of a pot. What do you have? Wu Fan glanced into the pot. Stew, rice, and a basin of egg drop soup with chopped scallions floating on the surface. I'll take it all. The woman took a large bowl, scooped a ladleful of stew into it, pressed a scoop of rice on top, then ladled out a bowl of soup and handed it to him. Come back if you need more. Okay. After finishing his meal, Wu Fan walked back to the No. 3 high school area. From a distance, he could see Zhang Lei sitting next to Zhao Xiaopeng, back against the tent, legs stretched out, feet resting on the ground. He had some injuries. His left arm was wrapped in gauze with a small patch of red seeping through. There was also a cut on his face running from the outer end of his brow to his cheekbone. The iron-boned savage bear was lying at his feet, eyes closed, belly rising and falling. The bear's right front leg was wrapped in bandages, slightly loose with a length hanging down and dragging on the ground. Zhang Lei saw Wu Fan approaching and gave him an appraising look. Where did you run off to? I haven't seen you in 3 days. Just wandered around. Wu Fan plopped down onto the ground mat, leaned his back against the tent, and stretched his legs out beside Zhang Lei. Yuji flew out of the tent, landed on his shoulder, folded its butterfly wings, and let its antennae droop. Flutter. Master, are you full? Full. Flutter. Then go home and drink juice. We still have to stay the night. We're not going back until tomorrow. Yuji's antennae drooped. It fell silent, curling up on his shoulder like a small purple-blue lump. Zhao Xiaopeng tilted his head to look at Yuji, then asked Wu Fan in a low voice, what's wrong with it? Tired. Did you two finish your mission? Done. Zhang Lei picked up a grass stem from the ground, put it in his mouth, and chewed it. Zhao Xiaopeng and I finished yesterday. What about you? When did you finish? Today? Today? Zhao Xiaopeng's eyes widened. It took you 3 days. Yeah, I wandered around out there and took my time with the mission. Zhao Xiaopeng stared at him for 2 seconds, then clicked his tongue. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Enjoy myself. I didn't have a single hot meal in 3 days. Zhang Lei spat out the grass stem residue and clapped his hands. Who are the top 10 from No. 3 high school? Do you know? No, I just got back. Zhao Xiaopeng leaned in and counted on his fingers. First place is Li Hao. He came back yesterday morning. Second is Wang Wenjuan, also yesterday morning. Third is... Before he could finish, Zhang Lei interrupted. Forget it, listing them won't help. We didn't make the top 10 anyway. Zhao Xiaopeng refused to concede. I was this close. How close? I was 3 places short. By the way, what do you think of this field exercise? Zhang Lei leaned against the tent, chewing on another blade of grass, his eyes fixed on the gray sky beyond the camp. Zhao Xiaopeng spoke up. What else can I think? Just take it as it is. I reckon it's a rehearsal for next year's college entrance exam. A rehearsal, eh? Zhang Lei turned his head. Who told you that? Do I need to be told? It's obvious even to a fool. The field exercise time limit ranking. It's all the same as the exam. Doesn't the college entrance exam include such content every year? Zhang Lei took the grass blade from his mouth and twirled it in his hand. You have a point, but I heard the exam is much tougher. Of course, otherwise why call it the college entrance exam? These 3 days are just a warm-up, letting us get familiar with the process. When next year comes, that's when it gets real. Zhang Lei turned to Wu Fan. Wu Fan, what do you think? Wu Fan was leaning against the tent with his eyes closed. Yuji rested on his shoulder, her wings folded, antennae drooping. Both human and butterfly were resting. Hearing Zhang Lei call him Wu Fan lifted an eyelid. What? About the exam. How do you think it'll be? Wu Fan thought for a moment, then pushed himself upright from the tent. Hard to say. It changes every year. Last year was a wilderness run plus arena matches. The year before was team survival and individual combat. Who knows this time? But one thing hasn't changed. Beast missions are definitely unavoidable. Zhang nodded and flicked the chewed grass blade away. It tumbled twice in the air before landing in the grass, carried off by the evening breeze. Do you think we'll get into the same university next year? Zhao Xiaopeng suddenly asked. Zhang glanced at him. Where do you want to go? Qingyun Academy, it's close to home. Is that all the ambition you have? What's wrong with Qingyun? It's a top-tier academy too. You think just anyone can get in? Zhang didn't reply, turning to Wu Fan instead. What about you? Wu Fan pondered. I'm planning to choose a top academy near home. You mean Wanxiang Academy and Liangyi Academy? What else? There are only 7 top academies in Daxiatu in the capital. The closest 2 to Qingyun City are Wanxiang and Liangyi. Zhao Xiaopeng drew in a breath. Wanxiang, Liangyi. Their admission thresholds are no joke. Based on past years, you need to complete a beast mission with a beast at least at the 2nd realm to qualify. As he spoke, he deflated, leaning back against the tent. I'll stick to Qingyun. You two are freaks. I'm not competing with you. Zhang chuckled, but didn't take the bait. The evening breeze swept in from outside the camp, carrying the mingled scent of earth and decaying leaves from the forest. On the distant ridge, the last sliver of sunset was sinking the sky, blazing into a patch of orange-red. The camp began to stir with activity. Students returned from the field exercise one after another, trickling toward the central tent in pairs or groups. Some limped, some had spirit beasts with bandaged limbs, and some were shoving food into their mouths as they walked. Someone shouted, "Is there any food left? I'm starving." From inside the tent came Big Sister's voice, "Yes, line up." Wu Fan withdrew his gaze from the distance and glanced at his phone. 6:30 in the evening. Yuji poked her head out from his shoulder, her antennae twitching, her voice soft and nasal, still groggy from sleep. "Mist, Master, has little sister returned?" "I don't know." "Mist? Then can Mist go check the no. 1 high school tent?" "Why would you go? They can't understand you." Mist just wants to look." Yuji flew off his shoulder, flapped her wings twice, hovered in midair, and tilted her head to look at him. Her expression clearly said, "Let me go." Wu Fan glanced at her and waved a hand. Fine, go ahead. Don't wander too far." "Mist. Okay." Yuji's wings vibrated, and she zipped off, her violet-blue figure flashing twice in the twilight before disappearing into the cluster of tents. Zhao Xiaopeng watched the direction Yuji flew and clicked his tongue. "Where's your butterfly going?" "To find Yunxi." "What for?" "I don't know. She said she wanted to look." Zhang pulled his hands from under his head and propped himself up on the ground. "Wu Fan, I want to ask you something." "Go ahead. What path are you planning for your butterfly?" Wu Fan thought for a moment. "I don't know. I'll let her choose." "You sure save yourself the trouble." "Save trouble." Wu Fan leaned against the tent, his eyes half closed. "Letting her choose means I'll follow whatever path she picks." Zhao Xiaopeng cut in. "What if she picks the wrong path?" "If it's her choice, it's good enough for her." Zhang stared at Wu Fan for a moment and shook his head. "You sound just like old Lu." Wu Fan chuckled but didn't reply. More and more students were returning. Some were injured, some had spirit beasts limping, and a few were being helped back by supervisors, an arm draped over the supervisor's shoulder, one leg dragging on the ground. Zhao Xiaopeng craned his neck to look. Quite a few injuries. Zhang followed his gaze and lifted his chin. "That one from class 8. Yesterday I saw him heading deep into the mountains alone. No one could stop him. Now he's lame." Wu Fan didn't look that way. Instead, he fiddled with the tactical wristband on his arm. The wristband vibrated. A message popped up. "All notice, the field exercise will conclude at 1:00 a.m. tomorrow. All students must return to the temporary camp before 1:00 a.m. to board the bus back to school. Those who fail to return on time will bear their own return costs and safety responsibilities." Wu Fan glanced at it and turned off the display. Zhao Xiaopeng leaned in. "When does it end?" 10 tomorrow morning. "That's not bad. We can sleep in," Zhao Xiaopeng said as he pulled the sleeping bag from the mat and tucked it under his head. Wu Fan lay back, propping himself on his hands, and looked up at the sky. It was already dark. Stars were coming out. Not many, scattered like someone had casually tossed a handful of rice grains. In the camp, someone laughed, someone cursed, someone cried out in pain. The sounds mingled into a low hum. Yuji hadn't returned yet. Wu Fan wasn't worried. The little creature was lively, but she knew her limits. If anything truly happened to her, he could sense it through their bond. Staring at the stars, Wu Fan drifted off to sleep without realizing it. When Yuji returned, she was bursting with excitement to share something with her master. But just as she neared the tent, she stopped abruptly, hovering in midair, her wings beating slowly. "Mist." No response. Yuji flew a little closer, stopping half a meter in front of Wu Fan's face. She tilted her head, antennae twitching, and studied him for a long moment. Then, with a gentle flutter of her wings, she flew to the side of his face. Her wings slowly opened, and a faint violet-blue light seeped from their surfaces, so subtle, like moonlight, shattered and sprinkled through the air. The mist of light settled on Wu Fan, cascading from the top of his head down his shoulders. After a moment, Yuji opened her eyes and looked at him. Mist, Master, sleep well. The next day at 12:30 in the afternoon, sunlight slanted through the window, washing the counter in a warm yellow glow. Mom, your precious daughter is back after all that suffering. Wu Fan had barely stepped through the door when Wu Yunxi followed close behind. The wind chime above the door jingled loudly, and it was a while before it quieted down. Wu Yunxi wore her school uniform, which was covered in mud specks. A gash on the left sleeve revealed the bandage wrapped beneath. Her hair was a tangled mess, her ponytail lopsided, and a few strands of loose hair clung to her forehead. Suwon stood up from behind the counter and gave her daughter a once-over. Where are you hurt? Just a scratch. It's nothing. Wu Yunxi tossed her backpack to the floor, threw herself at Suwon, and burrowed her head into the hollow of her mother's shoulder. The impact knocked Suwon back half a step. She braced one hand against the counter and wrapped the other around her daughter's back, patting it gently. Mom, you have no idea. We ran into a wolf pack in Fenglin Valley. You almost never saw your precious daughter again. Wu Yunxi's voice was muffled and Suwon's shoulder indistinct and sounded like she was acting spoiled. Oh, Gonlin Yulu stepped out from behind Suwon. A green light flickered on its antlers, first settling on Wu Yunxi, then splitting into a second strand that landed on Wu Fan. The green light seeped into their skin, and the superficial wounds on both healed in no time. Wu Yunxi lifted her head from Suwon's shoulder and turned to look at Gonlin Yulu. Yulu, you're the one who truly cares for me. Gonlin Yulu huffed a breath from its nose in response. Wu Fan walked over and stroked Yulu, then set his backpack on the counter, unzipped it, and began pulling things out one by one. 5 stalks of corpse rot Ganoderma, 3 slabs of rock moss, 18 bone-crushing wolf claws, 2 venom sacs from earth-eating snakes, plus a few spirit herbs and chunks of ore. The odds and ends covered nearly half the counter. Suwon looked at the pile and raised an eyebrow. Did you go there to fight, or to stock up? Just pick them up on the way. On the way. Wu Yunxi came over and rummaged through the pile of materials. Bro, you didn't spend all 3 days just picking these up, did you? I did the mission too. When did you finish the mission? Before returning to camp yesterday. Wu Yunxi's eyes widened. It took you 3 whole days to finish a mission. Wu Yunxi stared at him for 2 seconds and clicked her tongue. I knew there was a reason you didn't come back to camp with us that day. Before Wu Fan could answer, Yuji flew over, clutching a small bottle of juice. Yeah, master, unscrew it. Wu Fan took it, unscrewed the cap, poured a small cup, and set it on the counter. Yuji plunged straight in, slurping noisily like a greedy little child. Suwon watched Yuji's eager look and shook her head with a smile. You're quite spirited, aren't you? Yuji lifted her head from the cup, juice clinging to the corner of her mouth. She blinked at Suwon, then lowered her head and went back to slurping. Yeah, Yueji has been wanting this juice for 3 whole days. Wu Yunxi also came closer, bending down to look at Yuji. Yuji, what reward do you want? I'll buy it for you. Yuji lifted her head from the cup, glanced at Wu Yunxi, then looked at Wu Fan. Yeah, master, little sister said she'll buy Yuji a reward. I heard. Yeah, then what does Yuji want? Think for yourself. Yuji tilted her head and thought, her antennae twitching. Juice dripped from the corner of her mouth onto the counter, forming a small puddle. Yeah, Yueji wants that one, the sparkly one. Which one? Yeah, the one we saw at the mall last time in the glass case, the one with lots of colors. You mean that bottle of 7-colored spirit honey? Yeah, yes, that's the one. Wu Fan turned to Wu Yunxi. It says it wants the 7-colored spirit honey. Wu Yunxi was stunned. 7-colored spirit honey. How much does that cost? Last time I saw it, a small bottle was 88,000. Wu Yunxi's lips parted slightly as she looked at Yuji. Yuji was looking up at her, antennae raised, eyes filled with anticipation. Fine. Wu Yunxi gritted her teeth. 88,000 it is. I'll buy it for you later. Yuji flew up from the counter and circled Wu Yunxi's head once, her wings whirring so hard they nearly blew her hair into a bird's nest. Yeah, little sister is the best. Dizzy from the spinning, Wu Yunxi reached out, scooped it from midair, and set it in her palm. All right, stop spinning. If you spin any more, I'll get dizzy. Yuji lay in her palm, wings folded, antennae held high. Suwon watched the scene and asked Wu Yunxi with a smile, why do you suddenly want to reward Yuji? Wu Yunxi set Yuji back on the counter and let it continue drinking juice. Mom, you have no idea. That day we were surrounded by a wolf pack on the riverbank. More than a dozen bone-crushing wolves, and the leader was at the second realm. All 4 of us were hurt, and Dank's spiritual power was just about used up. We were thinking, this is it, we're going to meet our end here today. Wu Yunxi described it vividly, gesturing with her hands. Then my big brother showed up. Yuji flew up into the sky, spread her wings, and cast that purple-blue light. Whoosh, all the wolves collapsed. She mimicked Yuji's flight, spreading both arms like wings and spinning around in front of the counter. That's it. Suwon looked at her. That's it. It took about 10 seconds. All the first realm ones dropped, and the second realm one was used by Yuji as her test subject. It struggled for quite a while before it finally fell. Wu Yunxi stopped gesturing, leaned against the counter, and crossed her arms. So Yuji saved my life. What's one bottle of 7-colored spirit honey? I'd buy 10 bottles. Yuji lifted her head from the juice and blinked at Wu Yunxi. Yeah, little sister is really kind. Wu Yunxi couldn't understand it, but from the butterfly's expression, she could tell it was saying something nice. She reached out and tapped Yuji's head. Don't give me that. I haven't forgotten. 88,000. Suwon shook her head with a smile, then turned to Wu Fan. Xiao Fan, what do you plan to do with these materials? Sell them, I guess. No point keeping them for myself. If you're selling, I'll get in touch with a few regular customers. Several shops buy corpse rot Ganoderma and bone-crushing wolf claws. All right, Mom. You handle it. Suwon nodded, picked up a piece of corpse rot Ganoderma, turned it over in her hand, and brought it to her nose to sniff. The quality is decent. It should fetch a good price. She set the Ganoderma down and clapped her hands. All right, you two go wash up. What do you want for dinner? I'll get things ready. Wu Yunxi raised her hand first. Braised iron-armored crab. We don't have any at home. Then wild bull meat pot. Fine. When Wu Fan opened his eyes again, the sky outside the window had already darkened. He reached over and picked up his phone to check the time, 6:30 in the evening. He'd slept for nearly 4 hours. Yuji was still curled up beside the pillow's 6 legs, pointing skyward, sleeping like a purple-blue pancake. Wu Fan reached out and poked its belly. Yuji's leg twitched, it rolled over and went back to sleep. He poked it again. Flutter. The voice was as soft as a half-asleep kitten. You keep sleeping. I'm heading downstairs. Wu Fan threw off the covers and got out of bed, bare feet hitting the floor. After a couple of steps, he glanced back. Yuji had already risen from the pillow, its butterfly wings drooping and antennae tilted to one side. The little butterfly was utterly dazed, wobbling twice in midair. Flutter. Wait. It flew over, landed on his shoulder, and nuzzled its head into the hollow of his neck before going still. Wu Fan tapped its head and went downstairs. At the landing, the Qingluo spirit sprite stood by the corridor, holding a small flower pot with a spirit herb sprouting from the soil. It heard his footsteps, looked up, and nodded to Wu Fan. Wu Fan nodded back. The dining room lights downstairs were all on, warm yellow glow seeping through the door crack and spilling across the corridor floor. Dinner was already on the table. A clay pot of Maniou beef sat squarely in the middle, its lid half off, steam curling upward, and the rich aroma of meat filling the room. Steamed ice fish was placed beside it, topped with slivered scallions and ginger drizzled with hot oil and still sizzling. Stir-fried spirit vegetables filled a white porcelain plate, vivid green and tempting with their crispness. The soup was mushroom soup, made with spirit spring water, a few tiny oil droplets glistening on the surface. Suwon was just coming out of the kitchen with the last bowl of rice, apron still on. Awake. Perfect timing. Sit down and eat. Wu Yunxi was already in her usual seat. She had changed into clean clothes, a pale pink house dress, and her hair had clearly just been washed. The Yinyu Dankei perched on the chair next to her, a small saucer before it holding chopped spirit fruit and a few small cookies. Wu Fan walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Still napping. Wu Yunxi picked up a piece of Maniou beef, tossed it into her mouth, and mumbled after chewing a couple of times. It hardly slept out in the wild, too busy watching for danger. Wu Fan picked up his bowl, ladled out some soup, blew lightly across the surface, and took a sip. The mushroom soup was delicious, but scalding, making him squint. Suwon placed the rice before him, sat down, and picked up her chopsticks. Your father won't be home for dinner tonight. Something came up at the association. Another meeting. Wu Yunxi swallowed the beef and reached for the fish. They say the fierce beasts around the Qingyun Mountains have been acting up again these past 2 days. Suwon picked up a piece of fish belly and put it in Wu Yunxi's bowl. Eat up. You didn't eat well out in the wild, did you? You said it. Wu Yunxi bit into the fish, cheeks bulging. First day I chewed wild fruit, second day, wild fruit, third day, I couldn't take it anymore. I roasted a few fish, and in the end the Dankei ate them all. The Yinyu Dankei raised its head from the saucer and chirped a distinct note of grievance in its voice. Its little eyes plainly said, what was I supposed to do? Would you even be able to eat what you grilled? You're complaining, oh? Wu Yunxi poked its head. I was starving and gave you all the fish, and you still grumble at me. The Dankei shrank its neck, turned its head away, and resumed pecking at the spirit fruit. Suwon shook her head, picked a piece of meat from the clay pot, and dropped it into Wu Yunxi's bowl. All right, stop bullying it. Just eat more. Wu Yunxi gave a huff, picked up the meat, stuffed it into her mouth, and chewed with extra effort. After dinner, the three of them sat on the living room sofa. Wu Yunxi emerged from the dining room, Dankei cradled in her arms, and plopped down beside Wu Fan. Bro, when do you think I can contract my second spirit beast? When you reach the second realm. I know that. Wu Yunxi set the Dankei on her lap, stroking its back with her fingers. What I'm asking is, have you already scouted one out for me? Wu Fan turned his head and gave her a look. What's the rush? Just curious. Wu Yunxi held the Dankei up to her eyes and stared into its eyes. Tell me, what element do you think my second spirit beast will be? Right now you only have Dank, a fire type, with no means of crowd control. When we faced that wolf pack, if he meow and the others hadn't helped, I honestly don't know if I could have lasted until you arrived. As she spoke, she set the Dankey back on her lap and sighed. Dank's burst is high, but it's a one-shot deal. After it goes all out, there's nothing left in reserve. Against a foe that can take a hit or a swarm, it's helpless. Wu Fan leaned back on the sofa saying nothing. The Dankey lifted its head from her lap and chirped at her, the note drawn out long as if in protest. What are you protesting? I'm just stating facts. Wu Yunxi poked its head. Be honest. Aren't you just all attack, attack, attack? The Dankey turned its head away, ignoring her. Su-Wan came out of the kitchen with a plate of cut spirit fruit, set it on the coffee table, and sat down on the opposite sofa. Your brother is right. Don't rush. You're at the first realm now. Focus on raising Dankey properly. As for the second spirit beast, we'll talk after you reach the second realm. Mom, I'm just curious. Wu Yunxi grabbed a piece of spirit honey melon from the plate and took a big bite. What do you think my second one will be? Fire type? Or something else? Su-Wan glanced at Wu Fan. Wu Fan stayed silent, debating whether to tell his little sister about the second spirit beast. Yu Ji peeked out from his shoulder, looking from Wu Yunxi to Wu Fan. Flutter. Master, little sister is asking about the second spirit beast again. I heard. Flutter. Is Master going to tell her? Wu Fan thought for a moment, then lifted Yu Ji from his shoulder and set it on the coffee table. Yu Ji stood on the coffee table, tilting its head at him. Wu Fan leaned back on the sofa, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling for a few seconds. Then he spoke. Yunxi, your second spirit beast is in the pond of the orchard. He could see from the wolf pack incident that although the girl never said it out loud, she was nursing a quiet fire inside. For people surrounded by over a dozen wolves, had he not arrived in time, the outcome would have been hard to call. Besides, that spirit marsh fish was hers to contract sooner or later. Telling her now would give her something to look forward to. With a goal hanging before her, she would throw herself into cultivation with even more zeal. The living room fell silent for a beat. Wu Yunxi still had the spirit honey melon in her mouth, cheeks puffed, eyes rounded. Her whole body froze as if someone had pressed the pause button. 2 or 3 seconds later, she finally swallowed, a gulp sounding in her throat. In the pond. What spirit beast could be in the pond? Aren't there just a few fish? She paused, her eyes growing wider. Bro, don't tell me my second spirit beast is a fish. Wu Fan said nothing, which amounted to a silent confirmation. Su-Wan watched Wu Yunxi's retreating figure and chuckled, shaking her head. That girl always in such a hurry. She turned to glance at Wu Fan. And you found your sister's second spirit beast ages ago, and you only mention it now. Wu Fan leaned back on the sofa, hands clasped behind his head, eyes fixed on the ceiling. I figured she couldn't contract it yet anyway, so no point in getting her hopes up. Then why bring it up now, eh? Seeing her so worked up, Wu Fan paused. It's hers sooner or later. Might as well tell her early. Su-Wan cast a faint glance at her son, then reached out and flicked his forehead. You're just being stubborn. Wu Fan rubbed his forehead and didn't argue. Yu Ji fluttered up from the tea table and landed on his shoulder, antennae twitching. Butterfly. Master is clearly just worried about his little sister. Shut up. Butterfly. Yue Ji speaks the truth. Yu Ji retracted its head, settling back on his shoulder. After a quiet 2 seconds, it peeked out again. Butterfly. Master, if the little sister's second spirit beast is a fish, what do Yu Ji's little brothers and sisters look like? Wu Fan tilted his head to look at it. What little brothers and sisters? Butterfly. I mean Yu Ji's future companions. Master isn't going to contract only Yu Ji, right? No. There are many more. Butterfly. What do they look like? You'll find out when the time comes. Yu Ji's antennae drooped, a hint of displeasure in its voice. Butterfly. Master hasn't figured it out himself yet, so he won't tell Yu Ji. Wu Fan reached out, plucked it from his shoulder, held it in his palm, and raised it to eye level. I have figured it out, but I'm not telling you. Yu Ji's wings quivered and its 6 legs kicked against his palm like a child throwing a tantrum. Butterfly. Master is mean. Wu Fan smiled and put it back on his shoulder. Yu Ji sulked in the hollow of his shoulder, its antennae pressed flat against its body, refusing to move or acknowledge Wu Fan. Su-Wan leaned back on the sofa, watching the one-sided argument between the boy and the butterfly, a smile on her lips, but no words. Footsteps came from the courtyard. Thump, 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 running urgently one after another. The door was pushed open. Wu Yunxi stood at the entrance, panting, her face flushed and forehead covered in sweat. The night breeze had scattered her hair, and a few strands clung to her cheeks, but she didn't bother to tuck them away. In her hand, she clutched a fish. Its silvery scales glistened under the light, the dorsal fin tinged with pale blue, and its tail still flapping, sending water droplets flying. A few drops landed on Wu Yunxi's face, but she didn't dodge. Brother. She barged into the living room, holding up the fish. Is this the one you meant? The Yin Yu Dankey followed at her feet, fluttering and carrying a small bucket in its beak. The bucket was filled with water, sloshing around, spilling all the way. The Dankey landed beside the tea table, set down the bucket, and panted, wings drooping, letting out a tired chirp. Wu Yunxi thrust the fish in front of Wu Fan. The fish's tail slapped water all over his face. Wu Fan wiped his face and leaned aside. Did you catch this for tonight's midnight snack? Snack my foot. Wu Yunxi hugged the fish closer, and the tail splashed her face again. This is my second spirit beast. Suwon stood up from the sofa, walked over to Wu Yunxi, and looked down at the fish. It writhed in her arms, its tail slapping against her arm with a loud crack. This is the one. Wu Yunxi lifted the fish higher. Brother said the silvery white one in the pond with the blue dorsal fin. Suwon reached out and touched the fish's dorsal fin. The fish shuddered, and its tail thrashed even harder. Looks lively. She turned to Wu Fan. Xiao Fan, isn't it a water type? And your sister's star position array is pure fire type. Contracting a spirit beast of an opposing element. Won't there be problems? Wu Yunxi also stared at Wu Fan, unblinking. She had already thought about this question on the way to the pond. Fire and water were inherently incompatible. She already had a fire type, Yin Yu Dan Ke. Contracting a water type fish would mean two opposing forces inside her body, a significant hidden danger. Most beast tamers wouldn't contract spirit beasts of opposing elements unless they had a talent for harmonizing such forces. But such talents were exceedingly rare, far more than 1 in 10,000. If an ordinary beast tamer did this, problems would surface when breaking through to higher realms. The conflicting fire and water energies inside the body could at best stagnate cultivation and at worst cause a violent chi backlash, harming both the tamer and the beasts. Of course, contracting opposing element beasts wasn't entirely impossible. One path was to first obtain a spirit beast that possessed both opposing elements as a balancing force. For example, a dual ice-fire beast could serve as both ice and fire. With it, one could then contract single-element ice and fire beasts, and as long as the numbers matched, the energies would balance. The problem was that spirit beasts with opposing elements were extremely rare. They were virtually unseen on the market, and when one occasionally appeared, its price would skyrocket. Wu Yunxi held the fish, her excitement slowly fading into a look of deep concern. Brother, Mom is right. My first beast is fire type, and if I contract a water type as my second, will it cause problems later? She looked down at the fish in her arms. The fish happened to look up at her, mouth opening and closing, gill covers flapping, spitting out a stream of tiny bubbles. What are you looking at me for? Wu Yunxi poked the fish's head. The fish flicked its tail, splashing water on her face. It's fine. Yunxi's talent can handle it. Besides, her talent itself is meant to contract spirit beasts of different elements. The star position array is related to the 4 symbols. That's what my talent showed me. Wu Yunxi blinked. 4 symbols. Azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise. Aren't they connected to the 28 mansions? How does that relate to my talent? As she spoke, she frowned. She knew about the 28 mansions from school cultural classes. The azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise each had 7 mansions totaling 28. Each mansion corresponded to a different celestial region used by ancient astronomers for stargazing. But what star position meant, she hadn't figured out after days of research. She had checked the library, searched forums, and even had Xia Himiao look through the association's database. Nothing turned up for a star position. Now Wu Fan suddenly mentioned the 4 symbols, and she felt her brain about to expand. Wu Fan glanced at her and spread his hands. I don't know either. Yu Ji poked its head out from his shoulder, looked at Wu Yunxi, then at Wu Fan. Butterfly. Master knows full well. You shut up. Butterfly. Yue Ji isn't speaking, Yu Ji is thinking. Wu Fan tapped its head and ignored it. Suwon turned her head, her gaze scraping over Wu Fan's face. The look clearly said, you know whether you know or not. But she didn't press further. She looked down at the fish in Wu Yunxi's arms and stroked its back. Yunxi, if you don't put it back in the water soon, your second spirit beast will be dead. Wu Yunxi looked down. The fish's mouth was wider open than before, its gill covers moving slower, and its tail flicked weakly. Aunt. She yelped, turned, and dashed toward the yard, nearly losing a slipper. One foot was bare on the floor, but she didn't bother to pick it up. Midnight. Wu Fan was startled awake by a sound. Wu. The alarm blared across the entire Qingyun city. Wu Fan sprang up from the bed, flinging the blanket aside, and stood barefoot on the floor. Yu Ji reacted even faster than him, already flying up from the pillow, hovering in midair, butterfly wings, spread, antennae straight up. Die? Master. What's that sound? Alarm. Outside the window, the entire Qingyun city was shrouded in a layer of blue-white light. The spiritual energy shield. It rose from the city's edge, like an inverted bowl, trapping the entire city within. Wu Fan stared at that luminous shield, and a thought emerged in his mind. Beast tide. It seemed not the trivial kind. 4 small-scale beast tides, the association would handle them on its own. There was no need to activate the spiritual energy shield. Yu Ji flew to his shoulders, settled down, antennae reaching forward, looking at the light shield outside. Die. Master, what is that? Spiritual energy shield. It protects the city. Die. Protect. Are ferocious beasts coming in? Wu Fan didn't answer. From downstairs came Su Wan's voice. You two come down. The voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. Wu Fan turned and ran out. When he pulled open the door, Wu Yunxi happened to come out from the opposite room. They exchanged a glance in the hallway. Wu Yunxi was in her pajamas, her hair a mess like a bird's nest, and she wore a pair of slippers, one of them backward, the heel facing forward. "Brother," she called. "Let's go." They ran downstairs one after another. The living room lights were all on. Suwon had already changed into a dark gray combat suit with the association's emblem on the cuffs and collar. Her hair was tied in a low ponytail with a simple black elastic band, no adornment. She wore no makeup, looking younger than usual, but her eyes were different, lacking the usual gentleness, now carrying a hint of cold sharpness. Qingluo Lingyao stood behind her. Its emerald green vine body was covered in a layer of watery light, its arms thicker than usual, and fine thorns had sprouted on the vines. It stood there, its two vine hands hanging at its sides, fingertips slightly spread, as if ready to strike at any moment. Gonlin Yulu stood beside the sofa, the green light on its antlers brighter than usual, flickering like a heartbeat. The healing butterfly, No Huazhao Dailing, floated in midair, her pink-white hair hanging down, butterfly wings gently fluttering behind her. She wore a small pink-white floral dress, the embroidered flowers on the hem glowing under the light. When she saw the siblings come down, she grinned at them, revealing 2 rows of tiny teeth. "Huazhao." Her voice was tender like spring grass, just sprouting, fine and soft. Before the siblings could respond, Suwon spoke. "The ferocious beasts in the Qingyun Mountains have erupted. It's a large scale. The association just issued a notice. All beast tamers in the city are to assemble." She spoke faster than usual. "Where's Dad?" Wu Yunxi asked. "He's already headed to the Qingyun Mountain defense line." Suwon walked to the coffee table, took out 2 badges from the drawer, and tossed them to Wu Fan and Wu Yunxi. The badges were not large, slightly bigger than a coin, silver in color, with a winged spirit beast pattern engraved on the front. Temporary badges issued by the association. Wear them, and the spiritual energy shield's identification system will recognize you. Otherwise, you won't even be able to get out of the city gates. Wu Yunxi caught the badge, turned it over to look, then raised her head and asked, "Mom, what can we do?" Suwon glanced at her. "You two stay home. Lu Chao and Run Yuwa will stay here. Your father's 2 low-realm spirit beasts are also here. You stay with them and don't go anywhere." "But..." "No buts," Suwon interrupted, her voice not loud but firm. "You're only in the 1st realm. What can you do there? Be fodder for the ferocious beasts." Wu Yunxi pursed her lips. Yinyu Dankei poked its head out from behind her and chirped softly, "Jiao," as if urging her not to talk back. Suwon turned to Wu Fan. "Xiao Fan, watch your sister. Don't let her run around." "Got it, Mom." Suwon glanced at the 2 children once more, then turned and walked out. Gonlin Yulu and Qingluo Lingyao followed behind her. Muling Ho jumped out from behind the sofa, scampered to Suwon's feet, tugged at her pant leg, and climbed up. Suwon bent down, scooped it up, and placed it on her shoulder. Muling Ho crouched on her shoulder, waving one hand at the siblings. Huazhao Dailing floated in midair, following as she flew out. When she reached the door, she stopped and turned to look at the siblings. Her pink-white eyes blinked, then she raised her hand and waved at them. "Huazhao." The door closed, and the wind chime rang once, ding-ling. Footsteps faded away outside the door. The living room fell silent. Wu Yunxi stood by the coffee table, clutching the silver badge in her hand, looking down at it without speaking. Yinyu Dankei flew to her shoulder and nuzzled her face affectionately. "Jiao." The sound was soft. Wu Yunxi sniffled, looked up at Wu Fan. "Brother." Mom, she." "It'll be fine. Mom is at the 6th realm, Dad is also at the 6th realm, and Huazhao is there. Don't forget, she's a festival spirit beast, not comparable to ordinary spirit beasts. Do you really think she only knows how to act cute? Plus, the ferocious beasts around our Qingyun city, the highest, is only at the peak of the 7th realm, and we also have a 7th realm in Qingyun city." Wu Yunxi looked at him, her eyes red, but not crying. She sniffled. "Brother, moi. Let Yuji enter my dream and Dank's dream. I want to cultivate." Yuji poked its head out from Wu Fan's shoulder, looked at Wu Yunxi, then at Wu Fan. "Dai." Wu Fan reached out and tapped Yuji's head, looking at Wu Yunxi. "All right." The door of the cultivation room closed. When Yuji flew out from inside, its butterfly wings drooped, as if it had just finished an 800-meter run. It flew to the living room, landed on the coffee table, propped itself up on 6 legs, and heaved a sigh. "Dai." Little sister was so anxious. Yuji wasn't ready yet, but she kept urging Yuji to hurry. She has something on her mind. "Dai." Yuji knows. Little sister is worried about Master's parents. Yuji flew up from the coffee table, landed on his shoulder, and rubbed its antennae against his neck. "Dai." "Master, are you worried?" Wu Fan turned his head to glance at it. He didn't speak, but Yuji clearly knew the answer through their contract. Its antennae perked up a little, rubbing against his neck, twice more, tickling him. Wu Fan reached out and pushed it away, but it came back again like a sticky piece of taffy that couldn't be shaken off. "Dai. Master's parents will be fine." When Yuji said this, its tone was more serious than usual. Its antennae stood straight, its butterfly wings folded tightly, its whole face tense, as if saying something very important. Wu Fan glanced at it, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Let's go, we'll go see Lu Chao and the others. He stood up from the sofa, Yuji resting on his shoulder, and the one person and one butterfly walked toward the back door. It was not yet dawn. Lu Chao took Wu Fan's hand and pulled him up from the sofa. The leaves wrapped around his wrist. The strength was not great, but the grip was tight, impossible to break free. Wu Fan squinted, glancing out the window. It was gray with only a hint of pale light on the eastern horizon. Lu Chao, what are you doing? His voice was hoarse, still not fully awake. Lu Chao did not let go, dragging him towards the backyard. Wu Fan was pulled a couple of steps, not even having time to put on his shoes. All right, I'll walk on my own, he said. Only then did Lu Chao release its leaves and walk beside him. The bud swayed, scattering a handful of light particles onto his hand. Yuji flew up from the sofa, its butterfly wings drooping, antennae tilted to one side, the whole butterfly dazed, wobbling in the air twice before steadying. Butterfly, master, where are we going? I don't know either. Lu Chao suddenly dragged me awake. Last night, after checking on Lu Chao and the others, instead of going back to the bedroom, he had simply lain down on the sofa in the living room. Now still not fully awake, he was pulled up by Lu Chao. Yuji landed on his shoulder, folding its wings, nuzzling its head into the crook of his neck, muttering, "Butterfly," and then stopped moving. The sound was soft, like a sleepy cat meowing. Lu Chao walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at Wu Fan, as if confirming that he was following. Wu Fan shuffled in slippers, his trouser legs rolled up to his calves, his shirt wrinkled, and his hair a mess. If Wu Yunxi saw him like this, she would laugh at him for the whole day. Fortunately, his sister was still in the cultivation room and hadn't come out. Lu Chao turned into the path deep within the orchard and walked toward the place it usually stayed. Wu Fan followed behind. After about 5 minutes, Lu Chao stopped under an old spirit pomegranate tree. Yuji poked its head out from his shoulder, its antennae twitching. "Butterfly, master, there is a smell of blood ahead and an unfamiliar soul fluctuation." Wu Fan's steps paused for a moment, then quickened. Lu Chao had already stopped, standing under an old spirit pomegranate tree, its flower bud facing the ground, light particles scattering incessantly. Wu Fan walked over and saw clearly what was under the tree. A small beast was curled up beside the tree roots, covered in blood, eyes closed. It looked like a snow mink, but was a size larger, about the size of an adult cat. Its fur should have been snow white, but now it was mostly matted with blood sticking in clumps to its body. Its tail dragged on the ground, fur tangled, stained with mud and dry leaves. It lay on its side, its belly rising and falling, faintly breathing so light that Wu Fan had to lean in to see the movement. Eyes closed. There were several wounds on its body. The worst was on the left hind leg, where the flesh was torn open, revealing the white bone inside. Lu Chao stood beside it, the light particles from its bud falling onto the small beast layer upon layer onto the wound. But it didn't continue healing, only maintaining that breath of life. Wu Fan understood Lu Chao had dragged him here to ask whether he would save it. Yuji flew up from his shoulder and hovered above the small beast, its wings slowly flapping. "Butterfly, master, it is badly injured." "I can see that," he said. Wu Fan activated the All Things Eye. Void Shadow Sable. Female. Attribute Space. Cultivation Realm, First Realm, 7 stars. Potential 7 Realm, 3 stars. Innate Skills, Space Perception, Space Teleportation, Space Blade, Void Trail, Claw, Dimensional Pocket. Current status: dying. Spiritual energy exhausted, multiple fractures, internal organ damage, comminuted fracture of the left hind leg. Description: escaped from the beast rampage in the Qingyun Mountains. Its strength was too low, its space teleportation distance limited, so it could only dodge and flee all the way, crossing forests, wading through rivers, climbing over ridges, and finally collapsed under this spirit pomegranate tree, unable to run any further. Space attribute. Wu Fan stared at those 3 words, almost thinking he was still asleep, and misread. He blinked and looked again. Space attribute. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. A space attribute spirit beast. In the entire Qingyun city, not a single space attribute spirit beast had been contracted. Most of them were storage-type functional spirit beasts used to help store items. Now one lay right before him, on the verge of death. Lu Chao's bud shook again, light particles falling and scattering onto the small beast. The beast's belly twitched, its breathing slightly more noticeable than before, but only slightly. Wu Fan didn't hesitate. "Lu Chao, heal it. Don't fully heal it, just keep it alive. Heal about 1/10. Lu Chao's bud paused for a moment, then turned toward him as if asking why. Lu Chao was currently at 4th Realm, 8 stars. Healing a 1st Realm 7-star beast wouldn't take much effort. In 10 minutes it could fully heal it, leaving no scar. Don't ask. Of course Wu Fan couldn't tell the truth. What if Lu Chao healed it completely, and this little thing woke up and used a space teleportation to vanish? A space attribute spirit beast wanting to run. Where would he chase it? This was his reserved 2nd spirit beast. If it ran away, who would he cry to? Lu Chao stared at him for a moment, not moving. The light particles on the bud stopped, just looking at him, leaves trembling slightly. Wu Fan felt a bit guilty under its gaze, but didn't show it on his face. "What are you looking at me for? Heal it." Lu Chao stared at him for a while longer, then turned its bud toward the small beast. The light particles became twice as dense as before. The small beast's breathing steadied. Yuji flew back to Wu Fan's shoulder, tilting its head to look down. Butterfly. Master, why not heal it completely? It said. Wu Fan didn't reply aloud, but instead started talking to Yuji in his mind. Yuji, what do you think about it becoming your little sister? It said. Yuji was stunned for a moment. Butterfly. Huh. Master means to contract it as the second spirit beast. Butterfly. Oh. Then why doesn't Master let Lu Chao fully heal it? It's a space attribute spirit beast. If it's fully healed, it might teleport away in an instant. Where would I chase it? It said. Yuji thought for a moment, antennae twitching. Butterfly. So Master wants to take advantage of its sickness to take its life. No, take advantage of its sickness to sign a contract. It said. Wu Fan reached out and tapped its head. Where did you learn all this? Your master hasn't even reached the second realm yet. I can't contract it. It said. Butterfly. Then what do we do? First we'll let it recuperate. Once it's healed, and we've tamed it, when I reach the second realm, I'll contract it. It said. Butterfly. What if it runs away once it's healed? That's why I won't let Lu Chao fully heal it. Let it be able to move, but not too fast. Space teleportation requires spiritual energy. Since its spiritual energy hasn't recovered, even if it wants to teleport, it won't go far. Yuji thought, its antennae twitching again. Butterfly. Master is so cunning. It's called strategy. Yuji lay on his shoulder, antennae drooping, eyes half closed, as it looked at the small beast, then suddenly spoke. Butterfly. Master, why do you think it didn't run somewhere else? It had to come to our orchard. I don't know. It said. Butterfly. Yuji thinks it came for Master. Came for me to do what? Butterfly. To contract. It said. Wu Fan turned his head to look at Yuji. You're a butterfly. When did you learn fortune-telling? Butterfly. Yuji can dream, and in dreams everything is possible. Die? Is it done? Yuji lay on the edge of the treatment table, tilting her head to look at the small beast. Done. Far from it. Wu Fan cut the gauze and tied a knot on the left hind leg of the Void Shadow Mink. I just bandaged its wound. It needs to heal on its own. The Void Shadow Mink lay on the treatment table, its eyes still closed. Dew Grass stood at the other end of the table, its flower bud facing Wu Fan, the light particles already withdrawn. Its leaves swayed as if asking why not let it heal completely. Wu Fan pretended not to notice. He reached out and touched the belly of the Void Shadow Mink. Its body temperature was low, but much better than before, at least not like a block of ice. Its belly rose and fell steadily, its breathing had stabilized. Dew Grass, stay here and watch over it. When it wakes up, don't let it run around. Its leg is injured, so it can't run far, but struggling too much could tear the wound open. Dew Grass's flower bud nodded. Wu Fan turned to leave, but Yuji flew up from the treatment table and landed on his shoulder. Die? Master, are we going back? Go back to wash up and prepare breakfast. Yuji thought for a moment, then flew off his shoulder again and landed back on the edge of the treatment table. Die. You go back. Yuji will stay here and watch over little sister. Her 6 legs propped on the table, antennae erect, eyes fixed on the small beast. She looked every bit the guardian. Wu Fan glanced at her. You're quite attentive. Die. Yuji wants to build a good relationship with little sister. She hasn't even woken up yet. What relationship are you building? Die. It'll be too late once she wakes up. Yuji stated matter-of-factly. Wu Fan couldn't be bothered to argue, so he turned and left the treatment room. Morning light streamed in through the window. Wu Fan took out several spirit fruits from the fridge, 2 spirit honey fruits, 1 ice crystal pear, half a green spirit fruit, and half a fire apricot. Following Suwon's recipe, he pressed what needed pressing and cut what needed cutting. Pale golden juice flowed from the juicer. He poured 2 glasses. He placed 1 glass on the counter for Yuji and picked up the other to drink himself. The juice was sweet, but not cloyingly so. The freshness of the ice crystal pear diluted the sweetness of the spirit honey fruit, leaving a slight tang in his mouth after drinking. He had only taken a couple of sips when footsteps came from the stairs. Thud, thud, thud. Leisurely and unhurried. Wu Yunxi emerged from the stairway corner, wearing pajamas, her hair a tousled mess, eyes still half closed. Brother, she called out, her voice hoarse. Finished training. Wu Yunxi walked to the dining table, plopped down, and lay her upper body on the table, her cheek against the surface, eyes half open and half closed. Not seeing Yuji, she glanced at Wu Fan's shoulder, then swept her gaze around the kitchen. Where's Yuji? Why don't I see her? She's in the treatment room at the shop. Treatment room? Wu Yunxi lifted her head, her hair sticking to her face. She didn't bother to brush it away, just looked at him with her messy hair. Who's injured? Dew Grass led me to find a small beast. It was injured, so I just bandaged it. Yuji is there with Dew Grass watching over it. Wu Yunxi narrowed her eyes and stared at Wu Fan for a moment. Brother, huh? Do you want to contract it as your second spirit beast? Wu Fan's hand holding the cup paused. Look, when has Yuji ever been so attentive to other spirit beasts? She only ever bothers with the ones at home. But now she's volunteering to watch over some random little beast. She paused, lifting her chin. Also with Dewgrass's power, it should be able to heal completely, right? Why only bandage it and stop there? You did that on purpose, didn't you? Wu Fan rubbed his chin. Is it that obvious? Brother, what other thoughts of yours could I not guess? Wu Yunxi rolled her eyes, resting her chin on the table, her hair spreading across it. Forget everything else. Just those fish you brought back from Maple Forest Valley recently. You said you were keeping them, but really they're my second spirit beast. I don't believe you picked up that little beast just to save it. Wu Fan set down his cup and leaned against the counter. Then what do you think I'm doing? You definitely want to contract it, Wu Yunxi said with absolute certainty. But you haven't reached the second realm yet, so you can't contract it. So you're keeping it first, healing its wounds, building a bond, and then when you reach the second realm, you'll make your move. Not bad, your mind is quicker than before. Of course. Wu Yunxi raised her chin even higher, the corners of her mouth lifting, but then she stopped halfway, narrowing her eyes at him. Wait, are you praising me or mocking me? Praising you. Your tone doesn't sound like praise. Then consider it mocking. Brother, what kind of spirit beast is that? Void Shadow Mink. Void Shadow Mink. Wu Yunxi repeated, frowning, as she flipped through the spirit beast encyclopedia in her mind. Never heard of it. What affinity? Space affinity. Wu Yunxi's mouth fell slightly open. Space affinity. Brother, your luck is too good. In the orchard under the spirit pomegranate tree, where Dewgrass usually stays. It was covered in blood, almost dead. Escaped from the beast rampage. Wu Yunxi sat up straight, arms propped on the table. Didn't Mom say there was a battle over in Qingyun Mountains? Did the little beast come from there? Yes. So your second spirit beast is settled. What about me? My second one is still swimming in the pond. That fish of yours isn't going anywhere. The pond is only so big. Where can it go? That's true. Wu Yunxi lay back down on the table, chin resting on her hands, staring at the ceiling for a few seconds. Brother. What do you think about Mom and Dad? I don't know. Wu Yunxi didn't ask further, and the living room fell silent for a while. The leaves of the spirit orchid pot on the kitchen windowsill swayed in the wind, rustling twice. All right. Wu Fan placed the cup back on the counter. I'll go check on Yuji. There's porridge warming in the pot. Got it. Wu Fan pushed open the door to the treatment room. Yuji was lying on the treatment table, facing the Void Shadow Mink. Dai. What's your name? Dai. Yuji is called Yuji. Master gave me this name. Nice, right? Dai. Oh. Where did you come from? Qingyun Mountains. Are there many fierce beasts there? How did you get hurt? Does it hurt? Master's mother went there. Do you think Yuji's master's mother will be okay? One question after another, not caring whether the other could understand or hear. The Void Shadow Mink had already woken up. It lay on the treatment table, its front paws propping the surface, hind legs curled up with gauze wrapped around its left hind leg. Hearing the sound, it perked up its ears and turned its head toward the door. Its silver eyes fixed on Wu Fan, pupils constricted to thin slits, body tense, as if ready to bolt at any moment. Wu Fan walked in carrying a tray with 3 glasses of juice. Yuji was lying on the edge of the treatment table. Hearing the sound, her butterfly wings snapped open, and she flew swiftly to Wu Fan. Butterfly. Master, you're here. I spoke to it so much, but it ignored me. The voice echoed in Wu Fan's mind, carrying a hint of grievance. You talk too much. It just woke up, its head is still spinning. Who has time to entertain you? Wu Fan placed the tray on the treatment table, setting Yuji's juice on the left, Dewgrasses on the right, and the Shadow Void Martins in the middle. The Shadow Void Martin stared intently at Wu Fan. It had considered escaping, but was too exhausted to do so. Its spiritual energy had barely recovered, and even if it used spatial teleportation, it couldn't travel far. Moreover, the wound on its left hind leg rendered it unable to exert strength. It braced itself momentarily, but wobbled, collapsing sideways into the edge of the treatment table with a dull thud. Yuji was startled. Her wings snapped open, and she flew into the air. Butterfly. Don't move. The wound will reopen. The Shadow Void Martin ignored her, its eyes fixed on Wu Fan. Wu Fan paid it no mind, pulling over a chair and sitting down, resting his arm on the edge of the table, meeting the Martin's gaze. Awake. The Shadow Void Martin remained still. Did you come from the Qingyun Mountains? Still no response. Yuji descended from midair, landing on the edge of the table, tilting her head to look at the Martin. Butterfly. Don't be afraid. Master won't hurt you. Master is very kind. I am Master's spirit beast. The Shadow Void Martin glanced at Yuji, then turned back to stare at Wu Fan. Wu Fan pushed the juice forward. Have a drink. Your spiritual energy is depleted. If you rely solely on your body's recovery, it will take days. The Shadow Void Martin lowered its head to look at the 3 glasses of juice, then raised its gaze to Wu Fan. This made Yuji anxious. Butterfly. Drink it. Master specially squeezed it for you. Master doesn't usually squeeze juice for me, so I drink it straight from the bottle. Wu Fan cast a sidelong glance at his own spirit beast. Was that any way to talk about him? Yuji pretended not to notice, landing on the rim of the glass, dipping her head in to take a sip. Butterfly. See, it's delicious. She lifted her head, juice glistening at the corner of her mouth, and blinked at the Shadow Void Martin. Butterfly. It's not poisoned. The shadow void Martin stared at Yuji for a long moment. Yuji stood on the rim of the glass, tilting her head for it to see her antennae twitching. Grass leaned over from the other side of the treatment table, its flower bud approaching the Martin, sprinkling a few specks of light onto its face. The light particles seeped into its skin, and the Martin blinked. It lowered its head to look at the bandage on its left hind leg, then raised its gaze to Wu Fan again. Then it turned its head toward the glass of juice. It sniffed again. It extended its tongue and licked. Paused for a second. Then it plunged its entire head into the glass, drinking with loud slurps. Yuji flew up from the rim, circling once around the Martin's head. Butterfly, drink slowly. No one's rushing you. The shadow void Martin ignored her, continuing to drink. It drank urgently as if it hadn't had water in 3 days. Yuji landed on the treatment table, tilting her head to watch it drink. Butterfly, master, it's drinking so fast. It's thirsty. Butterfly, I never drink like that. You drink juice like it's fine tea, sipping for ages. Butterfly, I savor it. The shadow void Martin finished the entire glass of juice, lifted its head, and let out a burp. The sound was not loud, but in the quiet of the treatment room, both humans and beasts heard it. The Martin froze, its ears flattening back, its body shrinking, its eyes darting toward Wu Fan. Yuji let out a giggle. Though she couldn't actually laugh, her wings trembled twice, and her antennae perked up. Butterfly, you burped. The shadow void Martin turned its face away, neither looking at Yuji nor Wu Fan, but staring at the surface of the treatment table. Its tail curled around to cover its nose, and the entire Martin curled into a ball. Wu Fan chuckled, standing up. Rest here and recover. It's dangerous outside right now. The shadow void Martin peeked one eye out from under its tail, glanced at him, then retreated back. Wu Fan was not impatient. Spirit beasts from the wild were wary it would take time. He turned to Grass. Watch it. Don't let it run off. Grass's flower bud swayed. Wu Fan picked up the tray and turned to leave. Yuji followed him, flying behind. At the door, she paused, looking back at the shadow void Martin. Butterfly, I'll come play with you later. The shadow void Martin ignored her. Yuji flew out, caught up with Wu Fan, and landed on his shoulder. Butterfly, master, it's so quiet. It doesn't talk at all. It just got its life back. How could it be in the mood to chat with you? Butterfly, when will it be in the mood? When its wounds heal and it knows we're not bad people, it'll be in the mood. Butterfly, are we bad people? Wu Fan glanced sideways at Yuji. What do you think? Butterfly, I am of course a good butterfly. As for master, Butterfly, master is also a good person. You don't need to tell me that. 7 days later. Early morning. Wu Fan was awakened by the commotion in the yard. Someone was talking. He opened his eyes. The light filtering through the curtain gap was already bright. He reached for his phone and glanced at it. 7:40 a.m. Yuji was not on the pillow. He sat up, rubbed his face, and threw off the covers to get out of bed. He walked to the window and looked outside. 2 people stood in the yard. Wu Feng and Su Wan had returned. Fortunately, they were unharmed with no visible injuries. Wu Fan turned and headed out. Yuji flew over from the corridor, landing on his shoulder. Butterfly, master's parents are back. I see. Wu Fan ran down the stairs, his footsteps thumping all the way. When he pushed open the back door, Su Wan looked up. Mother and son exchanged a glance. Su Wan looked him over, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. You've lost weight. It's only been 7 days. How much weight could I lose? Wu Fan walked over and stood before her. Mom, are you both okay? With Hua Zhao here, her healing ability in the forest rivals that of an 8th level healing system. We owe it all to Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao, the butterfly spirit, drifted over from beside Su Wan. She looked up at Wu Fan, her pinkish-white eyes blinking, a grin revealing 2 rows of tiny pearl-like teeth. Hua Zhao. Wu Fan gently patted her head. Her hair was soft as flower petals. Hua Zhao is amazing. Hua Zhao laughed, even more joyfully, fluttering her wings faster, spinning in the air. Her pinkish-white hair floated up, resembling a flying flower. At that moment, Wu Yunxi rushed out of the house, still in her pajamas, her hair a wild mess, barefoot. Dad? Mom. She dashed to Su Wan and threw her arms around her. Su Wan staggered half a step back, but the sweet reindeer braced against her back. Su Wan wrapped her arms around her daughter, patting her back. It's okay, it's okay. We're fine. Wu Yunxi buried her face in her mother's shoulder, muttering, Why did you take so long? We came back as soon as the beast tide receded. Su Wan continued patting her back. Didn't delay a single day. Wu Yunxi lifted her head from her mother's shoulder, her eyes slightly red, but not crying. She sniffled and turned to look at Wu Feng. Dad. Wu Feng reached out and ruffled his daughter's hair, not gently, making it even messier. What are you crying about? I'm not crying. Wu Yunxi pushed his hand away. I just got sand in my eyes. In the living room, Su Wan sat on the sofa, her back against a cushion, legs stretched out and feet resting on the edge of the coffee table. Hua Zhao butterfly spirit lay on her knees, its pink-white hair spread out like a piece of silk draped over Su Wan's lap. Gonlin reindeer crouched beside the sofa, the green light on its antlers flickering on and off. With spirit monkey squatted on the armrest, already holding a spirit honey fruit and eating it. Wu Yunxi sat next to Su Wan, hugging a pillow, her chin resting on it, her eyes fixed on her mother. Mom, what's the real situation over in Qingyun Mountains? Su Wan took a sip of water and set the cup down on the coffee table. A beast rampage bigger than previous years. The leader is a 7th level peak beast leading dozens of 6th level ones with countless lower tier minions below them. 7th level peak. Wu Yunxi gasped. Wu Feng leaned back in a single-seat sofa, holding a cup of tea, blowing the foam, and taking a sip. This time we owe a lot to Huazhao. He glanced at the little girl lying on Su Wan's knees. When it opened its domain in the forest, the recovery speed of injured beast tamers and spirit beasts multiplied several times. Otherwise, casualties would have at least doubled. Huazhao butterfly spirit lifted its head from Su Wan's knees and looked at Wu Feng. Huazhao. Wu Feng stared at the little pink-white creature, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, then raised his teacup and took another sip. Wu Yunxi tossed the pillow aside, leaned in close to Huazhao butterfly spirit, hands on the sofa, tilting her head to look at it. Huazhao, you're that amazing. Huazhao butterfly spirit blinked, sat up from Su Wan's knee, reached out a tiny hand, and tapped Wu Yunxi on the tip of her nose. Huazhao. Wu Yunxi leaned back from the tap, touched her nose, and laughed. Su Wan gently patted Huazhao butterfly spirit on the head, fingers smoothing down its pink-white hair. Yes, thanks to your brother. He chose the materials he pushed for the evolution. If it had been a few days later before Huazhao evolved, it's hard to say whether your father and I would have made it back from this beast tied and scathed. Wu Yunxi turned to look at Wu Fan. Wu Fan was leaning against the other end of the sofa, hands behind his head, eyes fixed on the ceiling, feet on the edge of the coffee table, side by side with Su Wan. Yuezhi lay on his shoulder, butterfly wings folded, antennae drooping, already asleep. Brother, Mom's praising you, can't you give a reaction? I heard. That's your reaction. What else? Jump up and shout, Mom, you're right to praise me. Wu Yunxi choked, glared at him, and turned back. Su Wan leaned back on the sofa looking at her son, and then her daughter, a smile on her lips, but she didn't interrupt. The living room fell silent for a moment. The leaves of the old banyan tree outside the window rustled in the wind. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, scattering into fragments of golden light on the floor. Bluegrass walked in from the corridor. It moved slowly, its roots shuffling across the floor, its flower bud facing forward, the pale blue petals half open and half closed. Kongying Martin followed behind it. Its snow-white fur had been washed clean, and its left hind leg was still wrapped in gauze. When it walked, that leg wouldn't touch the ground, hopping along like a rabbit. Yuezhi's antennae twitched. It sprang up from Wu Fan's shoulder, spread its wings, and flew straight to Kongying Martin. Die, Yuri here. Kongying Martin glanced at it, and let out a soft gidge as if greeting it. Yuezhi circled around the Martin once. Die, you look much better today. Does your leg still hurt? Yuezhi wove you a beautiful dream yesterday. How did it feel? Were there lots of flowers in the dream? And butterflies? Yuezhi flew in the dream too, but you couldn't catch up. Kongying Martin got a bit dizzy from being circled, its head following around, then after 2 turns it stopped, crouched down, and covered its nose with its tail. Bluegrass walked up to Su Wan, nodded its flower bud toward her, and sprinkled a few specks of light onto the back of her hand. Su Wan reached out and touched Bluegrass's leaf. You've worked hard. Bluegrass's leaves rustled as if saying it wasn't hard. Wu Feng set down his teacup, his gaze falling on Kongying Martin. Where did this Martin come from? It doesn't look like one of ours. He studied it for a few moments, his brow slightly furrowed. He had seen many spirit beasts, but this Martin's fur color and body shape were not common species around Qingyun City. Wu Yunxi chimed in, Dad, my brother found it in the orchard. Wu Feng looked at Wu Fan. Wu Fan sat up straight from the sofa, pulling his hands out from behind his head. 7 days ago, Bluegrass dragged me out early in the morning and took me to that spiritual pomegranate tree where it usually hangs out. That's where I found it. It was covered in wounds. The bone of its left hind leg was exposed. It must have escaped from the Qingyun Mountains. Its injuries were serious. Bluegrass couldn't heal it fully, so I let it stay here to recover. Upon hearing this, Su Wan gave her son a faint glance, her eyes clearly saying, Are you serious? He pretended not to notice and continued, It's been staying in the shop these past few days. Bluegrass watches over it, and Yuezhi keeps it company. Its injuries are almost healed, but the left hind leg still needs a while. Yuezhi flew up from beside Kongying Martin, landed back on Wu Fan's shoulder, its antennae perked up high. Die. Yuezhi plays with it every day. You only know how to play. Die. Yuezhi is keeping it company, not playing. Yuezhi corrected his choice of words, its tone earnest. Su Wan stood up from the sofa and said, You two can handle breakfast and lunch yourselves. Your father and I are going to rest first. With that, she turned and walked toward the stairs. After 2 steps, she stopped and looked back at Kongying Martin. Xiao Fan, what are you going to do with that Martin? Keep it for now, decide after it's healed. Su Wan looked at Wu Fan, said nothing, and nodded. Wu Fan suddenly spoke, Mom, let Yuezhi weave a Huazhao dream for you too. It'll help you rest more soundly. Su Wan paused mid-step and turned around. You two haven't slept well either. Take care of yourselves first. We're fine, Wu Yunxi said. Mom, you've been outside fighting for 7 days. You should rest properly when you're back. Yuezhi has been weaving dreams for us these past few days. After waking up, I feel much lighter. Suwon looked at her daughter then her son. She knew the effect of Yueji's dreams. It was more effective than any calming potion and most importantly had no side effects. Yueji flew up from Wu Fan's shoulder, hovered in midair, its butterfly wings flapping slowly, and blinked at Suwon. Die. Master's mother let Yueji weave one for you. It's really comfortable. Suwon looked at the butterfly, a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Alright. Yueji flew halfway then stopped, and turned to look at Kong Martin. Die. Yueji is going to weave dreams for Master's parents. You be good, don't wander off. Kong Martin gave it a faint glance, and said nothing. Wu Fan sat alone on the sofa lost in thought. Wu Yunxi had already run off to the orchard pond, calling it early training. Lu Cao, however, had stayed behind. It squatted on the floor, its flower bud pointing toward the Kong Diao. The marten lay beside its snow-white fur curled into a tight ball tail draped over its nose, fast asleep. The gauze on its left hind leg had been changed and wrapped neatly. The recent beast tide had been a sobering wake-up call for Wu Fan. His parents had not spoken of it directly, but he could read between the lines. The danger this time had far exceeded anything they had faced before. He had once believed he could take things slowly, selecting evolution materials for the family's spirit beasts and keeping them at an excellent, even perfect level. But that was no longer sufficient. He had not shared these thoughts with his parents. They would not have taken them seriously anyway. In a parent's eyes, their child will always remain a child. But Wu Fan knew clearly what he needed to do. For the subsequent evolution materials, he intended to find ones with perfect compatibility for his parents' spirit beasts. Only by strengthening their companions could he truly keep them safe. He possessed the all-seeing eye, the furnace of creation, and the most refined discernment in this world. If he could not even help his own parents, then what was the purpose of awakening all this power? Die? Master, what are you thinking about? Yueji had somehow already finished guiding his parents into dreams. Wu Fan glanced at the sudden appearance of Yueji before him, its antennae slightly raised, tilting its head as it waited for his response. He reached out and tapped Yueji's head. I'm thinking about how to grow stronger. Die. Then Yueji will help too. You are already helping. Yueji's antennae perked up even higher, about to speak, when suddenly its head turned toward the Kong Jiao curled beside Lu Cao. Die? Little sister is having a nightmare. Yueji should go help her. Wu Fan followed its gaze. The Kong Jiao lay curled beside Lu Cao, its snow-white, fur-balled, tightly tail covering its nose. But its ears were trembling, twitching with each movement, as though being pulled. All four legs were kicking as well, and when its left hind leg brushed against the bandage, it flinched in pain, yet it did not awaken. Lu Cao's flower bud turned toward the Kong Jiao, scattering pale blue luminous particles that settled over it. But the creature continued to tremble, its ears shaking more violently, now its tail slipping from its nose to reveal half its face. Its mouth opened slightly, exposing the tips of its teeth, while faint whimpering sounds escaped from its throat. Yueji rose from Wu Fan's knee, hovering in midair as its butterfly wings slowly unfurled. A purple-blue radiance welled from its wing surfaces, faint and delicate, like moonlight, shattered and scattered across the air. The luminous mist drifted toward the Kong Jiao, cascading down from above its head in a slow, gentle descent, as though someone were draping a thin quilt over it. The Kong Jiao's ears stopped trembling. Its legs ceased kicking. The whimpering fell silent. Its breathing gradually steadied, its body uncurling from a tight ball into a stretched form, tail sliding from its nose to rest upon the floor. Yueji retracted its light and returned to Wu Fan's shoulder, lying down with drooping antennae. Die. All done. I wove a morning flower dream for it. It is chasing butterflies in its dreams now. You certainly know how to coax. Die. Naturally, I am the best at coaxing. Wu Fan reached out and tapped its head. You are just boasting. Die. I am not boasting. What I say is true. Yueji nuzzled affectionately into the crook of his neck and grew still. Wu Fan glanced sideways at it. This little creature may speak in jest, but it cared more than anyone. These past few days, while the Kong Jiao recovered from its injuries, Yueji had been running to the treatment room every single day. It would ask whether the beast was in pain, then inquire if it wanted juice, then weave sweet dreams for it. At first, the Kong Jiao ignored Yueji entirely, but gradually it grew accustomed to the visits, and would occasionally emit soft chirping sounds as though responding. Wu Fan understood precisely why Yueji cared so deeply. It was not out of mere kindness. It was because he intended to form a contract with this marten. Yueji had already accepted it as one of their own. Otherwise, Yueji would not have deigned to acknowledge it, let alone craft dreams for it. It would have been a mercy if the creature had not suffered nightmares instead. A phone notification chimed. Wu Fan pulled his phone from his pocket. The screen illuminated as a message appeared. Zhao Pengxiao, are you home? Let's eat at Sanwei Lu. Zhang Lei is treating. Wu Fan stared at the screen for a moment before typing. Wu Fan, did he strike it rich? Zhao Pengxiao replied instantly, no, but he says he wants to celebrate. Wu Fan, celebrate what? Zhao Pengxiao, celebrate that all three of us are still alive. Wu Fan chuckled, leaning back against the sofa and raising his phone to read. Wu Fan, alright, what time? Zhao Pengxiao, 12 o'clock, same old spot, at Sanwei Lu. Wu Fan glanced at the time, 11:10. There was still time. He slipped his phone back into his pocket and rose from the sofa. Yuezhi poked its head out from his shoulder and tinny twitching. Dai? Where are we going? Sanwei Lu. Zhao Pengxiao is buying dinner. Dai. Yuezhi wants to come too. I know. He turned to look at the Kongying Diao sprawled on the floor. The creature slept soundly, its belly rising and falling rhythmically, tail resting motionless upon the ground. Lu Cao stood nearby, its flower bud pointed toward the marten, pale blue luminous particles still drifting down. Lu Cao, I am stepping out for a bit. Watch over it. As Wu Fan prepared to leave, Wu Yunxi happened to return from the orchard. She wore a white short-sleeved shirt with her hair tied in a high ponytail, carrying a small bucket filled with water and a few floating maple leaves, their origin unknown. Yan Yu Danke perched on her shoulder, tilting its head to eye the bucket she carried, occasionally poking its beak inside for a quick peek before withdrawing. Brother. Wu Yunxi walked over. Are you going out? Yes, Zhang Lei is treating us to a meal at Sanwei Lu. Wu Fan cast a glance at the small bucket in her hands. Inside the bucket, the Lingza Yoyu swam leisurely, its silver-white scales gleaming in the sunlight, its dorsal fin tinged with pale green. Its tail swayed gently back and forth, moving with complete ease. I feel as though telling you earlier that it would become your second spirit beast was a mistake. Wu Yunxi glanced down at the fish in the bucket, then looked back up at Wu Fan. What mistake? Look at you. It swims perfectly well in the pond, yet you carry it around in a bucket. Wu Yunxi lifted the bucket higher. I am nurturing our bond. You would not understand. Before forming a contract with a spirit beast, you must first establish a close relationship. By the time we reach the second realm, everything will fall into place naturally, saving us considerable trouble. Who taught you that? You did. Wu Fan paused. When did I ever say such a thing? You never said it, but you did it. Wu Yunxi jerked her chin toward the shop. Aren't you raising that Kongying Diao, waiting until the second realm to form a contract? We are both cut from the same cloth, so neither of us should judge the other. Wu Fan wished to argue, but after consideration, he could find no rebuttal. She was right. He was indeed raising the Kongying Diao, planning to form a contract upon reaching the second realm. The sole distinction was that he kept the beast in the treatment room rather than carrying it about in a bucket. Very well, go ahead. Wu Yunxi waved her hand dismissively. I will go sit by the pond with Danke. The fish is uncomfortable in a bucket. It must be returned to the water. The private room at Sanwei Building remained exactly as before. The window was half open, river wind pouring and making the curtains billow up and fall back down again. When Wu Fan arrived, Zhang Lei was already gnawing on roasted peanuts. Ironbone Bear lay at his feet, its bandage on the right foreleg freshly changed, slightly thinner than it had been a few days prior. Zhao Xiaopeng was flipping through the menu, muttering to himself about whether this dish was expensive or not. You're finally here. Zhang Lei tossed the peanut shells onto the table. Zhao Xiaopeng says he wants to eat me out of house and home. Didn't you say we were celebrating that all three of us are still alive? Zhao Xiaopeng snapped the menu shut. Isn't it right to treat everyone to a decent meal, eh? It is. Zhang Lei pushed the plates toward Zhao Xiaopeng. Eat, get something in your stomach first. Zhao Xiaopeng grabbed a handful of peanuts, tossed them into his mouth, and chewed with satisfying crunches. Wu Fan pulled out a chair and sat down. Yuji flew off his shoulder, landing on the windowsill, tilting her head to watch the water birds on the river. The birds were white, small in size, perched motionless on a stone by the riverbank, fixated on the water below. Zhang Lei followed Wu Fan's gaze and glanced over. Those are white-plumed gulls. First realm. They eat small fish and shrimp. Harmless. I know. Wu Fan turned his gaze away. The dishes arrived quickly. First came the braised iron shell crab, its shell gleaming crimson under a glossy sauce steaming hot. Next followed the steamed cloud porpoise, the fish topped with shredded scallions and ginger slices, hot oil drizzled over it with a sizzling sound. The chi and honey-glazed meat came last, sliced thick, arranged on a white porcelain plate, the skin glistening with a layer of shiny honey. Half the table was covered. Zhao Xiaopeng was the first to pick up his chopsticks, grabbing a piece of honey-glazed meat and stuffing it into his mouth. After chewing twice, his eyes lit up. This meat is excellent. 281 yuan a plate, of course it's good. Zhang Lei picked up a piece of fish, dipped it into his sauce dish, and ate it. Wu Fan took a piece of crab meat and bit into it. The flesh was firm, the sauce perfectly balanced between savory and sweet, not cloying at all. Yuji took flight from the windowsill and landed on the table's edge, tilting her head to gaze at the honey-glazed meat. Butterfly. Master Yuji wants to eat too. You can't eat this. It's too greasy. Butterfly. Then what can Yuji eat? Wu Fan picked up a piece of fish from his plate and set it on the side of his dish. Yuji fluttered from the table edge over to the dish, landing beside it and pecking twice. Butterfly. It's acceptable. She pecked 2 more times, then raised her head, a trace of sauce at the corner of her beak. Zhao Xiaopeng looked at Yuji. Your butterfly eats fish. She's not picky, just a little. The 3 of them ate and chatted. Zhang Lei said that during the beast tide his area remained relatively stable. His father had gone out with the association and returned with some injuries, but nothing serious. I told my mom I wanted to go out and take a look, and she nearly broke my legs. Zhang grabbed a piece of honey-glazed meat and took a huge bite. She said I'm only at the first realm. Going out would just be throwing myself away. Zhao Xiaoping said his mother was even more extreme. She locked him inside the house and wouldn't even let him into the courtyard. I just squatted in the living room staring at Ajia eye to eye. I stared at it for 7 days. I was about to learn beast language. Ajia never says anything. Why stare at it? What else could I do? Watch TV. I binged over 80 episodes of a serial drama in 7 days. I was nearly sick from it. Zhang Lei chuckled and turned to Wu Fan. And you? I'm fine. Of course you're fine. Zhang Lei picked up a piece of fish. Your orchard has more spirit beasts than people. Any ferocious beast that dares go near would be throwing itself away. Wu Fan didn't respond, lifting his teacup for a sip. As the meal drew to a close, Zhang Lei went to pay the bill. Zhao Xiaoping leaned back in his chair and let out a burp. Wu Fan stood by the window looking down at Qingyun River. The water was the same color as ever, a dull gray-blue flowing at a steady, unhurried pace. The willow trees along the bank swayed in the wind, their leaves rustling softly. Yuji took flight from the windowsill and landed on his shoulder, her antennae brushing against his neck. Butterfly. Master, shall we go back now? Zhang Lei walked back from the counter and patted Wu Fan on the shoulder. Let's head out. We'll meet again next time. All right. The three of them walked out of Sanwei Building and parted at the intersection. Sunlight poured down from overhead, making one feel drowsy. There were more pedestrians on the street than in previous days, and more than half the shops had reopened. The shadow of the beast tide was slowly dissipating. Wu Fan stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked back. Yuji rested on his shoulder, the fractured spirit crystals on her bow catching the sunlight for a brief flash. Butterfly. Master, what will we do when we get home? Make a list. Butterfly. What list? Parents' spirit beasts. See which ones need to evolve. Yuji's antennae perked up. Butterfly. Yuezhi will help. You can't help. You don't know the materials. Butterfly. Yuezhi can accompany Master. That's true. Yuji's antennae perked up again, clearly satisfied with the answer. She shifted her position on Wu Fan's shoulder, wings opening and closing as if stretching. Butterfly. What about the empty shadow weasel? It still doesn't have a name. Wu Fan's steps faltered for a moment. He had nearly forgotten about that. The empty shadow weasel had been kept for 7 days already, yet he'd been calling it empty shadow weasel the whole time without giving it a proper name. Yuji had a name and even a nickname. Wu Yunxi's flame feather golden spire phoenix also had a name. Just golden spire phoenix, simple and convenient. The empty shadow weasel couldn't go on without a name forever. It was inconvenient to call it by its species name, and it would hinder bonding. I'll think of one when we get back. Butterfly. Yuezhi will help think. You're a butterfly. What kind of name could you come up with for a weasel? Butterfly. Come on, Yuji will think about it. Wu Fan chuckled and continued walking. On the roadside, there was a stall selling spirit beast accessories. The vendor was also a girl in her early 20s with various small items spread out before her. Collars, anklets, headpieces, and a few palm-sized hand mirrors with frames inlaid with fractured spirit crystals. A young spirit beast cub squatted by the stall, a yellow-furred rabbit with drooping ears, eyes half-closed, dozing off. Yuji poked her head out from Wu Fan's shoulder, glanced at the pile of accessories, and then retreated. Butterfly. None of them are as pretty as Yuji. Flatterer. Butterfly. Yuezhi doesn't have any of those. What Master bought Yuji is naturally the most beautiful. Yuji spoke with full confidence, her antennae held high. Wu Fan reached out and tapped her head, saying nothing. The door of Fanshi Healing Shop was open. Wu Fan pushed the door open and the wind chime rang with a clear tinkle. Suwon sat behind the counter holding a cup of hot water, steam rising from the rim in a small white mist. She had changed into a light gray loungewear set, her hair clipped loosely at the back of her head, her face bare, without makeup. She heard the noise and looked up, scanning him from head to toe. Did you eat? Yes. Zhang Lei treated us. At Sanwei Building. Suwon nodded and took a sip from her cup. Your sister is at the orchard. Said she's going to keep her fish company. I'm not here to see her. Then who are you here to see? I'm looking for Lu Chao and to check on the empty shadow weasel. Unexpected situation. Today's update will be posted together in the evening. Saturday morning. Sunlight squeezed through the gap in the curtains, painting a slender golden line across the floor. Wu Fan was awakened by a rustling sound. He opened his eyes and glanced at the bedside table. Yuji was not there. He looked toward the windowsill. She wasn't there either. The rustling sound came from outside the door. Wu Fan sat up, rubbed his face, and stepped onto the floor barefoot before pulling the door open. In the hallway, Yuji hovered midair, her butterfly wings beating slowly as she tilted her head to look down. Below stood a Kongingdiao. Its snow-white fur shimmered with a pale silver sheen in the morning light, and a tiny silver ankle ring adorned its foreleg. It was something Wu Fan had bought yesterday from the beast taming mall, claiming it would look nice on the Kongingdiao, though his true intention was simply to see whether it would wear one. And it had worn it. Now it crouched on the hallway floor, both forepaws clutching a spirit honey fruit, chewing, with its mouth opening and closing. Juice splattered in every direction from the fruit, leaving pale yellow stains on its pristine white fur. Yuji fluttered her wings impatiently beside it. Butterfly, butterfly, slow down. Stop making such a mess. The Kong Jiao glanced up at Yuji, still holding half a piece of fruit in its mouth, let out a soft "G," and immediately returned to devouring it, completely ignoring her. Wu Fan leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. Half a month had passed. From the day Lu Chao found this Kong Jiao in the orchard until now, exactly 15 days. Its injuries had healed considerably. It no longer limped when walking with its left hind leg, though strenuous running was still impossible. Spiritual energy had also recovered significantly, still far from full strength, but at least it no longer fainted at the slightest provocation. When Yuji wove dreamscapes for it within Flower Morning's realm, it didn't resist. When Wu Fan fed it fruit juice, it drank willingly. Yesterday Wu Fan had tried slipping the silver ankle ring onto its foreleg. It glanced down at it, made no attempt to struggle free, and bit nothing. It had merely looked up at him once. At present it followed Wu Fan sparingly, or more often accompanied Lu Chao. It largely ignored everyone else. Wu Yunxi claimed this was a precursor to bonding. Wu Fan believed his younger sister watched too many romance dramas. Upon seeing Wu Fan emerge, Yuji zipped over in a flash and perched on his shoulder. Butterfly, master, look at it. It's spilling juice everywhere again. Her voice echoed inside his mind, laced with the unmistakable tone of a tale teller. Wu Fan glanced at the Kong Jiao. As if on cue, it raised its head, a half-eaten piece of fruit still clamped in its jaws, its silver eyes meeting Wu Fan's gaze. They held the stare for a single second. Then the Kong Jiao swallowed the fruit, bent down to lick the juice from its paws, rose to its feet, and gave its coat a vigorous shake. The juice stains remained. Undaunted, it looked down at itself, then back up at Wu Fan. The expression in those silver eyes seemed to say, "You saw it. It's not my fault. The fruit was simply too soft." Wu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "All right. Finish eating, then go to the treatment room, and let Lu Chao check your leg." The Kong Jiao uttered a soft "G" and turned to walk down the corridor. Its pace was unhurried and steady. Its snow-white tail swayed behind it. Though its left hind leg still touched the ground a little lightly, it was far better than the previous week. Yuji rested on Wu Fan's shoulder, tilting her head to watch the Kong Jiao disappear into the distance. "Butterfly, master, when will it bond with us?" "When I reach the second realm." "Butterfly, then when will you reach the second realm?" "I'm already at the 6th star of the 1st realm." "Soon." "Butterflies, Yueji is going to drink some juice. Take it easy." Wu Fan turned back to his room to wash up. While brushing his teeth, he looked at himself in the mirror and thought he should give the Kong Jiao a name. He had been caring for it for half a month, yet still called it only by its species name, Kong Jiao. It felt awkward and did nothing to nurture affection. Yuji had a name, and having a name made all the difference. With a name you called it, and it knew you were speaking to it. Without one you shouted that butterfly, and it wouldn't deign to acknowledge you. Wu Fan spat out the foam, rinsed his toothbrush, and hung it on the cup holder. What should he call it? A handful of names spun through his mind, each one dismissed. It needed to be smooth, not overly complex, crisp, when called aloud. Yuji bore 2 characters, easy to remember. The Kong Jiao possessed snow-white fur and spatial abilities capable of teleportation. Shuang, too cliched. By Kong. It sounded as though it had turned white and empty, not appealing. Shun Shui. The pronunciation was clumsy. Wu Fan dried his face and draped the towel back over the rack. Forget it. He would ask Yuji later. The little creature had once insisted on helping choose a name. Though a butterfly naming a weasel sounded questionable, who knew? Perhaps she had a brilliant idea. Besides, he should also consider the Kong Jiao's own preferences. Downstairs in the dining room, Su Wan had already laid out breakfast. The usual spread occupied half the table: congee, pickled vegetables, pancakes, and milk. Wu Yunxi sat in her customary place, mouth stuffed with half a pancake, cheeks bulging like a hamster's. "Morning." Wu Fan pulled out a chair and took a sip of congee. Wu Yunxi mumbled around a mouthful, swallowed, and chased it with milk. "Brother, any plans for today?" "Nothing much. I'll play with the Kong Jiao and finally give it a name." After last week's gathering, he had intended to name it, but the little creature had ignored him entirely, so the matter had fallen through. Last night, when he slipped the ankle ring onto its leg, it hadn't struggled or bitten. It had merely glanced down and gone about its business as usual. Wu Fan felt that the time was now ripe. Wu Yunxi removed the pancake from her lips, eyes brightening. "A name? Let me help you think of one." Wu Fan picked up a chopstick, stirred some pickles into his congee. "You should sort out a name for your own fish first." Wu Yunxi choked. Her Ling Zayuyu had also been under her care for over half a month and still lacked a name. Whether she called it Little Fish, That Fish, or the Silver One, the response was identical. A flick of its tail that splashed water straight onto her face. "That's different." Wu Yunxi set down her pancake and counted on her fingers. "A fish swims in water. Even if I call it, it can't hear me. A weasel runs on the ground. When I call it, it will hear. Even if you call your fish up close, it still ignores you. It's introverted. Wu Fan gave her a look and said nothing. Hua Zhao Dailing drifted over from nearby and alighted on the table's edge, tilting its head to regard Wu Fan. Flower morning. He extended his hand, and she tapped it once with her own. Wu Fan looked down at her. What? Flower morning. She tapped again, then pointed upstairs. You mean the Konging Diao? Hua Zhao Dailing nodded, its pink-white hair swaying gently like a flower caught in the breeze. Wu Fan reached out and gave its head a soft pat. I understand. I'll name it shortly. Hua Zhao Dailing beamed with delight, beating its wings twice as fast and spinning through the air in a circle. Wu Yunxi watched the creature clicking her tongue. Hua Zhao, when will you ever be this attentive toward me? Hua Zhao Dailing paused, glanced at her, then reached out and tapped the tip of her nose. Flower morning. And with that it fluttered away, wings beating with lively lightness, its pink-white figure disappearing into the kitchen. Wu Fan finished his porridge, put the bowl away in the kitchen, wiped his hands, and went upstairs to see the void shadow mink. The door to the treatment room was open. This was their home's private treatment room. It was relatively smaller. Lu Cao stood by the treatment table, its flower bud facing the void shadow mink, pale blue light particles raining down. The void shadow mink lay on the treatment table, its snow white fur spread out like a patch of snow. Its left hind leg was stretched straight out. The bandage on the leg had been removed, revealing the skin underneath. The newly grown fur was still tender white, a shade lighter than the surrounding fur. It heard footsteps, pricked up its ears, and turned its head toward the door. Wu Fan walked in with Yu Ji following behind him, landing on his shoulder. Lu Cao, how is its leg? Wu Fan walked to the side of the treatment table, reached out, and gently pressed on the void shadow mink's left hind leg. The void shadow mink didn't flinch, just looked at him. Lu Cao's flower buds swayed, the light particles falling more densely, landing on the void shadow mink's leg and seeping into the skin. Wu Fan activated the Eye of All Things and swept a glance. The bones had healed, the muscles were still recovering, and in another week it would be able to run and jump normally. He withdrew his gaze, sat down on the edge of the treatment table, and looked at the void shadow mink at eye level. How about I give you a name? The void shadow mink looked at him, its silver eyes blinked, then it nodded. Very lightly. Butterfly. Naming. Yuji wants to help. Naming. Yuji wants to help. Wu Fan reached out and brushed it aside. What's the rush? Yuji was brushed into a half somersault in the air. After stabilizing, it flew back and landed on his shoulder, its antennae raised high. Butterfly. Yueji thought of 3 names. When did you think of that? Butterfly. I've thought about it long ago. Yuji promised Master to help. Butterfly. I've thought about it long ago. Yuji promised Master to help. Yuji's tone carried pride, its antennae twitching. Wu Fan leaned back in the chair, crossed his arms, and looked at it. Let's hear it. Butterfly. The first one, bye-bye. Its fur is white. The void shadow mink's ears twitched. Wu Fan glanced at the void shadow mink. Butterfly. The second one, Shan Shan. Because when it teleports in space it will flash. The void shadow mink withdrew its gaze from Yu Ji, turned to look at the wall. Butterfly. The third one, Xiaoxua. Because its fur is like snow. Yu Ji finished speaking, its antennae raised even higher, the whole butterfly hovering in midair waiting to be praised. Wu Fan looked at Yu Ji, then at the void shadow mink. The void shadow mink was still staring at the wall, its tail tip twitching. What do you think? Wu Fan asked the void shadow mink. The void shadow mink's ears turned, rotating toward his direction, but its head didn't turn. Yu Ji flew over, landed in front of the void shadow mink's head, tilted its head to look at it. Butterfly. Don't you like them? Yu Ji thinks they sound nice. Bye-bye Shanshan Xiaoxua, all good names. The void shadow mink glanced at Yu Ji. Good. Just one sound, as short as it could be. Her voice carried a hint of grievance, her antennae drooping, the whole butterfly looking as if she had been struck by frost. Butterfly. It doesn't like it. Yu Ji thought for a moment, then turned back to look at the void shadow mink. Butterfly. Then what kind of name do you want? Yu Ji will think again. The void shadow mink ignored it, turned its head back, and looked at Wu Fan. Wu Fan leaned back in the chair, stared at the ceiling, and thought for a while. Void shadow mink, space element, snow white fur. It had to be smooth, crisp to call out, not too complicated. It also had to have some meaning, not just based on color. He recalled some things he had seen in his past life. When ancient people named things, they emphasized artistic conception. Things like Takshu, Zhuifeng, Zhuyu. I'll give you 3 names. Not if you like one. Luying. The void shadow mink didn't move. Shuiying. The void shadow mink's tail tip twitched. Huanlong. The void shadow mink raised its head, glanced at him, then nodded. This time the movement was bigger, its whole head dipping down, ears shaking. Wu Fan smiled. All right, then Huanlong it is. He reached out and patted the void shadow mink's head. The fur was very soft, much softer than Yu Ji's wings. Huanlong. The void shadow mink. Huanlong snorted a breath from its nose, considered as agreement. Yu Ji flew over from the side, landed on Huanlong's head, folded its wings, and the whole butterfly crouched into a purple blue like a petal fallen on snow. Butterfly. Huanlong, it sounds good. The name Master gave is better than Yu Ji's. Wu Fan reached out and brushed Yu Ji off Huanlong's head. Why are you lying on its head? Butterfly. Yu Ji is warming it up. It's not cold. Butterfly. Then Yu Ji will block the dust for it. Where does dust come from in this room? Yu Ji thought for a moment, couldn't think of a reason, so simply stopped talking. It folded its wings, lay on Wu Fan's shoulder, and burrowed its head into the crook of his neck. Wu Fan turned his head to glance at it, but said nothing more. Lu Cao's flower bud turned toward Huanlong, and the light particles receded. The pale blue light faded from the petals, and the petals closed a little, like a person closing their eyes to rest for a while. Wu Fan stood up and pushed the chair back to its place. Huanlong, come down and walk. Huanlong stood up from the treatment table. It straightened its 4 legs and shook its fur. Its snow-white fur shimmered with silver under the light. When its left hind leg touched the ground, it was still a bit light, but much better than last week. Last week it still limped when walking, but now it was hardly noticeable. It jumped off the treatment table. The movement was very light, landing without a sound. Its paws touched the floor silently like a cat. It walked to Wu Fan's feet, lay down, curled its tail over its nose, leaving only a pair of silver eyes exposed looking at him. Wu Fan looked down at Huanlong. Huanlong crouched at his feet, its tail covering its nose, only revealing those silver eyes. The eyes were half open, half closed, reflecting the light from the window twinkling. It had been half a month since Lu Cao found it under the old spirit pomegranate tree in the orchard. At that time it was covered in blood, the bone of its left hind leg exposed, lying there with only a breath left. Lu Cao's flower bud faced it, sprinkling layer after layer of light particles to keep that breath of life. Now, its fur had grown back pure white, its leg healed though still a bit light, but it no longer limped when walking. It could also teleport, flashing from the middle of the corridor to the window in an instant more than 10 meters away. It would also crouch by his feet. Wu Fan recalled that in the first few days Huanlong wouldn't let anyone near. He brought juice over, and it huddled in the corner of the treatment table, its silver eyes fixed on him, its body taut like a bow. Yu Ji spoke to it, and if it replied once in 10 sentences, that was good, and even then the reply was not complete, just a single go. Gradually it got better. He didn't know from which day it started. Perhaps it was Yu Ji weaving beautiful dreams for it every day, or Lu Cao treating its leg every day, or perhaps it was one morning when he walked into the treatment room with juice, and it didn't shrink into the corner. It just lay on the table, glanced at him, then lowered its head to continue drinking juice. Wu Fan couldn't pinpoint which moment it was, but he knew that this mink had decided to stay. Huanlong's ears twitched, its tail slid down from its nose, revealing half its face, its silver eyes looking at him. From now on you'll live here. Huanlong stared at him for a moment, then covered its nose with its tail again and closed its eyes. Huanlong, Wu Fan called out. The snow-white mink crouching at his feet raised its head, its silver eyes fixed on him, ears twitching. Want to go for a walk outside? Yu Ji flew up from his shoulders, circling around Huanlong once. Die, 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 out, out, out. Huanlong ignored Yu Ji. It stood up and shook its fur. Then I'll take that as a yes. Wu Fan bent down and lifted Huanlong from the ground. The mink was small, light as a feather in his arms, its fur soft as a ball of cotton. Huanlong didn't struggle or run away in his embrace. It simply looked up at him, then rested its head in the crook of his arm, its tail dangling and swaying lightly. Yu Ji flew over and landed on Huanlong's head. Die. Yu Ji wants to be held too. Wu Fan laughed at the sight of Yu Ji perched on Huanlong's head. After all, Huanlong didn't object. Lu Cao stood by the treatment table, its flower bud turning toward them, leaves trembling slightly. Wu Fan nodded at it. I'm taking them out for a stroll. Wanna come? Lu Cao's flower bud shook, its leaves drooping, as if to say, you go ahead. Wu Fan, carrying Huanlong with Yu Ji on its head, walked out of the treatment room. In the living room, Wu Yunxi was curled up on the sofa. She wore a loose white t-shirt, her hair loose, feet resting on the edge of the coffee table, munching on a spirit fruit. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head and sized up Huanlong in Wu Fan's arms. Oh, it lets you hold it now. Not easy. Wu Yunxi tossed the fruit pit into the trash, clapped her hands. Last week you couldn't get within 3 steps of it without it shrinking into the corner. Now it's lying right in your arms. You're quite the beast tamer. It's not me taming it, it's its own choice. You're right. Wu Yunxi sat up from the sofa, putting her feet down. If you didn't feed it every day, let Yu Ji weave dreams for it, and have Lu Cao heal its leg, would it be willing? Wu Fan didn't reply. What Wu Yunxi said was true, but he wouldn't admit it. Yu Ji flew up from Huanlong's head, landed on Wu Yunxi's shoulder, and rubbed its antennae against her cheek. Die. Little sister is right. Wu Yunxi couldn't understand, but the antennae tickled, so she tilted her head away. What are you doing? It says you're right. Of course. Wu Yunxi lifted her chin, reached out to take Yu Ji from her shoulder, and placed it in her palm. Yu Ji, let me tell you, your master is just stubborn. He knows it in his heart, but he won't admit it. Yu Ji lay in her palm, its antennae quivering, turning its head to glance at Wu Fan. That look plainly said little sister is right. Wu Fan couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He carried Huanlong toward the door. I'm off. Where to? Just out for a walk. I'll come too. Wu Yunxi sprang up from the sofa, placed Yuezhi on her shoulder, and padded after him in her slippers. Dank, let's go. Yinyu Danke flew up from the sofa armrest, landed on her shoulder, and chirped. The door of Fanchi Healing Shop was open. Suwon sat behind the counter, holding a cup of hot water, steam rising from the rim. She wore a light, gray casual outfit, her hair casually pinned back with a clip. Seeing the siblings come out from the back, she lifted her eyelids slightly. Going out, Wu Fan said, taking Huanlong for a walk. Suwon glanced at the snow-white mink in his arms. Did you name it? Huanlong. Huanlong, Suwon repeated, nodding. Pretty nice. She took a sip of water and added, go ahead. Don't let Huanlong go hungry, it's still growing. Huanlong poked its head out from Wu Fan's arms and looked at Suwon. Suwon smiled at it. It's good to go out and walk around. Stuck in the treatment room all day, even with a healed leg, you'd get sick from boredom. There were more people on the street than a few days ago. The shadow of the beast tide was slowly fading. Most shops were open and roadside stalls had appeared. Stalls selling spirit beast food, spirit fruits, and small trinkets lined up one after another, their hawking voices rising and falling. The sun beat down from above, making people feel lazy. Wu Fan walked ahead with Huanlong in his arms, Wu Yunxi beside him. Yuezhi lay on Huanlong's head, the tiny spirit crystals on its bow glinting in the sunlight. The shiny thing caught the attention of several passing girls. A girl with a ponytail tugged at her companion's sleeve and whispered, look at that butterfly. It's so beautiful. Her companion followed her gaze, purple-blue, and it's wearing a bow. Whose spirit beast is so fancy? Wu Yunxi heard this and turned to Wu Fan with a grin. Bro, your Yuezhi has become a star. Yuezhi lifted its head from Huanlong's head, antennae twitching, glanced briefly at the two girls, then lay back down. That little expression plainly said Yuezhi has always been a star. Wu Fan ignored it and kept walking. Huanlong lay in his arms, its tail dangling, swaying gently. Its eyes were half closed, watching the passers-by, the spirit beast cubs at roadside stalls, the clouds drifting overhead. It barely moved, just lay there, occasionally shifting its posture, moving its head from one side to the other. Wu Fan looked down at it. This little creature, when it was in the wild, could it have ever been so leisurely? Lying there without having to stay alert for danger at all times, without having to search for food on an empty stomach. Now it was carried in someone's arms, had juice to drink, had sweet dreams, and had a butterfly chattering in its ear every day. Wu Fan sometimes felt that Huanlong stayed not just because its injuries hadn't healed. It truly didn't want to leave. Here room and board were provided. Bro. Wu Yunxi walked beside him, holding a lollipop she had bought from a roadside stall. What kind of life do you think Huanlong had in the Qingyun Mountains? No idea. Wu Fan glanced at her. Ask it yourself. Ask it. It can't talk. Yuezhi can understand. Wu Yunxi turned to look at Yuezhi, who was lying on Huanlong's head, eyes half closed, antennae drooping, as if dozing off. She reached out and poked Yuezhi's wing. Yuezhi asked Huanlong what kind of life it had in the Qingyun Mountains. Yuezhi opened its eyes, glanced at her, then at Huanlong. Die. Huanlong, little sister, asks what life you had in the Qingyun Mountains. Huanlong's ears twitched, but it didn't open its eyes. Go. Die. It says I don't remember. It says it doesn't remember. Doesn't remember. Wu Yunxi took the lollipop out of her mouth, twirled it in her hand. Doesn't remember or doesn't want to say. Yuezhi turned back to ask again. Die. Doesn't remember or doesn't want to say. This time Huanlong didn't even say go. It burrowed its head deeper into the crook of Wu Fan's arm and stayed still. Yuezhi turned to look at Wu Yunxi. Die. It doesn't want to say. It doesn't want to say. Wu Yunxi stared at Huanlong for a moment, then popped the lollipop back into her mouth, mumbling, fine, if you don't want to say, then don't. Huh. Bro, there's a lucky draw over there. Wu Yunxi stood on her tiptoes, pointing toward the plaza in front of the beast taming mall. Wu Fan followed the direction of her finger. In the center of the plaza stood a red stage, surrounded by a crowd. Above the stage hung a banner with red letters on a white background, Qingyun City Beast Tide Retreat, Fortune Wheel. Beside the stage stood a sign that read spin 100 to draw once. Prizes include spirit beast eggs, evolution materials, spirit beast food, and discount coupons. Yuji poked her head out from atop, Huanlong her antennae tilting toward the stage. Flutter. What's a lucky draw? It's when you spend money on something and get a chance to spin a wheel, and whatever it lands on is what you get. Flutter. Then Yuji wants to spin. What would you spin for? You don't have any money. Flutter. Master has money. Yuji said it with complete confidence, her antennae nearly pointing straight at the sky. Wu Yunxi bit her lollipop and tilted her head to look at Wu Fan. Bro, let's go. We've got nothing better to do anyway. Might as well check out the commotion. As she spoke, she pulled the lollipop out of her mouth and waved it in front of Wu Fan, the candy glistening with saliva. Wu Fan leaned back slightly. Keep that away from me. You're grossed out by my saliva. Wu Yunxi shoved the lollipop back into her mouth and mumbled. We came from the same mother, and you're grossed out by my saliva? Even from the same mother, I'm still grossed out. Wu Yunxi rolled her eyes, too lazy to argue. Wu Fan glanced down at Huanlong in his arms. The mink had its eyes closed, tail hanging down and swaying gently, showing no interest in the lucky draw. All right, let's go take a look. The siblings made their way through the crowd toward the stage. Beside the stage stood a host in his 30s dressed in a deep blue suit. His hair was combed so shiny and slick that even a fly would slip right off. He held a microphone in his hand, a standard smile fixed on his face. Fellow beast tamers of Chinyan City, the beast tide has receded. Life is back to normal. To celebrate, the mall and major merchants have teamed up to put on this fortune wheel event. As he spoke, his right hand extended toward the wheel, and his body leaned slightly forward. Spin 100,000, and you can draw once. No upper limit. The more you buy, the more you draw. The prizes include. He pointed toward the wheel. Consolation prize, a bag of spirit beast food. Third prize, a 20 off coupon. Second prize, a spirit beast egg. First prize, a stage for evolution material. And our grand prize, a rare stage 3 spirit beast cub. A buzz erupted from the crowd. Rare stage 3. Really? No way. A rare stage 3 spirit beast is worth at least $1 million. They're giving one away in a lucky draw. It's written right there in black and white. And you believe everything written down. A middle-aged man in a plaid shirt shouted, "Hey host, how many grand prizes are there?" The host raised one finger. One. Only one for the entire event. Whoever draws it, it's theirs. Another voice called out, "Can we see it in person?" The grand prize cub is on display at the treasure pavilion on the 3rd floor of the mall. You can all go take a look before deciding whether to spend and draw. Some in the crowd turned and headed into the mall while others stayed to watch the commotion. Wu Yunxi stood on her tiptoes, straining her neck toward the stage as the lollipop slipped from her lips and nearly fell. She caught it just in time. "Bro, do you think the grand prize is real? Real or not, it's got nothing to do with us." Wu Fan stood behind the crowd, holding Huan Long, not bothering to push forward. "With our rotten luck, you think we'd actually win?" Wu Yunxi choked on her words, wanting to argue, but finding nothing to say. Ever since she was little, anything involving luck had never gone her way. As a kid during New Year, she scratched 20 lottery cards and won nothing. Yushi next to her scratched 3 and won 2. Her brother was only slightly better, 1 win out of 20. Flutter. Master and Huan Long want to try, and Dan K does too. Yuji lay on Huan Long's head, antennae raised high. Wu Fan looked down at Yuji. "Sounds to me like you're the one who wants to draw," just dragging Huan Long and Dan K along for the ride. Yuji flew up from Huan Long's head, did a loop in midair, and her purple-blue wings glinted under the sunlight. "Flutter. Yueji just wants to try. What if we win? You're a butterfly. What would you do with a prize?" "Flutter. If I win, I'd give it to Master." Wu Yunxi listened from the side. Though she couldn't understand Yuji, she could tell from the butterflies twirling that she was acting cute. "Bro, what did Yuji say?" "She said she wants to draw, and if she wins, she'll give it to me." "Then let her draw. We've got nothing better to do anyway." Wu Fan looked down at Huan Long in his arms. Huan Long opened its eyes, glanced at him, and closed them again. Its tail kept swaying as if to say it didn't care either way. "Fine, we'll draw 3 times, once for each spirit beast." Wu Yunxi's eyes lit up. She stuffed the lollipop into her mouth and dragged him toward the mall. "Let's go. We'll buy first. Gotta reach 30000." She took big strides, her ponytail swinging behind her. Wu Fan nearly stumbled as she pulled him along, and Huan Long jostled in his arms, opened an eye to look at Wu Yunxi, then closed it again. Yuji flew down from midair and landed back on Huan Long's head. "Flutter. Yueji is going to win the big prize." The first floor of the beast taming mall was fairly crowded. Though the beast tide had only receded a few days ago, more people were out shopping than last week. Wu Yunxi let go of Wu Fan's sleeve, stood in the middle of the hall, and swept her gaze across the storefronts. "Bro, what should we buy to reach 300? I'll get a bottle of 7-colored spirit honey for Yuji, and that leaves more than 200. Bro, what else should we get?" She took the lollipop out of her mouth, twirled it in her hand, and stared at Wu Fan. Wu Fan thought for a moment, his gaze landing on the spirit beast food section to the right of the hall. "We'll grab some food for Dan K and Huan Long. We need it anyway." "All right." Wu Yunxi nodded, and the two headed toward the food section. Yuji lay on Huan Long's head, looking left and right. The tiny spirit crystals on her bow glittered under the lights. A passing little girl pointed at her and shouted, "Mom, look! That butterfly is wearing a bow." Her mother quickly pulled her away. Yuji's antennae perked up, clearly pleased with herself. When they returned to the plaza, the crowd had grown even larger. A line had formed in front of the stage, short, just 7 or 8 people. The host was still on stage, shouting, his voice a little hoarse, but the smile still fixed on his face. Come on. Spend 100,000 and draw once. No upper limit. The more you buy, the more you draw. The grand prize is still waiting for you." A boy in a school uniform stepped down from the stage, carrying a bag of spirit beast food, his face as long as a wet weekend. Someone nearby asked, "What did you get?" "A 20 off coupon." "That's not bad." "Not bad. I spent 15,000 on something I don't even need just to get one draw, and all I got was a 20 off coupon." The boy slung the bag over his shoulder and walked off. Wu Yunxi glanced at the back of the boy, then turned to look at Wu Fan. Brother, we won't end up with a bunch of 80 off coupons, will we? Hard to say. Can't you say something nice? What if I said you definitely win the grand prize, would you believe me? Wu Yunxi thought for a moment and shook her head. No. Then there you go. The two of them lined up at the back. There were still 4 people ahead. The first was a middle-aged woman in a floral dress. She walked up to the wheel, took a deep breath, and reached out to spin it. The wheel spun a few times and stopped at consolation prize. The staff handed her a bag of provisions. She took it, shook her head, and walked away with the bag. The second was an old man with gray hair and a slightly hunched back. His hand trembled as he spun the wheel. It turned slowly and finally stopped at third prize. 80 off coupon. The third was a young man in glasses and a loose t-shirt. He walked up to the wheel, didn't spin it right away, but first took out his phone and snapped a photo of it. Then he reached out and gave it a spin. The wheel turned 3 times and stopped at consolation prize. The staff handed him provisions. He took them, looked down, smiled wryly, and left. Yuezhi lay on Huanlong's head, tilting her head to watch the people go up and down one by one. Master, none of them won the grand prize. I saw. Then will Yuezhi not win either? Are you so lacking in confidence? Yuezhi's antennae twitched, flew up from Huanlong's head, and hovered in front of Wu Fan. Yuezhi has confidence. Yuezhi will win the grand prize. Wu Yunxi, biting a lollipop nearby, watched Yuezhi's eager manner and laughed. What did it say, eh? Said it wants to win the grand prize. Alright, that's ambitious. Wu Yunxi took the lollipop out of her mouth and waved it in front of Yuezhi. If you win, share half with me. Yuezhi glanced at her, turned her head away, and ignored her. Wu Yunxi clicked her tongue and stuffed the lollipop back into her mouth. It was their turn. The staff member was a young woman in her 20s with a low ponytail and wearing the mall's uniform, holding a barcode scanner. She looked at the siblings. How many raffle tickets? Wu Yunxi pulled 3 tickets from her pocket and slapped them on the table. 3. The staff member picked up the tickets and scanned them. The machine beeped. 3 spins, 1 ticket per spin. Whatever you land on, you get. Wu Yunxi turned to look at Wu Fan. Dankei first or Yuezhi first? Yinyu Dankei stuck its head out from her shoulder and chirped at Wu Yunxi, a short, urgent sound, as if urging her. Wu Fan looked at Dank's eager expression. Let Dankei spin first. You and I will watch from the side. I'll let the 3 of them spin by themselves. Wu Yunxi nodded, pulled Dankei off her shoulder, held it with both hands, and raised it to the wheel. Go win a big one for your sister. Dank held by her, flapped its wings to steady itself, tilted its head to look at the wheel, then turned to look at Wu Yunxi. Chirp. The sound softened, tinged with uncertainty. You were so eager just now, now you're chickening out. Wu Yunxi pushed Dankei closer to the wheel. Dankei stood on the edge of the wheel, looking down at the colorful grids. It stretched out its claw and gave the wheel a nudge. The wheel began to spin. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. It slowed down. The pointer jumped grid by grid. Past consolation prize. Past third prize. Past the grand prize as well. Finally, it stopped at first prize. Wu Yunxi was stunned. The lollipop slipped from the corner of her mouth, nearly falling to the ground, as she fumbled to catch it, the candy sticking to her palm sticky. First prize. She turned to look at Wu Fan. Brother, am I seeing this right? Wu Fan glanced at the pointer on the wheel. You're seeing it right. Dankei stood on the edge of the wheel, tilting its head to look at the result it had spun, and chirped, its voice brighter than before. The staff member took a box from under the counter, opened it, and pushed it in front of Wu Yunxi. In the box lay a fist-sized or deep blue with a layer of fine silver veins on its surface, as if someone had drawn on it with an extremely fine brush. Mid-grade 4th realm metal element material, thunder pattern, or. The staff member pushed the box forward. Market price around 250,000. Wu Yunxi took the box, turned it over and over, the or glinting silver blue in the sunlight. Brother, who is this for? Don't know, just keep it for now. Wu Yunxi stuffed the box into her backpack, crouched down, and stared at Dankei for 2 seconds. Your claw is pretty lucky. Dankei flew up from the edge of the wheel, landed back on her shoulder, chirped, and held its tail high. Yuezhi flew up from Huanlong's head, hovering in midair, fluttering its wings. Let Huanlong go first. Yuezhi will make her grand entrance last. Wu Fan placed Huanlong from his arms onto the edge of the wheel. When Huanlong landed, it steadied itself with its 4 legs, tapped its left hind leg on the ground, and stood firm. It raised its head, its silver eyes sweeping over the grids on the wheel, expressionless. Yuezhi fluttered around. Huanlong, just give it a casual nudge, don't overthink it. Huanlong glanced at Yuezhi, lifted its right paw, and slapped the wheel. The force was not great. The wheel spun slowly. 1 circle. 2 circles. The pointer passed consolation prize, third prize, second prize, and the grand prize. Finally, it stopped at first prize. Wu Yunxi leaned in her head, nearly hitting the wheel. She squinted at the pointer's position, then turned to look at Wu Fan. Another first prize. The staff member took another box from under the counter, identical to the previous one, with a deep blue velvet surface, and pushed it in front of Wu Yunxi. She lifted the lid. This time it wasn't, or it was a wood element material. A vine coiled 3 times, resting in the box. The vine was deep green with fine patterns on its surface. It felt a bit rough to the touch, but when brought close a faint scent of grass, and what could be smelled. Mid-grade 4th realm wood element material green vine core. The staff member turned the box so Wu Yunxi could see more clearly. Market price around 200,000. Wu Yunxi picked up the box, brought it close to her nose and sniffed. It smells nice. Wu Fan's all-seeing eye swept over it. It was a suitable evolution material for dew grass, with 100% compatibility. He tilted his head to look at Huanlong. The little thing was lowering its head, touching the edge of the box with its nose sniffing twice, then raising its head, its silver eyes looking at him, the tip of its tail twitching slightly. What goes around comes around. Dew grass had pulled it back from the brink of death, and with a casual slap, it had earned a perfectly compatible material for dew grass. Wu Fan bent down and rubbed Huanlong's head. Lucky little thing. Huanlong's ears flattened slightly under his rub, but it didn't dodge, instead it nuzzled into his palm. Moth. Grand prize. Grand prize. Yu Ji's grand prize. Yu Ji flew onto the spinning wheel with full confidence, her butterfly wings flapping vigorously, antennae raised high, shouting, as she seemed ready to dive headfirst into the grand prize slot. It placed its claws on the wheel, first moving 2 steps left, then half a step back, right, gesturing this way, and that, as if it had to select a feng shui auspicious spot, before acting, dawdling so much that the nearby staff couldn't help but glance over. Wu Yunxi laughed out loud, the lollipop stick tilted at the corner of her mouth as she took a slurp. Oh my, look at that posture, it's a sure thing, a sure thing. Dankei poked its head out from her shoulder, chirped at Yu Ji, its eyes narrowing into slits, as if to say, you little butterfly, stop bragging. Yu Ji ignored it, turned to Wu Fan and shouted, Moth. Master. Yu Ji is going to spin now. Wu Fan was still holding Huanlong in his arms, and Huanlong was squinting at Yu Ji. Go ahead, spin, just don't come back crying. Moth. Yue Ji won't cry. As soon as the words were spoken, Yu Ji's claw struck the wheel. The wheel spun with the colors of the slots blurring into a rainbow streak, circle after circle. The wheel slowed down, the pointer advancing notch by notch. The pointer slid past the white line between the first prize and the grand prize. It stopped at the second prize. Yu Ji hovered in midair, her wings motionless. Her body plummeted straight down, her antennae instantly drooping, limply hanging on either side of her head like a frostbitten eggplant. Moth. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, aggrieved, as if abandoned by the whole world. Huanlong lifted its head from Wu Fan's arms, its silver eyes glancing at Yu Ji. It said nothing, yet seemed to have said everything. Ha ha ha. Yu Ji, you're no good either. Wu Yunxi laughed so hard, she couldn't straighten up, the lollipop nearly flying out of her hand. She quickly gripped the stick, covered her mouth with the back of her hand, shoulders, shaking, her laughter coming out in broken gasps. Dankei and Huanlong both got first prize. But you got second prize. The last one is always the worst. Yen Yu. Dankei poked its head out from her shoulder, chirped at Yu Ji, its voice tinged with smugness. Yu Ji's antennae drooped another notch. She slowly descended from midair, landing on the edge of the wheel, wings pressed against her back, the whole butterfly shrinking into a small purple-blue lump. Wu Fan reached out, scooped her up from the edge of the wheel, and cradled her in his palm. Yu Ji lay in his palm, wings pressed against her body, antennae tilted to one side, curled into a small ball. Even the spirit crystal fragments on her bow drooped like a flower deprived of water. Second prize is not bad either. Wu Fan gently tapped her back with his index finger. It's a spirit beast egg. Did you forget that you yourself hatched from an egg? Yu Ji's antennae twitched. Moth. Yue Ji wants the grand prize. Her voice was muffled, full of grievance, like a child whose juice had been taken. The grand prize isn't that easy to get. So many people before you didn't even get second prize. You got it in one go. That's already very lucky. Moth. Yue Ji doesn't care. Yu Ji wants the grand prize. She rolled over in his palms, 6 legs up, wings flopping to the sides, lying flat, a classic, I don't care, I want it, petulant look. Wu Fan smiled, placing Yu Ji on Huanlong's head. Alright, how about I buy you a bottle of 7-colored spirit honey later? Yu Ji's antennae perked up slightly, then drooped back down, but she at least flipped back over, lying on top of Huanlong's head, burying her face in a Huanlong's fur, and let out a muffled moth, reluctantly agreeing. Huanlong's ears twitched, letting Yu Ji stay there. A staff member came out from behind the counter, holding a small box with dark blue velvet smaller than the previous 2. She placed the box on the table and opened the lid. Inside lay an egg with a grayish-white shell covered in fine silver patterns, emitting a faint blue-gray glow. Second prize, a wind-type spirit beast egg, potential second realm. She stepped aside, gesturing toward the warm cabinet. The eggs in this row of warm cabinets are all prizes for this event. You can pick one that catches your eye. There are wind, water, earth, metal, and so on, all with potential at the second realm. The warm cabinets formed a long row with constant temperature lights shining down from above, section by section. About 20 eggs lay quietly in their bedding, varying in shades of color. Wu Fan, holding Huanlong, walked up and glanced over. He stopped at the 5th warm cabinet on the left. This one. The staff member came over, looked at the number, and nodded. Metal-type spirit beast egg potential above the second realm stable elemental affinity after hatching. She took the egg out of the warm cabinet, placed it in a constant temperature box, and handed the box over. Yuji poked half her body out from Huanlong's head and asked in a muffled tone, "Moth. Metal egg. What can hatch from it? You'll know once it hatches." Wu Fan took the constant temperature box and stuffed it into his backpack. "Let's go buy Yuji the 7-colored spirit honey and then head home." The door of Fanchi healing shop was open. They pushed it open and the wind chimes rang. Suwon was examining the wings of a swift wind eagle. Wu Feng was leaning against the counter hearing the noise and turning around. Wu Yunxi bounced and plopped her backpack on the counter. "Dad, Mom, we went to the lottery draw. Dan K and Huanlong both got first prize. Yuji got second prize." Wu Feng put down his teacup, glanced at the siblings. Quite a harvest. Indeed. Wu Yunxi unzipped her backpack and placed 2 dark blue velvet boxes on the counter. Dan K drew a 4th realm metal type, or Huanlong drew a 4th realm wood type vine, and Big Brother said it's perfect for Lu Chao. Suwon walked around the counter, picked up the vine, and examined it. The vine was deep green with fine patterns on its surface. Close up one could smell a faint herbal fragrance. Green vine heart mid 4th realm, not bad. She turned to look at Huanlong. "Then I'll accept it without hesitation and thank Huanlong on behalf of Lu Chao." The tip of Huanlong's tail flicked as a response. Wu Fan bent down, set Huanlong from his arms onto the ground. The snow-white mink shook its fur after landing, then walked to the side and lay down, curling its tail over its nose with an none-of-my-business demeanor. He also took out the constant temperature box from his backpack and placed it on the edge of the counter. "Dad, this egg is the one Yuji drew. It's a crystal type for you. For me. But my contract slots are all full." Wu Feng lifted his gaze from the egg, looking at Wu Fan. "Yes, it suits you. Keep it for your 7th realm contract." "All right." The cultivation chamber door stood closed. Light seeped through the gap in a pale golden halo, as if someone had diluted the setting sun with water, letting it trickle out from beneath the door and pool into a glowing shallow puddle on the corridor floor. Yuji waited outside the door, butterfly wings half spread and utterly motionless. Even its antennae, which were always so fond of perking up, were pressed flat against its back like 2 stiff little antennas. Huanlong lay directly beneath it. Its snow-white fur was gilded with a layer of pale gold in the glow. Its silver eyes were fixed on the door gap, and for once its tail wasn't curled up over its nose, but stretched straight behind the tip, trembling faintly. Huanlong suddenly moved. It rose from its lying position, front paw stepping half a pace forward, ears swiveling toward the door gap. Yuji immediately flew down and landed on its head, 6 legs clinging tightly to Huanlong's fur, antennae still standing upright. "Flutter. Don't worry, master hasn't come out yet." Huanlong's ears pressed back briefly, then sprang up again. Huajiao butterfly spirit had floated up from downstairs at some point. She wore a pinkish-white little jacket today, its collar trimmed with a ring of white fluff that made her face look even smaller, like a porcelain doll that had stepped straight out of a New Year painting. She drifted over to Huanlong's side, tilted her head to study the light in the door gap, then looked from Yuji to Huanlong. "Huajiao." Yuji poked half its body out from atop Huanlong's head. "Flutter. Master is still breaking through. Should be soon." Huajiao butterfly spirit nodded, reached out a small hand, and gently patted Huanlong's back twice. Huanlong didn't dodge. Huajiao butterfly spirit withdrew her hand, floated up into the air, her butterfly wings fanning slowly behind her like a child waiting to watch fireworks. The light in the cultivation chamber suddenly blazed. Yuji's butterfly wings snapped open with a sharp swish. Huanlong shot up from the ground, all 4 legs leaving the floor, at once leaping back half a step. It stumbled on landing, its left hind paw tapping the floor once before it steadied itself. Huajiao butterfly spirit narrowed her eyes, her pinkish-white hair swept backward by the rush of air. The golden light lasted for 3 seconds. Then it receded layer by layer like a retreating tide until only a faint remnant of afterglow clung to the edge of the door gap, as if rimmed with a thin line of gold. The door was pushed open from within. Wu Fan stood at the threshold barefoot on the floor, wearing only a thin white short-sleeved shirt. The back of it was soaked through with sweat clinging to his skin. He raised a hand and wiped the sweat from his brow. His palm was slick with water dripping down between his fingers. Yuji was the first to rush over. Wings whirring, it dove straight into his embrace, 6 legs clinging fiercely to his collar, its face buried in the hollow of his collarbone. "Flutter, flutter, flutter, master, master, master." The voice burst in his mind, bubbling with joy. Wu Fan was knocked back half a step by the impact. He reached up, peeled it from his collar, and cradled it in his palm. Yuji lay in his palm, wings still trembling, antennae sticking up, so high they nearly touched the sky. All right, I've broken through," Wu Fan said, then looked down at his feet. Huanlong crouched beside his left foot, looking up at him. Its silver eyes were unblinking, its tail swaying gently behind it. Wu Fan crouched down, reached out his other hand, and rubbed Huanlong's head. "Been waiting long." Huanlong's ears pressed back slightly, but instead of pulling away, it nuzzled into his palm. Huajiao butterfly spirit floated down from midair, landing in front of him, tilting her face up to look at him. Her pinkish-white eyes blinked. Then she reached out and tapped the back of his hand. Huajiao. After the tap, she floated away as if she'd completed some kind of mission. Wu Fan let out a chuckle, rose to his feet, and looked back toward the end of the corridor. Wu Yunxi leaned against the wall at the corridor corner, arms crossed, with Yin Yu Dankei crouched at her feet. The Dankei tilted its head at him and let out a chirp. Broken through. Wu Yunxi pushed herself off the wall, walked over, and gave him a thorough once-over. Not bad, big brother. You beat me to it. You're almost there too. First realm 9 stars, right? Of course, almost. Wu Yunxi bent down, scooped Yu Ji from his palm, and held it up before her eyes. Your master broke through. Are you happy? Yu Ji held up by her spread its butterfly wings, antennae pointing straight up. Flutter. Of course I'm happy. Wu Yunxi couldn't understand it, but from the butterfly's antennae sticking up so high she could tell it was overjoyed. She placed Yu Ji back on Wu Fan's shoulder, hands in her pockets. Come on, Mom said. She's adding extra dishes tonight to celebrate. Wu Fan followed her out, but after 2 steps he stopped and looked back at the cultivation chamber door. Huan Long was still crouching there, its silver eyes watching him. Come on, Wu Fan said. Huan Long stood up from the ground and trotted after him with small quick steps. Yu Ji poked its head out from Wu Fan's shoulder, glanced down, then pulled back. It didn't say anything, but its antennae gave a little twitch. There were 3 more dishes on the dinner table than usual. Braised spirit hoof meat in sauce, wooling taro, rice flour, steamed rock antelope ribs, plus a spirit bamboo and mixed mushroom soup, covering most of the table. Su Wan placed the last bowl of rice in front of Wu Fan, untied her apron, draped it over the chair back, and sat down. Broken through. Second realm 1 star. Faster than your father back then. Wu Feng sat across from them, picked up a piece of lamb chop, and dipped it in the sauce on his plate. It took me nearly a year to go from first realm to second realm back then. Wu Yunxi, chewing on her chopstick, said, Dad, you just didn't have good timing. My brother got lucky. He's got talent, and Yu Ji is his cheat code. Wu Feng swallowed the fish meat. It has nothing to do with luck. Wu Yunxi pouted, but didn't argue. Su Wan took a sip from her soup bowl, set it down, and said, So about Huan Long. When do you plan to take care of it? Wu Fan had just picked up a piece of spirit hoof meat and was bringing it to his mouth. He paused at the question, then kept chewing. Only after swallowing did he speak. Tomorrow. Yu Ji flew up from Wu Fan's shoulder and circled the living room once. Flutter. Tomorrow. Yu Ji is going to be the big sister. Huan Long, lying at Wu Fan's feet, looked up from the half-eaten spirit fruit, glanced at him, then lowered its head and continued eating. The tip of its tail gave a gentle sway. That evening when Wu Fan went upstairs to his room, Huan Long didn't follow. After washing up, he lay down on the bed. The ceiling light was already off and the curtains weren't drawn fully closed. Moonlight squeezed through the gap, casting a long white line across the floor. Yu Ji curled up beside the pillow, wings folded, antennae drooping, already off roaming in dreams. Wu Fan closed his eyes, his mind occupied with tomorrow's contract. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a faint sound by the bedside. He opened his eyes and tilted his head to look down. Huan Long had slipped in at some point, crouching by the head of the bed, its silver eyes fixed steadily on him. Wu Fan reached out a hand, his arm hanging over the edge of the bed, fingertips pointing down. Huan Long's ears swiveled, then it stood up, took 2 steps forward, and stretched its head out to press against his fingers. Its nose was cool as it brushed against his fingertip. Can't sleep. Huan Long made no sound, and didn't pull away. It just stayed pressed, closed, eyes closed, breathing softly. Wu Fan withdrew his hand, shifted his body toward the edge of the bed, making space beside the pillow. Come sleep up here. Huan Long's ears twitched, and it looked up at him. Then it stepped onto the edge of the bed, settled into the spot beside the pillow, turned around twice, and curled itself into a ball of white, fur head resting on its front paws, tail covering its nose. Moonlight fell upon it, its fur tips shimmering with a layer of silver-white frost. Wu Fan glanced at it, pulled the blanket up a little, and closed his eyes again. Early the next morning in the backyard, Luhua tree spirit stood at the western corner of the yard. For months ago it had been called Lutsao. After its evolution, its trunk was as thick as a person's embrace, its crown spread wide, and slender aerial roots hung from the branches, swaying in the wind like a curtain someone had hung in the yard. Wood spirit monkey and blazing feather Dankei crouched on the branches. Wu Yunxi stood beneath the tree, leaning against the trunk with arms crossed, and beside her stood Qingluo spirit demon. After months of cultivation, Dankei had grown from a tiny sparrow to nearly half the size of an eagle. Its feathers were denser than before, and when the ring of plumage around its neck bristled, it looked like a fiery scarf. Huajiao butterfly spirit hovered in midair, its pinkish-white hair tied into 2 small buns, one on each side, which Su Wan had fastened for it that morning. Its butterfly wings fluttered slowly behind, and its petal skirt swayed gently in the breeze. Amber Crystal Tiger lay at the other end of the yard. This tiger was Wu Feng's reserve spirit beast, hatched from the egg Wu Fan had retrieved, and it was now over 3 months old. It was quite large, reaching about Wu Fan's knee, with a pale amber coat and 3 deep brown stripes along its back that shimmered with a crystalline glow in the sunlight. Wu Fan and Huanlong stood facing each other in the center. Yuezhi floated beside Wu Fan, its butterfly wings fluttering slowly and antennae twitching, glancing between Wu Fan and Huanlong, more anxious than the two parties involved. Ready? Huanlong looked up at him, blinked its silver eyes, then nodded its head downward. The movement was small but decisive. If it had been 4 months ago, it would have teleported away without a second thought, caring nothing for juice or sweet dreams. But now things were different. It still didn't want to dwell on the beast tide in the Qingyan mountain range. Back then it had been less than 9 stars of the first realm, and in such a massive upheaval, it couldn't even stir a ripple. All it knew was to run, teleporting frantically without the courage to look back. When its spiritual energy ran dry, it fled on foot. When its legs gave out, it crawled, and when even crawling became impossible, consciousness began to fade. It didn't remember how it escaped the beast tide, nor how it crossed that forest. When it regained some awareness, it found itself curled beneath the roots of an old tree covered in blood, with a piece of bone jutting from its left hind leg, pale and stark as if it belonged to someone else. Then came that wisp of pale blue light particles scattering from a flower bud and falling upon it. Too weak to open its eyes, it simply sank into the warmth. When it woke again, a purple-blue butterfly was lying beside its head. That butterfly chattered incessantly, pressing close to its ear and chirping, "Die, die, die," in a continuous stream. It found the noise annoying and wanted to escape, but every part of its body ached, and it couldn't even be bothered to move its ears. Nearby stood a spirit beast that looked like a sapling, its flower bud facing Huanlong, light particles still drifting down fine as sifted moonlight. Then that human arrived. Its heart pounded wildly. It had seen humans before. On the edge of the Qingyan Mountains, people who had chased it for 3 days and nights, trying to capture it, lock it in a cage, and sell it to some unknown place. Back then it had run until its hind legs were nearly broken before shaking them off. So when this human pushed open the door, every hair on its body stood on end. It tried to get up and flee, but its spiritual energy hadn't recovered, and its left hind leg couldn't support it. As soon as it pushed itself up, it wobbled, and its head thudded against the edge of the treatment table. That human just glanced at it and did nothing. He slid a glass of juice over, said, "Have something to drink," then pulled up a chair and sat down. It didn't drink. He didn't urge it. He just sat there chatting idly with that chattering butterfly, not even looking at it. Later the butterfly even demonstrated. Eventually it was so thirsty that it reluctantly stretched its head over and took a lick. Sweet. A second sip, a third. The whole cup was drained. From start to finish, he never came over to pet it, never tried to lift it off the treatment table. He simply came in every day with juice, set it down, sat for a while, exchanged a few words with the butterfly, and then left. At first it thought it was all an act. It had seen too many humans in the wild. Those who pretended to be kind, who posed as benefactors, acting more sincere than anyone, only to snap the cage shut, seal the deal, and wash their hands of any bond. But 1 day passed. 2 days passed. A week passed. 2 weeks passed. The juice never stopped, the food never stopped. He even brought it gifts, took it out for walks, and gave it a name. The bandages were changed every other day. That butterfly lay beside its head every day, weaving dreams for it. Beautiful dreams, driving away all its nightmares. Gradually, it no longer wanted to run. It wasn't that it trusted this human completely, it was simply exhausted. It had run so far from the Qingyan Mountains, all the way here with several broken bones and spiritual energy, as dry as a parched well. It didn't want to run anymore. It wanted to lie down, let someone mend its leg, bring it juice, and push the butterfly away when it started chirping, "Die, die, die" again. If this human ever bared his fangs, it could always run then. But 3 months passed. No fangs emerged. Instead, Lu Cao, that sapling, came to heal it from time to time. The butterfly was still talkative, but it had grown used to it, and it actually felt quite good. At least it no longer felt lonely. The nightmares that had once plagued its sleep were replaced by sweet dreams. Then last night it heard voices downstairs. That human said, "Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Contract." It knew what those 2 words meant. That human's younger sister had muttered it 1,000 times. About the fish in the pond. Not yet contracted, I'm not yet at the second realm. So often that the fish would dive to the bottom whenever it saw her. It knew that a contract meant giving itself away, binding itself to this human. Wherever he went, it would follow. Last night it couldn't sleep soundly. It got up from its nest, teleported into his room, and crouched by the head of the bed staring at him. Later he opened his eyes and reached out his hand. He said, "Can't sleep." It didn't make a sound. It just rested its head in his palm, closed its eyes for a moment, then stepped onto the edge of the bed, curled up beside the pillow, and covered its nose with its tail. That was when it made up its mind. While Huanlong was reminiscing, Wu Fan had already drawn the contract array. Huanlong stood at the very center of the array, its white fur bathed in the warm yellow glow of the contract array. It closed its eyes. Throughout the entire process, it offered no resistance, allowing the light of the contract array to envelop it. It took less than 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, the golden light faded and the array patterns dissolved. Huanlong opened its eyes. It could sense that its soul was now connected to this human. Morning light squeezed through the gap in the curtains, casting a slender golden thread across the floor, landing precisely on the edge of the pillow. When Wu Fan opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the tip of Huanlong's tail. The snow-white fur shimmered with a faint golden halo in the morning light, covering from the tip of its nose to the tip of its tail. The entire marten curled into a perfect white fluffy ball. It slept deeply, its ears hanging softly, no longer alertly perked up as before. Wu Fan didn't move. He lay there, sensing the additional connection deep within his soul. It was different from the bond with Yu Ji. Yu Ji was chirpy, full of surprise, curiosity, excitement, and coquettishness. Huanlong's bond was another feeling entirely, without intense emotional fluctuations, only a faint steady presence. Wu Fan probed through that silken thread. Peaceful. That was the only word he could describe. Just as he was about to feel more deeply, Yu Ji's voice suddenly rang out. "Dai? Master? Master? Is Huanlong still asleep?" Wu Fan turned his head to see Yu Ji had already awakened at some point, hovering a palm's height directly above Huanlong, its entire head nearly buried in Huanlong's fluff like a curious little cat peering around. "Keep your voice down," Wu Fan replied mentally. Yu Ji immediately lowered its antennae. "Dai, Yue Ji will be quiet." It slowly descended from midair, landing gently on Huanlong's back. Huanlong's ear twitched, but it didn't wake up. Only its body shifted slightly, its tail still covering its nose. Wu Fan watched the tiny purple-blue butterfly carefully alight on the snow-white marten's back, like a petal falling onto a snowfield. The two creatures, one small and one large, nestled together in a scene so tranquil that it sparked a thought in Wu Fan. Maybe I won't get up today. But before he could lie back down, Huanlong's eyes opened. Its silver pupils focused with incredible speed, first on Yu Ji, then on Wu Fan. It didn't move, just lay there, its eyes fixed on Wu Fan, the tip of its tail lightly tapping the pillow, as if to say, "I know I'm awake." Yu Ji immediately bounced off its back, flying into the air, scattering the newly gathered morning light into fragments. "Dai? Good morning, good morning. Huanlong, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night? Master said he'll take us out today. Yu Ji wants to drink that new spiritual honey juice and the osmanthus honey from that shop," and Wu Fan reached out and scooped it from the air into his palm. Let it catch its breath. Yu Ji lay in his palm, its antennae twitching, finally quieting down. Huanlong stood up from the pillow, stretched its 4 legs, and shook its fur. The snow-white fur scattered a fine dust of light in the morning glow. It yawned, its mouth opening to reveal a pale pink tongue and 2 rows of tiny teeth, then jumped off the bed, its movement as light as a feather falling on the wooden floor without a sound. Wu Fan threw off the covers and sat up, his bare feet touching the floor. As he stood, he glanced down at his palm, then at Huanlong by his feet. Wu Fan smiled. "Let's go." When he came downstairs, the dining room was already lively. "Brother, hurry up." Wu Yunshi's voice floated up from below, brimming with excitement she couldn't contain. "I'm about to break through." Wu Fan saw her at the corner of the stairs. Wu Yunshi stood by the dining table, her hair uncombed, wearing a loose loungewear, barefoot, holding a glass of milk radiating energy. Suwon poked her head out of the kitchen, a pot of porridge in her hands. "What are you shouting about? It's so early in the morning." "Mom, I really am about to break through." Wu Yunshi put the milk glass on the table. "I can feel it, just one step away." Suwon placed the porridge pot on the table and wiped her hands. "If you can feel it, then that's fine. Don't rush, take it steady." Wu Fan walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Huanlong followed at his feet and laid down beside his chair. Yu Ji flew off Wu Fan's shoulder and landed on the edge of the table, tilting its head to look at Wu Yunshi. Wu Yunshi plopped down into the chair, picked up the porridge bowl, and took a big gulp, hissing from the heat, but unwilling to spit it out. She mumbled, "Brother, after I break through, can I contract that fish? First get past the breakthrough." "Of course I can." Wu Yunshi swallowed the porridge and wiped her mouth. "I haven't been practicing for nothing these past few months. Brother, after I contract that fish, you and Huanlong have a fight with me, okay? Let me see how space-type combat works." Wu Fan didn't take the bait. He lowered his head, blew on the porridge, and took a slow sip. Yu Ji leaned half its body over the edge of the table and called out to Wu Yunshi, "Dai." "What did it say, eh?" Wu Yunshi looked up. "I don't think it's anything good. It said that fish can't beat Huanlong." "Hey." Wu Yunshi put her chopsticks down on the table. "What's wrong with the fish? Fish have their own way of fighting. So what if it's space-type? Once my fish gets into the water, Huanlong can't even find its shadow. Then you'll have to lure it out of the pond first." Wu Yunshi was stumped. That fish really didn't like coming ashore. It swam freely in the pond. When Wu Yunshi used food to tempt it, it would slowly float up, open, and close its mouth to eat, then sink back down, leaving not even a bubble on the surface. Suwon came out of the kitchen with a small dish of pickles, placed it on the table, and glanced at Wu Yunshi. "That fish of yours, what are you going to name it? You can't keep calling it that fish forever." Wu Yunshi put down her bowl, picked up a piece of pickled radish with her chopsticks, bit into it, and chewed with a crunch. She swallowed the radish thought for a moment and said, I haven't decided yet. I've already picked 7 or 8 names. Silver Scale, Spirit Wave, Water Shadow. But when I call it, it ignores me, just flicks its tail. That means it doesn't like the names you chose. Suwon sat down and ladled herself some porridge. Then I'll think of more. You've been thinking for months. Wu Fan finished his porridge and put down the bowl. You can think about it when you break through. Wu Yunqi shot him a glare. Then why did you take so many days to name Huan Long? Huan Long nodded its own agreement. My fish doesn't nod. It just flicks its tail. How am I supposed to know which one it likes? Then just pick one yourself. If it flicks its tail, take it as agreement. Wu Yunqi chewed a piece of spiritual lotus root and thought about it. The logic seemed to make sense, but something felt off. Finally, she gave up thinking and swallowed the lotus root. Fine. When I contract it, I'll give it a name directly. Flicking its tail won't help. Yuji flew up from the table's edge, circled once above Wu Yunqi's head, then landed back on Wu Fan's shoulder, nestled into the hollow of his shoulder, its antennae drooping down and brushing against him twice. Wu Fan glanced sideways at it, then turned to Suwon. Mom, I'm taking Huan Long to the mall today to see if there are any suitable materials for Yuji's second stage and Huan Long's first stage. Suwon took a sip of porridge and nodded. All right, go early and come back early. Wu Yunqi took her chopsticks away from her mouth. Then I'll stay home and break through to the second stage. Brother, before you go, let Yuji give me a boost. Yuji poked its head out from Wu Fan's shoulder, looked at Wu Yunqi, and raised its antennae. Die. Okay. When Wu Fan stepped out with Yuji and Huan Long, morning light had already spilled across half the street. Winter in Qingyun City brought no snow, but the wind still carried a biting chill. Wu Fan tucked his chin into his collar and zipped his jacket higher. Huan Long rested on his left shoulder, while Yuji perched atop Huan Long's head, like a purple-blue butterfly ornament adorning a living pendant. This was its first outing as a contracted spirit beast. Its eyes darted about, taking in everything with fresh wonder, its ears swiveling toward passing pedestrians and spirit beasts alike. Unlike the rigid tension it wore, whenever they ventured out before, it lay completely relaxed, now its tiny body soft and limp. Wu Fan glanced over at them. Are you too cold? Fine, came Yuji's reply as she poked her head out from atop Huan Long's crown. Not cold at all. The beast taming mall was bustling today. Several temporary tents had been erected on the plaza out front, banners proclaiming Spring Festival special spirit materials and year-end discounts fluttering in the cold air. Wu Fan had barely reached the mall entrance when a familiar voice rang out behind him. Well, what a coincidence. Wu Fan turned his head. Zhang Lei emerged from behind one of the temporary tents on the left, wearing a black short cotton jacket, zipped smartly, to reveal a dark gray turtleneck underneath. A skewer of roasted meat was in his hand, crispy on the outside and tender within, which he munched on as he walked. Trailing beside him was Zhao Pongpong, bundled up in a puffy down jacket zipped to his chin, leaving only half his round face exposed. He cradled a hot drink, steam curling upward from the gap in the lid. What are you two doing out together? Wu Fan pulled his hands from his pockets and took 2 steps closer. Just happened to bump into each other. I'm here buying evolution materials for Man Xiong, and he's picking up rations for 2 Jiashou. We joined up and figured we might as well walk together. Is that a new contract for that sable? I've never seen it before. It's quite well behaved, perched on your shoulder. But why is Yuji on its head? This one, her name is Huan Long. I contracted her just a couple days ago. No way. You've already reached the second realm. Broke through the day before yesterday. That's incredibly fast. Zhang Lei's eyes widened as he scrutinized Wu Fan from head to toe, then leaned in half a step closer to inspect Huan Long. The sable hadn't opened its eyes, its tail still draped across Wu Fan's chest, motionless. Only the tip of one ear flicked toward Zhang Lei. You've only been at Spirit Awakening for half a year, and yet you've already surpassed me to reach the second realm. You must be the first person in our class to break through. Only slightly ahead of you. Slightly is still second realm, Zhang Lei said, popping the last piece of meat into his mouth and tossing the skewer into a nearby trash bin. I'm only at the 8th star of the first realm. Still have a ways to go before I hit the 9th star. Tell me, how do you cultivate? Did you find some special technique or rare nourishment? Just normal cultivation, nothing special. Zhao Pangpang finally caught up, lifting the lid of his hot drink to blow on it before taking a sip. His words came out muffled. Normal cultivation, and reached second realm in half a year. I practice harder than you, and I'm only at the 7th star. By the way, what's your sable named again? Zhang Lei leaned in another half step and reached out to stroke Huan Long's tail. The moment Zhang Lei's fingers drew near Huan Long's ears, flattened sharply. It withdrew its tail from Wu Fan's chest, slid half a body length behind Wu Fan's neck, and opened its eyes, fixing its gaze on Zhang Lei's hand for a full second. The look wasn't fierce, but it was enough to make him pause. Zhang Lei retracted his hand with a laugh. All right, I get it. No touching. He slipped his hand into his jacket pocket. What element is your sable, eh? Before Wu Fan could answer, Yuji poked out from atop Huan Long's head and chimed in space element. Wu Fan translated for her. Space element. Space element. Zhang Lei's eyes nearly popped out. Are you serious? In all of Qingyun City, I've never heard of anyone possessing a space element spirit beast. Where on earth did you get it? Found it in my orchard, Wu Fan said, gently lifting Huan Long from his shoulder and cradling it against his chest. The sable nestled into his arms, its tail draping downward once more, and closed its eyes. My family's orchard. It was seriously injured when I found it. Wait, you found a space element spirit beast wandering around your orchard after it was severely wounded? Zhang Lei stared at Wu Fan, paused for nearly 3 seconds, and then let out a long drawn-out tut. That single sound carried 3 parts envy and 7 parts resentment. What kind of destiny do you have? You scoop up a dream element butterfly from the mall's egg gambling stall, and now a space element spirit beast turns up in your orchard. If you went out, you'd probably find one too. I can only find sycamore leaves when I go out. Zhao Pangpang laughed so hard he nearly inhaled his milk tea, which sloshed dangerously close to spilling from the lid. Your orchard must be a treasure basin. I'm going to swing by sometime and see if I can find a dragon. No dragons, but plenty of bugs. Zhang Lei didn't rise to the bait and continued. So you've contracted Huan Long at the second realm and Yu Ji at the first. Both are rare specimens. If your next one is equally extraordinary, you'll take off in no time. I don't even know what my next contract will be yet, Wu Fan replied, shaking his head. We'll see. Yu Ji poked her head out from atop Huan Long and called out to Zhang Lei, Master's next contract will be incredibly formidable. I know, but I won't tell you. Zhang Lei tilted his head toward Yu Ji. What did it say? It said it knows, but won't say. That butterfly of yours has the same personality as its master. Yu Ji ducked her head back into her fur, her tail tip-tapping twice atop Huan Long's head, as though giggling to herself. Zhang Lei nodded toward the mall entrance. Enough standing around. Let's go in. Weren't you here to buy materials? Walk with me. I need to check the materials section anyway. The 3 walked side by side toward the main doors. As they pushed inside, warm air washed over them. Yu Ji, perched atop Huan Long's head, trembled, her antennae in the warmth, her entire butterfly body unfurling as if thawed from winter sleep. As they walked, Zhang Lei glanced sideways at Wu Fan. But seriously, your elemental lineup is outright unreasonable. 1 Yu Ji is enough to give people headaches, and Huan Long can blink in and out of existence. In a fight, you just stand there while the butterfly controls the field, and the sable slashes straight through to the rear line. Opponents won't even see you before they're finished. Depends on what the opponent has. If they possess spiritual defense techniques, Yu Ji won't be as effective. You never take a compliment, do you? Zhang Lei shook his head, smiling. He only avoids it because you never stop praising him once you start. What's he supposed to say? Zhao Pangpang chimed in from the side. Zhang Lei thought for a moment and chuckled. Fair enough. Just hear it and move on, Wu Fan said, stepping across the threshold. The glass door slid shut behind him with a quiet sigh. The first floor of the Beast Taming Mall's material district was warm with the heating turned up high. The moment Wu Fan stepped through the door, he unzipped his jacket. Huan Long slipped down from his shoulder, touched down on the floor, shook out its fur, and padded along at his heels in quick little steps. Yueji was still sprawled atop Huan Long's head, its antennae unfurling in the warm air, the little butterfly resembling a flower basking in the sunlight. Zhang Lei shrugged off his padded coat and folded it over his arm, revealing a charcoal gray turtleneck beneath. The collar sat snug against his neck, making his shoulders look all the broader. As he walked, he rolled his shoulders and turned his neck from side to side, eliciting 2 sharp cracks. What's the situation with your brute bear? Wu Fan asked, tilting his head to glance at him. First realm 8 stars, stuck for nearly a month now. Zhang Lei slipped his hands into his pockets. By all logic, it shouldn't be at a bottleneck, but it just won't advance. I trained it all night last week, but its spiritual energy seized up in the dead of night, as if something was clogging the flow. Have you sent it into battle lately? Not much. It's been cultivating this whole time. Then take it out for more real fights once you're back. Training without battle makes spiritual energy turn sluggish, especially for an Earth-type spirit beast. Zhang Lei thought for a moment. All right, I'll find some people to spar with when I get back. But for that matter, why doesn't your Yueji have this problem? Butterfly. Before Wu Fan could answer, Yueji, still perched on Huan Long's head, jumped in. The voice was soft, but the tone carried weight. An air of, that goes without saying, that was perfectly matter of fact. What did it say? Zhang Lei tilted his head at the butterfly. It says it's impressive. Zhang Lei blinked, then burst into laughter. This butterfly of yours is a better talker than you. Yueji's antennae twitched upward, and it burrowed its head into Huan Long's fluff, as if to say Yueji doesn't stoop to argue with mortals. Wu Fan didn't take up Zhang Lei's joke, steering back to the point. So what route are you planning to take Brute Bear down? Earth-type defense, or Earth-type offense? A bit of both, or a dual Metal Earth build. The association has published quite a few evolution paths for the Ironbone Brute Bear. I've been mulling over that very question. Zhang Lei rubbed his chin, slowing his pace by 2 steps. Pure defense fits my talent, sure, but it's too passive in a fight. Pure offense. Brute Bear has an Earth-type foundation, so an offensive build wouldn't have the burst power of a Fire-type. Metal Earth duel isn't bad. It can take hits and deal damage, but the materials are hard to track down, and you still have to see which way the beast leans after evolving. I was hoping to craft a custom route for it, but Brute Bear's evolution paths from the 1st realm to the 7th realm have been exhaustively mapped by others. There are only a few good combinations, and they keep circling around the same materials. Unless something new pops up, it's just the same medicine in a different wrapper. Zhao Xiaopeng edged and took a slurp of his hot drink and chimed in around the mouthful. Why not just ask Brute Bear which path it wants to take? All it does is sleep, eat, battle, and cultivate. If I asked it, it would just roll its eyes at me. Wu Fan said Metal Earth Duel is definitely a sound choice. Even if it veers to one side, no matter which direction it takes, your bronze skin talent has you covered. Your talent already reinforces defense. If the beast leans offensive, it still has a defensive backbone. If it leans defensive, it becomes even harder. At worst, you'll just need a different approach when facing a countermatch. Zhang Lei listened, tilted his head, and pondered for a while, the finger on his chin resting still at the corner of his mouth. After 2 or 3 seconds, he let out an and slid his hands back into his pockets. All right, Metal Earth it is. I'll dig through the evolution paths later and see which combinations are widely recognized as solid. When the time comes, I'll need you to cast an eye over things and help me choose the materials. Wu Fan gave a quiet and said nothing more. Zhang Lei nodded and was just about to step toward the metal materials section when he suddenly stopped short. He turned to look at Wu Fan with a dubious expression. Wait a minute. My evolution path isn't even decided yet. What am I buying materials for today? Before Wu Fan could speak, Zhao Xiaopeng laughed. You're the one who said you were coming out to buy materials. You don't even know what to buy? Did you leave your brain under your pillow before you walked out the door? Zhang Lei was caught short and paused for 2 seconds. I'm just browsing. Is that not allowed? Fine, browse all you like. Zhao Xiaopeng cradled his hot drink and took a sip. When you're done browsing, grab Brute Bear's rations too. Don't just walk around without spending a cent. Zhang Lei clicked his tongue, then turned to Wu Fan. What about you? Going to buy something? The special material section. I'll see if there's anything suitable for Huanlong and Yuezhi. Alright then, I'll take a turn around the rations section with Zhao Xiaopeng. Zhang Lei waved a hand at him, turned, and headed off toward the rations section. Zhao Xiaopeng followed behind at a leisurely pace. Wu Fan bent down and scooped Huanlong up from the floor. Its body went limp against his arm, its head tucked into the crook of his elbow, its tail hanging down and swaying languidly. Yuezhi lay atop Huanlong's head, craning its gaze this way and that, antennae swiveling. It had followed Wu Fan here so many times that it could almost remember what each store sold, and yet it never grew tired of looking. The special materials section was much quieter. He walked straight to the counter. Behind it stood a young shop assistant with a round face and a low ponytail, leaning over the counter flipping through a magazine. At the sound of footsteps, she looked up, closed the magazine, and pushed it aside. What do you need? 2nd realm materials from the Dream, Soul, and Spirit categories. Wu Fan set Huanlong on the counter. The Marten laid down, its eyes slowly wandering over the items in the display case. The assistant turned and took 2 steps toward the shelves behind her, crouched down to rummage through the lower cabinet, drew out a tray, and carried it over to the counter. A dozen or so materials sat on the tray, all small pieces sealed in transparent boxes. She laid them out one by one, lifting each lid halfway for Wu Fan to inspect. Mind-calming stamen, 2nd realm mid-grade soul category. Dream weaving mycelium, 2nd realm high-grade dream category. Soul condensing dew, 2nd realm mid-grade soul category. Heart of forget sorrow grass, 2nd realm low-grade dream category. And these few. Wu Fan's gaze swept from the first item to the last. He chose, slowly picking up each piece to examine it, turning it over to check the underside, then setting it back. Yuezhi flew up from Huanlong's head, landed on one of the boxes, and tilted its head to peer inside. Wu Fan settled on 7 pieces: mind-calming stamen, dream weaving mycelium, soul condensing dew, heart of forget sorrow grass, the spirit perception crystal from the spirit category, heart clearing pearl, and spirit soothing powder. The assistant didn't press for details. She picked up a palm-sized scanner, ran it over the label on each box, checked the prices on the back, tapped a few times on the screen, then turned it toward Wu Fan. That's 103500 in total. If you're an Evolution Master member, you get a 10% discount. Wu Fan nodded, took out his Evolution Master card from his pocket, and placed it on the counter. Do you have any 1st realm materials from the space, light, and shadow categories? The assistant put away the scanner, slid open a drawer, and pulled out a different list. Her finger traced down the rows as she read aloud. Space category. There's 1. Void Spirit Crystal, 1st realm high grade, in good condition. Light category has 2 Radiance Marrow and Sunshadao Stone. Shadow category has 3 Shadow Moss Dark Scale Powder and Dim Light Stone. She looked up at Wu Fan. All of them. Wu Fan thought for a moment. Void Spirit Crystal, Shadow Moss, and Sunshadao Stone. Those 3. The assistant turned and went to the other end of the shelf, rummaged for nearly half a minute before returning with 3 small boxes. The assistant gathered all 10 materials together and scanned the QR codes once more, adding those to the previous 7. The 3 1st realm materials come to 36800. The total is 1403000, and with the 10% discount 1262700. Wu Fan nodded, his gaze coming to rest on the row of tin boxes. At 4 in the afternoon, Wu Fan finally returned to the Fanchi healing shop with the two little ones. He pushed the door open and the wind chime above it rang, crisp and brief. Suwon leaned out from behind the treatment table, her gaze pausing on him for a moment before dropping back to the blazing flame dog beneath her hands. The dog lay on its side on the table, its two front legs twisted beyond recognition, the bones protruding through the fur at a crooked angle. The skin was unbroken, but swollen and purple. Beside it stood a man in his 30s, his trouser legs rolled up to his knees, dried black mud caked on his calves, and several bloody scratches on his hands, already scabbed over. The Gonlin reindeer stood on the other side of the table, its antlers drooping a faint green light, enveloping the two injured legs. The blazing flame dog lay on the table, breathing heavily, its tongue lolling out, its chest heaving with each breath. Wu Fan took off his jacket and draped it over the back of a chair. He walked over, leaned in to examine the two front legs. How did this happen? We ran into a rockfang wolf on the way back from the Qingyan Mountains. Got into a fight. Both front legs broken. Wu Fan let out an "oh." At some point Huan Long had jumped out of his arms. The snow-white mink crouched beside the treatment table, its front paws resting on the edge, its silver eyes fixed on the blazing flame dog on the table, watching the two legs that were healing. It watched with intense focus, not even twitching its ears. Yuji lay on Huan Long's head, its antennae drooping to the sides, also tilting its head to look down, but clearly more out of curiosity. Huan Long suddenly turned its head, its eyes locking onto Wu Fan. That gaze was neither accusatory nor questioning, just fixed on him like a child who had seen an adult give candy to someone else, but not to him, saying nothing, just waiting for an explanation. Wu Fan's scalp tingled under its stare. He remembered. When Huan Long was recovering at his place, its left hind leg had taken over half a month to heal properly, and it had limped for nearly a month. Back then Lu Chao had only healed half the injury and stopped just maintaining the bandages and basic healing. It hadn't asked, hadn't complained. It just lay on the treatment table, quietly eating fruit, quietly watching Yuji fly above its head, quietly drinking juice, quietly letting itself be treated, and quietly dragging its leg as it walked slowly. But it remembered. It looked at the blazing flame dog on the table, then turned its head back to Wu Fan. Yuji flew down from its head, hovering in midair, tilting its head to look around. It sensed something amiss in the air. Its butterfly wings folded slightly, its antennae curling upward a bit, and it remained silent, simply hovering quietly beside Huan Long. Huan Long withdrew its gaze and turned back to look at the blazing flame dog on the table. Wu Fan cleared his throat. Huan Long. Huan Long didn't turn around, but one ear swiveled toward him. You were different back then. Wu Fan walked over and crouched beside it, meeting its eyes. You were hurt much worse than this one. Huan Long's ear twitched, its silver eyes still fixed on him. If Lu Chao had healed you all at once back, then your spiritual energy hadn't recovered yet. Your body couldn't have handled it. Wu Fan paused. If you feed a heavily injured person a big pot of tonic soup, they'll actually get worse. It has to be gradual. Huan Long's ear twitched again, and the tip of its tail flicked gently behind it. Wu Fan reached out and gently rubbed the top of Huan Long's head, his palm pressing against its crown for a moment before pulling away. Suwon didn't look up from beside the table. The particles of light were still pushing into the blazing flame dog's injured leg, but the corner of her mouth curled slightly, brief, then quickly flattened. Besides, Wu Fan paused. If you had healed up back then, and you ran away, where would I go to cry? The man beside them, who had been nervously watching his blazing flame dog, couldn't help it at Wu Fan's last sentence. He let out a snort of laughter, then quickly covered his mouth with the back of his hand, pretending to cough. Yuji descended from midair, landing on Huan Long's back, its antennae perking up. Butterfly. Yueji knew it all along. Wu Fan glanced at it sideways and ignored it. He bent down to pick up Huan Long. Huan Long didn't struggle, its body went limp and soft against him, its tail drooping and swaying lazily, its head resting in the crook of his arm, its eyes half closed, half open, forgiven for now. The blazing flame dog's breathing gradually calmed. Suwon withdrew her hand from it, wiped her forehead with her sleeve. The green light faded and the Gonlin reindeer's antlers rose again. All right, go back. Don't let it run too fast for the next couple of days, Suwon said. The owner nodded. Sister Su, how much is this? Same as usual. Suwon waved a hand. The owner thanked her, stored the blazing flame dog into the beast taming space, nodded at Suwon, then nodded at Wu Fan, pushed the door open and left. The shop fell silent. Suwon walked around the treatment table, approached Wu Fan, and looked down at Huan Long in his arms. Didn't buy anything today. I did. It's in Huan Long's dimensional pocket. Suwon clicked her tongue, reached out, and gently rubbed Huan Long's head. With you around, Xiao Fan won't even need to carry a bag anymore. Huan Long buried its face half an inch deeper into the crook of Wu Fan's arm. It understood the compliment, but was too shy to accept it outright. Yet the tip of its tail flicked again, betraying it. Yuji lay on Huan Long's head, its antennae sticking up high. Butterfly. Suwon couldn't understand, but from the way the butterfly's antennae perked up, she could tell it was happy for Huanlong. She bent down and poked Yuji's head. All right, I know you're happy. Suddenly the back door was pushed open from outside. Mom, look, Wu Yunxi's voice came in before she did. Wu Yunxi stood at the door, her face flushed, her hair tousled by the wind, a few strands loose. She hadn't bothered to smooth them. She pointed at the air behind her. Look, the swimming koi can swim in the air now. After I contracted it, it can leave the water. Behind her a fish hovered. Its silver scales shimmered in the afternoon sunlight, its dorsal fin tinged with a pale green. The fish's tail waved slowly as it swam a small circle around Wu Yunxi's head, its gill covers opening and closing, releasing a string of tiny bubbles that rose from her hair and burst into droplets in midair. The flame feather sparrow crouched on Wu Yunxi's shoulder, looking down at the fish swimming back and forth near its feet. Its head followed the movement, then after 2 circles it stopped, simply closed its eyes with an expression that said, "I've seen enough." Yuji poked its head out from atop Huanlong's, tilting its head to look at the fish. Butterfly. Wow, master, the fish is flying in the air. Wu Fan looked at the fish, then at Wu Yunxi holding Huanlong as he leaned against the edge of the counter, not replying for a long time. Wasn't the ability granted by the Xianxiao star cycle just a bit too absurd? Brother, you're back. Only then did Wu Yunxi notice the figure standing by the counter. She tilted her head, her gaze lingering on Wu Fan for a fleeting instant before sliding to Huanlong in his arms. A grin tugged at the corner of her mouth. I'm telling you, that fish has a name now, Yoli. Doesn't it sound nice? One hand on her hip, she crooked the other hand toward the air above her head. Yoli, come over and say hi. The silver-white fish gave its tail a single flick and drifted down lazily from above her head, coming to a halt half an arm's length in front of Wu Fan. Its gill covers opened and closed, releasing a string of delicate bubbles. The bubbles burst in the air, scattering a few droplets of water onto the back of Wu Fan's hand. Wu Fan looked down at the droplets on his hand, then raised his gaze to the fish. As the fish swam, its body barely swayed, suspended in the air with the same effortless grace as in water. The eye of all things activated. Xuanxiao Spirit Marsh Wanderer Yoli. Attribute Void Water System. Realm First Realm 8 stars. Potential Third Realm 9 stars. Innate skills: Void Realm Water, Mirror Shield, Void Realm Water, Cloak, Spirit Water, Body Protection, Void Realm Water, Arrow Xianxiao Water, Mist New. Star Period, grant Void Realm Scales. Description: having become a spirit beast of the Xianxiao Star Period, it has been granted the power of the Void Realm Scales. The Spirit Marsh Wanderer can teleport through any water-bearing medium. Not only rivers, lakes, and seas, but rain, dew, and even the water vapor in the air can serve as its passage. Wu Fan withdrew his gaze from the information and leaned against the counter, Huanlong in his arms. Void Water System. That's right, Void Water System. Wu Yunxi gathered Yoli from midair into her palm, the fish curving through her hand. Same as Dankei, the Xianxiao Star Period gave it a new ability. Dankei has Nanming Lihua Fire. Yoli has the Void Realm Scales. It can teleport through water now. Not just water, but rain, dew, even the moisture in the air. In future battles, it'll dart all over the field, and the enemy won't even catch a shadow of it. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled, and her fingers swept gently across Yoli's spine. Xianxiao. Suwon looked at the fish in Wu Yunxi's palm. You mean the star period? That's right, Xuanxiao, one of the 12 star periods. Wu Yunxi held Yoli up before Suwon's eyes, so she could see it more clearly. Just like Dang's Chuanhua, it too possesses the power granted by the star period. Suwon fixed her eyes on Yoli for a long moment, then reached out and lightly touched its back. The instant her finger met the scales, a faint cyan light bloomed at her fingertip, as if someone had tapped the surface of water. How long can this fish stay out of water now? From the looks of it, there shouldn't be any limits anymore. Wherever it goes now is just like being in water. Wu Fan wasn't particularly surprised by this. Xianxiao corresponds to the New Su and Wei lunar mansions. In texts such as the Book of Han Treatise on the calendar, these 3 mansions are often connected with wind and rain, the void and the boundary between heaven and earth. Suwon didn't answer, but the corner of her mouth curved. Her gaze rested on the fish for 2 seconds, then she turned and walked toward the counter. All right, raise it well, she said as she went. Wu Yunxi looked up at Wu Fan, chin raised. Brother, how about it? With what the star period endowed, isn't its owner quite something? Quite something. You only just contracted it, and your realm isn't even maxed out, and you're already strutting. I'm just happy, that's all. Wu Yunxi tossed Yoli into midair. The fish circled twice above her head, silver white scales glinting beneath the light. Besides, Dankei wasn't at full stars the moment it was contracted either. Just take it slow. Yueji rose from Huanlong's head and looped around Yoli once. The butterfly and the fish traced 2 rings in the air, neither touching the other. What is Yueji doing? Wu Yunxi tilted her head up at the 2 shadows. Butterfly, let's get acquainted. Yueji flew back to Huanlong's head, settled down, and twitched its antennae toward Yoli. Yoli flicked its tail once in acknowledgement. Yunchi, now that you've contracted Yoli at the second realm, is there any conflict in your spiritual energy? Wu Fan turned to his sister and asked. Conflict? Not at all. Wu Yunchi lowered her head in thought, then raised it again. After the contract, the power fed back from Dan K and the power fed back from Yoli were both directly assimilated into star period force by my talent. There's no such thing as conflict, so there's no need to worry about what I worried about before. When she said the word talent, her chin lifted slightly. That's good then. Wu Fan was about to head inside with Huanlong when Wu Yunchi called out from behind. Brother, you said this morning that once I contracted Yoli you'd spar with me using Huanlong. Now that I've contracted it, you have to keep your word right. Wu Fan stopped and turned to face her. Are you sure? Huanlong is at first realm 9 stars while Yoli is only at first realm 8 stars, a full star apart. You really want to fight right now, eh? What's 1 star? Does having more stars mean certain victory? It's not like I've never fought anyone with higher stars. As she spoke, Yuli swam down from the air and circled around her elbow. Before Wu Fan could answer, Su Wan leaned half her body out from behind the counter. If you're going to fight, go to the backyard. Don't make a racket in the shop. I just finished cleaning up. Don't mess it up for me. She paused and added, fight if you want, but don't go too hard. Huanlong only just recovered from its injuries. Got it. Wu Yunchi turned and pushed open the back door. Yoli followed behind her, flicked its tail, and floated out after her. Wu Fan carried Huanlong and walked out. Yuezhi flew up from Huanlong's head and alighted on Wu Fan's shoulder. Folding its wings, drooping its antennae, it burrowed into the hollow of his neck, found the coziest spot, and only then spoke at a leisurely pace. Butterfly. Huanlong, don't you embarrass big sister. I'm not lifting a wing this round. It's all on you. The words were spoken with seasoned maturity, yet the tone was still that soft, languid drawl. It wasn't all that much older itself, yet it insisted on putting on the air of, I've got your back. Huanlong's ears twitched, then it gave Yuezhi a faint, indifferent glance. The backyard. Wu Fan walked to the center of the yard and set Huanlong down from his arms. When the marten landed, its forepaws braced gently, and it steadied itself. It shook out its fur, the snow-white coat rippling with a silver edge in the light. Wu Yunchi stood on the opposite side, Yoli suspended 2 arm lengths above her head, its tail swaying slowly, its body tilting slightly, as if adjusting its center of gravity. Brother, how do we do this? Let them fight on their own. Right first contact ends it. Fine. Wu Yunchi tucked the loose strand of hair behind her ear and called out to the fish in midair. Yoli, don't hold back. Show Huanlong what real void water system fighting looks like. The backyard fell silent. Even the wind paused for a beat. Huanlong and Yoli gazed at each other from a distance, neither of the 2 little creatures making a move, yet their eyes were earnest. Huanlong's ears pricked forward, its silver pupils narrowing into thin slits. The entire creature, no, the entire mink, had already entered combat mode. Yoli floated midair, its tail swaying with a slower rhythm than before, its pectoral fins slightly spread. Its gill covers opened and closed at a steady pace, and with each motion the air around it rippled like crumpled silk, forming faint, dissipating waves. Beneath the old banyan tree, Wu Fan had walked over after setting Huanlong down, standing there in a casual posture, yet his gaze never left the center of the arena. Wu Yunchi stood beside him, arms crossed, idly rolling a small pebble under her toe. Brother, you won't beat me that easily this time. That's not certain. Let's see who wins. Yuezhi perched on Wu Fan's shoulder, its antennae erect, its head darting between Huanlong and Yoli, busier than the 2 combatants. Its bow had slipped to the side of its head, the sparkling, shattered spirit crystals glinting in the afternoon light. Yoli moved first. Its tail lashed sharply, its back arched, and then snapped straight, its body tracing a silver-white arc through the air. A phantom realm water arrow condensed at its mouth, wrapped in a layer of cyan-white light. The arrow shot out at a fair speed. But when the orb of water traveled about a meter, it suddenly vanished. No sound, no flash, no splash. Simply disappeared into thin air. Huanlong's ears twitched. In that instant, a silver light flickered across its body, and the next moment it appeared 2 meters to the left. The moment it landed, the water arrow exploded right where it had been crouching. Fragments of stone flew, leaving a shallow cup-sized pit in the ground, its bottom still seeping with moisture. Huanlong tilted its head to glance at the pit, then turned its gaze back to Yoli. Die. Huanlong is so fast, even Yuezhi didn't see it clearly. Yoli didn't stop, or its tail lashed again, and the second water arrow had just begun to form at its mouth when it suddenly paused. Huanlong's figure flickered in place, vanished, then flashed out again midair on Yoli's flank, its forepaws already raised. Yoli's reaction was swift. The moment Huanlong appeared, the entire fish darted to the right. It didn't move by swimming its tail, though instead the whole fish seemed yanked by some force, instantly appearing a meter away. That movement resembled Huanlong's teleportation, but its trace was fainter, like a thin mist blending into the air. Huanlong's claws struck empty space, leaving a faint scratch in the air that dissipated after 2 seconds. Yuezhi perched on Wu Fan's shoulder, its antennae raised, even higher, its wings frozen mid-flap as it watched. Die. Yoli is fast too. Faster than you. Wu Fan glanced at it sideways. Die. Yuezhi doesn't compete with it in speed, Yuezhi competes in brains. Yuezhi said, spreading its antennae apart with a tone that suggested, I'm not going to argue with it. Wu Yunshi called out from the side, Yuli, don't stop. Keep your distance. Yuli flicked its tail, sliding backward 2 meters. As its gill covers opened and closed, 3 water orbs condensed in the air lined up in a row hovering before it. Each orb trembled slightly, with fine ripples flowing across its surface. It didn't fire immediately, it just hung there as if waiting for Huanlong to approach. Huanlong landed back on the ground. Its gaze swept over the 3 orbs, but it didn't charge forward. Instead it crossed its forepaws and flicked out 3 silver-white arcs of light. Space blades. Yuli simultaneously shot 3 Phantom Realm water arrows. The 3 arrows collided with the space blades midair, producing a dull thud. Water splashed, silver light shattered, and the 2 forces canceled each other out, scattering into a fine mist of light. Huanlong didn't retreat. Taking advantage of the lingering mist, it stepped forward with its forepaws, and its figure flickered again. This time it didn't flash to Yoli's flank, but appeared directly beneath it. The moment it landed, it kicked off the ground with its hind legs springing upward, fast with a tricky angle, perfectly exploiting Yoli's blind spot. Yoli's tail lashed diagonally backward, and it instantly flashed 2 meters away, leaving only a faint cyan water ring that rippled twice before dissipating. Huanlong's claws sliced through empty air. Upon landing, it touched the ground with its forepaws and sprang forward again. Yoli steadied itself midair, its gill covers opening and closing. 2 water orbs simultaneously condensed at the corners of its mouth. One shot straight, the other slanted, blocking Huanlong's left and right paths. Huanlong didn't even glance at the 2 orbs. Its figure flickered midair, and in the blink of an eye it appeared 3 feet above and to the side of Yoli, its claws already half raised. This angle was tricky, perfectly in Yoli's blind spot. Any other spirit beast would have been unable to react in time. But Yoli's scales glowed brighter, as if triggered by something. Instead of dodging sideways, it shot upward half a meter. The 2 water orbs also changed course at the same instant, making a tiny curve in the air and flanking Huanlong from behind, one on each side. Huanlong retracted its claws and used the momentum of its teleportation to flash again. It shifted 3 feet to the left. The 2 orbs grazed past its former position, collided, and erupted into a small spray of mist. Yoli shot another volley of water arrows, and Huanlong kicked off the ground to dodge again. The exchanges that followed were as rapid as a revolving lantern. Wherever Huanlong appeared, Yoli's water arrows pursued. Yoli's perception always caught Huanlong's landing point half a beat early, and conversely Huanlong's speed always let it evade just before the arrows touched. The 2 spirit beasts zipped back and forth between midair and ground for a dozen rounds, neither touching the other. Huanlong's teleportation left a trail of silver light streaks, while Yoli's water arrows and mist traced cyan white patterns in the air. Yuezhi perched on Wu Fan's shoulder, its antennae following Huanlong's shadow as it darted about. After 2 turns, it simply gave up and lay in the crook of the shoulder, its head swaying left and right with the movements of the 2 beasts. Wu Fan leaned against the tree, watching the entire tug-of-war from beginning to end. The 2 spirit beasts had been pulling at each other for so long, yet neither had used its full strength. Huanlong's teleportation had been confined to short-range maneuvers, never extending far. Yoli's water arrows were only the most basic single shots without using the 2-row volley from before. Both were holding back, clearly knowing from their earlier exchange that neither could overpower the other. Moreover, since both possessed perception abilities and were evenly matched, unless they fought to the death, continuing would be pointless. Yunshi. How about we call it a draw? Neither side can get the upper hand. Wu Yunshi stared at the center of the arena for a moment. Fine, a draw it is. Wu Yunshi stood with her hands on her hips, her chin lifted